Qin Tianxiao possesses the ancient body of eternal life. Yet unbeknownst to many, he gains strength merely through slumber. After a 3,000-year slumber, he awakens to find himself at the pinnacle of the Hati realm. However, his long slumber nearly led to the annihilation of the Qin family. After 81 years, the last branch of the Qin family encounters yet another crisis. At the behest of the family head, Qin Tianxiao finally awakens from his seclusion. Upon awakening, Qin Tianxiao learns of the events that transpired during the past 81 years and vows to ensure that all his enemies suffer a painful demise. Chapter 1. Awakening. On the Xianxia continent, in the eastern region, lies the Panyin Kingdom, specifically in the Ximin Prefecture. Within the city of Fenglin resides a once prosperous family, the Qin family. The Qin family has persisted since ancient times, enduring for over 100,000 years. 100,000 years ago, they were a leading power in the eastern region. 81 years ago, a genius emerged from the Qin family, renowned as the youngest practitioner to reach the Hati realm. The cultivation levels are divided into Lianqi, Zhuji, Jindan, Yuaning, Chuqiao, Fenshin, Hati, Dongshu, Desheng, and Dujia. Each realm is further divided into early, middle, and late stages. Qin Tianxiao, in merely 100 years, ascended from a mortal to the late stage of the 10th level of the Hati realm, astonishing the entirety of the eastern region. The 3 sacred lands of the region sought to recruit him, but he rejected all offers. Under Qin Tianxiao's leadership, the Qin family's influence soared, claiming one of the 10 treasures of the eastern region, the Tianfu Yunmai. Yet, he stagnated at the Hati realm for over a millennium, unable to break through to the Dongshu realm. In desperation, he returned to the ancestral grounds in Fenglin and entered a deep seclusion, which lasted for an eternity. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Now, 81 years have passed, and the lifespan of a Hati practitioner typically does not exceed 10,000 years. After a millennium, hope for Qin Tianxiao had faded. Without his protection, the Qin family became vulnerable to the rampant desires of other factions. After all, Qin Tianxiao achieved the Hati realm in just 100 years, possessing extraordinary treasures. Without his presence, the Qin family appeared as a tempting feast to the eyes of all major powers. The great factions conspired to divide the Qin family, although at that time, the family still had 8 Hati practitioners. However, facing enemies outnumbering them, the Qin family found themselves powerless. The treasures within the Qin family's treasury were plundered by the various factions. In that battle, the upper echelons of the Qin family perished, and ultimately, it was one of the 3 sacred lands of the eastern region, the Wuxiang sacred land, that intervened to protect the Qin family's last lineage. Due to past favors, the Wuxiang sacred land came to their aid at the critical moment, preventing the family's extermination. The remaining Qin members returned to Fenglin. Presently, the Qin family is merely a second-rate power in Fenglin. The current head, Qin Sin, is but a minor practitioner at the 9th level of the Zhuji realm. Apart from Qin Sin, there are only 4 other elders at the Zhuji level. The Qin family's strength has significantly waned, and they now face impending doom. Within the Qin family hall, family head, what shall we do? The Ji and Wang families are being utterly egregious, completely pushing the Qin family to the brink. Damn it, head, shall we fight them? Fight them? The Ji and Wang families have Jindan practitioners. How could we possibly stand a chance? If we cannot fight, must we simply concede? Agreeing to their terms would be a dead end for us. Indeed, at that point, the Qin family would be gradually devoured. Family head, what do you propose we do? All the elders turned their gazes toward Qin Sin seated at the head of the table. Qin Sin furrowed his brow, a look of deep concern etched upon his face. I intend to visit the back mountain once more. I refuse to believe that Ancestor Tianxiao has failed to break through. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly responded to the assembly. Upon hearing this, the elders shook their heads in resignation. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside the hall. With a loud bang, a Qin family disciple was thrown into the hall, crashing heavily to the ground. His chest was severely concaved, rendering him unconscious. This disciple, known as Qin Yun, was a member of the direct lineage of the Qin family. Damn it! Who dares to harm my Qin family disciple? Who is the scoundrel responsible? The elders of the Qin family erupted in fury, rising in unison. Qin Sin rushed to Qin Yun's side, helping him to a seated position and administering a pill. It was I who did it. What of it? Do the esteemed elders wish to kill me? An elder approached slowly from the distance, clad in a light ink robe, his youthful visage contrasting with his snow-white hair. 2 towering figures followed closely behind him, exuding strength and vitality. Upon seeing the newcomer, The Qin elder's anger intensified, yet none dared to confront him. Elder Ji, why did you injure my Qin family disciple? Xianxia glared fiercely at the elder before stepping forward. Oh, this wretched scoundrel lacks discipline. I was merely administering some necessary correction on behalf of the Qin family head. No need for thanks. Haha, Elder Ji is right. The members of the Qin family are indeed undisciplined and ungrateful. One of the elder's companions chimed in, their demeanor radiating arrogance, completely disregarding the Qin family. Ji Buchang, you go too far. Prepare to face my wrath. Qin Yang, the grand elder of the Qin family, could no longer contain his fury and charged at Ji Buchang. Yang, do not act impulsively. Xianxia attempted to intervene, but it was too late. A mere Zhuji realm 4th level trash dares to strike at me. This is truly seeking death. Qin Yang raised his right palm, golden light emanating from it, directed toward Ji Buchang. Unfazed, Ji Buchang met his advance with a palm of his own, showing no sign of retreat. With a loud bang, Qin Yang was instantly sent flying, expelling a mouthful of fresh blood mid-air. Xianxia rushed forward to catch him, having sustained heavy injuries from a single strike. Ji Buchang, you have gone too far. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, Xianxia declared, his breath surging as he prepared to launch an offensive. Ha, do you wish to strike? Then come and try. Ji Buchang taunted. Zhong Yue palm. Xianxia charged at Ji Buchang, his right palm wielding the force of a mountain as it crashed towards him. Come at me, Yin Guang palm. Ji Buchang also unleashed a palm strike. With a resounding thud, their hands collided. Xianxia was violently thrust backward several meters, while Ji Buchang only staggered back a single meter before regaining his balance, clearly illustrating the disparity in their strength. Ha. It seems the head of the Qin family is truly weak. Ji Buchang's aura erupted like a torrent, instantly leaving the other elders of the Qin family visibly distressed, each one struggling under the pressure of his presence. You have reached the 10th level of the foundation establishment stage. You have actually broken through. Xianxia realized Ji Buchang's cultivation level after his aura surged. The previous strike had inflicted considerable harm, and now his arm was tingling with numbness. Do you think I am as useless as you? The two individuals behind him also unleashed their auras, both having reached the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage. How is this possible? When did the Ji family acquire so many powerful cultivators? Xianxia exclaimed in shock, staring incredulously at Ji Buchang and his companions. Haha, now you know fear, don't you, head of the Qin family? A wise man knows when to yield. I hope you can comprehend this, Ji Buchang continued. I have come today to deliver a message. The head of the family has decreed that you have 2 hours to consider. If you do not comply by then, your Qin family shall be annihilated. With that, Ji Buchang turned and walked away. Yang, are you all right? Cough, I am fine. Yang, take the medicinal pill and heal properly. Ed, what should we do now? The Ji and Wang families have too many strong cultivators. We are no match for them. Moreover, time is running out for the Qin family. Cough. Yang, do not speak. I shall go to the back mountain to summon the ancestor. This is our only hope. If that fails, we shall perish together with the Qin family. The head is right. I, a member of the Qin family, would rather stand and die than kneel and live. Take the great elder down to heal. Understood. Xianxia immediately made his way to the back mountain. In the back mountain of the Qin family, there lay a long stone staircase leading to a cave. This cave was the place where Qin Tianxiao entered seclusion. The members of the Qin family had visited countless times, calling out for him to emerge, but each time they returned empty-handed. Xianxia knelt before the cave. Our family is in dire straits. Unfilial descendant Qin beseeches the ancestor to emerge. Thud, the sound of him bowing. As Xianxia bowed, he continuously pleaded. 2 hours quickly passed, and he did not cease, continuing until his forehead bled. Others may not know the secrets, but as the head of the family, Xianxia was aware. Qin Tianxiao had no cultivation back in the day, yet lived for 3,000 years. This was due to him being a Wangu, Changsheng body. Individuals with this physique live forever, sharing longevity with the heavens. After 3,000 years, it took him over 100 years to break through from a mortal to the He Who stage. Thus, he was steadfast in his belief that Qin Tianxiao was still alive. A rumbling sound echoed. Xianxia realized that the Ji and Wang families had come to attack. Tianxiao ancestor, unfilial descendant Qin, beseeches the ancestor to emerge. I implore you to save our family. Xianxia shouted with all his might. Inside the cave, there lay a jade-carved stone bed upon which an elder reclined. The elder's chest rose and fell gently, his breath steady. As if hearing Xianxia's words, the elder's fingers slowly moved. Suddenly, he He opened his eyes wide. How long have I been asleep this time, huh? The elder gradually sat up, and a burst of golden light surged into his body. I wonder what realm my cultivation will reach after this slumber. The elder was none other than Qin Tianxiao, who began to stretch his body, having not moved for far too long. Saint Ancestor, unfilial descendant Qin, beseeches the ancestor to emerge. I implore you to save our family. Oh, there are people outside. It is just the time to go out and inquire. Qin Tianxiao rose and opened the great door. With a thud, the heavy bronze door slowly creaked open from within. Chapter 2. The intervention of Qin Tianxiao. At this moment, before the grand hall of the Qin family, a multitude had gathered. All the disciples of the Qin clan stood there, their expressions filled with fury as they glared at the group before them. That old wretch, Qin's son, could it be that he feared for his life and fled? Ha ha! Elder Ji speaks the truth. Qin's son, that cowardly wretch, has undoubtedly abandoned his kin and escaped. This time, both the Ji and Wang families have come together, led by their respective elders, Ji Buchang of the Ji family and Wang Wuji of the Wang family. Both are cultivators at the 10th level of Foundation establishment, flanked by elite disciples from their clans. In addition to these two, there are also 13 Foundation establishment cultivators in total. Qin Yang, have you given this serious consideration? I shall grant you 3 more minutes to decide. After 3 minutes, if you do not acquiesce, the Qin family shall cease to exist. Do you think we, the Qin family, will submit to you? We Qin disciples do not fear death. Indeed, we will fight to the bitter end. Elder, you speak wisely. We would rather perish than yield. Very well, very well. Such admirable resolve. Then do not blame us. Kill them. Leave not a single Qin behind. Wang Wuji, growing impatient, issued the command for the assault. All right, Elder Wang. Allow me to take action, sparing your hands from the filth. Yes, proceed. Ji Buchang nodded in agreement, offering no objection. From behind Wang Wuji emerged a towering youth. Standing 9 feet tall, his physique robust and formidable. A scar marred his face, lending him an even more menacing appearance. This was Wang Hao, a prodigy among the younger generation of the Wang family, who charged forward with a gleaming steel blade in hand. He had already advanced to the early 2nd level of Foundation establishment. On the Qin side, the remaining 3 elders were lacking in strength. One was at the mid-stage of the 1st level, while the other 2 were at the early stage, unable to match Wang Hao's prowess. The elder of the Qin family, grievously wounded, was rendered incapable of fighting. Enraged by the indignity, the 3 elders resolved to confront Wang Hao together. Let us engage collectively. Agreed. The trio advanced toward Wang Hao. Just in time. You shall serve as my whetstone. Boy, do not be so arrogant. I shall surely slay you. Old fool. I fear you 3 lack the strength for that. Wang Hao moved with remarkable speed, bringing his massive blade down upon the 2nd elder. So swift. The 2nd elder had not anticipated such rapidity. Let us defend together. The 3 elders combined their swords to meet the blade. With a clang, the 3 swords barely managed to block the descent of the blade, their hands trembling under the immense force exerted by Wang Hao. Is this all the strength you possess? It seems your Qin family is truly worthless. The Qin elder retorted, you are merely 3 old fools. Such a family holds no appeal for me whatsoever. As he spoke, Wang Hao roared, exerting tremendous force in his hand. With a decisive strike, the steel knife gleamed with a chilling light, unleashing a formidable power. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 elders were unable to withstand this force and were instantly sent flying, their weapons shattered in their hands. The 2nd elder, Qin Huaishan, spat out a mouthful of blood. How can you be so strong? He gasped. How could you 3 old fools possibly be my match? And where is that old dog Qin's son? Has he turned into a coward, hiding away in fear upon hearing our approach? How dare you insult my father? You shall die. A handsome youth surged from the crowd. He was Qin Sen's son, Qin Yan. Oh, so you are the son of that old dog Qin's son, the so-called genius of the Qin family. Qin Yan, merely at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm, and yet you dare to call yourself a genius? You're just trash. With that, Wang Hao charged forward as Qin Yan thrust his sword at him. Wang Hao flicked his steel knife upward, the immense force causing Qin Yan's long sword to slip from his grasp. Then, Wang Hao struck Qin Yan's chest with a palm. Poof! Qin Yan was sent flying, spewing blood mid-air. Weak, truly weak. Old dog Qin's son, if you do not come out now, I shall kill your son. Before his words had faded, Wang Hao closed in on Qin Yan, raising his steel knife to strike at his head. Stop! A white orb of light suddenly appeared, emitting a single word. As the blinding light dissipated, two figures emerged. Qin Tianxiao and Qin Senator. The word had been spoken by Qin Tianxiao, and at its utterance, Wang Hao and his companions were frozen in place. Although their bodies could not move, their eyes remained keenly observant. The Ji and Wang families were aghast, their pupils constricted, rendered immobile by an overwhelming dread. The words of power follow the spoken word. Fear gripped their hearts. Wang Hao's steel knife was firmly halted, mere inches from Qin Yan's head. Upon seeing Qin Yan unharmed, Qin Sen finally breathed a sigh of relief. How dare you trespass upon the Qin family? Such audacity is remarkable, he declared. All disciples of the Qin family, remember this. Anyone who offends the Qin family shall be exterminated. With those words, a series of explosive sounds erupted. The members of the Wang and Ji families exploded one by one, instantly transforming into pools of blood. Gasp! A collective intake of breath echoed as everyone gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. More precisely, they were all fixated on Qin Tianxiao. Clad in a flowing white Taoist robe, adorned with a celestial crown, Qin Tianxiao possessed a youthful visage, his white hair cascading down, complemented by a long white goatee. The twin brows resembled two flecks of white frost, while his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the stars and the vast ocean. Qin Tianxiao strode gracefully toward Qin Yan, his steps light as though he were treading upon clouds, silent and ethereal. To the onlookers, Qin Tianxiao appeared as a magnificent celestial being. Ha ha! I am no celestial, but your esteemed ancestor, he declared. Qin Yan, this is Ancestor Tianxiao. You must pay your respects at once. Qin San revealed Qin Tianxiao's identity. Ancestor Tianxiao, father. Is it truly the Ancestor Tianxiao from 80,000 years ago? Ancestor, are you really him? Indeed, I am the Ancestor Tianxiao of whom you speak. Here, take this elixir. It will heal your wounds. Qin Tianxiao presented a pill to Qin Yan. Thank you, Ancestor Tianxiao. Qin Yan accepted the elixir and consumed it immediately. Upon its entry, his eyes widened in astonishment as he swiftly assumed a meditative posture. He could sense the extraordinary nature of the elixir. A fiery warmth surged in his lower abdomen. Remarkably, the injuries he had just sustained had already healed, and he felt no pain in his chest whatsoever. Chapter 3. The arrival of the Golden Core ancestors from two families. Qin Tianxiao scanned the surroundings and noted the inadequately low cultivation levels of the Qin Clan disciples. Ancestor Tianxiao, it is truly him. He has not perished. The heavens have blessed our Qin family. Coughing, despite his severe injuries, Qin Yang managed to arrive. To his astonishment, he beheld Qin Tianxiao. This revelation filled him with exhilaration. The survival of Qin Tianxiao indicated a successful breakthrough. Their clan now had a pillar of support to reclaim their former glory. Ancestor Tianxiao has indeed succeeded in his breakthrough. He is just as depicted in the portraits. Our Qin family is saved. With the ancestor here, we shall no longer be oppressed. The disciples of the Qin family hastened to pay their respects. Subsequently, Qin Tianxiao inquired of Qin San regarding the events of the past 80,000 years. Qin San recounted the history of the Qin family during that time. Meanwhile, within the Ji family, two individuals leisurely savored fine wine and exquisite dishes. It seemed they had already annihilated the Qin clan. Oh, Brother Bachu, are you so certain? The Qin clan has not submitted to us. Indeed, that old Qin San would never yield. However, I wonder what valuable possessions remain in the current Qin family. Brother Bachu, you need not worry about valuable possessions. All the treasures have long been claimed by the major powers. It is unlikely that we will receive any. Nevertheless, by extinguishing the Qin clan, our two families shall share some resources. Ha! We shall split it evenly. My Ji family will take the Heiyun Mountain mine. Is that agreeable, Brother Hanwen? Brother Bachu is too kind. Heiyun Mountain is indeed closer to your Ji family's mine, so it is only fitting that you take it. Ha! Brother Hanwen, you are generous. Come, let us toast to the enduring friendship between our two families. Indeed, cheers. Master, a grave situation has arisen. At that moment, an elderly man rushed in from the distance, his steps hurried and his expression alarmed. Upon seeing him approach, Ji Bo's brows furrowed tightly. This elder's primary duty was to guard the ancestral hall, which housed the ancestral tablets of the Ji family alongside the life tablets of its members. Ji Bo instantly sensed that something significant had transpired. What has happened to cause such urgency? Master, a calamity has befallen us. The life tablet of the Grand Elder has shattered. The life tablets of the clan members who accompanied the Grand Elder to the Qin family have also been destroyed. What? How can this be? Are you certain you did not mistake it? Jibo was taken aback by the news. He rose to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief, urgently inquiring. It is true, I did not err. I confirmed it 3 times before reporting to you. Master, the elder asserted with unwavering conviction. With a resounding thud, Jibo, who had just stood, collapsed back into his seat. How is this possible? How can it be? Bo Chong is at the 10th level of Foundation establishment. How could the Qin family have killed him? The news left Jibo in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Oh no, Brother Bo. If something has happened to your Ji family, my Wang family may also be in peril. I must return home at once. Without awaiting Jibo's response, Wang Hanwen dashed away. Master, what should we do now? Curse those Qin people. They must be harboring formidable experts. Otherwise, with Qin Sen's strength, he would be no match for Bo Chong, especially with Wang Wuji present. How could this have occurred? This matter must be reported to the Ancestor immediately. We must summon him forth. By the way, Bo Yu, you must gather all Foundation establishment disciples from the clan and have them assemble in the main hall to await further instructions. Understood, Master. Jibo immediately rose and hurried toward the depths of the Ji family's rear mountain. Upon returning to the Wang family, Wang Hanwen wasted no time and headed straight for the ancestral hall. Upon witnessing the shattered life tablets within, he exclaimed, "Damn it, Qin family, I shall annihilate you." Wang Hanwen's fury stemmed from the fact that among the clan members who accompanied Wang Wuji was his youngest son. Master, you have finally returned. A calamity has struck. I am already aware. Gather the elite members of our clan immediately. We shall set forth to eradicate the Qin family. Yes. Wang Hanwen also made his way to the rear mountain to summon the Ancestor. In the Qin family's hall, 80,000 years? I never anticipated my slumber would last so long. I wonder, what realm have I now achieved? Could it truly be the saintly realm of that world? The legendary Hunyuan Wujidi Luo Jinxian realm. One can only ponder its authenticity. Forget it for now. I simply wish to ascertain that my strength has undoubtedly reached the Tribulation Crossing realm. Qin Tianxiao, having encountered formidable beings of this realm, perceives himself as even stronger through the lens of his current abilities. Thus, he speculates that his cultivation has at least attained the level of Tribulation Crossing. As for ascension, it appears he still has some distance to traverse, for he currently senses no indications of impending elevation. Qin Tianxiao is a transmigrator, having arrived in this world where, during his initial talent assessment at the Qin family, he was deemed lacking in aptitude. After years of diligent training, he remained unable to break through to the Qi refinement stage, leading him to resign himself to a life of idleness. However, unexpectedly, he languished in this state for over 3 centuries, astonishing the elders of his clan, given that the lifespan of a mere mortal is but a century. Qin Tianxiao's existence extending beyond 300 years prompted speculation among the elders, who, after extensive research of ancient texts, conjectured that he might be the fabled everlasting being, destined to share eternity with the heavens. Encouraged by their findings, they urged Qin Tianxiao to persist in his cultivation, reassured by the notion that he need not worry about his lifespan. With steadfast effort, they believed he would eventually ascend to higher realms. Initially, Qin Tianxiao complied. But upon learning of the passing of the elders who had believed in his unique constitution, he fell into despair. Despite his exceptional longevity, he was still a mortal, and as time weathered his appearance, he felt an overwhelming fatigue that led him to choose slumber. To his astonishment, after a period of deep sleep, his cultivation advanced autonomously. What he did not anticipate was that his slumber would extend for a millennium, awakening to discover he had indeed attained significant power. To avoid drawing attention, he feigned that he had cultivated for a century. To his surprise, he found himself at the peak of the 10th layer of the integration realm, a revelation that sent shockwaves throughout the eastern continent, leaving Qin Tianxiao in a state of helplessness. Within the Qin family, few remained aware of Qin Tianxiao's extraordinary nature. Only the heads of successive generations held knowledge of this secret, having slept for a millennium and subsequently achieving a breakthrough in the integration realm. One could only ponder what heights he might reach after slumbering for 80,000 years. Qin Tianxiao, however, remained uncertain of his current strength, merely sensing that he had likely reached the Tribulation Crossing realm. Ancestor, you must stand for us. The Ji and Wang families are truly overstepping their bounds. Indeed, I am aware. Those who dare to oppress the Qin family shall find the Ji and Wang clans to be unnecessary. Who possesses the audacity to slay a disciple of the Ji family, showing such blatant disregard for me? From afar, an enraged voice echoed through the gates. With a thunderous crash, a colossal phantom hand shattered the Qin family gate, leaving a gaping breach in the wall. I, too, demand an explanation. It seems I have not taken action for far too long, allowing you all to forget my name. Before the echoes of his words faded, a colossal hand emerged, crashing down upon the ground of the Qin residence. The impact created a vast pit, sending soil and stones flying in all directions. Chapter 4. Annihilation of the Clan. Two elderly figures materialized before the gates of the Qin family. Practitioners of the Golden Core realm, mere jesters, yet they dared to exhibit such audacity. Observing them, Qin Tianxiao could not suppress a cold laugh. He had not anticipated that after an 8-decade slumber, his family would have fallen to such depths. Once, Golden Core cultivators merely guarded the entrance to the Qin family. Now, even these minor cultivators dared to act so brazenly. Following closely behind them were the elite disciples of the Ji and Wang families. They had brought every disciple at the Foundation establishment stage with them. A throng of individuals stormed into the Qin residence, positioning themselves in the open space before the hall. Upon noticing the bloodstains on the ground, their fury ignited. Qin Sen, how dare you possess such audacity to slay a disciple of the Ji family? Today, we shall eradicate your Qin clan. Ji Buchuan bellowed angrily at Qin Sr. The two Golden Core elders descended slowly. Who is it that dared to commit this act of murder? Step forth, and I shall ensure you receive a complete corpse. Ancestors, please lend your strength to vanquish these external foes. Ancestor Tianxiao, please strike down our enemies. Qin's son spoke first, prompting other Qin disciples to echo their pleas. Ha ha! Qin's son, do you think such tricks can deceive us? What ancestor Tianxiao? Your ancestor has long since perished. Do not attempt to fool us. Ye bohun left heartily. Mocking Qin, son's words. How foolish indeed. After 80,000 years, even if he had reached the transcendence realm, survival was utterly impossible. All the world knows that the revered Qin Gui, immortal, lived the longest, yet even he only reached 3,000 years. With 80 millennia past, your so-called ancestor has long since turned to dust. Elder Ji Buchuan, a Golden Core master, similarly scoffed. The world did not believe that Qin Tianxiao could have withstood the passage of 80,000 years. Since when did mere Golden Core cultivators dare address me in such a manner? A slap to silence you. With a mere utterance. Invisible hands began to rain down upon Ji Buchuan and Ji Buchuan. In an instant, the two found themselves struck repeatedly, their faces enduring an onslaught of phantom slaps. The sound of palm meeting flesh echoed continuously, a sharp and crisp sound. With a final, forceful slap, both men were sent soaring through the air, spinning several times before crashing to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as all gazes remained fixed in shock upon the two figures. What transpired? Ji Buchuan and Ji Buchuan now bore faces swollen like that of a pig. Shaking his head, Ji Buchuan was left bewildered, reeling from the recent assault. Upon their faces were countless crimson handprints. Suddenly, amidst the silence, a disciple of the Qin family erupted in laughter, prompting the attention of all present to turn towards him, forcing him to hastily explain himself. His laughter was contagiously infectious, and soon the room was filled with joyous mirth, as they beheld the two individuals resembling pig heads. The Qin disciple could no longer contain himself, and one by one, the others recalled delightful memories, erupting into hearty laughter. Amidst the cacophony of laughter from the Qin clan, a voice thundered, "Who dares to mock me? I shall surely end your life." The furious Ji Boying, in a fit of rage, pointed at Qin Tianxiao, drawing his sword and charging towards him. Upon being singled out, Qin Tianxiao's gaze sharpened with intensity. He loathed being pointed at by others. Ji Boying moved with remarkable speed, entering the hall in an instant, his sword aimed directly at Qin Tianxiao. With a resounding clang, the unexpected occurred. What? How is this possible? Who are you? How can you possess such strength? Qin Tianxiao merely held back Ji Boying's sword with a single finger, rendering Ji Boying's might futile, as he could not advance an inch. The boiling anger within Ji Boying dissipated instantly, replaced by sheer horror as he realized he had encountered an insurmountable foe. A true gentleman knows when to yield. With a thud, Ji Boying fell to his knees. "Forgive me, esteemed senior. I did not mean to offend. Please spare my life." I am willing to serve you in any capacity. Even more astonishingly, outside, as Ji Boying and his companion endured the humiliation, Wang Fanyuan, the venerable elder of the Wang family, had already knelt in submission. He prostrated himself like a devout believer, fully aware that they had stirred up a great calamity. Having lived for over 3 centuries and witnessed numerous events, he understood that in order to preserve his life, he must adopt a posture of utmost reverence. Now drenched in cold sweat, his attire thoroughly soaked, he faced the undeniable might of at least a divine realm expert, and knew fear was inevitable. The Wang family, being more astute than the Ji family, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. As Wang Hanwen witnessed his elder kneeling, he too dropped to the ground. And with astonishment from the Ji family, the members of the Wang clan followed suit, prioritizing their lives over pride. Now you understand fear, but alas, it is too late. Only moments ago, you were the most arrogant among us. As his words faded, Ji Boying kneeling before him was instantly reduced to a pool of blood. With a mere wave of his hand, Qin Tianxiao unleashed a colossal force. At that moment, Jibo was just beginning to regain his composure. Yet, in the next instant, an overwhelming power crushed the members of the Ji family. Blood flowed like a river across the hall's floor. Wang Fanyuan lowered his head even further. I have never witnessed such an amusing scene. I must say, you possess a keen sense of timing and intelligence. I almost hesitate to take your life. Qin Tianxiao spoke slowly, gazing at Wang Fanyuan. Please spare us, esteemed elder. The Wang family is willing to pledge eternal loyalty to you. We swear before the heavens that we shall never betray you. Spare us, and we will undertake any menial or dangerous task for you. We are willing to serve you, esteemed elder. The members of the Wang family pleaded, not yet ready to meet their demise. Unfortunately, the moment you chose to strike against the Qin family, your fates were sealed. Upon hearing these words, their faces turned ashen. Bang, bang, bang. With another wave of his hand, the members of the Wang family exploded, each one dissolving into a puddle of blood. No matter how they pleaded for mercy, Qin Tianxiao would not relent, for if he were not present, it would have been the Qin family facing annihilation. Regardless of Wang Fengyuan's cleverness, the Wang family was destined for destruction. Qin Senator, yes, Ancestor, what is your command? Immediately gather people to exterminate the Ji and Wang families, and bring back all their valuable possessions. Understood, Ancestor. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Qin Tianxiao would not show leniency, even towards the women and children of the Ji and Wang families. One must eradicate the roots of the weeds, otherwise they will sprout anew with the spring breeze. Qin Tianxiao had no desire to leave any potential threats to the Qin family. Chapter 5. Visits from Major Forces. Qin Tianxiao was now pondering the nature of his existence during the 8 decades of slumber. Were the worlds he traversed and the actions he took merely dreams? If so, why did they feel so vividly real? Furthermore, upon awakening, he could wield the techniques learned in those dreams. Thus, Qin Tianxiao surmised that his being was far from a mere immortal existence. If he were simply an immortal being, he would not have easily acquired such formidable power. During his 8 decades of slumber, it felt as if he had traversed numerous distinct worlds. Although none of these worlds resembled Blue Star, he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge within them. From formations to elixirs, martial arts to cultivation techniques, he had studied them all. The experiences within those realms felt as if they were merely a dream. However, they bore an uncanny authenticity, and all the knowledge acquired therein proved to be applicable. Thus, Qin Tianxiao speculated that he either possessed 2 distinct physiques or an unknown yet extraordinarily formidable constitution. He chose not to delve deeper into the matter, for either outcome would ultimately serve him well. Returning to the rear mountains, he realized that their endeavor to exterminate the Ji and Wang families would require some time. This afforded him the perfect opportunity to acclimate himself, as his mind was inundated with an abundance of information. After an hour, Qin's son and the others finally returned. They had successfully annihilated the Ji and Wang clans and plundered every valuable possession from their households. Observing the ruined entrance, Qin's son promptly instructed his kin to commence repairs. He hastened to the rear mountains to relay the news of the annihilation of the Ji and Wang families to Qin Tianxiao. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Tianxiao produced 2 bottles of 4th-grade spirit enhancement pills. Take these 2 bottles, strive to swiftly break through to the Golden Core realm, he urged as he handed the pills to Qin's Senator. Understood, Ancestor. I shall dedicate myself to my cultivation and not disappoint your expectations, Qin's son replied. Very well. You may leave. Ensure the younger generation within our clan dedicates themselves to their training. Unless an urgent matter arises, do not disturb me. Yes, understood, Ancestor. With that, Qin's son accepted the pills and descended the mountain. He subsequently distributed a significant portion of the spirit stones acquired from the Ji and Wang families among the elders and disciples of the clan, ensuring they had ample resources for their cultivation. Meanwhile, within the city lord's study, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe adorned with golden threads was diligently penning something. My lord, the Ji and Wang families have been exterminated. A shadow swiftly entered the study and knelt to report the news. Does the Qin family possess such strength? Clarify the situation, the middle-aged man inquired without lifting his gaze, continuing to write. According to my investigation, the ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Tianxiao, has awakened, and shortly thereafter, the Ji and Wang families were obliterated. What? Are you certain of this information? The man, who had previously been quite composed, abruptly raised his head. Urgency etched on his face. The information is accurate. I have seen the individual, and he is indeed identical to the likeness depicted in the offerings of the Qin family. With merely a gesture, he annihilated Ji Boying, the ancestor of the Ji family, along with all his kin. Qin Tianxiao, the eternal life body. He is undoubtedly the eternal life body. The middle-aged man trembled with excitement, mumbling to himself. Quickly, instruct the servants to prepare exquisite gifts. We must visit the Qin family at once. No, this matter must be reported to the ancestor. The man immediately issued commands for the servants to prepare the offerings, then hastened back to the Feng family. The middle-aged man, known as Feng Wuyo, represents the Feng family, who named Fenglin City, spanning several hundred acres. Fenglin City is home to over 1 million inhabitants. Within this city, 5 premier factions exist, with the Ji and Wang families occupying the lower ranks among them. The foremost 3 families, namely the Feng family from the city lord's mansion, the Yang family from the west, and the Su family from the south, boast a legacy spanning thousands of years, endowed with profound heritage. The Feng family reigns supreme in Fenglin City, possessing 5 members at the Golden Core stage. Moreover, one of their ancestors has reached the peak of the 10th level of the Golden Core stage, merely a step away from the nascent Soul Realm. Today's battle has captivated the attention of all citizens of Fenglin City. Upon receiving the news, the Yang and Su families promptly visited the Qin family. In addition to these factions, several other powers within the city also disseminated the information. The news of Qin Tianxiao's survival has stirred disbelief. Even if he had achieved the tribulation transcendent stage, it would be improbable for him to have lived to this day. After all, 8,000 years have passed since he faced the trials, and no tribulation transcendence expert has survived beyond the 30,000-year threshold. Even the longevity practitioner, the turtle immortal, who cultivated with longevity techniques and longevity elixirs, only managed to live for 30,000 years. Thus, there exists but one possibility. He possesses the ancient body of eternal life. While the major factions remain uncertain of his current cultivation level, he must at least be a formidable being at the integration stage, beyond their capacity to provoke. Furthermore, they must foster a good relationship with the Qin family, as such ties might grant them the assistance of a powerful integration stage expert. At that moment, Qin's son had just returned to his chamber, ready to cultivate, when a servant reported the arrival of the city lord and the heads of the Yang and Su families. Following closely were representatives from various other factions. Qin's son welcomed them into the hall, marking the first occasion the Qin family received such a multitude. Every faction in Fenglin City had sent emissaries to offer gifts and pay respects. Lord Qin, may I inquire where Elder Tianxiao is? Feng Wuyo was the first to speak. Lord Feng, my ancestor Tianxiao, resides in the back mountain. If there are no pressing matters, I kindly ask everyone not to disturb his tranquil meditation. Qin's son replied with a warm smile. His words conveyed the message that the Qin family had transformed. Indeed, their elder Tianxiao had emerged from seclusion. Oh, I see. Then we certainly would not dare to interrupt Elder Tianxiao, Feng Wuyo acknowledged. I have come primarily to present some offerings to honor Elder Tianxiao. I kindly ask Lord Qin to receive them on his behalf. Very well, since it is a gesture of goodwill from Lord Feng. I shall accept it on behalf of Elder Tianxiao. Qin's son responded graciously. Lord Qin, this is from my Yang family. Lord Qin, and this is from my Su family. Representatives from the other factions also presented their generous offerings. Qin's son accepted every gift without exception, welcoming all contributions with open arms. Among these gifts, the most precious one was bestowed by Lord Feng Wuyo. Subsequently, the guests engaged in casual conversation within the Grand Hall, discussing various matters of collaboration. Each prominent faction sought to seize this opportunity to forge favorable relations with the Qin family, hoping to win the goodwill of Qin Tianxiao. By exchanging certain resources for the favor of powerful beings above the combined realm, such an endeavor was undoubtedly a lucrative investment. Chapter 6. News received. Within the forces in Fenglin City, 3 factions had yet to send representatives. These factions were considerably weak, possessing almost no presence within the city. Little did anyone know that they were, in fact, spies sent by the enemies of the Qin family. Despite the passage of 80,000 years, these factions remained uneasy, fearing the resurgence of the Qin family and doubting the death of Qin Tianxiao. Their apprehensions proved to be well-founded, as their greatest fears materialized. In a secluded cottage, one cloaked figure spoke urgently. Ing San, return immediately and inform the family head that Qin Tianxiao is not dead, and he may possess an eternal body. Yes, my lord. I shall return at once. The black-clad figure swiftly darted from the room and raced toward the outskirts of the city. The 2 individuals conversing were not ordinary, as they had both attained the Golden Core realm. Similar events were unfolding in 2 other locations, with all 3 factions dispatching Golden Core experts. Their primary objective was not only surveillance, but also to eliminate the Qin family should they show signs of resurgence. This course of action was one of last resort, as the Supreme Holy Land had issued warnings against such measures. The Ji and Wang families were incited to act against the Qin family, with hidden hands manipulating events from the shadows, a cunning strategy of using another's blade to strike. In the rear mountains of the Qin family, after approximately 4 to 5 hours, Qin Tianxiao finally organized all the information in his mind. In a fleeting moment, he appeared beside Qin Senator Ancestor. What instructions do you have? Startled by Qin Tianxiao's sudden presence, Qin Sun quickly regained his composure. Qin Sun, tell me what has transpired within the Qin family, leading to our current state of decline. Ancestor, this tale is lengthy and begins from the time you departed the Qin family to return to Fenglin City. Qin Sun recounted all the events from that fateful year. What? The Xianxia sect, the Fengling sword sect, and the Lin family have the audacity. Despicable, these scoundrels. I should have devoured them whole back then. Very well. List all the factions involved back then. I shall spare none. After hearing Qin Sen's account, Qin Tianxiao felt a surge of fury, his anger reaching a boiling point. Though he had traversed through time, he had lived alongside the Qin family for hundreds of years. Qin Tianxiao has completely regarded them as his own kin. The mere thought that his loved ones have lost their lives because of him fills him with profound regret. Why did he not remain with the Qin family? Had he foreseen this, he would have refrained from returning here. Although his slumber in this place has helped diminish his presence, it has now backfired, resulting in irreversible consequences. You vile scoundrels, await your reckoning. I shall ensure your annihilation. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tianxiao sought to stabilize his emotions. Describe the current situation of the Qin family. He commanded. Qin Sun relayed the size and strength of the Qin disciples, revealing that only 5 of them had reached the foundation establishment stage. This is far too few. Qin Tianxiao remarked. Within this storage ring lies a substantial quantity of elixirs and spirit stones. Distribute them among the disciples so they may cultivate diligently. Understood, Ancestor. Qin Sen breathed. By the way, summon Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan to the back mountain. Their talents are commendable, and I shall personally instruct them. Yes, I will notify them at once. Qin Sun was elated at the prospect of the ancestors' personal guidance, knowing it would significantly enhance their abilities. Qin Tianxiao extended his consciousness over the entirety of Fenglin City. As his awareness spread, his gaze sharpened. To his surprise, he discovered a few hidden rats within the city. Indeed, their audacity was astounding. It was evident that the Ji and Wang family schemes against the Qin family were inextricably linked to them. He would see some initial gains now and later allow them to experience true despair. Before he could finish his thought, Qin Tianxiao vanished from sight. In a secluded dwelling in the southern part of the city, a middle-aged man was hastily packing his belongings. You are one of the Lin family, are you not? Why are you in such a rush to leave? Upon hearing the voice behind him, the middle-aged man's body trembled involuntarily, his expression turning ashen. However, he quickly regained his composure and feigned calmness as he responded. Senior, I am no member of the Lin family. My name is Wang Dachui, merely an ordinary rogue cultivator. Do not pretend, Qin Tianxiao retorted. The unique aura emanating from your Lin family's cultivation techniques is unmistakable. I never anticipated your family to be so treacherous. With that, Qin Tianxiao's words barely left his lips before the middle-aged man was reduced to a puddle of blood. Qin Tianxiao swiftly dealt with the other two as well. He was not averse to exacting revenge immediately, but annihilating them now would be too merciful. Qin Tianxiao intended to strengthen his family's power first, then gradually eliminate them. Throughout this protracted process, they would find themselves unable to resist or escape, living in constant fear, slowly succumbing to despair, enduring torment both mentally and physically. They, the forces, are located at the heart of the Eastern continent. In due time, I shall inevitably return with the Qin family. In the Lin family's conference hall, the atmosphere was tense. Esteemed members, news has just arrived from Fenglin City. Qin Tianxiao is still alive. What? Qin Tianxiao is alive? How is that possible? How could he have survived for so long? Third Elder. If Qin Tianxiao has lived this long, there is only one explanation. He possesses the everlasting body. The everlasting body? If that is indeed the case, we are in grave trouble. Patriarch, what should we do now? If we do not eliminate him, once he acquires formidable strength, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon us. The elders of the Lin family spoke in unison, their faces etched with concern. According to previous reports from the Qin family's covert network, Qin Tianxiao's aptitude had been notably poor. If he had possessed the everlasting body from the outset, it would imply that he has existed for an extensive period. During these 80,000 years, it would be improbable for him to have ascended to a high realm. Finally, Lin Hauren, the patriarch, spoke. Nonetheless, to be cautious, Seventh Elder, you must immediately inform the Yun Tian Holy Land of Qin Tianxiao situation. Simultaneously, I shall summon our ancestor to oversee matters. Everyone, strengthen our defenses during this period. I will visit the Xianxia sect and the Fengling sword sect. We shall unite to ascertain the reality of Qin Tianxiao's condition. Understood. Chapter 7. The Heavenly Assassination Order in the Eastern Continent, within a rather clandestine courtyard. Many leaders of significant factions gathered in the hall. They filled the seats on either side, while the main seat remained unoccupied. It was uncertain who the Yun Tian Holy Land would send. Given the importance of this matter, perhaps it would be the Great Elder. At that moment, the door swung open. A middle-aged man entered, clad in a flowing white robe adorned with cloud patterns, a golden crown atop his head, and a white sword at his waist. Upon seeing him, everyone stood in unison to pay their respects. We greet the Holy Master. This middle-aged man was the Holy Master of the Yun Tian Holy Land, accompanied by a youthful figure. The Holy Master merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The young man was exceptionally handsome, with sharp features, arched brows, and deep-set eyes that seemed to contain the essence of countless stars. Upon his arrival, a clan leader seated at the far end immediately rose, grabbing his chair to follow behind the young man. Once the middle-aged man took his seat, the clan leader placed the chair behind the main position. Young master, please take a seat here. Very well, the young man replied with a nod before sitting down. Is the information accurate? The middle-aged man's gaze was keen, exuding an aura of authority unique to a leader. In response to the esteemed lord, our 3 spies have reported that Qin Tianxiao is indeed alive. Is he truly an eternal being? You must divulge all the intelligence you possess regarding him. Lin family head, you are the most knowledgeable. Please share your insights. The sect leader of the sacred Xian sect, Qian Xinlin, gestured for Lin Hauren to speak. Lin Hauren, the head of the Lin family, promptly revealed all he knew. It is understood that Qin Tianxiao's aptitude was exceedingly low, and he spent nearly a century without reaching the Qi refining stage. Due to his apparent ordinariness, our spies paid little attention to him, and he had not been seen in 100 years. It is known that approximately 300 years ago, the elders convened a significant meeting, but our spies from the Lin family were unable to participate. However, in hindsight, it should be related to him, as 3,000 years later, he made a remarkable emergence, achieving the integration stage in merely a century. Esteemed Lord, this is the extent of my knowledge. The intelligence regarding Qin Tianxiao remains scant, and none of us are aware of his current realm. Yun Tian's Sacred Land's leader, Yun Haixian, furrowed his brows. Do you have any viable plans? Qin Tianxiao will undoubtedly return to exact vengeance. Esteemed Lord, I believe it is imperative for us to ascertain Qin Tianxiao's current standing. Only then can we rest easy. Have you devised a plan, Lin family head? Esteemed Lord, We could enlist the Shadow Assassination Tower to eliminate Qin Tianxiao. Ah, an excellent idea, Lin family head. Your suggestion is indeed feasible. Then, you shall be responsible for engaging the Shadow Assassination Tower. And as for the expenses, Yin Tian Sacred Land will cover half. Excellent. I shall proceed immediately and issue a top-tier assassination order. The costs required for the assassination will be shared among all present forces. Lin family head, you must execute this matter flawlessly. It is essential that no one learns of Yin Tian Sacred Land's involvement. Listen closely. If anyone leaks this information, they shall face the merciless wrath of Yin Tian Sacred Land. Yes, esteemed lord, we shall not disclose a single word of today's affairs. Very well, in that case, I shall take my leave. Lin family head, you may contact me regarding the expenses later. Yes, esteemed lord. Yin Haishian rose and strode toward the exit, with the young man following closely behind. Once they departed, everyone collectively sighed in relief, for Yin Haishuan's aura was overwhelmingly oppressive. It is known that he is a formidable being at the tribulation stage. Among this assembly, the strongest had only just reached the 10th heaven of the integration stage. It was unexpected that the esteemed Lord himself would come. Clearly, Yin Tian Sacred Land places great importance on this matter. It is only natural for Yin Tian Sacred Land to be concerned, as it had previously provided support from behind the scenes. Hush, Zhou Jialong. Do you wish to court death? We still wish to live. How dare you speak so? Lin Howren glared angrily at Zhou Jialong, the master of the Wind Spirit Sword sect. Zhou Jialong's audacity was astonishing. Barely had Yin Haishin departed when he dared to speak so boldly, displaying a reckless disregard for his own safety. Old Lin, the cost of a celestial-level assassination order is not trivial, and it is uncertain whether the Shadow Kill Tower would even accept it. Qian Xinlin furrowed his brow, apprehensive that the Shadow Kill Tower would refuse the assassination order upon learning the identity of the target. After all, that individual was Qin Tianxiao, and the members of the Shadow Kill Tower were not fools. 80,000 years was no trifling matter. If he could reach the integration realm in merely 3,000 years, one could only speculate what level he might attain after 80,000 years. It was hard to fathom, even if he had not ascended. He could very well be a formidable being at the tribulation crossing stage. Alas, old Qian, everyone present is well aware that if one survives for 80,000 years, even a pig could break through to the tribulation crossing stage. Old Lin, old Qian, you are both excessively alarmist. If breaking through to the void realm were so simple, our talents would not have stagnated for so many years. Indeed, Master Zhou has a point. It is improbable to ascend to higher realms without innate talent. Very well. I shall visit the Shadow Kill Tower now. You may wait here. Lin Howren departed, disguising himself before making his way to a shadowy alley in the city. Upon reaching the end of the alley, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. Esteemed sir, have you come to issue an assassination order? I am the head of the Lin family. Take me to meet your manager. Lin Howren produced a token. Upon seeing the token, the shadowy figure formed a hand seal. The wall at the end of the alley began to ripple. Head of the Lin family, the formation has been activated. You may enter. Lin Howren strode inside, and soon encountered an elder awaiting him. Head of the Lin family, it is an honor to have you here. May I inquire whom you wish for our Shadow Kill Tower to eliminate? Manager Chun, the target I wish to eliminate is not simple. It is beyond the capacity of your branch to handle. I wish to see your Tower Master. Inform him that I intend to issue a celestial-level assassination order. A celestial-level assassination order? Are you certain, head of the Lin family? Certain. Hurry and contact your Tower Master. I wish to speak with him in person. Very well. Please follow me. The elder led Lin Howren to a chamber where a crystal stone was situated, surrounded by intricate array patterns. After the elder infused his spiritual energy to activate the formation, the crystal began to radiate light, projecting the silhouette of a figure. Tower Master, you have summoned me for what purpose? A tall man's silhouette appeared, his back to Lin Howren and the others. Tower Master, the head of the Lin family seeks to discuss a matter with you. The head of the Lin family? The man turned around, revealing a black mask obscuring his face. Tower Master, it is good to see you well. Head of the Lin family, what significant matter brings you here? More precisely, whom do you wish us to eliminate? Esteemed host, you two may continue your conversation. I shall take my leave for now. As a mere subordinate, it is sometimes prudent to withdraw, for knowing too much can prove detrimental. Indeed, esteemed host, your intellect shines forth. I do wish for your esteemed Shadow Assassination Hall to eliminate a certain individual this time. However, this target may be rather peculiar. Oh, head of the Lin family, your words have piqued my interest. Who is it that you intend to assassinate? It is Qin Tianxiao of the Qin family. I wonder, esteemed host, do you dare to accept this task? Qin Tianxiao, the youngest cultivator of the fusion realm from 80,000 years ago. It is he who possesses the eternal life body. He recently emerged from seclusion, and we have only just received word of this. The middle-aged man expressed profound shock. You wish to employ my shadow assassination hall? His tone suddenly turned frigid. Having lived for thousands of years, he quickly discerned the intentions of Lin Hauren and his companions. Esteemed host, please do not be angered. I am willing to offer 30 million top-tier spirit stones, in addition to an 8th grade Wanyan Yangyan sword and a bottle of 7th grade Chongxian spirit-enhancing pills. Might this price entice you to take action, esteemed host? What intelligence do you possess regarding Qin Tianxiao? Upon hearing this, Lin Hauren's heart leapt with joy. Realizing that this matter was indeed feasible, he proceeded to divulge all the information he had. We shall accept this assassination order. However, 30 million top-tier spirit stones are insufficient. We require at least 100 million top-tier spirit stones, along with an additional 2 bottles of 7th grade Chongxian spirit-enhancing pills. Upon hearing this, Lin Hauren inhaled sharply. Goodness, that is quite a steep demand. Very well. I shall return to gather the necessary spirit stones and will present them to you promptly. Lin Hauren departed and returned to his chamber, recounting the situation in its entirety. Indeed, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished with sufficient funds. The only hindrance is the lack thereof. Nonetheless, the price demanded by the Shadow Assassination Hall is rather exorbitant. 100 million top-tier spirit stones and 3 bottles of 7th grade elixirs is quite a hefty toll. Xin Lin expressed his astonishment. Let's not dwell on this. With the Shadow Assassination Hall's involvement, we can avert calamity through expenditure, even if they fail. Knowing the realm of Qin Tianxiao will facilitate our course of action. Everyone contributed resources to meet the expenses. An hour later, Lin Hauren had gathered the required resources and promptly delivered the payment to the Shadow Assassination Hall. At the headquarters of the Shadow Assassination Hall, in the conference hall, 23 masked individuals were already seated. None had seen each other's faces, yet they were aware of each other's surnames and code names. What is the matter, esteemed host? Why have we all been summoned? I have heard whispers of a substantial transaction. Oh, old you, what significant transaction could it be? Could it be that someone has issued a heavenly-level assassination order? In the realm of the Shadow Assassin Tower, assassination ranks are categorized into human, profound, earth, and heaven levels. The Shadow Assassin Tower stands as the foremost assassination force in the Eastern continent, boasting a success rate of 100%. Once an assassination order is issued, the Shadow Assassin Tower guarantees its execution. The most recent heaven-level assassination order dates back over a millennium, targeting an elder from the sacred land of wind and thunder. This elder was no ordinary individual. He was a formidable entity in the tribulation stage, yet he still fell victim to the Shadow Assassin Tower's prowess. This illustrates the immense strength of the Shadow Assassin Tower. Indeed, it concerns a heaven-level assassination order. What? Has another heaven-level assassination order been issued? With a creak, the door swung open, and a man clad in a black mask entered. All present immediately rose to pay their respects. Master of the tower, have you summoned us for a matter of great significance? Inquired an elder seated in the first row to the left, whose status in the Shadow Assassin Tower was second only to that of the Master. The Shadow Assassin Tower has no deputy. Beneath the Master are the various heaven-level elders, each of whom must be a formidable force above the Void Realm. Below them are the Earth-level elders, managers, profound-level assassins, and human-level assassins. Yes, the head of the Lin family has issued a heaven-level assassination order. A collective gasp echoed through the chamber. They had not expected it to be true, for it had been over 1,000 years since a heaven-level assassination order was last proclaimed. The realization struck them that a heaven-level assassination order had indeed been issued after such a long hiatus. Master of the Tower, is this target also a being in the tribulation stage? Master of the Tower, could this target possibly be another elder from the sacred land? They recalled the repercussions faced after the last assassination of an elder from the sacred land of wind and thunder, which had resulted in retaliation from the sacred land. Over a dozen beings in the tribulation stage had retaliated, leading to the loss of 7 heaven-level elders and 32 earth-level elders from the Shadow Assassin Tower, with numerous branches destroyed and their personnel annihilated. Consequently, Within the jurisdiction of the sacred land of wind and thunder, the Shadow Assassin Tower could no longer establish branches, leaving them with lingering apprehension about undertaking such an assassination. This time, the target is somewhat unique. He is not an elder of the sacred land. A sigh of relief swept through the assembly upon hearing this. Master, who is the target this time? This time, the target is Qin Tianxiao, the prodigy of the Qin family from 80,000 years ago. Qin Tianxiao, how is that possible? How could he have survived for 80,000 years? Old you, it is evident you have been in seclusion for too long. News of Qin Tianxiao just emerged the other day. He possesses an ancient immortal body. An ancient immortal body? If that is the case, it all makes sense now. However, Master, what is the strength of Qin Tianxiao? I do not know. The Lin family issued the heaven-level assassination order specifically to test his abilities. Does that imply the Lin family is exploiting our Shadow Assassin Tower? If Qin Tianxiao has reached the latter stages of the Tribulation Realm, it would be impossible for us to eliminate him. Furthermore, it may provoke his ire, potentially leading to significant troubles for our Shadow Assassination Tower. Esteemed host, you must contemplate this matter carefully. Indeed, dear host, this heavenly assassination order is not one to be taken lightly. The head of the Lin family has offered a staggering 100 million high-quality spirit stones, in addition to an 8th-grade treasure sword, the Wan Yin Yang Yun sword, along with 3 bottles of 7th-grade medicinal pills, the Chong Xianzeng Ling Dan. 100 million high-quality spirit stones? The Wan Yin Yang Yun sword. Could it be that this is the very sword of Lin Howren? It is truly unexpected that he would part with his own weapon. Esteemed host, it is indeed feasible to accept this heavenly assassination order. I, too, concur with your judgment. Chapter 9. The Brothers Yinshin. I have accepted the task and summoned you to discern who among you is willing to partake. One must possess at least the cultivation of the Dongshu realm. Only those in the Deshang realm may proceed. Otherwise, a Dongshu realm cultivator would likely be courting death. Thus, only those in the Deshang realm may go, which leaves me uninvolved. Esteemed host, my brother and I shall embark on this journey. The third individual seated to the left spoke up. Yinshin, Yunxing, are you both certain you wish to go together? We are resolute, esteemed host. Let us 2 brothers undertake this mission. Very well, you shall be responsible for this assassination order. One thing I must emphasize, your primary duty is to gauge his strength. Should his power prove formidable, retreat immediately if you find yourselves outmatched. Do not linger in hopes of an opportunity. The Lin family seeks to exploit us. Thus, our sole task is to assess his prowess. Subsequently, we shall delay for time, ensuring that this transaction does not result in a loss for our Shadow Assassination Tower. Esteemed host, your wisdom is unparalleled. This strategy allows us to seize the resources while preserving the reputation of our tower. Indeed, esteemed host, we as brothers comprehend our roles. The 2 then departed swiftly, making their way to Fonglin City. In the rear mountain of Fonglin City, Qin Tianxiao was instructing Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan in their cultivation, providing each with a tome of celestial-level martial arts. The levels of martial arts are categorized as human, yellow, mysterious, earth, heaven, and celestial. In the realm of Xianxia, it is well understood that the pinnacle is to ascend to immortality, while those of the heaven level can cultivate to the crossing tribulation realm. Ascension may pose challenges. Conversely, celestial-level martial arts are relatively more accessible. Both Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan harbor unique powers within them. More precisely, they possess extraordinary physiques. Qin Yin boasts the Wan Yin sacred body, while Qin Jianshan possesses the supreme battle body. These 2 physiques are undeniably formidable. Hence, Qin Tianxiao personally guides their training. He has mastered a form of ocular technique that enables him to perceive the fortunes of others and discern the trajectory of their internal spiritual energy. Qin Tianxiao has selected the most suitable martial arts for their exceptional physiques, allowing them to recommence their cultivation. Simultaneously, he also produced a relatively ordinary celestial-level martial arts tome. Entrust this martial art to Qin's son, allowing him to transcribe it so that every member of the clan may cultivate it. The cultivation talents of Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan are remarkably high. Within merely a day, they ascended from nothingness to the 2nd tier of the Qi refinement realm. Moreover, each day, Qin Tianxiao subjected them to medicinal baths. His method of nurturing their cultivation involved daily beatings, designed to enhance their resilience and invigorate their vitality. Particularly for Qin Jianshan, his physique thrives in the crucible of battle, growing ever stronger with each confrontation. Time swiftly elapsed, and 3 days passed. Yin Shun and Yun Xing arrived at Windling City. They casually sought refuge in an inn, refraining from immediately seeking out Qin Tianxiao, as they were unaware of his current cultivation level. To approach him recklessly could very well spell their doom. Upon their entrance into Windling City, Qin Tianxiao detected their presence. However, their behavior appeared unremarkable, leaving him uncertain whether they were mere passers-by or had come specifically to find him. In the mountains behind the Qin residence, Qin Tianxiao arranged a small sword formation. Each day, Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan trained within this formation, their goal to traverse it unscathed, marking the completion of this phase of their cultivation. 5 days swiftly passed once more, though Yun Shun and Yun Xing remained silent. Their continued presence in the inn raised suspicions in Qin Tianxiao. Finally, under the cover of night, the brothers made their move. They had refrained from action for 5 days to gauge whether Qin Tianxiao would notice them. As the days went by without any sign of detection, they concluded that he was unaware of their presence. Under the shroud of darkness, the brothers stealthily infiltrated the Qin household, scanning the premises with their senses. They were elated to find Qin Tianxiao in a state of stillness. They swiftly approached the back mountain, taking positions beside the cave dwelling. With weapons drawn, they prepared to strike. "Since you've come, why not step inside?" The voice of Qin Tianxiao echoed from within, leaving the two brothers astounded. "This is bad. We've been discovered. I now present you with 2 choices. First, reveal who sent you. Second, face death. Choose wisely." In the blink of an eye, Qin Tianxiao appeared beside them. "Yin Xing, attack." "Understood." Without hesitation, Yin Shun and Yun Xing lunged at Qin Tianxiao with their blades. Brilliant beams of sword light flashed as their swords sliced through his form. Seeing him make no attempt to evade, they felt a surge of triumph. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions shifted to one of utter shock. As their swords sliced through the air, they merely left behind the fleeting shadow of Qin Tianxiao, who remained in place. "Since you refuse to confess honestly, do not blame me for what follows." Yun Xing, flee quickly. This individual must be a formidable being undergoing tribulation. Before his words had fully settled, Yin Shun hurled 2 black orbs. Bang, bang, 2 explosive sounds reverberated. In an instant, Yin Shun transformed into a shadow, swiftly retreating into the distance. Yun Xing dared not linger for even a moment. He too cast 2 black orbs. Once more, bang, bang, the explosions resounded. The black orbs detonated, unleashing a tremendously powerful shockwave, while dense smoke enveloped the entire rear mountain in an instant. Observing the 2 retreating figures in the distance, Qin Tianxiao remained unperturbed. There was no way these 2 could escape. Mere trifles. They believe they can evade me. It is nothing but a delusion. As soon as his words fell, golden light flickered in Qin Tianxiao's eyes. The surrounding smoke posed no barrier to his vision. Whoosh! Qin Tianxiao transformed into 2 streaks of light, each pursuing Yun Shun and Yun Xing. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind them. 2 formidable beings at the 3rd layer of the Great Ascension realm. How intriguing. Heavenly confinement. Qin Tianxiao swiftly formed a hand gesture, silently reciting an incantation. Confinement. Golden light flashed from his fingertips and swiftly shot towards the 2. The golden light soon caught up with them, morphing into a cage that ensnared them both. What manner of technique is this? No good, break free. Yin Shun, astonished by the cage that bound him, launched a fierce assault upon it, attempting to shatter it with sheer force. Futile. With your strength, you cannot possibly breach the heavenly confinement. The golden cage transformed into a rope, which like a nimble serpent, swiftly coiled around the 2. Chapter 10. The Profound Heavenly Soul Transference Technique. What is happening? It seems there was an explosion in the rear mountain. Quick, look to the rear mountain. What on earth transpired? Why is there so much smoke? Head of the family, look to the rear mountain. Should we investigate? Stay here and wait. I shall go see. The entire Qin family was drawn by the sounds of the explosions, each person gazing at the rear mountain in perplexity. The area was shrouded in white smoke, which appeared as though it would take at least an hour to dissipate. Qin's son hastily made his way towards the rear mountain. "Ancestor! Ancestor!" he called out loudly, for the smoke was too thick for him to see clearly. At that moment, a sudden, tremendous force of suction emerged from the rear mountain. This force instantly absorbed all the smoke, and, as it cleared, one could see Qin Tianxiao holding a gourd in his hand. The gourd, resplendent in its emerald hue, shimmered with a lustrous sheen across its smooth surface, instantly revealing itself as a remarkable treasure. At the feet of Qin Tianxiao stood the Yinshan brothers, their dantians sealed by him, leaving them devoid of any possibility of escape, compounded by the binding presence of the Cunnian rope. Ancestor, what transpired here? One inquired. Nothing of consequence. Focus on your cultivation and instruct the clansmen below to cease their idle watching, Qin Tianxiao replied. Understood, Ancestor, came the response. Qin's son cast a fleeting glance at the Yinshan brothers, though curiosity gnawed at him regarding the events. It was clear that the Ancestor preferred to keep them in the dark. Thus, he obediently descended the mountain to disperse the onlookers. Since he refused to speak, I shan't be held accountable. Qin Tianxiao's gaze hardened with menace. Sous Soxin technique. He grasped the heads of the two brothers, his palms radiating with golden light. Ah, no, please, they cried in anguish, their heads throbbing unbearably. With his eyes tightly shut, Qin Tianxiao delved into their minds, absorbing their memories. After several agonizing breaths, the brothers fell silent, their eyes devoid of life, rendered utterly vacant. Xianxia Tower, Qin Clan, how cunningly they attempt to use me as a pawn, he mused. Since the Qin Clan seeks to employ Xianxia Tower to test my strength, I shall turn their scheme against them. I am eager to witness their astonishment. The two bodies of the Great Ascension realm were perfectly suited for his purposes. He promptly contacted Qin's son, summoning him to the back mountain. Upon receiving the Ancestor's message, Qin's son hurried to the designated location. Ancestor, do you require my assistance? He inquired. Indeed, I have significant matters to discuss. Seek out the aged and those who have made breakthroughs within our clan. Inform them that I possess two bodies of the Great Ascension realm, and those who wish to seize this opportunity should come forth. I have a method to transfer their souls into these formidable vessels. Though fraught with peril, success would elevate them directly into the Great Ascension realm. What? Ancestor, did you say Great Ascension? Indeed. Hurry and attend to it. Yes, at once. A tempest of emotions surged within Qin's son, rendering him tumultuous and restless. He swiftly complied with the Ancestor's directive, summoning two venerable clan members. With hundreds of such elders in the Qin clan, each yearning for a chance, he selected the two most aged among them. Confronted with the allure of the Great Ascension, Qin's son found himself equally tempted, desiring to partake, yet the Ancestor's will prevailed. Upon their arrival, Qin Tianxiao instructed them to sit cross-legged opposite one another. Xianxia's soul transfer technique, he began with deliberate intent. Qin Tianxiao's fingers transformed into claws, grasping the heads of two individuals. As his spiritual energy flowed, two ethereal white souls emerged. Under Qin Tianxiao's control, these souls entered the bodies of their respective hosts. Once the souls fully assimilated into the bodies, approximately half an hour passed. Yinshan suddenly opened his eyes wide, erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha, who would have thought that I, Qin Yuehai, could be reborn? Is this the power of a Great Ascension expert? Truly intoxicating. Why, is that truly you? The other person asked incredulously. It is indeed I. I have succeeded. The Ancestor has granted me a new life. Thank you, Ancestor. Very well, now it's your turn. Yes, Ancestor, Jia Hai is ready. Then I shall begin. The same procedure ensued, and after nearly an hour, both individuals had completely occupied the bodies of Yinshan and his brother. Qin Tianxiao then imparted their memories into their minds, ensuring they would effectively return as undercover agents. After clearly outlining their tasks, he instructed them to promptly report back. The brothers Yin exchanged a powerful slap, each sustaining considerable injury, before swiftly making their way back to the Shadow Assassination Tower. Ancestor, were those two assassins? One inquired. Indeed, they are assassins from the Shadow Assassination Tower, hired by the Lin family to eliminate me. The Lin family? That accursed Lin family. They were the ones who led the assault against us back then. Fear not. I shall avenge this grudge. I will torment them mercilessly, making them wish for death while enduring endless suffering. Qin Tianxiao's countenance turned frigid, his eyes fierce, ablaze with fury. Enough. Do not lose heart. Focus on your cultivation. And reaching the Great Ascension stage will be inevitable. I understand, Ancestor. I will diligently cultivate. Then, Ancestor, I shall take my leave. Very well. The Lin family. How could they possibly possess such resources? They must have pooled their resources together. However, this indicates their current fear. Revenge shall be executed methodically, step by step, to gradually torment our enemies. 2 days later, the Yun brothers swiftly returned to the Shadow Assassination Tower. Master, that Qin Tianxiao is formidable. As soon as we approached the Qin family, he struck us with 2 powerful blows from a distance. Thankfully, he remains unaware of our objectives. Otherwise, we might not have returned. Yunqin spoke with a weary breath, still shaken. Master, it appears that Qin Tianxiao has likely reached the tribulation stage. Otherwise, he cannot have severely injured Yinshan with a single strike. Should we send more people? One asked. An enemy of unknown strength poses a significant threat. Shall we simply seize the resources of the Lin family, claiming their intelligence was erroneous, resulting in the loss of a celestial elder? This approach would not only preserve our reputation, but also allow us to retain the resources without any obligation to return them. We merely need to inform the Lin family that Qin Tianxiao has attained the tribulation stage. I shall personally undertake this task, as I find myself rather intrigued by Qin Tianxiao. However, esteemed host, this course of action is not feasible. Enough of this discussion. I will take matters into my own hands. During this period, all of you must remain at headquarters. Understood. Chapter 11. Mastering the Shadow Assassination Hall. In the rear mountains of the Qin estate, Qin Tianxiao has been diligently instructing the members of the Qin Clan in their cultivation practices, while the primary focus remains on cultivating Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan. After half a month of training, Qin Yin has reached the 6th level of celestial cultivation, and Qin Jianshan has attained the late stage of the 5th level. Today, the Qin family welcomed a distinguished guest, the sovereign of the Panyin Kingdom, Zhou Shiji, who possesses an 8th level nascent soul cultivation. Accompanying him was the commander of the Panyin Kingdom's Imperial Guard, Zhou Zimin. Qin Sen promptly received the two with warm hospitality. Zhou Shiji wasted no time, directly expressing his desire for Qin Tianxiao as assistance for his kingdom. I must consult the ancestor regarding this matter. Please wait here for a moment, Qin Sen replied. Thank you for your time, Qin family head. Zhou Shiji responded courteously. Qin Sen proceeded to the rear mountains and conveyed Zhou Shiji's request to Qin Tianxiao. Very well, I shall personally visit the imperial city. Instruct him to wait for my arrival. By the way, if there are any resources you require, do not hesitate to ask him directly. Understood? Understood. I shall inform him immediately, Qin Sen replied, returning to relay the message to Zhou Shiji. The Xianxia Empire, you say? I never anticipated it could endure for 80,000 years. They certainly troubled my Qin family in the past. If I recall correctly, they even seized our mine resources. Perfect. They shall be the first to feel my wrath. With this news, Zhou Shiji departed from the Qin estate in high spirits, naturally leaving behind 10 years' worth of resources for Qin Senator Qin's son, then distributed these resources among the clan members. 5 days swiftly passed. On this day, Qin Tianxiao was in deep meditation when his spiritual sense detected a man approaching rapidly. The man soared towards the cave residence with remarkable speed, reaching it in mere breaths. He stood outside the cave, exuding neither hostility nor malice. 6th level of the tribulation stage. Intriguing, Qin Tianxiao mused as he opened the door and scrutinized the middle-aged man. The man wore a black mask that concealed the upper half of his face, revealing only his eyes and mouth. His gaze was profound, evoking an air of enigma. Clad in a flowing black robe adorned with various mysterious patterns, the designs appeared chaotic, yet concealed intricate meanings. Are you the master of the Shadow Assassination Hall? In the realm of the 6th layer of tribulation, do you come to slay me? Upon hearing Qin Tianxiao's words, the middle-aged man's pupils widened in horror, his face pale with shock and trepidation. He realized he had entangled himself in a grave predicament, one that might well cost him his life. Senior Qin, I have come to pay my respects, and I am willing to submit and serve under you, he stammered. Haha, had I not been aware of your true identity, your words might have deceived me, Qin Tianxiao replied, his tone laced with disdain. Please spare my life, senior. I vow to serve you faithfully, the middle-aged man pleaded, kneeling and bowing repeatedly. Yet in that moment, he swiftly produced 2 explosive beads. Thunderburst beads, go. Boom, boom. The explosive beads detonated with a thunderous roar, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that devastated the surrounding flora and created 2 enormous craters in the earth. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from the thunderburst beads, hurtling towards Qin Tianxiao. Seizing the opportunity, the middle-aged man retreated rapidly, hoping to use the explosion to injure Qin Tianxiao. However, the instant the beads were cast, he executed a swift retreat. Observing this, Qin Tianxiao merely smiled faintly, raising his right hand with deliberate grace. Constrain. With a calm utterance, a colossal barrier materialized before him, deflecting all the lightning strikes. In an instant, Qin Tianxiao vanished from sight, appearing to be a mere wisp of smoke. "You underestimate my power if you think you can escape from me," he declared. Celestial prison. Pointing with his finger, a beam of golden light shot forth, swiftly chasing down the fleeing middle-aged man. The golden light fragmented into numerous slender strands, swiftly forming a cage that ensnared the man. "What is this? Cursed! Break free!" Heavy mystical palm. He struck the cage with all his might, yet it remained impervious, showing no signs of yielding. Celestial binding. The golden cage morphed into a binding rope that tightly ensnared the middle-aged man. He struggled desperately, but the more he fought, the more constricted he became. "It is futile. You shall not escape from me today," Qin Tianxiao asserted, seizing the middle-aged man and soaring back to his cave dwelling. As he surveyed the ravaged mountainside with a mere wave of his hand, the landscape restored to its former glory. The middle-aged man, witnessing this miraculous feat, was left speechless, his eyes wide as saucers, trembling in terror. Without further ado, Qin Tianxiao grasped the man's head, preparing to delve into his soul. After a brief interval, Qin Tianxiao meticulously sorted through all the memories of the middle-aged man. Could it be that the downfall of the Qin family bore the shadow of the Cloud Sky Sacred Land? Might it be that the Cloud Sky Sacred Land was the true mastermind behind it all? If indeed it is connected to you, I would not hesitate to eradicate it. Next, I shall replace the entire upper echelon of the Shadow Kill Tower, allowing members of the Qin family to take their places. Qin Tianxiao instructed Qin's son to bring forth an elder from the Qin family, similarly allowing him to occupy the body of the middle-aged man. Furthermore, he was to return and gather the entirety of the Shadow Kill Tower's senior management. Qin Tianxiao intended to execute a grand reshuffling, enabling the Qin family to supplant them all. This way, Qin Tianxiao would gain complete control over the Shadow Kill Tower, simultaneously augmenting the Qin family with dozens of formidable warriors. Once Qin Ming of the Qin family assumed the body of the Tower Master, he promptly made his way back to the headquarters of the Shadow Kill Tower, bringing along the entire senior management. Qin Tianxiao then ensnared them all within a binding array, methodically replacing them one by one, a process that took an entire day. Upon completing the replacement of the senior management, Qin Tianxiao bestowed upon them a communication jade talisman. Henceforth, any commands issued by Qin Tianxiao will be conveyed directly through this talisman. The Shadow Kill Tower would continue to operate as usual, albeit under a new master. Qin Tianxiao instructed them to return, declaring the assassination order issued by Lin Howard null and void. The Shadow Kill Tower would neither refund resources nor send anyone for assassination. This was to convey to Lin Howard and his associates that Qin Tianxiao's cultivation had ascended to the transcendence realm, instilling a perpetual sense of dread within them, depriving them of peace. Qin Tianxiao would gradually torment them while meticulously investigating the entire matter. He was keen to ascertain whether the Cloud Sky Sacred Land was indeed the puppet master behind the scenes. Chapter 12. The Xianxia Empire. With the affairs of the Shadow Kill Tower resolved, Qin Tianxiao set forth with Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan towards the imperial city of the Pan-Yin Kingdom. The trio traveled at a leisurely pace, taking the opportunity to hunt demonic beasts along the way. After all, there remained approximately a month before the Xianxia Empire would send emissaries. As the three journeyed slowly, time was entirely on their side. After a month of travel, they finally arrived at the gates of the imperial city of the Pan-Yin Kingdom. Upon their arrival, Qin Yin and the others were awestruck by the grandeur of the imperial city. Towering walls adorned with various weapons surrounded them, and soldiers patrolled diligently at the city gates. Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Tianxiao presented his token to the guards. The commanding officer, upon recognizing the token, immediately displayed utmost respect and invited them into the city. "My lord, please board the carriage. His Majesty has instructed us accordingly. Accommodations have been prepared for you within the palace." "Very well," Qin Tianxiao responded with a slight nod. He then ascended the royal carriage that had been awaiting them. The coachman promptly set off, and the three made their way towards the imperial palace. Simultaneously, a guard hastened on horseback towards the imperial palace. By the time Qin Tianxiao arrived at the palace gates, the sovereign of the Pan-Yin Kingdom, Zhou Shiji, had long been awaiting him, accompanied by civil and military officials. Upon seeing Qin Tianxiao, Zhou Shiji immediately clasped his hands in salute, his tone imbued with utmost reverence. Has the envoy from the Xianxia Empire arrived? He inquired. In response to your esteemed presence, the envoy from the Xianxia Empire will arrive by tomorrow. Allow me to personally escort you to the quarters we have prepared. Lead the way. Notify me when the representatives from the Xianxia Empire arrive, Qin Tianxiao replied. Rest assured, now that I have arrived, the Xianxia Empire shall not prevail. I am most grateful for your presence. Zhou Shiji expressed as he guided Qin Tianxiao and his companions to a courtyard. Esteemed elder, this is the room prepared for you. Excellent. You may take your leave. When your Xianxia Empire representatives arrive, please inform me, Qin Tianxiao instructed. Understood, esteemed elder. I shall not impose further, Zhou Shiji said as he and his companions departed. The Panyin Kingdom, situated in the eastern continent, was considered a third-rate power, with its strongest cultivator at the out-of-body stage, who had not come to welcome Qin Tianxiao, as he was currently in seclusion preparing for a breakthrough. Meanwhile, on the road to the imperial city of the Panyin Kingdom, a contingent comprising over 1,000 individuals was advancing towards the capital. At the heart of this procession was an opulent carriage drawn by 6 horses, adorned with various gemstones that radiated a dazzling brilliance. The horses were clad in golden blue armor, while surrounding the carriage were soldiers, also donned in golden blue armor, wielding long spears. These soldiers, exuding an air of cold indifference and a palpable aura of menace, were the elite Jin guards of the Xianxia Empire. Leading this formidable force was a man clad in golden blue armor, wearing a gilded general's helmet, riding a white steed at a measured pace. He was the deputy commander of the Jin guards, a formidable cultivator at the second level of the out-of-body stage. Inside the carriage sat 2 individuals, the third prince and the crown prince of the Xianxia Empire. The third prince, Murong Duan, was a powerful cultivator at the 7th level of the out-of-body stage, while Murong Yanhai, the crown prince, was a prodigy of the Xianxia Empire. Having just turned 20 and already attained the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, a mere step away from reaching the golden core stage. This was only due to his reluctance to break through. Otherwise, he would have already ascended to the golden core stage. Uncle, do you think the Panyin Kingdom will willingly become our vassal? Yanhai inquired. Ah, my dear Yanhai, the Panyin Kingdom is but a third-rate power, weak in national strength, and cannot possibly contend with us. I have personally taken charge this time. Should the Panyin Kingdom refuse, annihilation shall be their only fate. Uncle San, you are indeed correct. However, I believe that the Zhou family of the Panyin Kingdom is still worth courting. The ancestral figure of the Zhou family possesses formidable strength at the 5th level of the out-of-body realm. Furthermore, the Zhou family has governed the Panyin Kingdom for many years, wielding significant influence. This time, we shall first attempt to win them over. Only if that fails shall we resort to force. I trust that the Zhou family will recognize the gravity of our visit, especially with both the Crown Prince and you present. Murong Yunhai remarked calmly. Your Highness, we are nearing the imperial city of Panyin Kingdom. An elderly man beside the carriage interjected. Clad in a blue and white robe, the elder's hair was white. Yet his complexion was remarkably vibrant, signifying his strength. He too was a practitioner of the out-of-body realm, surpassing even Murong Duan, having attained the 9th level. Understood, Elder Qin. The Crown Prince acknowledged. Elder Qin was indeed the strongest amongst the entourage. Their procession advanced swiftly, soon arriving at the imperial city of Panyin Kingdom. The kingdom had dispatched Prime Minister Li Minghua to receive them. Your Highness, we have arrived at the imperial city, the elder announced. Upon seeing the party's arrival, Li Minghua promptly approached with civil and military officials. I am Li Minghua, Prime Minister of the Panyin Kingdom, here to welcome your Highness and Prince An, he respectfully proclaimed. His Majesty has been awaiting your arrival in the Grand Hall, Li Minghua added. Preposterous. Where is Zhou Shiji? How dare he not come to personally greet me? This is an utter lack of respect, Murong Duan fumed. Uncle San, do not be enraged. It appears that the Zhou family possesses some form of leverage, emboldening them to act in such a manner. I am curious to see what grounds allow them to treat us with such disdain, Murong Yunhai remarked coldly. Your Highness, His Majesty is currently attending to pressing matters and cannot be present. I beg for your understanding, Li Minghua hastily explained. Since Zhou Shiji is absent, I shall see what urgent affairs could possibly warrant such neglect. Murong Duan scoffed, his eyes glinting with coldness. Lead the way. We shall proceed directly to the Grand Hall. Murong Yanhai commanded. Yes, Your Highness, Li Minghua replied respectfully. Under his guidance, The entourage of the Xianxia Empire slowly made its way towards the Grand Hall, drawing the attention of onlookers, who immediately began to murmur among themselves. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, Zhou Shiji was dutifully attending to Qin Tianxiao, who sat regally in a seat on the eastern side of the hall. Beside Zhou Shiji stood an elder, Zhou Shizong, the ancestral figure of the Zhou family. He had not managed to break through to the 6th level of the out-of-body realm due to Qin Tianxiao's arrival. Following his failed attempt at advancement, he had promptly emerged to pay his respects to Qin Tianxiao. You need not serve me any longer. Speak freely as you wish later. I shall lend my support. The elder proclaimed. Yes, thank you, esteemed elder. The Panyan kingdom is willing to submit to the Qin family, becoming a wholly subordinate force. And I vow to serve the Qin family with utmost loyalty, Zhou Shizong declared. He is quite the seasoned veteran, well aware that this represents a splendid opportunity to align with a formidable force. A being of at least the late stage of the out-of-body realm is indeed worth their endeavor. Once they become a vassal of the Qin family, the kingdom of Panyan will have Qin Tianxiao as its strongest pillar of support. Such an alliance may not only bolster the strength of Panyan, but also ensure its legacy endures through the ages. Very well, from this moment forth, the kingdom of Panyan shall be a subordinate force of my Qin family. Thank you, esteemed elder. The kingdom of Panyan shall surely pledge unwavering loyalty to the Qin family. Now, please return to your respective seats. I am eager to witness the unfolding drama. Yes, esteemed elder. Zhou Shizong and Zhou Shiji returned to their places. Meanwhile, Qin Tianxiao concealed his true cultivation level, presenting himself as a 7th level out-of-body realm practitioner. This prowess surpasses that of Zhou Shizong by 2 levels, barely qualifying him as a late-stage practitioner. Qin Tianxiao wished to gauge the audacity of the Xianxia Empire. He aimed to instill in the Xianxia Empire a false sense of control over the situation. It would not be until the final moments that Qin Tianxiao would reveal his true strength. In essence, he intended to play the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Then, he would strike fiercely at the face of the Xianxia Empire, instilling in them a deeper sense of dread. Soon, the representatives of the Xianxia Empire arrived at the Grand Hall. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and the 3rd Prince of the Xianxia Empire have arrived, Li Mingwu respectfully announced. Prime Minister Li, please show our esteemed guests to their seats. Certainly. Your Highness, 3rd Prince, please take your seats, Li Mingwu said respectfully, gesturing to the 2 chairs situated on the right side. How audacious of the kingdom of Panyan to dare insult us in such a manner. Zhou Shizong, do you seek your own demise? The 3rd Prince, Murong Duan, exclaimed angrily. In the Xianxia Empire, the left side is regarded as the esteemed position, while the right side is considered inferior. To Murong Duan, the actions of the kingdom of Panyan were a complete affront. After all, the Xianxia Empire is a second-rate power, and he holds a noble title as a prince. More importantly, the Crown Prince's seat is also on the right, which demonstrates that the kingdom of Panyan disregards the Xianxia Empire entirely. I wonder how you, Zhou Shizong, possess such audacity. It appears you have found an ally of the 7th level in the out-of-body realm. Might I inquire as to your identity? Daring to meddle in the affairs of the Xianxia Empire? Murong Duan inquired. I am but a solitary cultivator without affiliation, Qin Tianxiao replied nonchalantly. Murong Yunhai remained calm, his expression unperturbed, showing no anger toward the actions of the kingdom of Panyan. Murong Yunhai's eyes scrutinized Qin Tianxiao, as did the elder standing beside him. The elder squinted, continuously assessing Qin Tianxiao. Your Highness, this individual indeed possesses the cultivation of the 7th level in the out-of-body realm. I have detected no abnormalities. The elder communicated to Murong Yunhai. Upon hearing this, Murong Yunhai finally exhaled in relief. Murong Yunhai slowly approached the seat on the right, and, amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, took his place. Lord of Zhou, I trust you are aware of the purpose of our visit. It seems you are not inclined to acquiesce. Is that correct? I advise you to reconsider your decision, he remarked with a hint of disdain. Zhou Shizong, you shall soon witness the consequences of your choices. With a cold snort, Murong Duan seated himself as well, though he felt that their stay would not be prolonged. Your Highness, our Panyan kingdom is but a small entity, unable to reach the lofty heights of the Xianxia Empire. I apologize for our limitations. Oh, so you refuse to submit to my Xianxia Empire? Murong Yunhai threatened. Simultaneously, a powerful aura erupted from the elder, pressing down upon Zhou Shizong and Zhou Shiji. Under the weight of this overwhelming presence, their expressions darkened considerably. Your Highness, our Pan-Yin kingdom has already pledged loyalty to the Qin family. A servant cannot serve two masters. I hope you can understand. The Qin family? What nonsense is this? I have never heard of such a family. I am of the Qin family. Qin Tianxiao replied calmly, waving his hand to dissipate the elder's oppressive aura. What? The elder was taken aback, his astonishment palpable as he scrutinized Qin Tianxiao. The ninth level of the out-of-body realm, he exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Murong Yunhai's expression shifted slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. His eyes darted around, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Murong Duan was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Qin Tianxiao would conceal such power. Given the recent events, it appeared that Qin Tianxiao might even surpass old Xiao. Murong Duan's countenance darkened, as he realized their endeavors would likely be in vain. After a moment, Murong Yunhai rose. In that case, we from the Xianxia Empire shall not insist further. We shall take our leave. He and his companions prepared to depart. Wait, your matters are settled, but I have yet to address the grievances between us and your Xianxia Empire, Qin Tianxiao interjected. Esteemed elder, what do you mean by that? It seems our Xianxia Empire has never wronged you, Murong Yunhai replied, turning back. Your Xianxia Empire once occupied my Qin family's Heishan mine, annihilating the Heishan branch and claiming the lives of over 1,300 Qin family members. It is time for reckoning. I am unaware of what you speak. The Heishan mine rightfully belongs to my Xianxia Empire. There is no question of usurping it. Let me offer you a chance for survival. Engage in a duel with him. If you win, I shall spare you. However, if you lose, I will take your lives. You old fool, do not overreach. Do you truly think my Xianxia Empire is so easily bullied? Murong Duan retorted angrily. Qin Tianxiao paid no heed to Murong Duan's outburst. Observing the indifference of Qin Tianxiao, Murong Duan was instantly consumed by rage, contemplating a direct confrontation. However, he was halted by Murong Yunhai. Qin Yin, you shall take the stage. Fear not, for your cultivation has been elevated by our ancestor. Do not let him down. As he spoke, Qin Tianxiao directed a finger towards Qin Yin, and a radiant golden orb infused into him. In that moment, Qin Yin felt an immense power surge within, propelling him to the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. Yes, ancestor, Qin Yin shall surely prevail. Simultaneously, Qin Yin marveled at Qin Tianxiao's formidable prowess, realizing that such a sudden enhancement of strength was indeed a testament to the ancestor's extraordinary abilities. Chapter 14. Qin Yin's victory. As Murong Yunhai and the others beheld this spectacle, they were left utterly speechless. Even the usually composed Murong Yunhai was taken aback by Qin Tianxiao's display. With his sword drawn, Qin Yin approached Murong Yunhai with deliberate steps. Upon halting, Murong Yunhai regained his composure, quickly grasping the gravity of their predicament. It was evident that Qin Tianxiao was not merely a strong practitioner of the out-of-body realm. Their only chance of survival hinged on defeating Qin Yin. Very well, I shall accept the challenge, and I hope the esteemed elder will honor his word, Murong Yunhai declared, casting a glance at Qin Tianxiao. Once I speak, my word is unbreakable. Should you win, I shall spare you. Enough of the preamble. Let the two of you engage in battle. Yes, ancestor. Your Highness, please proceed. Qin Yin exclaimed with enthusiasm, sensing the formidable strength of Murong Yunhai and yearning for a clash with such a prodigious talent. Beside him, Qin Jinshan also craved the thrill of combat. Yet without the ancestor's invitation, he could only observe. All parties moved outside the Grand Hall. Without further ado, Qin Yin and his opponent launched in a battle. As the wielder of the sacred body of 10,000 flames, Qin Yin possessed the ability to absorb all flames of the world. Through the consumption of various ordinary flames during over a month of training, Qin Tianxiao had awakened this unique ability within him, granting him control over fire. With a resounding crash, flames erupted from the blade of Qin Yin's sword as he initiated the attack. He slashed towards Murong Yunhai, the flames swirling at the tip of his sword like a roaring dragon. Faced with this onslaught, Murong Yunhai refused to underestimate the threat. He swiftly summoned his internal essence, and with a deft motion of his sword, unleashed a streak of azure light that cleaved through the air, hurtling towards the fiery dragon. Boom! Two sword auras collided in midair, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the surroundings. The violent shock wave swept across the area, obliterating everything in its path. while a cloud of dust billowed into the sky. Qin Yin and Murong Yunhai simultaneously retreated. Astonishingly, their first encounter resulted in a stalemate. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yan's eyes. He had not anticipated Murong Yunhai's formidable strength. It seemed this prince was indeed not a mere name without substance. The prince's reputation was well-deserved, having achieved such prowess at a young age. With a smile, Qin Yin remarked, a glimmer of battle intent shining in his eyes. Murong Yunhai's expression grew serious. He too had not foreseen Qin Yan's remarkable power. He had assumed that by suppressing his own cultivation, he would possess greater spiritual energy. Yet, he was taken aback by the strength of Qin Yin's spirit and his ability to wield fire. It was evident that he had underestimated Qin Yan's capabilities. Young Master Qin possesses considerable strength, wielding flames with such finesse, Murong Yunhai acknowledged, though a fierce glint flickered in his gaze. Let us continue. Let us fight with all our might. Qin Yin let out a hearty laugh, his figure flashing as he charged once more towards Murong Yunhai. This time, Qin Yin unleashed his full power from the outset. The long sword in his hand radiated a terrifying heat, causing the moisture in the surrounding air to evaporate instantaneously, distorting the very fabric of space. Faced with Qin Yan's aggressive onslaught, Murong Yunhai dared not hesitate. He swiftly channeled all his spiritual energy, his sword dancing in a flurry of strikes. Waves of sword light surged forth like a tempest, assailing Qin Yin relentlessly. In that moment, the two became entwined in a fierce battle, sword auras swirling and resounding with continuous booms. For dozens of meters around, the air was thick with the aftermath of their clash, and the entire realm descended into chaos. Murong Yunhai endured immense strain during the fight. With each exchange, the flames on Qin Yan's sword seared his skin. For a time, Murong Yunhai found himself on the defensive, pressured by Qin Yan's ferocity. Realizing he could not sustain this relentless assault, he swiftly altered his strategy, creating distance to evade Qin Yan's close-range attacks. Simultaneously, Murong Yunhai wielded his sword, unleashing sharp sword auras that sliced through the air, continuously targeting Qin Yan. However, Qin Yan, agile and swift, deftly evaded the barrage, seizing the opportunity to close in and launch a fierce counteroffensive. Murong Yunhai felt the weight of despair, yet he was left with no alternative. This battle was a matter of life and death, leaving no room for carelessness. He understood that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. To turn the tide, he had only one move left to reverse the situation. With a powerful shout, Murong Yunhai seized to suppress the spiritual energy within him. A surge of energy erupted, loosening the restraints he had placed on his cultivation. He was determined to break through the cultivation he had suppressed for so long. If he could ascend to the Golden Core realm, victory would surely be his. However, this daring maneuver came at a perilous moment, as he was locked in a fierce battle with Qin Yan. Choosing to break through now could very well endanger his life. Yet, Murong Yunhai understood that this was his sole opportunity for a turnaround. Resolute, he gritted his teeth and decided to take the plunge. He forcibly suppressed the surging spiritual energy within him, feigning nonchalance while continuing to engage Qin Yan in combat. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yan remained oblivious to Murong Yunhai's peculiar behavior. He relentlessly pressed his attack, intent on swiftly defeating Murong Yunhai. However, Qin Tianxiao and the others immediately discerned his intentions. Qin Tianxiao refrained from alerting Qin Yan, as this was his battle. In future encounters, he could not always provide guidance. It was vital for Qin Yan to hone his adaptability in the heat of the moment. At last, Murong Yunhai seized an opportunity. He pretended to expose a vulnerability, luring Qin Yan to an open area. In that instant, Murong Yunhai abruptly released the restraint on his internal spiritual energy. The cultivation he had suppressed erupted forth like a flood breaching its dam. Boom! A terrifying wave of spiritual energy radiated outward from Murong Yunhai, sending Qin Yan hurtling backward. His eyes widened in shock as he realized Murong Yunhai's intentions. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? Do you think I would grant you that chance? Qin Yan scoffed. Blazing flame sword, he shouted. The sword in Qin Yan's hand ignited with searing flames, instantly coalescing into a massive sword of fire that emanated an overwhelming aura. With a sweep of the fiery sword, countless flame sword rays cut through the air like a tempest, hurtling toward Murong Yunhai. Murong Yunhai's expression turned grave. He swiftly wielded his sword, unleashing streams of blue sword light to counter Qin Tianxiao's assault. Bang! 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 The blue sword rays were swiftly cleaved apart by the flames, and one powerful strike struck Murong Yunhai directly. Bang! He was sent flying, a grievous wound appearing on his chest. Blood spewed from Murong Yunhai's mouth, and he collapsed, unconscious. Chapter 15. The Imperial City of the Xianxia Empire. Your Highness! The elder exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to catch Murong Yunhai. How dare you injure the crown prince? You shall pay for this. The elder's palm struck toward Qin Yin, a colossal phantom hand soaring toward him. Some truly fail to regard me. Qin Tianxiao coldly retorted. Bang! An invisible force shattered the giant phantom hand in an instant. You have lost. Now prepare to meet your end. Qin Tianxiao declared coldly. I shall see what abilities you possess. As soon as the words left his lips, Murong Duan charged towards Qin Tianxiao. A fool unaware of his own mortality. In a fleeting moment, Qin Tianxiao vanished from sight, reappearing before Murong Duan, his finger gently tapping. Bang! Murong Duan's head burst like a watermelon, exploding into a gruesome spray of blood, resulting in his instant demise. Remarkably, not a single drop stained Qin Tianxiao. Without pausing, he swiftly moved again, positioning himself directly above the elder. He then slowly unleashed a palm strike. Bang! The ground was instantly marked by a colossal handprint, within which both the elder and Murong Yunhai were reduced to mere blood mist. Qin Tianxiao gracefully descended, having effortlessly vanquished two formidable out-of-body realm warriors, as if he had merely crushed two ants. Those surrounding him stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed upon a massive crater. This handprint spanned 100 meters in length and was several meters deep, an utterly terrifying sight. They remained entranced, grappling with the overwhelming power of a Void Realm expert. Indeed, it was formidable. Bring me a map of the Xianxia Empire. It is time for me to settle accounts with the Imperial City, Qin Tianxiao declared calmly. Yes, master. Zhou Shizong replied respectfully, promptly retrieving a large map of the eastern continent. It marked the territory of the Panyan Kingdom and its surrounding forces, including the Xianxia Empire, which lay to the east of the Panyan Kingdom, their lands interconnected. The Xianxia Empire had already subdued 3 minor nations in the vicinity, leaving only the Panyan Kingdom. Hence, the Xianxia Empire sought to conquer it. Should the Panyan Kingdom fall, the Xianxia Empire would achieve complete dominion over the region, significantly enhancing its power. You shall accompany me. The Xianxia Empire will be under your command, Qin Tianxiao instructed as he took the map from Zhou Shizong. Ah, yes, master, Zhou Shizong responded, initially taken aback. Then, overwhelmed with elation, he realized that his opportunity had arrived, as had the chance for the revival of the Panyan Kingdom. It seemed that the Panyan Kingdom would soon transform into the Panyan Empire. Zhou Shizong hastily approached Qin Tianxiao's side. Qin Yin, return. We are to depart for the Xianxia Empire. Yes, Ancestor. Master, may I first eliminate the remaining people of the Xianxia Empire? Very well, be swift. Zhou Shizong soared towards the palace, where a cacophony of chaos erupted outside. Moments later, he returned, having dispatched all of the Xianxia Empire's entourage. Upon rejoining Qin Tianxiao, the latter formed a hand seal and silently recited an incantation. Rise. Beneath the feet of the four, a patch of white clouds materialized. The white clouds ascended into the sky, propelled by Qin Tianxiao's command, and swiftly flew eastward. With a whoosh, the clouds transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers in the blink of an eye. Zhou Shiji and the others remained in a state of astonishment, unable to grasp the spectacle they had just witnessed. High above the clouds, Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan were filled with exhilaration. It was their inaugural experience of flight. They curiously observed the billowing clouds beneath their feet, continually marveling at Qin Tianxiao's extraordinary powers. Even Zhou Shizong expressed his awe, having never encountered such a manifestation of skill. Though capable of flight himself, as a practitioner of the out-of-body realm, his speed was incomparable to what they were currently experiencing. This was the art of riding clouds, a technique that allowed for remarkable velocity. Within mere minutes, they beheld a colossal city in the distance. The imperial city of the Xianxia Empire loomed magnificently, 3 times the size of the royal city of the Panyan Kingdom. Towering walls, constructed from resilient black stone, were adorned with various weapons of war. The walls were manned by soldiers, fully armed and standing at the ready. The tallest structure within the city was a resplendent palace, grand and opulent. Surrounding the palace were several lush gardens, teeming with vibrant flora and the melodious sounds of birds. Master, ahead lies the imperial city of the Xianxia Empire, Zhou Shizong announced. Indeed, Qin Tianxiao replied, maintaining his speed as the clouds descended slightly in altitude. Who goes there? This is the imperial city of the Xianxia Empire. All flying is strictly prohibited. A figure clad in golden blue armor from the out-of-body realm shouted from above. With a mere gesture, Qin Tianxiao unleashed a golden beam that pierced through the man's skull. Alarm! We are being invaded. Quick, summon aid. The imperial city erupted into chaos as squads of soldiers hurriedly ascended the walls, countless archers drawing their bows, aiming at the four intruders. Without sparing them a glance, Qin Tianxiao and his companions continued their ascent towards the palace. Bold intruders, how dare you trespass upon the imperial city of the Xianxia Empire? Loose arrows. Shoot them down, commanded a general clad in golden armor, his voice booming. Fire. The air was soon filled with a torrent of arrows, descending upon Qin Tianxiao and his companions like rain. However, as the arrows neared them, they fell lifelessly to the ground. What? The golden-armored general gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. No wonder General Su was slain in a single blow. Could the enemy be a master of the spirit separation realm? In utter astonishment, he ordered his adjutant, quickly, sound the alarm and inform his majesty of the formidable enemy's incursion. Yes, General. The adjutant dashed towards the bell tower at the base of the walls. Before long, the imperial city of the Xianxia Empire was resonating with urgent tolling bells. Dong dong dong. The sound of the bells alerted all soldiers of the Xianxia Empire to the crisis, prompting them to seize their weapons and rush towards the palace. Deep within the imperial palace of the Xianxia Empire, Emperor Murongfu was making his way toward the rear mountains of the palace. Just a few moments prior, he had received the grim news of the demise of Murong Yunhai and his companions in his study. A sense of foreboding washed over him, as he was acutely aware that the elder Qin accompanying them was a formidable master at the 9th level of the out-of-body realm. Nevertheless, the fact that their life tokens had shattered was a stark indication of a powerful adversary within the Pan-Yin kingdom, one potentially at the divine separation realm. Thus, Murongfu could not afford to be consumed by anger. He needed to urgently inform the ancestors of this dire situation. The most pressing matter was to summon the ancestors from their secluded state, for the enemy could very well strike at any moment. At that moment, the distant sound of bells reached his ears, confirming his fears. Enemies were indeed invading, foes of the Xianxia Empire. In a surge of urgency, Murongfu hastened toward the rear mountains. Upon arrival, he called out, "Esteemed ancestors, grave news has arisen. Formidable enemies are upon us, and I am unable to withstand them. I implore you to emerge from your seclusion." Bang, bang, bang. 3 cave dwellings on the mountainside burst open, revealing 3 elderly men with youthful faces and white hair. Esteemed ancestors, trouble looms. Yunhai has been slain, and strong enemies are advancing toward us. What? You say Yunhai has been killed? How can this be? He possesses my life-preserving talisman. If something were amiss, I would certainly sense it. Are you certain of what you speak? Questioned an elder with a goatee. Known as Murong Huang, the most powerful figure of the Xianxia Empire, a master at the 7th level of the divine separation realm. To his left stood Murong Huaxian, and to his right, Murong Shan. Both were at the 3rd level of the divine separation realm, though Huaxian was in the later stages while Shan was in the early stages. Esteemed ancestors, I would never deceive you regarding such a grave matter. Before coming here, I specifically visited the ancestral hall, and indeed, the life tokens of Yunhai and the others have shattered. Murongfu explained earnestly. Who could have done this? Why did Yunhai leave the imperial city? Esteemed ancestors, Yunhai ventured to the Pan-Yin kingdom to address matters regarding its subjugation. Murongfu replied. How could you allow Yunhai to leave the imperial city? You fool. With his talent, he had a great chance of breaking through to the fusion realm. How could you allow him to take such risks? Murong Huang roared in anger, waving his hand and sending Murongfu flying. Grandfather, we must prioritize dealing with the enemies first, Murong Shan interjected. Indeed, I shall see who possesses the audacity to attack the imperial city of the Xianxia Empire. Showing such blatant disregard for me. Murong Huang huffed, then soared into the air, heading toward the palace's entrance, with Murong Huaxian and Murong Shan quickly following in his wake. Qin Tianxiao and his companions soared directly to the grand entrance of the Xianxia Empire's imperial palace, where a throng of people had gathered. Countless soldiers had barricaded the entrance, with the front ranks wielding shields, while archers and spearmen stood behind them. Who dares approach? Do you even comprehend where you tread? A middle-aged man clad in golden blue armor, crowned with a golden tiara, strode forth with an imposing glare directed at Qin Tianxiao and his companions. He was the supreme commander of the Xianjin Guard, a formidable figure at the 7th level of the out-of-body realm. I am the ancestral elder of the Qin family. I have come to avenge the massacre of my Black Mountain branch by the Qin Clan of the Xianxia royal family, he declared. I shall count to 3. Upon the 3rd count, I will obliterate your entire palace. From this day forth, the Xianxia Empire shall cease to exist, and it shall be reborn as the Panyin Empire, under the command of Emperor Zhou of the Panyin dynasty. Those who resist shall face my wrath without mercy. 1, 2, he began, but was interrupted. How audacious! Who dares to utter such insolence here? Murong Huang leaped forward, his voice booming with authority. Yet, Qin Tianxiao remained unperturbed, slowly ascending into the air. 3. With that, Qin Tianxiao directed a palm strike toward the palace below. A tremendous phantom of a giant hand descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire palace. Shockwaves rippled through the crowd, including Murong Huang and his companions. How dare you? Murong Huang roared, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Streams of golden light erupted from within him, coalescing above the palace into a colossal golden seal to shield it. As the colossal hand approached, the faces of Murong Huang and his allies paled in horror. They sensed an insurmountable force emanating from the phantom hand, rendering them as insignificant as ants beneath its shadow. No, please, spare us, esteemed elder, they cried in desperation, trembling with fear as the immense power bore down upon them. With a thunderous crash, the golden seal shattered under the weight of the phantom hand. In an instant, the entire palace was reduced to rubble, and all within its walls met their demise beneath that single strike. Silence enveloped the Xianxia imperial city, as stunned onlookers gaped at the devastation. They stood awestruck, mouths agape, staring into the vast crater where the palace once stood. It is gone. With one blow, the entire palace has vanished. Qin Tianxiao returned to the side of Qin Yin and the others. The Xianxia Empire has been dealt with. You shall remain to oversee the aftermath, he instructed Zhou Shizong. At that moment, a group of over 10 out-of-body realm experts descended from above. We pay our respects to the esteemed elder and the new sovereign, announced a middle-aged man with a square face, leading his companions in a respectful bow. Indeed, I have clearly articulated that Zhou Shizong is your new sovereign. Should anyone defy this decree, the royal family of the Xianxia Empire will face dire consequences. I assure you, I will uphold my word, and I hope you will demonstrate unwavering loyalty. Rest assured, we are sworn to serve you and the new sovereign with no thoughts of betrayal. Very well. I entrust the remaining matters to you. Yes, my lord, you can be assured that I shall manage all outstanding affairs with diligence. Nodding, Qin Tianxiao led Qin Yin and others back to the Qin residence. Meanwhile, Lin Howren gazed vacantly at the letter in his hand. This missive was dispatched from the Shadow Kill Tower, detailing Lin Howren's misinformation regarding Qin Tianxiao's formidable strength, which rendered the Shadow Kill Tower incapable of neutralizing him, resulting in the loss of 2 elder assassins. Furthermore, the entirety of the fee Lin Howren provided was deemed compensation. How could this be? I never anticipated that Qin Tianxiao would genuinely attain the transcendent stage. This is dreadful. Qin Tianxiao possesses such strength that even the Shadow Kill Tower cannot contend with him. This situation is grave. I must promptly inform the Yun Tian Sacred Land. Lin Howren swiftly relayed this news. The various factions reconvened. Lin Howren, what has transpired that necessitates our urgent presence? One inquired. Indeed, Lin Patriarch, has there been news from the Shadow Kill Tower? Another added. Old Lin, did the Shadow Kill Tower fail? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so troubled, Chen Xinlin remarked. Alas, let us await the arrival of the Yun Tian Sacred Land representatives to discuss further. It is undoubtedly a significant matter, Lin Howren sighed. His words immediately drew concerned expressions from all present. It was clear to everyone that a serious issue had arisen, one that boded ill. Chapter 17. The Plan of the Yun Tian Sacred Land Bang. At that moment, the door swung open as the leader of the Yun Tian Sacred Land entered. What is the matter that has instilled such urgency in you all? Master, we are in grave trouble. The Shadow Kill Tower has reneged on their agreement and rescinded the heavenly level assassination order. What? Li Wuyo, the leader of the Qin Tian sacred land, remained standing. His previously calm demeanor transformed into shock. The Shadow Kill Tower has revoked the heavenly level assassination order? How could this be? Are they disregarding their own reputation? Li Wuyu exclaimed in disbelief. Master, it is because Qin Tianxiao is too powerful, rendering the Shadow Kill Tower incapable of assassinating him, which compelled them to withdraw the order. As he spoke, Lin Howren produced a letter from the Shadow Kill Tower and handed it to Li Wuyo. Li Wuyo took the letter and quickly examined its contents. His expression fluctuated dramatically, astonishment etched in his eyes. After perusing the letter, his countenance darkened significantly. Master, what shall we do now? Lin Howren inquired cautiously. It appears that Qin Tianxiao's cultivation has reached at least the mid-stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Otherwise, the Shadow Kill Tower would not have been incapable of eliminating him. Mid-stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, Lin Howren exclaimed in astonishment. A collective gasp resonated among the onlookers. This is dire. With such formidable prowess, we are doomed. What shall we do now? After all, he is a mid-stage powerhouse. Panic began to ripple through the crowd. Silence. Li Wuyo Baluba. The crowd immediately fell silent in fear. This is merely a possibility. It could also be that the Shadow Kill Tower does not wish to offend Qin Tianxiao, hence their statements. Master, do you imply that the Shadow Kill Tower is incapable of dealing with Qin Tianxiao? There are two potential explanations. Either Qin Tianxiao is exceedingly powerful, or his ability to preserve his own life is remarkable. Of course, there exists a third possibility, that the Shadow Kill Tower has an undisclosed relationship with Qin Tianxiao. Lin Howren calmly assessed. Li Wuyo cast a shocked glance towards Lin Howren. Goodness, I hadn't considered so many angles, yet you articulated them all at once. Master, is this your conclusion? Indeed, those three possibilities hold weight. After all, Qin Tianxiao possesses the eternal life body. If they fail to kill him in one attempt, should he retreat to cultivate in seclusion, he would pose a significant threat. Given the exorbitant price, it is plausible that the Shadow Kill Tower devised such a strategy. Li Wuyo remarca nonchalantly. Regardless of the scenario, it remains unfavorable for us. Qin Tianxiao is difficult to eliminate. His existence is an ongoing threat. Master, may we request that the two elders of the sacred land join forces? That is certainly out of the question. Both elders are currently in secluded meditation for breakthroughs. And even if they were to emerge, they might not be capable of defeating him. If he managed to evade the Shadow Kill Tower, the elders would not be able to subdue him unless he were ensnared within a formation, which would provide the opportunity for the elders to eliminate him. Do not panic. Following this assembly, the Yuntian sacred land will shelter you. Moreover, the Lin family is the closest to Qin Tianxiao, so you need not be overly anxious. Indeed, it is fortunate that my Su family resides at a distance. My Taizan sect is also relatively far from Fenglin City. Thus, it is unlikely that Qin Tianxiao would target us first. Upon hearing this, the members of those factions collectively exhaled in relief. However, it was now Lin Howren who felt a surge of anxiety, realizing that the Lin family was indeed the nearest to Qin Tianxiao. Master, what should we do? Lin family leader, do not panic. I have already devised a strategy. Should Qin Tianxiao seek vengeance, he is most likely to target your three factions first, as you were the ones who instigated the conflict with the Qin family. Upon your return, establish a 7th-tier teleportation array with the Yuntian sacred land, and arrange 2 7th-tier and 1 8th-tier triple confinement formations. Should Qin Tianxiao launch an assault on your three families, promptly inform me and activate the confinement formations. At that time, I will summon the elders to eradicate Qin Tianxiao. Your Excellency, what a brilliant scheme! Lin Howren exclaimed with excitement. With the cunning plan devised by the esteemed Lordly Waya of the Cloud Sky Sacred Land, once the formation is established, there will be no need to fret about Qin Tianxiao seeking revenge. In fact, it would play perfectly into their hands. After all, this is a trap specifically designed for Qin Tianxiao. Should he dare to approach, he would be met with an inescapable fate. With the ancestral patriarch of the Cloud Sky Sacred Land taking action, Qin Tianxiao would undoubtedly have no chance of survival. The patriarchs of the major sacred lands are the pinnacle of strength in the eastern continent, all having attained the 8th layer of the Transcendence realm. Very well. The plan is set. Here is my communication jade talisman. You three must hold on to it. Yes, Your Excellency, Lin Houran and the others promptly accepted the jade talismans. After Li Waya stood up, he made his way directly outside. Subsequently, the members of various factions began to rise and depart from the premises. Unknown to them, a pair of eyes from a distant corner was watching intently. None of them noticed, not even Li Waya, the formidable Transcendence Realm expert. Once everyone had left, a shadow slowly emerged from the corner. It appears the Patriarch's suspicions were indeed correct. The Cloud Sky's sacred land has a hand in the near annihilation of the Qin family. I must immediately relay this information to the Patriarch. The shadow flickered and vanished in an instant. This shadow belonged to the master of the Shadow Killing Tower, whose cultivation was at the 6th layer of the Transcendence Realm. Coupled with his mastery of concealment techniques, Li Waya would never have detected him. However, he had not overheard the conversation among Li Waya and the others, as the room was shielded by a soundproof formation. Upon returning to the back mountain of the Qin family, Qin Tianxiao received the communication. Patriarch, as you predicted, the Cloud Sky's sacred land is indeed involved and likely the mastermind behind it all. After receiving the message I sent to Lin Houran, he promptly contacted the other factions. In total, there are 17 factions, including the Cloud Sky's sacred land, with Lord Li Waya himself coming forth. So the Cloud Sky's sacred land also has a stake in this, does it? Very well. Make note of every one of these factions. I shall take my time to settle the score with EA. The Lin family is the closest to Fenglin City, yet there remains a distance of over 10,000 kilometers. Although for Qin Tianxiao, such a distance is traversed in the blink of an eye, for the other members of the Qin family, it could take many years to cover. Moreover, aside from seeking vengeance, the paramount objective is to restore the Qin family to its former glory. Currently, the Qin family is exceedingly weak, with fewer than 10 cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. After recultivating his techniques, Qin's son has begun anew and has already reached the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. It is believed that with a bit more time, he will attain the golden core stage. The Qin family is now replete with resources, having just vanquished the Xianxia Empire. Qin Tianxiao had Zhou Shizong deliver a substantial amount of resources, enabling the disciples of the Qin family to break through more swiftly. Among them, Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan have made the most rapid progress. Both have reached the late stage of the 10th level of Qi refinement and will soon establish their foundations. However, Qin Tianxiao has no intention of allowing them to advance so quickly. He subjects them to medicinal baths daily and mercilessly pushes them to their limits. Each day, they endure severe beatings, leaving their bodies battered and bruised. Yet, after each evening's medicinal bath, their injuries miraculously heal. Through this rigorous approach, Qin Tianxiao continuously fortifies their vitality and defenses. When they reach the pinnacle of vitality, he will permit them to establish their foundations. A month swiftly passed, during which both Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan simultaneously achieved foundation establishment. The process was exceedingly arduous and protracted, as they had to incessantly expand their dantian and meridians to accommodate greater amounts of spiritual energy. This endeavor brought them immense suffering, and on multiple occasions, they contemplated giving up. Nevertheless, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Foundation establishment is fundamental to cultivation. Only by solidifying their foundation can they traverse further along the path of cultivation. After a full day of breakthroughs, they emerged with remarkable gains. Their dantians expanded several-fold, and their meridians became more resilient and expansive than before. With their successful foundation establishment, Qin Tianxiao now contemplated developing their unique physiques. While Qin Jinshan's supreme combat body was manageable, Qin Yan's 10,000 flames sacred body necessitated the consumption of exotic flames. The higher the quality of these flames, the better. However, Qin Tianxiao currently had no information regarding such flames. He promptly communicated with Qin Ming, the leader of the Shadow Kill Tower, and Zhou Shizong, urging them to mobilize all resources to gather intelligence on exotic flames. True to its reputation as the foremost assassination force in the Eastern continent, the Shadow Kill Tower swiftly discovered news of an exotic flame known as the Xianxia fire. Legend has it that this flame was born in a realm of extreme Yin, possessing terrifying power. The Xianxia fire resides within the extreme Yin Valley in the Qingqing County of the Tianshan Empire. The Tianshan Empire, a second-rate power, has surprisingly declined to such a degree. Qin Tianxiao recalled that 80,000 years ago, the Tianshan Empire was a first-rate power, as formidable as the Qin family of that era. Moreover, the Tianshan Empire boasted an even greater number of integration realm experts, with a staggering 11 of them. However, it has now fallen to the status of a second-rate power, its strongest member merely reaching the late stage of the spirit-severing realm. Qin Yin, Jian Shan, prepare yourselves. Shortly, we shall journey to the Tianshan Empire, Qin Tianxiao instructed. The Tianshan Empire? Ancestor, what is our purpose in going there? Qin Yin inquired. To assist you in finding your first exotic flame. Does the Tianshan Empire possess exotic flames? What kind do they have? The Xian Yin flame, born in realms of extreme darkness, possesses terrifying power. It is the most suitable for you as your first exotic flame. However, the process of absorbing it is exceedingly painful. Are you prepared to endure such suffering? Yes, Ancestor, rest assured. I can certainly withstand it and shall not betray your trust. Excellent. Your confidence is commendable. Now, gather your belongings. We shall depart shortly. Understood, Ancestor. Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan quickly packed their essentials before following Qin Tianxiao as they left the Qin family home and set forth for the Tianshan Empire. With a swift leap, Qin Tianxiao soon arrived at Qingxin County, located in the southeastern part of the Tianshan Empire, not far from the imperial capital. Thanks to Qin Tianxiao's speed, they reached their destination in less than half an hour. Once in Qingxin County, the trio found an inn to stay at and began to inquire with the innkeeper about the location of the Valley of Extreme. The reason for their inquiry was due to the absence of the valley's location on their map. Senior, I must confess I have not heard of this Valley of Extreme. However, there is a mountain of winds outside the city, where chilling gales howl throughout the year, deterring most from approaching, the innkeeper informed. Oh, and where might this mountain of winds be? Qin Tianxiao asked. Senior, upon exiting, if you turn left and follow the main road, you will reach the mountain of winds in about an hour, the innkeeper replied. Thank you very much. Senior, you two are seeking an exotic flame, are you not? Qin Tianxiao was slightly taken aback by this remark. Senior, you may not be aware, but you are among the many who have come seeking the mountain of winds recently. News of exotic flames has spread throughout Qingxin County, attracting numerous individuals. Innkeeper, when did this news about the exotic flames first circulate? It began about a month ago, shared by a wandering cultivator. Subsequently, more and more individuals have claimed to have seen the exotic flames, yet none have been able to capture them. Very well. If there is nothing further, I shall leave you to attend to the other guests. Understood. Qin Tianxiao paid the innkeeper a small sum of spirit stones before departing with Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan. Following the innkeeper's directions, the three made their way toward the mountain of winds, where a canyon awaited them. This was the Valley of Extreme. Deep within the Valley of Extreme lies a cave, brilliantly illuminated. Within this cavern, a multitude of individuals clad in black robes congregates. Scattered across the expansive space are several enormous cauldrons, into which these robed figures incessantly cast various medicinal herbs. Flames roar beneath the cauldrons, while a peculiar green liquid swirls within them. Deeper within the cave, in a secluded chamber, a black-robed figure is seated in meditation. Dark energy swirls around him, while green light flickers at his fingertips. At that moment, an elderly figure in black robes appears outside the chamber. Master, the news of the Xian Yin fire has been disseminated, the elder rasps, gently tapping on the chamber door. Upon hearing his voice, the meditating figure ceases his practice. Rising, he opens the door, revealing a face marked by a long scar, a visage of a middle-aged man with a square jaw. The news has spread? How many alchemists have recently arrived in Qingxin County? Reporting to the master, at least 24th-tier alchemists and 10 5th-tier alchemists have come, including Mo Chunzi from the Imperial City. Haha, Mo Chunzi has come as well. This is splendid news. With his assistance, the blood corpse pill can undoubtedly be successfully refined. The Xian Yin fire truly lives up to its reputation as a rare flame, attracting so many alchemists. Even Mo Chunzi, a 7th-tier alchemist, cannot resist its allure. By the way, remember to have the 5 Poison sect create a commotion to divert the attention of the Tianshan Empire. Rest assured, I have already instructed the 5 Poison sect to act. They are currently annihilating a small city of over 10,000. The attention of the Tianshan Empire will surely be drawn. However, what is it? Among those who followed Mo Chunzi are many formidable individuals. Oh, how many strong ones? The 8th Prince, Qian Changqing, the rogue Li Yunjian, along with Yun Fengshan from the Yun family of Qingxin County, and additionally, there are 8 at the Divine Transformation Realm. Interesting. Even the 8th prince is willing to protect Mo Qinzi. This illustrates the terrifying influence of high-tier alchemists. 2 at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. 1 at the 8th level, plus 8 in the early to mid stages of the divine transformation realm. Truly, the foremost alchemist of the Tianxiao Empire possesses an awe-inspiring magnetism. It seems the situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Surrounding Yinfeng Mountain, a chilling aura swirls, with the wind howling and eerie cries echoing in the distance, creating an exceptionally uncanny atmosphere. Outside Yinfeng Mountain, a large gathering of people has amassed, numbering at least several hundred, all drawn by the allure of the rare Xianxia fire. These individuals are divided into numerous smaller groups, primarily because each contains at least one alchemist. The others present were solely there to protect the alchemist, each with their own reasons for offering assistance. Some among them sought the rare flames, hoping to curry favor with the alchemist. Among this gathering stood an elderly figure clad in a white robe, adorned with 7 golden patterns upon its chest, an emblem of the alchemist's status. Within this assembly were at least several dozen alchemists, and the golden patterns denoted their ranks. The white-haired elder was none other than Mo Qinzi, a 7th-tier alchemist. Beside him stood 11 individuals, all having attained the spiritual separation realm, 3 of whom had reached its later stages. One of these figures was dressed in a black python robe, Qin Tianxiao, the 8th prince of the Tianxiao Empire. Adjacent to him was a middle-aged man in a plain white robe, bearing a massive broadsword upon his back. Next to him stood another elder, cloaked in dark green, wielding a golden sword. These two were Li Yunjian and Yun Fengshan. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the Yinwen Mountain, followed by a surge of terrifying dark energy that scattered the clouds above. Sensing this overwhelming aura, all present were taken aback, instinctively retreating. What had transpired? Was a ghostly king emerging? Surely not. It was inconceivable. Look, there is someone, a startled voice exclaimed, following the direction indicated. The crowd indeed beheld a figure emerging from the Yinwen Mountain, shrouded in a black robe, rendering their features indistinguishable. Nevertheless, the formidable presence they exuded was unmistakably that of an extraordinary individual. Who are you? Why have you emerged from the Yinwen Mountain? One bold alchemist inquired. The figure in the black robe did not respond immediately. Instead, they lifted their head, their emerald eyes sweeping the crowd. When they spotted Mo Qinzi among the throng, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in their gaze. You are Mo Qinzi? The black-robed figure spoke, their voice raspy and unappealing. Upon hearing this, Mo Qinzi furrowed his brow slightly and nodded. At that moment, Qin Tianxiao and Qin Yin arrived at the scene. Yet all attention was now riveted upon the figure in black, leaving the trio unnoticed. You have come for the rare flames, have you not? I know their whereabouts. The black-robed figure declared. If you know where they are, please tell me. Montauk Hensi implored eagerly. I will share this knowledge. But on one condition, you must assist me in refining a 7th-tier elixir. Agreed, as long as you reveal the location of the rare flames. I shall certainly aid you once they are obtained. Very well, then follow me. If others are also interested, then let us proceed together. After all, the strange fire is a thing without a master, and it rightfully belongs to those with the power to claim it. Even if the man in the black robe remains silent, others will surely follow. Master Mo, this individual is enveloped in an aura of malevolence. He is likely a practitioner of dark arts, and his words may not be trustworthy, Qin Tianxiao remarked, furrowing his brow. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the black-robed figure, indicative of formidable strength. Furthermore, the man's visage remained obscured by his cloak, and his instincts warned him that this individual was far from ordinary. I cannot concern myself with such matters now. I must obtain the strange fire. Only by acquiring it can I break through to the 8th tier, Master Mo Qinzi stated. Even if his words are false, we still have Prince 8 with us. Do we not? Let us hasten inside, Mo Qinzi urged eagerly. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianxiao ceased his protests and heightened his vigilance. Montauk Hensi, you would do well to keep pace with me. Otherwise, the strange fire may vanish before we arrive, the black-robed figure declared before turning towards the ominous mountain of winds. The crowd exchanged glances and followed the black-robed man deeper into the valley. As they ventured further, the malevolent atmosphere thickened and the temperature dropped, causing some of the less skilled practitioners to falter. They halted, turning back towards the entrance. Ancestor, what do you think? Should we also venture inside? Let's proceed together. But first, you must consume these pills, Qin Tianxiao instructed, retrieving 2 pills from his storage ring. Qin Yin and the others took the pills and swallowed them. Ancestor, what kind of pills are these? Qin Jianshan inquired. You will discover their nature shortly. Now, let us move forward. Qin Tianxiao urged as the 3 of them entered the cave. Chapter 20. The Blood Poison Cult. Aside from Qin Tianxiao, no one else noticed the faint green gas wafting through the Xianin Valley. Qin Tianxiao instantly recognized it, but the others remained oblivious. Their attention fixated on the black-robed figure, compounded by the gas's odorless nature, making it undetectable even if inhaled. As they ventured deeper into the valley, the gas became increasingly dense. The black-robed man led the group further inward until they reached the deepest part, where no path lay ahead. But a cave appeared on the left. The black-robed figure entered the cave directly, and after a moment's hesitation, Emo, Chunzi, and the others followed suit. The cave was not dimly lit, primarily due to the numerous luminescent stones adorning its sides. Everyone, tread carefully. I sense something amiss, Qin Changqing warned. The others, upon hearing this, heightened their alertness. The black-robed man continued, guiding them deeper into the cave until they arrived at a vast chamber at its innermost recess. Within this space, there exists an altar constructed from piled stones. At the very center of the altar, a mesmerizing orb of blue and white flames hovers. Upon witnessing this flame, Emo Chunzi was instantly seized by an exhilarating tremor. The Xianin fire, it is truly the Xianin fire. How splendid! The extraordinary fire resides within. Should you manage to seize it, it shall be yours. The figure in the black robe gestured toward the flame upon the altar. Hearing these words, the crowd's expressions brightened, and they eagerly approached the altar. Emo Chunzi, more determined than ever, aimed to be the first to claim the Xianin fire. Master Emo, wait a moment. Allow me to investigate first, Qin Changqing cautioned, blocking Emo Chunzi's path. He harbored a persistent unease, sensing that the black-robed figure was not to be trusted. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Do you doubt my word? The tone of the black-robed man grew noticeably colder. The extraordinary fire stands before you. Can my words truly be false? Qin Changqing furrowed his brow, his sense of foreboding intensifying inexplicably. Master Emo, prudence is paramount. Let me take the lead in testing the waters. At that moment, a chilling scream pierced the air. The crowd turned in unison toward the source of the sound, only to behold a fire-wreathed figure before the altar, an alchemist consumed by flames. Instantly, the cavern reverberated with anguished cries. Qin Changqing and the others were taken aback by the horrifying scene, never anticipating that this seemingly beautiful flame harbored such dreadful power. In a blink, the alchemist was reduced to ashes, entirely devoured by the Xianin fire. Master Emo, it would be wise to proceed with caution. This extraordinary fire is no trifling matter. Qin Changqing warned. Indeed, it is as I feared. Acquiring the extraordinary fire is far from simple. However, I am not without my preparations, Emo Chunzi replied, his gaze fixed upon the Xianin fire. Master Emo, I implore you to reconsider. Qin Changqing expressed his concern. Yet, Emo Chunzi had already made up his mind. He slowly advanced, producing a jade box. Upon opening it, a striking purple pill was revealed. What is this? Qin Changqing inquired, puzzled. This is a fire avoidance pill, capable of resisting the onslaught of flames. While it cannot completely shield me from the Xianin fire's might, it will allow me to endure for a longer duration. Montak Xianxia ilutsit atit. He then retrieved a red jade box. With the fire avoidance pill and this fire spirit jade box in hand, I shall be able to subdue the Xianin fire. The red jade box, in Emo Chunzi's grasp, was crafted from fire spirit jade, a material renowned for its exceptional fire resistance, capable of absorbing the heat of flames to nourish itself. The fire spirit jade box emitted a radiant crimson glow as Emo Chunzi held it aloft. The figure cloaked in black cast a fleeting glance at Emo Chunzi, his eyes momentarily betraying a flicker of astonishment, though he swiftly regained his composure. He had not anticipated that Emo Chunzi possessed even the fire spirit jade box. Given the immense rarity of the fire spirit jade, Emo Chunzi ingested the fire avoidance pill and prepared to make his way toward the altar. At that moment, a loud thud echoed through the air. Master Su, what has happened to you? An urgent voice rang out from behind. An alchemist had suddenly collapsed to the ground, and those surrounding him quickly encircled him, anxiously assessing his condition. With the first alchemist's fall, more began to sway precariously. This is bad. I feel utterly drained, one lamented. Strange, I cannot sense my spiritual energy at all. Many started to sense something amiss, feeling a profound weakness, as if they had been reduced to the state of ordinary mortals. There's poison. This gas is toxic, someone shouted, jolting the crowd into a state of panic. They began to scatter, the previously orderly line devolving into chaos. Yet this was not the end. In a corner of the cave, a thick mist of pale green suddenly surged forth, enveloping the entire cavern. Only then did the crowd realize the surrounding toxic gas, each individual hastily retrieving pills to counteract the poison. However, they had already succumbed too deeply, and the pills offered no remedy for this toxin. What? The 9 transformation powder. This is terrible. We've all been poisoned. It was you. You're the one who poisoned us. Qin Tianxiao accused, pointing at the figure in black. Damn it, this is indeed the gas from the 9 transformation powder. Xianxia exclaimed in despair. He finally comprehended that this cloaked figure had lured them here as part of a trap aimed at all of them. Regret washed over him. But it was far too late. Ha ha ha. You foolish beings, did you really not see this coming? Blame your own negligence for not detecting the poison that suffuses this valley. The black-clad figure laughed maniacally, revealing his true nature. Suddenly, numerous figures in black emerged from the rear of the cave. Leading them were 2 elderly men in black robes. One tall and robust, the other diminutive and frail. The blood poison sect. You are members of the blood poison sect, Qin Tianxiao declared. I possess antidote pills. You must take them quickly, Chunzi exclaimed as he retrieved a vial of pills from his storage ring. He opened the vial, preparing to distribute the antidote among Qin Tianxiao and the others. However, before they could consume the antidote, the elder in black struck swiftly. A wave of black mist swept through the air, shattering the vial in Chunzi's hand and scattering the antidote across the ground. Master Qin Tianxiao cried out in alarm. Do you truly believe I would grant you the opportunity to cure yourselves? The cloaked figure scoffed coldly. Chunzi's eyes blazed with fury as he fought to suppress the debilitating effects of the toxin coursing through his body. He glared fiercely at the old man in the black robe. Blood poison sect, you are truly audacious to dare to lay hands on us. Chapter 21. The Strike. Ha ha. The news of the profound fire was indeed released by my blood poison sect, with the intent to lure you alchemists here. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that even the 7th-tier alchemist, Master Chunzi, would be drawn in? Truly, heaven is assisting me. Nay, you shall not succeed. Even if I must perish, I shall never submit to your blood poison sect. Do not think that I would serve you, Chunzi retorted coldly. With us here, you shall not harm Master Qin Tianxiao declared. Indeed, with our presence, we will never allow you to injure Master Li Yunjian added. The rogue alchemist Li Yunjian swiftly unsheathed his broadsword, placing it protectively before Chunzi. Do you truly believe that a group of useless fools like you can thwart me? Were you not poisoned, you might have engaged in a few exchanges with me. But how much strength do you have left now? The figure in black mocked disdainfully. Even poisoned, I shall not allow you to prevail, Qin Tianxiao retorted defiantly. Before his words faded, Qin Tianxiao swiftly produced a blue longsword. Foolish and oblivious to your fate, left and right protectors, eliminate all but the alchemists. The black-robed man commanded coldly. At your command, sect master. The left and right protectors replied in unison. No sooner had the command been given than the left protector brandished a blood-red longsword, while the right protector wielded a black longsword. The 2 figures darted forward, attacking the crowd behind. Your arrival is indeed fortuitous, princes. You shall serve as the perfect materials for the crafting of the 7th-tier blood elixir, enabling me to successfully break through to the fusion realm. The black-robed man laughed heartily. Without delay, he charged towards Qin Tianxiao and the others. Leading the charge, the black-robed man radiated an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, resembling a god of destruction descending upon the mortal realm. Though Qin Tianxiao and Li Yunjian possessed considerable strength, in their poisoned state, they found themselves at a severe disadvantage against a formidable opponent, a late-stage expert of the divine transformation realm. The 3 men endured immense suffering, struggling to fend off the internal toxins while simultaneously defending against the black-robed man's relentless assaults. Ha ha ha, strike away. The more you channel your spiritual energy, the faster the toxins will spread, and soon you 3 will be left with no cultivation, unable to utilize a single ounce of spiritual power. The black-robed man laughed with glee. He toyed with Qin Tianxiao and the others as if they were mere playthings, effortlessly countering their efforts. The situation within the cave was overwhelmingly one-sided, as none among the others had reached the divine transformation realm. They were utterly incapable of resisting the poisonous gas, and, at that moment, stood powerless, like lambs awaiting slaughter. The two protectors of the black-robed man were equally formidable, wielding their weapons as they plunged into the crowd, leaving no one unscathed. The left protector's blood-red longsword, with each swing, unleashed a torrent of bloodshed. Under his blade, many fell to the ground, often without a moment to even utter a cry of despair. The black-clad guardian wielded a long, ebony sword that effortlessly pierced through the bodies of his adversaries with each thrust. His swordsmanship was unparalleled in speed, weaving through the crowd as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Observing the dire situation, Qin Tianxiao and his companions hastily retrieved their treasured artifacts from their storage rings, eager to alter the course of the battle. Qin Tianxiao produced a golden shield and cast it forth. In an instant, the golden shield enveloped Qin Tianxiao and his allies, forming a protective barrier of radiant spiritual energy. Bang! 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 The strikes of the cloaked figure incessantly battered against the shimmering shield. Quickly consume the elixirs, urged Mo Chenzi as he produced 2 vials of potions, swiftly distributing them among the group. Qin Tianxiao and his companions promptly ingested the potions and began to circulate their spiritual energy to counteract the poison. It seems it is time to conclude this battle. If I allow you to detoxify, it will become troublesome for me, the black-clad figure sneered. With that, his aura surged dramatically, and an array of ominous black runes materialized around him, radiating a chilling and formidable power. Blood poison rune technique, he bellowed, and the black runes instantly transformed into bolts of dark lightning, spiraling rapidly around his form. Bang! 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 The pressure exerted by the black-clad figure intensified with each strike, causing tremors in the surrounding void, as his horrifying might sent the very fabric of space quaking. Ha ha ha! Let us see how long you can endure now, he cackled, brandishing his black blade, which became a streak of darkness racing toward Qin Tianxiao and his companions. Boom! The clash between the black blade and the golden shield erupted in a cataclysmic roar. Qin Tianxiao and his allies were thrown back, spitting blood, their faces ashen. Despite the shield's ability to withstand the black-clad figure's onslaught, his overwhelming strength inflicted severe backlash with every collision. Struggling to hold their ground, the situation deteriorated rapidly. With a crack, the relentless attacks of the black-clad figure grew fiercer, and the golden shield began to fracture, threatening to shatter at any moment. This cannot continue. We will perish here, Qin Tianxiao exclaimed, panic etched across his face. We must find a way to break through, or we shall all meet our end. Montauk Shensi replied gravely. Yet the blood-poisoned sect surrounds us, and we are still afflicted by the toxin. How can we escape? Li Yunjian remarked with a bitter smile. Bang! The black-clad figure shattered the shield with a single strike, causing Qin Tianxiao to spew forth a mouthful of blood from the backlash. The black blade flashed, and 3 early-stage divine sense cultivators were decapitated in an instant. With another stroke, he felled 2 more. Within mere breaths, only Qin Tianxiao and 3 others remained. Gritting their teeth against the pain, Qin Tianxiao and his companions charged at the black-clad figure, who swung his massive hand forth. Bang! The 3 individuals were instantaneously hurled away, blood spewing from their mouths, while Qin Tianxiao and Li Yunjian turned as pale as death, and Yunfeng Shan simply lost consciousness. With mere wretches like you dare challenge me? Truly unaware of your own mortality. The figure in the black robe scoffed, raising the dark blade once more, poised to deliver a fatal strike to the trio. However, at that critical moment, bang, a member of the blood-poisoned sect was sent flying by a single palm strike, soaring towards the black-robed man like a cannonball. The black-robed figure sensed the approaching sect member and swiftly swung his blade down, cleaving the unfortunate soul in 2. Turning his gaze towards the direction from which the sect member had come, he beheld Qin Tianxiao, staring coldly back at him. Surrounding Qin Tianxiao lay numerous fallen members of the blood-poisoned sect, all having succumbed to his lethal touch. At that moment, the left and right guardians eliminated the remaining foes. Only then did they notice Qin Tianxiao and his companions. Qin Tianxiao stood resolutely, his complexion flushed, exhibiting no signs of poison whatsoever. It was then that Qin Jianshan realized that the pill he had consumed before entering was, in fact, an antidote. Chapter 22. Subduing the Profound Qin Fire. The ancestor truly lived up to the title. He had detected the anomaly early on. Moreover, observing the ancestor, he showed no signs of being poisoned. Qin Jianshan gazed upon Qin Tianxiao with profound admiration. You have evaded the poison of the 9 Qin transformation elixir. It seems you are no ordinary individual. The black-robed man regarded Qin Tianxiao with keen interest. Left and right guardians, seize him for me. Yes, master. In response, the left and right guardians lunged towards Qin Tianxiao from either side. Truly oblivious to your impending doom. 2 mere practitioners of the 9th layer of the divine transformation realm dare to strike at me? A fool's errand. Before he could finish his taunt, Qin Tianxiao vanished from sight. In the next instant, he materialized before the left guardian, delivering a palm strike to the guardian's chest. Bang! The left guardian was instantly slain, his body flying backward. With another swift motion, Qin Tianxiao appeared before the right guardian. The right guardian barely registered a fleeting shadow before feeling a tremendous force crash upon him. The right guardian, too, fell victim to Qin Tianxiao's lethal palm strike, his body also hurtling backward. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. The left and right guardians hardly had a moment to react before being effortlessly dispatched by Qin Tianxiao. Such terrifying prowess caused the black-robed man's expression to darken considerably. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Qin Tianxiao was undoubtedly a master of great caliber, a cultivator of the combined body realm. This is dire. I must flee. The black-robed man showed no hesitation. He transformed into a wisp of black mist, swiftly retreating towards the altar's rear. He was acutely aware of the power possessed by the left and right guardians, 2 formidable practitioners of the 9th layer of the divine transformation realm. Only a formidable being of the fusion realm could instantaneously dispatch the 2 adversaries. Confronted with such power, the figure in the black robe recognized his fate. There was no escape, and thus he chose to flee without hesitation. You think you can escape? You shall perish instead. With a cold snort, Qin Tianxiao unleashed the golden sun finger. His finger pointed, and a radiant beam of golden light shot forth, swiftly overtaking the black-robed man. With a resounding thud, the finger struck the man's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood spewed from the black-robed figure's mouth, his pallor betraying sheer terror. You are indeed a being of the fusion realm. The black-robed man gazed at Qin Tianxiao in horror, utterly astonished by the latter's terrifying prowess. Surprisingly, despite being struck by my golden sun finger, you remain alive. Your ability to survive is commendable, but the outcome shall remain unchanged. Qin Tianxiao remarked coldly, advancing step by step toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man, feeling the encroaching presence of Qin Tianxiao, was engulfed in dread, knowing he could not escape his fate. If so, let us perish together, he roared, his aura surging dramatically as a powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated from him. He intended to self-destruct. How naive to think you could self-destruct before me. Qin Tianxiao scoffed, launching another golden sun finger. This beam was larger and faster than the previous one. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the black-robed man's skull. With a violent explosion, his head burst apart like a watermelon. With the black-robed man dealt with, Qin Tianxiao turned his attention to subduing the ethereal fire. He approached the ethereal fire, which, sensing his proximity, erupted into a fierce blaze, intent on incinerating him. Chanting a spell, Qin Tianxiao summoned a white jade box that glided toward the ethereal fire. The box opened, gradually moving closer to the flame. Simultaneously, golden runes emanated from his mouth, binding the ethereal fire like a shackle. The fire thrashed violently, yet it could not break free from the golden runes and was compelled to succumb to the white jade box. As the ethereal fire was drawn into the box, it closed automatically, inscribed with intricate runes that completely sealed the fire within. As the ethereal fire was confined, the temperature in the cave gradually returned to normal. With a gesture, Qin Tianxiao summoned the white jade box into his hands. Success in subduing the ethereal fire. A satisfied smile graced his face, reflecting the fruitful outcome of his endeavor. Esteemed senior, I am Mo Chenzi, a 7th-tier alchemist, and I wish to propose a transaction with you. The younger generation seeks to exchange for the profound Qin fire held by the elder. Elder, please name your price. I am willing to comply with any terms you propose. Montauk Shensi implored earnestly. Qin Tianxiao cast a fleeting glance at Mo Chenzi and gently shook his head, stating, "This profound Qin fire is of great significance to me. Thus, I shall not consider it for trade. This fire was intended for Qin Yan's absorption, even if Mo Chunzi were to offer his allegiance in exchange. Qin Tianxiao would remain steadfast in his refusal. For a seventh-tier alchemist could not possibly outweigh the importance of Qin Yan's imminent awakening of the sacred body of 10,000 flames. Upon hearing Qin Tianxiao's rejection, disappointment was unmistakably etched on Mo Chunzi's face. However, he refused to relent and continued to beseech, "Elder, I implore you to reconsider. I genuinely require this profound Qin fire. I beg for your benevolence. Elder, I am willing to serve you tirelessly in exchange for the profound Qin fire." Mo Chunzi persisted with determination. Qin Tianxiao gazed at Mo Chunzi, internally sighing. He was well aware of the value of the profound Qin fire to an alchemist, yet for Qin Yan's sake, he found himself without options. "You need not say more. I shall not entertain trading the profound Qin fire. Elder, I have one more request, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice. Speak freely. Since the profound Qin fire has been subdued by you, I wish to borrow it for the purpose of refining a batch of pills. Might you grant me this favor?" Qin Tianxiao pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well. I shall agree, but you must wait for a period until he has fully mastered the profound Qin fire." Qin Tianxiao gestured toward Qin Yan, and Mo Chunzi's face lit up with joy. "Elder, could it be that your descendant is an alchemist? What tier of alchemist could they possibly be at such a young age?" Montauk Hensi inquired. To this question, I can only reveal that he has yet to begin learning alchemy, but he shall commence shortly. "Alchemy? Master, are you intending to teach me the art of alchemy?" Montauk Hensi exclaimed eagerly. "No need for that. I shall personally instruct him in alchemy," Qin Tianxiao replied nonchalantly. "Elder, might you disclose your name and how I may find you?" "I am called Qin Tianxiao. You may seek the Qin family in Fenglin City of the Panyan Kingdom." No sooner had he finished speaking than Qin Tianxiao returned to Qin Yan and the others. "Let us depart. The profound Qin fire is now in hand, and it is time to proceed to the next step." "Yes, master." Chapter 23. The Legacy of Old Friends. Qin Tianxiao and his companions departed, leaving Qian Chongqing and the others behind. "Qin Tianxiao, Qin Tianxiao," Qian Chongqing murmured, as if struck by a realization. Suddenly, Qin Tianxiao, the prodigy of the Qin family from 80,000 years ago. "How can this be possible?" Qian Chongqing exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing Qian Chongqing's incredulous outburst, all eyes turned toward him. "Your Highness, are you suggesting that this individual is the prodigy Qin Tianxiao from 80,000 years ago?" Montauk Hensi inquired. "Indeed, the unparalleled genius of the Qin family, Qin Tianxiao, for otherwise I cannot fathom who else it could be. It appears that the news from the Panyan Empire is indeed true. The immortal being, Qin Tianxiao, has emerged from his seclusion." Qian Chongqing remarked. "My heavens, an immortal being? Truly an immortal being. After 80,000 years, it is likely that Elder Qin has attained the tribulation stage. It seems that the Qin family is on the verge of revival," the crowd murmured. Meanwhile, Qin Tianxiao and his companions had returned to the county city, ascending to the second floor of the inn they had previously visited. Qin Tianxiao intended to enjoy a meal before returning, as the Xianxia fire had already been subdued. The remaining task was merely for Qin Yan to absorb it, and there was no need for haste regarding this matter. Qin Tianxiao ordered a lavish banquet, eager to feast. As they were about to dine, a tremendous commotion erupted from the street below. A crowd had gathered around a young woman, clad in a verdant palace attire, wielding a deep blue sword. The lady, in the bloom of her youth, possessed an enchanting beauty, her brows furrowed in concern. "Young lady, do you know who he is?" He is the young master of the Wuchen Juegong, and to be favored by young Master Liu is a stroke of fortune." A handsome youth in golden and white robes declared. "What? The Wuchen Juegong? Is she truly the young master of the Wuchen Juegong?" A voice from the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. "Is the Wuchen Juegong that formidable?" "No way. You don't even know about the Wuchen Juegong. It is a top-tier force, albeit recently established, yet it boasts formidable beings at the tribulation stage." "What? They even have powerful beings at the tribulation stage overseeing them? No wonder young Master Yuan is so eager to curry favor." Beside this youth stood another young man and an elderly figure. The young man, with sharp brows and bright eyes, was Lu Ran, the young master of the Wuchen Juegong, clad in resplendent golden robes. The elder, dressed in a flowing black robe, bore a grave expression. With a smile, The young man surveyed the lady, his eyes filled with desire. Despite her beauty, the woman's demeanor was resolute. She coldly regarded the youth in golden and white robes, showing no sign of fear. "Young master, I had thought you were someone of great consequence. But it appears you are merely a spoiled scion relying on your family's influence," she retorted sharply, offering no quarter to the youth in golden and white robes. Upon hearing her words, both the youth and Lu Ran's expressions darkened. The youth in golden and white robes, pointing at the woman, growled, "Impudent! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you not realize that offending the Wuchen Juegong means even your backing from the Qingyu sect cannot protect you? Even with the Qingyu sect, I shall protect her to the end." Just then, a man wielding a spear stepped forward from the crowd, positioning himself in front of the woman. Seeing this, the youth in golden and white robes flashed a look of anger, pointing at the man and exclaiming, "Zhao Lingfeng, you dare oppose me? Yuan Linshan, dare to lay a hand on my junior sister, and I shall not allow you to touch her, no matter what." Zhao Lingfeng exclaimed furiously. With that, he brandished his spear, unleashing a fierce aura that enveloped the surroundings. How amusing! A mere group of insignificant 4th-level golden elixir cultivators dares to challenge my Wuchan absolute palace. It seems that our low profile has led to such audacity. Allow me, the young master, to personally teach you a lesson, so you may understand the consequences of provoking my esteemed palace. As his words faded, a powerful energy erupted from him. Lu Ran moved swiftly, dashing towards Zhao Lingfeng with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Zhao Lingfeng. "Wuchan palm," Lu Ran declared. As the words left his lips, he unleashed a palm strike, sending a forceful imprint hurtling toward Zhao Lingfeng. Startled, Zhao Lingfeng quickly raised his spear to defend. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as Zhao Lingfeng was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. Lu Ran coldly regarded the fallen Zhao Lingfeng, stating, "This is the consequence of offending my Wuchan absolute palace." Struggling to rise, Zhao Lingfeng glared at Lu Ran, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from his opponent. "Brother Zhao," a woman cried out, rushing to assist him. "Junior sister, stay back," Zhao Lingfeng bellowed, forcing himself to block her path despite his injuries. "Brother Zhao, you are no match for him. His cultivation has already reached the late stage of golden elixir," the woman asserted. "Oh, I did not expect you to discern the young master's cultivation level. It seems you surpass your brother in strength. However, with your 7th level golden elixir prowess, you are still no match for me. I advise you to surrender willingly. Enough of your nonsense. If you wish for my submission, first ask my sword," she retorted, drawing her treasured sword with a swift motion. The moment she lunged at Lu Ran, he felt the weight of her intent, causing his gaze to sharpen. Realizing her exceptional skill, he dismissed his earlier arrogance. "Very well, I shall ensure you surrender with complete conviction." As his words echoed, a white longsword materialized in Lu Ran's grasp. He raised the sword to meet her assault. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, Qin Tianxiao's pupils constricted upon seeing the woman's sword. "Ah, the Luo Shui sword. Wait, no, it's not the Luo Shui sword," Qin Tianxiao exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, the woman and Lu Ran were engaged in a fierce battle, evenly matched. Qin Tianxiao focused intently on the woman, scrutinizing her swordplay. "The Luo Shui sword? Ancestor, what is this Luo Shui sword?" Qin Yin inquired curiously. "A treasured sword of an old friend. It is also an 8th grade spiritual treasure," Qin Tianxiao replied. "What? An 8th grade spiritual treasure? Ancestor, does that mean the sword in that woman's possession is an 8th grade spiritual treasure?" Qin Yin exclaimed in surprise. "No, it is merely a replica of the Luo Shui sword, possessing the quality of a 4th grade spiritual treasure," Qin Tianxiao clarified, shaking his head. The Luo Shui sword technique, resembling the Luo Shui sword, suggests that this woman has indeed acquired its legacy. Qin Tianxiao mused internally. He was reminded of 80,000 years ago, when he had made a remarkable impression, reaching the harmonization realm in just over a century and earning the title of the foremost genius of the Eastern continent. At that time, he basked in glory, accompanied by a confidant of equal strength. In Chapter 24, the woman faces defeat. Qin Tianxiao often shared drinks and sword discussions with his confidant, their bond profoundly deep. Both were enamored with each other, yet neither dared to express their affections. Little did Qin Tianxiao anticipate that their parting would turn into an eternal farewell. His beloved confidant had long since turned to dust. Contemplating this, he could not help but sigh, acknowledging the whims of fate. Ultimately, they were fated to be connected, yet never united. Shaking his head, he cast aside these thoughts and focused on the battle unfolding below. On the street, the woman and Lu Ran were engaged in a fierce duel. The woman wielded her azure sword with grace, unleashing a flurry of azure sword lights. Her swordplay flowed like rippling water, imbued with extraordinary agility. Opposing her, Lu Ran's technique was equally exceptional, akin to a tempest, striking with ferocity. Their sword energies clashed continuously, igniting brilliant sparks amidst the tumult. As their techniques intertwined, the ground and buildings around them were ravaged by the intensity of their sword energies, debris scattering in disarray. Qin Tianxiao observed the confrontation with admiration. The woman's swordplay was deft and variable, like water that permeates every crevice. Conversely, Lu Ran's style was bold and powerful, showcasing their respective strengths, neither yielding to the other. Indeed, the Luo Shui's sword technique is genuine. It appears she has truly inherited its legacy. How intriguing to encounter your successor, Qin Tianxiao remarked. As time passed, the battle intensified. The woman was drenched in sweat, while Lu Ran appeared considerably more at ease. Nonetheless, both combatants had exhausted significant stamina and energy, yet neither displayed any inclination to retreat. Rather, they grew more resolute in their struggle. Impressive. For someone of your cultivation to contend with me to this extent is remarkable. With your prowess, you could certainly be my concubine. Humph, defeat me first, then we shall see, she retorted. Ah, splendid. You possess spirit and I admire that. In that case, I shall take this a bit more seriously, so you may comprehend my true strength. Before his words faded, Lu Ran's aura surged dramatically. His long sword transformed into a series of phantoms, its speed multiplying several times over as he launched a relentless assault on the woman. Startled, she swiftly brandished her azure sword in defense. Yet, Lu Ran seemed to have transformed entirely. His moves became unpredictable, leaving the woman struggling to counter effectively. In an instant, she found herself overwhelmed by Lu Ran's sword momentum, forced to defend desperately without the means to mount a significant counterattack. In the latter stages of the 10th level of the Golden Core realm, this individual, barely in his 20s, exhibits such formidable prowess, marking him as a prodigy. Furthermore, his mastery of the sword path is commendable. Even with the possession of the Luo Shui sword technique, defeat is ultimately inevitable. Had his skills in this technique reached a minor completion, he might have posed a challenge. Alas, it is a pity. Qin Tianxiao shook his head, having already foreseen the outcome of the battle before him. However, at that moment, Qin Tianxiao suddenly perceived that the azure longsword in the woman's grasp was emanating an increasingly brilliant glow, as if some latent power was awakening. Her eyes, filled with determination, reflected the rapid acceleration of her sword's movements, resembling a streak of azure lightning traversing the air. What is this? A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Tianxiao's gaze. She had managed to break through at such a critical juncture. The woman's aura surged dramatically, propelling her from the late stage of the 7th level of the Golden Core realm to the early stage of the 8th level. Concurrently, her swordplay underwent a qualitative transformation, becoming sharper and more formidable. Lu Ran, clearly unprepared for such a sudden breakthrough, was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and resumed his fierce assault. Ha! Splendid. Your talent is indeed remarkable, achieving a breakthrough in the midst of battle. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you, he exclaimed. The woman snorted disdainfully, and with her newfound cultivation, she engaged Lu Ran in an intense clash. Both wielders exhibited extraordinary swordsmanship, their every encounter unleashing powerful waves of energy that caused the surrounding structures to tremble. Indeed, a fine prospect. No wonder she has obtained her legacy. This woman is exceptionally gifted. Now that her cultivation has advanced and her swordplay has improved, given her a little more time, she may very well reach the minor completion of the Luo Shui sword technique, Qin Tianxiao remarked. Lu Ran observed the woman with a grin, refraining from exerting his full strength. He could perceive her continuous growth and was keenly curious about the extent of her potential. At that moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in the woman's eyes, and she unleashed a series of azure sword rays that surged toward Lu Ran like a tidal wave. Lu Ran was momentarily stunned, but soon scoffed. wielding his long sword to conjure a massive sword energy that raced toward the incoming rays. With a thunderous clash, their energies collided, stirring a tempest that sent the surrounding onlookers reeling. To Lu Ran's astonishment, the woman's sword rays did not dissipate under his assault. Instead, they grew increasingly fierce. Pressing forward with renewed vigor, Lu Ran's expression shifted as he realized the extent of her newfound strength. Yet rather than fear, excitement filled his face as the sword rays bore down upon him. He abruptly channeled a significant amount of spiritual energy into his long sword and struck at the oncoming rays. This time, his sword energy was even more potent, exuding formidable power. Two streams of sword energy collided once more, unleashing an even more intense wave of force that caused the surrounding edifices to crumble, clouds of dust spiraling into the air. With a single hand gesture, Qin Tianxiao deflected the oncoming gusts and resumed his observation of the battle, intrigued by the extent of the woman's burgeoning strength. In this clash, Lu Ran emerged as the superior combatant. The woman staggered back a few steps while Lu Ran remained steadfast. First form of the Luo Shui sword technique, flowing blue waters. The woman called out, her long sword twirling to create a flurry of sword blossoms, cascading toward Lu Ran like an unstoppable river. Come forth, Golden Dragon Sword Dance. Lu Ran exclaimed with a hearty laugh. With a flourish of his sword, a stream of sword energy transformed into a roaring golden dragon, crashing into the woman's blossoms. A resounding explosion echoed as the sword energy and the blossoms counteracted each other, whipping up a fierce wind that uprooted nearby trees. Qin Tianxiao gazed at this spectacle, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. I never anticipated she had already mastered the first form. You found an exceptional disciple. He marveled. Boom! The golden dragon, infused with greater power, shattered the blossoms and barreled straight into the woman. She was sent flying, though she managed to raise her sword in time to absorb much of the impact. Yet, even so, the sword energy left numerous fine cuts upon her body. Chapter 25, Compensation. The golden dragon struck the long sword with immense force, causing the woman to spit out a mouthful of blood as she fell heavily to the ground, her sword slipping from her grasp. Lin Shimmy. Zhao Lingfeng cried out in alarm. Ha ha ha, what do you fear now? Do you recognize the might of this young master? It would be wise for you to submit, Lu Ran declared with a grin. Cough, never. I would rather die than yield to you, the woman retorted defiantly. Think carefully. Should you refuse me, it will spell disaster for your Qin sect. Your master, brothers, and sisters will perish because of your choice, and you shall bear the blame for the sect's demise. You despicable wretch. Ha ha, thank you for the compliment. I am indeed a vile and unscrupulous individual. Lu Ran continued. I shall grant you one more opportunity to reconsider. This time, ponder it well. His words plunged the woman into a dilemma. To refuse would invite calamity upon her sect. The Qingyu sect was but a third-rate power, dwarfed by the likes of the Wuqian Absolute Palace, akin to an ant before a giant. With a mere elder dispatch from the Wuqian Absolute Palace, the Qingyu sect could be obliterated. Despicable. As the young lord of the Wuqian Absolute Palace, you resort to such underhanded tactics to threaten my sister? Is this the manner of your esteemed palace? Zhao Lingfeng seethed. Indeed, this is the way of the Wuqian Absolute Palace. What of it? Aside from barking like a wild dog, what else can you do? Allow me to enlighten you. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. As a weaker individual, you must possess the awareness befitting your status, or else you shall meet a most tragic end, Lu Ran declared. You. Zhao Lingfeng found himself at a loss for words. Lu Ran's assertion was undeniably accurate. In this realm, power is paramount. At that moment, in the nearby tavern, Qin Tianxiao slowly rose to his feet. It was time to descend. He gracefully leapt from the second floor, landing softly beside the young woman. My dear, what is your name? He inquired, his gaze unwavering from the girl, ignoring Lu Ran and the others entirely. The girl was somewhat taken aback by the sudden appearance of the elderly man. She was unaware of Qin Tianxiao's identity or intentions. However, she sensed no hostility from him. Rather, he exuded a benevolent aura. I am Lin Xianxia, she replied. Meanwhile, all present were rendered speechless by the unexpected arrival of Qin Tianxiao. Observing his entrance, the elder in black robes beside Lu Ran immediately stepped forward. Young master, this individual possesses formidable strength, at least that of a great Ascension Realm expert. Exercise caution, he whispered discreetly to Lu Ran. Upon hearing this, Lu Ran's pupils dilated in shock as he scrutinized Qin Tianxiao from head to toe. Lu Ran was an astute individual, adept at gauging circumstances. Although he had secured Lin Xianxia, it was entirely unnecessary to offend a great Ascension Realm powerhouse for the sake of a woman. The fact that Elder Su felt the need for vigilance indicated that this individual was no ordinary foe. Should he provoke such a formidable figure, Elder Su might not be able to shield him, and he could risk exposing his own trump cards. The potential loss was too great. Sacrificing a life-saving card for a mere woman was an unwise gamble. "We must depart," Lu Ran stated. Just as Lu Ran intended to leave, a voice rang out from afar. "You fool, who is this old man? Can't you see the young master of the Wuchan Absolute Palace is conducting business? Get lost." Hearing this, Lu Ran's expression faltered. In a flash, he stood next to Yuan Linshan and delivered a resounding slap across his face. "Idiot, be silent." Lu Ran seethed. Yuan Linshan was recklessly pushing him into the fire, displaying a shocking lack of insight into the grave situation. Anxiously, Lu Ran glanced at Qin Tianxiao, relieved to find that the latter had not turned his attention, as if he had not heard the commotion. With a flick of his left hand, Qin Tianxiao sent forth a golden ray of energy from his fingertips. "You dare insult this old man?" Qin Tianxiao stated coldly. The golden ray of energy surged forth like lightning, reaching Yuan Linshan in the blink of an eye. Bang! The golden ray pierced through Yuan Linshan's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. His headless corpse collapsed on the ground, blood splattering everywhere, creating an exceedingly gruesome scene. All present gasped in shock at this spectacle. The elder had been exceedingly domineering, executing a kill without the slightest hesitation or regard. The old man in the black robe, witnessing Qin Tianxiao's display of power, felt his pupils constrict sharply, his previously indifferent demeanor giving way to a look of horror. He realized that had Qin Tianxiao targeted Lu Ran, he would have been utterly defenseless. This individual's strength far surpassed his own. It was clear that provoking him would be unwise. A thought the black-robed elder conveyed to Lu Ran through a mental transmission. "Understood. I am aware," Lu Ran replied in acknowledgement. Having observed Yuan Linshan's demise at such close quarters, Lu Ran was seized by a wave of fear. This man was simply too formidable, dispatching Yuan Linshan with a mere flick of his fingers. The entire event transpired in an instant, a swift execution that left no time for reaction. Lu Ran turned to leave this perilous place. "Stop right there. What is your intent, senior? I have not provoked you in any way," Lu Ran protested. "Humph. Do you think you can simply walk away after injuring someone?" Qin Tianxiao retorted coldly. "Rest assured, I understand," Lu Ran replied. "Consider this storage ring as compensation for the young lady." As he spoke, he removed a storage ring from his hand and tossed it to Qin Tianxiao. The ring slowed as it approached him, and Qin Tianxiao reached out to catch it, glancing at it briefly. "Very well, you may leave now." "Thank you, senior. I shall take my leave and not disturb you further," Lu Ran said, quickly departing from this contentious location. Qin Tianxiao handed the storage ring to Lin Xianxia, who appeared utterly bewildered. He had refrained from killing Lu Ran, recognizing his potential usefulness. Lin Xianxia, however, was still trying to grasp the situation, as everything had unfolded far too rapidly. Accept it. Qin Tianxiao's words possessed an almost enchanting quality, rendering Lin Xianxia unable to refuse. She took the storage ring. "You are Lin Xianxia? You bear the same surname as Lin Luoxue. Could it be that you are a descendant of his?" Qin Tianxiao inquired. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xianxia's eyes widened in shock, her expression one of astonishment. "Senior, who are you? How do you know my ancestor?" she questioned, bewildered. "Ha ha. I never anticipated you to be a descendant of Luoxue. It seems we are indeed fated to meet," Qin Tianxiao laughed. Lin Xianxia gazed at Qin Tianxiao, her eyes brimming with confusion. She could not fathom why this suddenly appeared elder would be acquainted with her ancestor, and their relationship seemed to be quite profound. However, she found it rather peculiar. After all, her ancestor had lived tens of thousands of years ago, so how could the elderly man before her possibly know of him? "Elder, do you know my ancestor?" Lin Xianxia inquired. "Indeed, I was a close friend of your ancestor," Qin Tianxiao replied. "What? How can this be? Elder, you were a close friend of my ancestor? But this..." Lin Xianxia exclaimed, utterly astonished. She simply could not fathom that the elder before her was a figure from the same era as her ancestor. "You may call me Elder Qin," he said. "All right, Elder Qin. Here, take this healing elixir. It will mend your wounds." If you trust me, do not hesitate to consume it. With that, Qin Tianxiao produced a healing elixir for Lin Xianxia. She extended her hand to receive it and promptly swallowed a whole. She sensed the elder's goodwill, and she recognized the elixir as indeed one meant for healing. Have you inherited your ancestor's legacy? Ah, yes, Elder Qin. How do you know my ancestor? Lin Xianxia asked. Wait, your surname is Qin. Could you be the Elder Qin repeatedly mentioned in my ancestor's writings? Indeed, I am Qin Tianxiao, he affirmed. I see great potential in you. Would you consider taking me as your master? Qin Tianxiao proposed. Well, I already have a master, so it may not be appropriate to accept you as my teacher. She replied, that is of no consequence. You may leave your current sect. Besides, remaining with them might bring trouble upon them. If you join me, I can protect your sect from the threats posed by the Wuqing Absolute Palace. Otherwise, that individual from earlier would not readily relent. Lin Xianxia furrowed her brow, aware that what Qin Tianxiao said was true. If she did not depart from the Qingyu sect, it could indeed spell disaster for them. This was one of the reasons Qin Tianxiao had left Lu Ran behind to instill caution in Lin Xianxia. Very well, I am willing to take you as my master. Elder Qin, Sister Lin, do you truly intend to leave? Zhao Lingfeng asked. Yes, senior brother, this elder speaks the truth. If Xianxia remains at the Qingyu sect, it may bring calamity upon them. Sigh. Very well, Zhao Lingfeng sighed. Sister Lin, do remember to visit us at the Qingyu sect whenever you can. Rest assured, senior brother, I will certainly come back to see you all. Just then, a furious roar echoed from afar. Who dares to be so bold as to kill my son, Yuan Jinshan? Accompanying this shout was an overwhelming aura approaching from a distance. A middle-aged man appeared in the air, followed by a dozen or so individuals, all of whom exuded a similar presence, though none matched that of the middle-aged man. This man was none other than Yuan Jinshan, the head of the Yuan family. Upon receiving the devastating news of his son Yuan Lingshan's demise, Yuan Jinshan, accompanied by a cadre of formidable family warriors, set forth to exact revenge. He found it incomprehensible that his son, under the tutelage of Lu Ran, the young master of the Wuqinju Palace, could meet such a grim fate. Though he sensed an underlying complexity to the situation, the anguish of losing his child consumed him, leaving little room for contemplation. Fueled by wrath, he yearned to dismember the perpetrator. Who dares to slay my beloved son? Step forth, Yuan Jinshan bellowed. Esteemed elder, this man before you is Yuan Jinshan, the father of Yuan Lingshan, the very individual you have just vanquished. Lin Jiangshu interjected. It matters not. He is merely at the out-of-body stage, insignificant in my eyes. Qin Tianxiao replied with an air of nonchalance, dismissing Yuan Jinshan entirely. As Yuan Jinshan and his companions descended, they absorbed Qin Tianxiao's words with clarity. Enraged by this insolence, Yuan Jinshan struggled to maintain his composure, recognizing that Qin Tianxiao's perception of his cultivation level indicated a formidable adversary. Thus, he refrained from immediate action. However, some of his followers were not so restrained. How dare this old fool speak with such arrogance? Let me show you my might. One elder shouted, charging at Qin Tianxiao with a long sword in hand, the blade whistling through the air, aimed at his vital points. With a derisive sneer, Qin Tianxiao effortlessly evaded the elder's strike. In a swift motion, he pointed, unleashing a beam of energy that shattered the elder's sword aura. The elder, taken aback, realized the depth of Qin Tianxiao's power and hastily retreated to evade further assault. Yet it was too late. In an instant, Qin Tianxiao reappeared before him, delivering a punch that sent the elder hurtling backward. The impact left a significant dent in the elder's chest, and as he flew through the air, a jet of blood escaped his lips. With a resounding thud, the elder collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The remaining members of the Yuan family were struck with horror, astonished by Qin Tianxiao's overwhelming prowess that had allowed him to eliminate an elder of the out-of-body realm with a single blow. Xianxia, the first lesson I impart today is to eradicate threats completely, otherwise they will fester and multiply. Observe closely, for I shall now demonstrate the true essence of the Luo Shui sword technique, Qin Tianxiao declared, conjuring a long sword seemingly from thin air. He then advanced toward Yuan Jinshan and his entourage. Lin Jiangshu, sensing the gravity of the situation, remained vigilant, determined not to underestimate him. This is intolerable. You may be at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, but how dare you belittle the Yuan family? Let us unite and make you pay dearly. Yuan Jinshan retorted, brimming with indignation. The Yuan family comprises a total of 8 elders at the out-of-body realm, 1 at the 10th level, 2 at the 8th level, 2 at the 7th level, 1 at the 5th level, and 2 at the 4th level. Yuan Jinshan himself has attained the mid-stage of the 10th level of the out-of-body realm. The elder recently slain was a practitioner at the 4th level. Presently, Qin Tianxiao has suppressed his own strength to the initial stage of the 10th level of the out-of-body realm, intending to allow Lin Xianxia to clearly observe the application of the Luo Shui sword technique. In Chapter 27, Annihilation of the Yuan Family, Qin Tianxiao swiftly appeared before one of the Yuan elders. With a flick of his sword, a dazzling beam of sword light flashed, and the remaining 4th-level elder was instantly beheaded. Yuan Jinshan, witnessing this, was consumed by fury and immediately charged at Qin Tianxiao with his sword, aiming for a lethal strike. The sword energy was incredibly fierce. However, Qin Tianxiao deftly evaded the attack with a mere shift of his body. With a cold sneer, he trembled his sword, conjuring countless sword shadows that enveloped Yuan Jinshan. Yuan Jinshan's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly wielded his sword to defend himself. Yet, the intricacy of Qin Tianxiao's sword technique was overwhelming, leaving him unable to discern the real from the illusion. Suddenly, with a flick of his sword, a stream of sword energy shot forth, piercing directly through Yuan Jinshan's chest. His eyes widened in shock as blood gushed from his mouth, and he slowly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The other members of the Yuan family were taken aback, astonished by Qin Tianxiao's formidable prowess. They had never anticipated that he could so effortlessly slay their patriarch. With a cold laugh, Qin Tianxiao swung his sword again and charged at the other members of the Yuan family. In a state of panic, they scattered in all directions, desperate to escape. However, Qin Tianxiao's speed was unparalleled. He swiftly caught up to one and struck him down with a single sword. In the blink of an eye, all 8 elders of the Yuan family had fallen to Qin Tianxiao. They were too fragile. I hadn't even truly unleashed my sword technique, he mused, frowning. Lin Xianxia watched in awe as Qin Tianxiao appeared like a god of slaughter, her heart shaken. She had not expected his strength to be so overwhelming, capable of annihilating the entire Yuan family with such ease. Master, you are truly remarkable, she exclaimed. Alas, I failed to hold back earlier. The essence of the Luo Shui sword technique has yet to be demonstrated. Nevertheless, there will be opportunities to teach you in the future, Qin Tianxiao replied. Do you know the location of the Yuan family? He inquired. Senior, I am aware. Allow me to guide you. Zhao Lingfeng responded promptly. Very well, lead the way. Xianxia. When facing adversaries, one must eradicate them completely, leaving no room for mercy. Otherwise, it may lead to endless troubles. But the others of the Yuan family are innocent. They have done nothing wrong. Lin Xianxia protested gently. Indeed, they have committed no wrongdoing. The fault lies not with them, but with the world itself. To live without worry and without restraint, one must eradicate the roots of their adversaries, Qin Tianxiao remarked calmly. Upon his initial arrival in this realm, Qin Tianxiao shared the same naivety as Lin Xianxia. However, after enduring numerous tribulations, his perspective underwent a profound transformation. Over the course of these 80,000 years, he has witnessed an abundance of life and death. In pursuit of his family's interests, Qin Tianxiao did not hesitate to take countless lives. The number of those who perished at his hands reached into the tens of thousands, and he obliterated numerous factions. Under the leadership of Zhao Lingfeng, Qin Tianxiao swiftly approached the Yuan family. At this moment, chaos reigned within the Yuan household, as they discovered that their patriarch and elders had all fallen. Qin Tianxiao soared above the Yuan family estate and descended with a mighty strike. This blow was akin to Mount Tai descending upon them, instantly shattering the structures and the ground beneath. A cacophony of screams erupted as the disciples of the Yuan family fell one after another. A vast pit was carved into the earth, claiming the lives of all the Yuan family members. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xianxia felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Master, this, she stammered, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Qin Tianxiao glanced at her and replied, Xianxia, remember this. Showing mercy to enemies is but cruelty to oneself. If we do not eliminate the threat today, the Yuan family will inevitably seek vengeance when they grow powerful, and we may find ourselves in even greater peril. Upon hearing Qin Tianxiao's words, Lin Xianxia fell silent, seemingly deep in contemplation. Zhao Lingfeng, observing the unfolding scene. Felt a mix of emotions. He understood that Qin Tianxiao's actions were justified, yet he could not bear to witness the demise of so many innocent lives. Qin Tianxiao gazed upon the blood-soaked pit, his eyes betraying a hint of indifference. His heart remained utterly unmoved, having grown cold to the extreme. Very well. The Yuan family has been eradicated. Let us depart, Qin Tianxiao declared. Ancestor, ancestor, Qin Yin called out, rushing towards them alongside Qin Jinshan. This is Lin Xianxia, my newly accepted disciple. Please make her acquaintance. Qin Tianxiao introduced her to the two men. These are Qin Yin and Qin Jinshan, both of whom are my juniors. He added as he introduced them to Lin Xianxia. The two exchanged brief introductions before Qin Tianxiao led them away from the scene. In a distant pavilion, an elderly man watched intently as Qin Tianxiao and his companions departed. Beside him stood three individuals, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in revealing attire, a bald man adorned with intricate tattoos, and a strikingly handsome youth. Wuxia, what do you make of it? Can you gauge the depth of that old man's power? The bald man inquired. At the very least, he possesses the cultivation of the late stage of the Great Ascension. The elder replied coolly. Oh, how intriguing. The unknown late-stage master of the great vehicle. I wonder about his true capabilities. I truly wish to engage him in a duel, remarked the burly man with a sense of interest. By the way, Poison Rose, I've heard that your plans have faltered, and even those you supported have been slain. Along with the loss of precious profound Yin fire, the burly man chuckled. Jin Shun, perhaps you should keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I may be tempted to tear it apart, replied the stunning woman with a cold snort. Ha! You remain as sharp-tongued as ever. Delightful. I like it. The burly man laughed heartily. That individual may be worth our attention. Perhaps he could be of use to us, the elder stated calmly. Young master, what are your thoughts? The elder turned to inquire of the youth. Upon hearing the elder's question, the youth, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them. The moment his eyes opened, they radiated with two brilliant beams of light. His gaze was profoundly deep, akin to two black holes capable of captivating any onlooker. The youth gazed towards the direction in which Qin Tianxiao and his companions had departed, a faint smile gracing his lips, revealing an enigmatic expression. Excellent. This individual is quite interesting. We should attempt to make contact. If feasible, we shall recruit him into our sect, the youth remarked nonchalantly. Wuxia, you shall take responsibility for that individual, while we shall remain here, awaiting the opening of the secret realm, the youth commanded. Understood, young master. The burly man and the stunning woman responded in unison with the elder. Chapter 28. Devouring the profound Yin fire. After the elder acknowledged the command, he swiftly pursued Qin Tianxiao. Qin Tianxiao had noticed their presence early on, but as they posed no threat, he chose to ignore them. As the elder chased after Qin Tianxiao, he was astonished to find that he could not locate him at all. The elder immediately extended his vast spiritual awareness around him. But despite searching for a considerable time, there was no trace of Qin Tianxiao. At that moment, Qin Tianxiao had already departed from the area, having traversed over 1,000 kilometers within a mere breath. In less than a minute, Qin Tianxiao and his companions had returned to Fenglin City. After fruitlessly searching for a while, the elder had no choice but to return to the loft. Lost track of him? The youth inquired with a slight smile as he observed the returning elder. Indeed, I searched the vicinity, but there is no trace of him within 100 kilometers. The elder nodded in response. Interesting. It seems this individual is no ordinary person. He must have sensed our presence, the youth remarked with keen interest. Young master, what shall we do next? The elder asked. Let it be. Since we've lost him, we shall not concern ourselves with him any further. Our primary objective is the secret realm, which will open in a month. We must be the first to enter. The inheritance within the secret realm is mine for the taking, while your task will be to seek out other treasures, the youth declared. Understood, the three responded in unison. In Fenglin City, at the back mountain of the Qin family, Qin Tianxiao waved his hand, and 3 small wooden houses were instantly erected. The 3 quaint wooden cottages were designated for Qin Yin and his companions, facilitating their cultivation alongside Qin Tianxiao. Upon returning to the Qin residence, Qin Tianxiao meticulously sifted through the myriad of techniques stored in his mind, selecting the most suitable celestial level method for Lin Xianxia. He then prepared for Qin Yin to absorb the mysterious Yin fire. Within the cave dwelling, only Qin Tianxiao and Qin Yin were present. The process of absorbing foreign flames is excruciating and fraught with peril. If you are afraid, now is the time to reconsider, Qin Tianxiao stated solemnly. I fear not. Even if it leads to my demise, I, Qin Yin, shall perish on the path to strength. Qin Yin replied earnestly. Excellent. Your resolve is commendable. Thus, you truly embody the spirit of the Qin Clan. Qin Tianxiao smiled. In that case, let us commence. Disrobe and immerse yourself into the water tub. It will offer you some relief. Understood, Ancestor. After shedding his garments, Qin Yin climbed in the nearby tub filled with water. This vessel contained a substantial amount of healing elixir, which would aid in his recovery from injury shortly. Qin Tianxiao summoned the mysterious Yin fire, which, in his hands, transformed from a raging inferno into a docile kitten. With his left hand, he produced a row of silver needles and approached Qin Yin with deliberation. Stand up. I shall administer acupuncture, he announced. Acupuncture? Ancestor, what purpose does that serve? Qin Yin inquired with curiosity. The needles will alleviate your suffering and expedite your absorption of the foreign flames. Qin Tianxiao elucidated. Nodding in understanding, Qin Yin rose to his feet. Qin Tianxiao swiftly inserted several needles into Qin Yin's body. As the silver needles pierced his skin, Qin Yin felt an intense heat coursing through him, yet simultaneously, a refreshing sensation emanated from the points of insertion. This duality of sensation brought him considerable comfort. Observing Qin Yin, a hint of a smile graced Qin Tianxiao's face. You may now begin to absorb the foreign flames. Open your mouth, he instructed. Qin Yin nodded and complied. Qin Tianxiao guided the mysterious Yin fire, allowing it to drift slowly toward Qin Yin's mouth. As the fire approached, Qin Yin immediately sensed its searing heat. The mysterious Yin fire gradually entered him, scorching his mouth with its intensity. Fear not. Slowly swallow and absorb the mysterious Yin fire, Qin Tianxiao encouraged. Following his guidance, Qin Yin gradually ingested the mysterious Yin fire. As it coursed through him, he felt as though his body was engulfed in flames, the agonizing pain nearly unbearable. Nevertheless, Qin Yin gritted his teeth, aware that this was an essential trial on his journey to strength. Qin Tianxiao gazed at Qin Yin, his eyes reflecting a sense of pride. He understood the arduous nature of this process for Qin Yin. Yet it was only through such trials that Qin Yin could truly master the mysterious Yin fire and emerge as a formidable force. Qin Yin's anguished face contorted in pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, enduring his torment with steadfast determination. As a Yin fire surged within him, it felt as if his entire being was engulfed in flames. His skin flushed a brilliant red, continually emitting wisps of white smoke. The water in the vat quickly reached a boiling point. Qin Yin's cries of anguish echoed, and his skin began to fracture, revealing numerous fine cracks. From these fissures, blood seeped forth, only to be evaporated in the blink of an eye. As time progressed, the agony that plagued Qin Yin gradually subsided, and his breath began to strengthen. Suddenly, a dazzling light radiated from his body, signifying a breakthrough in his cultivation, propelling him to the fourth layer of the Foundation establishment realm. With eyes wide open, brimming with excitement and joy, he realized he had successfully devoured the Yin fire, thus advancing his powers. Congratulations, you have successfully consumed the Yin fire. How does it feel? Are you not far more formidable than before? Qin Tianxiao remarked with a smile. Thank you, Ancestor. I feel at least tenfold stronger than I was. Qin Yin exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. With the successful assimilation of the Yin fire, Qin Yin underwent a profound transformation. His skin became more resilient, and his physique strengthened remarkably. More importantly, his prowess experienced a significant enhancement. Observing Qin Yin's metamorphosis, Qin Tianxiao nodded in satisfaction, fully aware that Qin Yin's future held limitless potential. The more exotic fires he consumed, the stronger he would become. Very well, take a moment to rest. Once you have recuperated, we shall continue your training, Qin Tianxiao instructed. Qin Yin nodded in acknowledgement, then seated himself cross-legged on the ground to recuperate. Qin Yin's success filled Qin Tianxiao with immense pride as he recognized that Qin Yin had laid the foundation to become a formidable warrior. Subsequently, Qin Tianxiao began to prepare more training resources for Qin Yin, enabling him to enhance his strength at an accelerated pace. After half an hour, Qin Yin suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of crimson light shooting forth. His eyes resembled a sea of flames, flickering with the intensity of a roaring inferno. Slowly, he rose, feeling the powerful energy coursing through him. a wave of elation washing over him. Ancestor, I am fully restored, Qin Yan declared resolutely, gazing at Qin Tianxiao. Qin Tianxiao smiled and nodded, fully aware of Qin Yan's unwavering resolve, knowing he would not be defeated by mere pain. Chapter 29, Tianchuan Mountain Range. Now, I shall teach you how to harness the exotic fire, Qin Tianxiao said. Gazing at Qin Yan, he began to impart the methods of wielding the exotic fire. Qin Yan listened intently, fearing the loss of even the slightest detail. Exotic fire is one of the most enigmatic forces in the universe. To master it, one must attune their heart and mind, Qin Tianxiao explained. The first step is to connect your spirit with the exotic fire, thereby enabling better control over it. Guided by Qin Tianxiao, Qin Yan gradually closed his eyes, immersing his spirit in the profound Yin fire. He felt the intense heat and ferocity of the fire. Yet instead of retreating, his resolve only strengthened. As time passed, Qin Yan began to acclimate to the power of the profound Yin fire, attempting to harness it. During this process, he discovered a connection between himself and the fire, a bond that enabled him to wield its power with greater ease. Once your spirit becomes entwined with the profound Yin fire, you can channel its energy throughout your body's meridians, allowing you to utilize the fire effectively. All right, Ancestor, I shall give it a try, Qin Yan declared. Taking a deep breath, he followed Qin Tianxiao's guidance, firmly linking his spirit with the profound Yin fire. He felt its energy surging through his meridians like a tumultuous wave. Cautiously, Qin Yan directed the fire's power towards his right hand and then unleashed a powerful punch. A crimson flame erupted from his fist, resembling a wild dragon of fire, roaring forth. With a thunderous crash, the force of his punch shattered a massive stone before him. As the dust settled, the stone lay charred and cracked, riddled with numerous fissures. Excellent, Ancestor, I have succeeded, Qin Yan exclaimed with exhilaration. Qin Tianxiao observed Qin Yan's performance. Nodding in satisfaction, he recognized that Qin Yan had grasped the fundamental techniques of wielding the exotic fire. Now, continuous practice and real combat were essential for mastering this power. Indeed, you learn swiftly, Qin Tianxiao praised. However, this is merely the beginning. Remember, there are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. Only through diligence and perseverance can one become a true powerhouse, he added. I understand, Ancestor. I will strive to cultivate diligently, Qin Yan replied earnestly, nodding resolutely. Very well. Let us proceed outside, Qin Tianxiao instructed. Indeed, after opening the door, Qin Jianshan and Lin Xianxia immediately approached. Ancestor, Master, have you two been waiting long? I shall now teach you the art of refinement, Qin Tianxiao said. Not long, Ancestor, but how can my supreme battle body truly awaken? I also wish to grow stronger. Qin Jianshan inquired. Observing Qin Yan, radiating a powerful aura, he could no longer perceive his true level of cultivation. This indicated that Qin Yan had broken through, and his current presence was overwhelming. Just standing there, Qin Yan exuded a formidable sense of pressure. This evoked a deep envy in Qin Jianshan, intensifying his desire to become stronger. To truly awaken your supreme battle body, you must engage in numerous battles, and they must be life and death struggles, Qin Tianxiao replied. Only in this manner can you truly unleash the supreme potential of the unparalleled combat body. Life and death struggle? Qin Jianshan furrowed his brow, aware of the imminent peril. Yet he was willing to take the risk in pursuit of strength. Indeed, it is through life and death combat that one may continuously transcend their limits in battle, thereby awakening the power of the supreme combat body, explained Qin Tianxiao. However, Master, what should I do now? Qin Jianshan inquired. You have all reached the foundation establishment stage. It is time to engage in actual combat. I shall lead you to the Tianchuan mountain range, where you will undergo specialized training. Master, shall we depart at once? Qin Jianshan asked eagerly. Prepare yourselves. We shall set forth shortly, replied Qin Tianxiao. Half an hour later, Qin Tianxiao and the others embarked towards the Tianchuan mountain range. This region is teeming with ferocious beasts, a veritable realm of monsters. Before long, they entered the Tianchuan mountain range, surrounded by towering trees, each reaching heights of several dozen meters, with some even soaring to 100 meters. The four of them traversed the forest. You three shall proceed separately. I will provide specialized training for each of you. Understood. Qin Yan and the others dispersed in three distinct directions, while Qin Tianxiao swiftly conjured two shadowy duplicates. These two phantoms pursued Qin Yin and Lin Xianxia, while Qin Tianxiao himself followed closely behind Qin Jinshan. Qin Tianxiao devised unique training regimens for the trio, though their primary objective remained the same: to enhance their combat experience through the hunting of ferocious beasts. After parting ways, Qin Yin and the others hastened in separate directions. Qin Tianxiao maintained close proximity to Qin Jinshan, as the principal aim of this rigorous training was to facilitate Qin Jinshan's awakening. Soon after separating, Qin Jinshan encountered a ferocious beast, a second-tier initial stage red-spotted tiger, comparable in strength to a human at the third level of Foundation establishment. Upon spotting Qin Jinshan, the red-spotted tiger let out a furious roar and charged toward him. Unfazed by the imminent threat, Qin Jinshan activated his techniques, brandishing his sword to meet the beast head-on. A fierce battle ensued between man and beast. The red-spotted tiger, a formidable adversary, launched powerful attacks, yet Qin Jinshan adeptly evaded its strikes with his agile movements. After several exchanges, Qin Jinshan acclimated to the tiger's rhythm, beginning to seek opportunities for counterattacks. The beast possessed immense strength, but its speed was slightly lacking. Qin Jinshan understood that a direct confrontation would not suffice. He must leverage his agility to gain the upper hand, continuously evading the red-spotted tiger's assaults. Qin Jinshan seized opportunities to retaliate. After several rounds of combat, the tiger, incensed by Qin Jinshan's strikes, became increasingly ferocious. Nevertheless, Qin Jinshan remained composed, diligently searching for the beast's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, Qin Jinshan realized that the red-spotted tiger required a momentary pause during its attacks to gather strength. This was the flaw. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, thrusting his sword towards the tiger's throat. The red-spotted tiger, taken aback by Qin Jinshan's sudden assault, was momentarily caught off guard. By the time it recognized the impending danger, it was too late to evade. Qin Jinshan's sword pierced the tiger's throat, eliciting a pained roar before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After vanquishing the red-spotted tiger, Qin Jinshan breathed heavily, yet this battle had imparted him with considerable experience. Chapter 30. The Ruins of Luogu Kingdom. Indeed, to achieve such prowess in your first battle speaks volumes of your combat talent. Qin Tianxiao remarked appreciatively as he appeared behind Qin Jinshan. "Thank you for your kind words, Ancestor," Qin Jinshan replied respectfully. The cultivation technique practiced by Qin Jinshan was the supreme combat saint scripture, a celestial level manual. Coupled with the agility techniques imparted by Qin Tianxiao, his strength far surpassed that of his peers within the same realm, enabling him to slay the red-spotted tiger despite the disparity in rank. After dispatching the tiger, Qin Jinshan remembered to dispose of its corpse. "Your next task is to relentlessly hunt magical beasts." "Understood." Time flew by, and half a month had passed. Qin Jinshan, in a frenzy, relentlessly hunted magical beasts. Within this span, he had slain at least 100 second-tier early-stage beasts, and his cultivation had ascended to the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, demonstrating remarkably swift progress. One day, he set his sights on a pack of wolves situated in a vast valley. Along the sides of the valley, numerous caves served as the wolves' lairs. Among this pack was a second-tier early-stage wolf king, accompanied by 35 first-tier late-stage wolves, 20 mid-stage, and 13 early-stage wolves. The size of the pack was considerable. A typical cultivator at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm would undoubtedly face grave peril if confronted with such a formidable group. However, Qin Jinshan was different. His strength was exceptional. Gazing at the pack, Qin Jinshan felt no fear, but rather a surge of excitement. He recognized this as a rare opportunity for honing his skills. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he charged toward the wolves. Upon noticing the intrusion of a human, the wolves erupted with furious howls, charging at Qin Jinshan. Unperturbed, he wielded his sword, cutting down several wolves that approached him. However, the sheer number of wolves soon surrounded him. Even so, he remained composed, skillfully maneuvering through the pack in search of the Wolf King's whereabouts. Before long, he spotted the Wolf King perched atop a massive boulder. Observing Qin Jinshan being besieged by the pack, its eyes gleaming with a mocking glint. With a cold sneer in his heart, Qin Jinshan swiftly dashed toward the Wolf King. Upon noticing Qin Jinshan's approach, the Wolf King let out a piercing howl, commanding the pack to assault him. However, it was too late. Qin Jinshan's speed was astonishing. In an instant, he stood before the Wolf King, striking with his sword at its neck. The Wolf King, realizing too late, attempted to evade but was a moment too slow. Qin Tianxiao's blade found its mark, severing its head. With the Wolf King's demise, chaos erupted within the pack, now leaderless and disarrayed. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tianxiao unleashed his full prowess, swiftly claiming the lives of more than a dozen wolves beneath his sword. Seeing the tide turn against them, the remaining wolves fled in panic. Qin Tianxiao did not pursue. Instead, he stood still, reflecting with a heavy heart. He had anticipated that such a formidable pack would pose a significant threat, yet he had cut through them with such ease. After collecting the useful remains of the wolves into his storage ring, Qin Tianxiao prepared to depart when a howl echoed from a distant cave. Instantly, he halted his steps. A wolf pup? He mused. Following the sound, he approached the cavern, which was vast in size. As he entered, he discovered 6 wolf pups within. One pup, in particular, stood out, adorned with striking blue and white fur, while the others were a dull gray. The rest remained quiet, but this singular pup growled fiercely upon seeing Qin Tianxiao, barking incessantly. What a peculiar little creature. Could it be a result of a bloodline mutation? Qin Tianxiao pondered. The pup sprang forward, lunging at him. Qin Tianxiao, amused, smiled slightly and grabbed the pup by the scruff of its neck. You're quite fierce, little one. I wonder if your bloodline has indeed transformed. I shall consult the elder. If so, I might just have a new steed, he chuckled. As Qin Tianxiao glanced deeper into the cave, he suddenly noticed something glowing in the cavern's depths, a shimmering crystal. Carrying the wolf pup, he advanced toward the crystal, only to make a significant discovery at the cave's end, a large stone door. After securing the crystal, he began to inspect the door, which was intricately engraved with complex patterns, exuding an air of mystery. Attempting to push the door open, he found it unyielding. It seems I must uncover the method to open this door, he murmured to himself. Observing the patterns more closely, he discerned that they resembled a formation of sorts. Qin Tianxiao possessed limited understanding of formations, yet he was acutely aware that to unlock the great gate before him, he must decipher the intricate array. With a resolute spirit, he resolved to give a try. He placed the crystal upon the ground and began to tread upon the patterns laid out before him in a deliberate sequence. Upon completing the final step, an overwhelming surge of power emanated from the crystal, coursing into the gate. The designs upon the gate ignited with a radiant glow, gradually revealing its entrance. Qin Tianxiao was elated, for he had discovered the correct method. As the gate swung open, it unveiled a profound passage. He grasped the crystal tightly and cautiously ventured into the corridor. No sooner had he entered than the gate slammed shut with a resounding thud. Qin Tianxiao did not immediately follow. Instead, he meticulously observed the gate, directing his gaze to the uppermost section. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he dispersed the dust that had settled there, unveiling a plaque inscribed with the 3 characters of Luogu Nation. To his astonishment, by a twist of fate, Qin Tianxiao had stumbled upon the ruins of Luogu Nation. Just then, a group of figures approached from outside the valley, all clad in white robes and wielding long swords. This is indeed the valley, young master, an elder remarked. Look ahead, cried a middle-aged man amidst the crowd, his voice tinged with alarm. The group consisted of 6 individuals, 1 youth, 3 middle-aged men, and 2 elders. It seems someone has recently visited this place, likely in pursuit of hunting beasts, so they may not have noticed, the elders stated nonchalantly. Better safe than sorry. To avoid being outpaced, we should hasten our steps, the middle-aged man urged. Indeed, we must secure the treasures of Luogu Nation's ruins, the youth declared. Chapter 31. The Three-Headed Lion Demon. The group quickened their pace, aware that others were arriving with intentions toward the ruins of Luogu Nation. 1 in the nascent soul realm, 3 in the spirit separation realm, and 2 in the combined body realm. This is becoming increasingly intriguing, Qin Tianxiao mused with a smile. In the next moment, he vanished from his position. Minutes later, the group arrived at the entrance of the ruins. This is it. Here lies the gateway to the ruins of Luogu Nation, an elder with white eyebrows proclaimed. Lin Shan, retrieve the Luoyun crystal, the elder commanded. Understood. 3rd elder, Lin Shan replied, producing a crystal identical to the one Qin Tianxiao had previously discovered. The elder took the crystal and pressed it against a symbol on the gate. With a rumble, the gate began to tremble, revealing a circular recess. The elder placed the crystal within and began to chant a complex and obscure incantation. With a click, the gate gradually swung open. Master, the great door has opened. Let us hasten inside, spoke the elder with white brows. Indeed, let us proceed, the young man nodded in agreement. The youth and his companions swiftly entered. unaware that Qin Tianxiao had also followed closely behind into the relic. Meanwhile, Qin Jinshan, who had entered earlier, had already ventured deep within the relic for quite some time. The passage was winding and convoluted, presenting numerous forks, resembling a vast labyrinth. Following his instincts, Qin Jinshan chose one of the paths and pressed on. As he walked, a brilliant beam of light suddenly caught his attention ahead. Qin Jinshan quickened his pace, rushing toward the source of illumination. Upon emerging from the passage, he found himself in a vast underground cavern. At the center of the cavern stood a stone platform, upon which rested an ancient chest. Approaching the platform, Qin Jinshan opened the chest to reveal a tome and a beautiful jade stone within. He picked up the tome and began to leaf through its pages, discovering it contained profound secrets of formations. The jade stone, exquisite in its appearance, was a rare spiritual stone of immense value. What a fortune I have stumbled upon! Qin Jinshan exclaimed with exhilaration. He carefully stowed the tome and the spiritual stone, intending to present them to Qin Tianxiao. Just as he prepared to depart, a chilling aura emanated from the depths of the cavern, causing his heart to race. Qin Jinshan swiftly turned to face the source of the ominous presence. Emerging from the shadows was a colossal beast, resembling a lion, yet possessing 3 heads, each bearing a terrifying visage. A 3-headed lion demon. Qin Jinshan gasped in astonishment. Such 3-headed lion demons were exceedingly rare and typically possessed formidable strength. However, this particular specimen appeared to be immature, currently at the mid-stage of the 2nd tier. Yet even so, it remained a formidable foe for Qin Jinshan. He had not anticipated encountering such a creature, which evidently regarded this place as its territory. The lion demon was likely the guardian of the chest, and his act of opening it had irked the beast. The 3-headed lion demon glared at Qin Jinshan, all 3 heads simultaneously opening their gaping maws to unleash a thunderous roar. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Qin Jinshan felt the weight of true adversity upon him. Nevertheless, he resolved to confront it, for he was no longer the naive youth he once was. This was the formidable opponent he had long awaited. Drawing his sword, Qin Jinshan assumed a defensive stance, ready to engage the 3-headed lion demon. Enraged by Qin Jinshan's refusal to flee, the beast lunged at him. With agility, Qin Jinshan evaded its assault and seized the opportunity to inflict a wound upon its leg. The demon howled in pain, pivoting to unleash a torrent of flames toward Qin Jinshan. He swiftly dodged, though the flames still singed his skin. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he continued to maneuver around the 3-headed lion demon, determined to fight. In an instant, sparks flew within the cave, and the air was filled with the sound of clashing swords. Qin Jinshan gradually felt fatigue creeping in, yet his gaze remained resolute. He understood that if he could not triumph over the 3-headed lion demon, he would never attain greater strength. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Qin Jinshan suddenly erupted with a fierce battle spirit, his sword dancing ever faster and more ferociously. The 3-headed lion demon, taken aback by Qin Jinshan's transformation, did not retreat. Instead, it launched even more ferocious attacks. As Qin Jinshan evaded the demon's strikes, he sought out its vulnerabilities. Suddenly, he noticed a wound on the demon's abdomen, a remnant of his earlier assault. Though shallow, it was bleeding profusely. A spark of inspiration ignited in Qin Jinshan's heart, prompting him to seize this opportunity as his breakthrough. He abruptly altered his strategy, no longer evading, but charging directly towards the 3-headed lion demon's onslaught. The demon, witnessing this, intensified its assault on Qin Jinshan. However, he adeptly dodged its vital strikes while thrusting his sword towards the demon's abdominal wound. The 3-headed lion demon roared in pain, swinging its claws at Qin Jinshan. Sensing the impending danger, he swiftly sidestepped, yet his shoulder was grazed, leaving a deep gash. Enduring the agony, Qin Jinshan persisted in his assault on the demon's wound. At last, during one of the demon's ferocious attacks, his sword plunged deeply into its injury. The demon howled in agony, its body trembling. Seizing the moment, Qin Jinshan leapt onto the demon's head, intent on severing it. In a startling turn, the central head of the demon unleashed a fiery blast from its maw, aimed directly at Qin Jinshan. His countenance shifted in alarm. He had not anticipated the demon's swift reaction. With a fierce shout, he brought his sword down to cleave the fire. Bang! Though his sword split the flame. The force of the blast was tremendous, propelling Qin Jinshan backwards. He was hurled several meters and crashed against the stone wall of the cave, pain radiating throughout his body as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his gaze remained unwavering. He knew that without conquering the three-headed lion demon, he could not claim the treasures of the cave, nor could he grow stronger. With this resolve, Qin Tianxiao gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. He looked towards the three-headed lion demon, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he charged once more at the demon. This time, he held nothing back, channeling all his spiritual energy into his sword. With an indomitable momentum, he thrust his sword towards the three-headed lion demon. The demon, sensing the impending strike, let out an enraged roar before lunging at Qin Tianxiao. Boom! The clash of their attacks resonated, filling the air with a thunderous sound. A powerful shockwave shattered the stones within the cavern, sending dust swirling into the air. Qin Tianxiao and the three-headed lion demon both staggered back a few steps. Their gazes locked onto one another. Qin Tianxiao felt a numbing sensation in his arm, and his sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Yet he did not yield. Instead, he charged once more at the three-headed lion demon. Chapter 32. The Forbidden Military Formation. He understood that this was his solitary opportunity. If he failed to seize it, he would never triumph over the three-headed lion demon. Once again, Qin Tianxiao raised his sword and lunged toward the creature's wounded abdomen. This time, his speed and strength were amplified. The three-headed lion demon attempted to evade, but its massive form rendered it relatively clumsy. Consequently, it could only watch helplessly as Qin Tianxiao's sword pierced its abdominal wound. With a swift motion, Qin Tianxiao's blade entered the demon's body, thoroughly shredding the insides. The three-headed lion demon let out a furious roar, its body convulsing violently. Soon after, its colossal frame toppled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As Qin Tianxiao beheld the fallen beast, a sense of relief washed over him. At last, he had conquered this formidable adversary. However, he felt utterly drained, on the verge of collapse. Just then, a warm current surged forth from within him. This warmth coursed through his meridians and flowed into his dantian. Revitalized by this energy, Qin Tianxiao could not suppress a cry of comfort. He felt invigorated, as if the fatigue from the battle had been swept away. Boom! Qin Tianxiao experienced a breakthrough, successfully advancing to the second level of foundation establishment. What exhilarating sensation! Is this the unique prowess of the supreme battle body? Truly remarkable! Qin Tianxiao exclaimed with exhilaration. He felt as though he was brimming with power, ready to face even stronger foes. As he gazed at the corpse of the three-headed lion demon, an idea formed in his mind. He recognized the rarity of such creatures and the precious materials that their bodies provided. Thus, Qin Tianxiao resolved to bring the carcass back to Qin Tianxiao for further processing. He unsheathed his sword and began to dissect the demon's remains. Despite the toughness of its hide, Qin Tianxiao's blade sliced through it with ease, as though it were mere tofu. In no time, he had harvested the demon's fur, bones, and organs, storing them in his storage ring. He then continued to explore the cavern. Meanwhile, Qin Tianxiao remained closely following a group of individuals, led by an elder with white brows who was studying a map. "We are close. Just 2 more turns, and we shall reach the main road to the imperial city of Legu," the elder stated. "Increase our pace. We must make haste," urged a young man. The group quickened their steps, and after several minutes, they pressed onward. Before them, the originally dim corridor was illuminated by a dazzling light. "It is just ahead," exclaimed the elder with white eyebrows, his excitement palpable. The group hastened their pace, and upon emerging from the passage, they were awestruck by the sight before them. A vast bridge lay ahead, leading to a magnificent and grand city. In front of the city stretched an unfathomable abyss, with the bridge being the sole pathway available. Flanking the bridge stood colossal statues, all bearing the likeness of a formidable middle-aged man, resplendent in armor and gripping a gigantic sword, his hands resting upon its hilt. This bridge was the only route to the imperial city of the kingdom of Logu, which was once its royal capital. Stunned by the breathtaking scene, the group momentarily stood in silence. The elder with white eyebrows was the first to regain his composure. He gazed at the others and solemnly declared, "Ahead lies the imperial city of Logu. We must cross the bridge swiftly and enter the city." At his words, the group nodded in agreement. Thus, they followed the elder onto the bridge, advancing toward the imperial city of Logu. The bridge was wide and sturdy, capable of accommodating several horse-drawn carriages side by side. The statues on either side stood tall and resolute, like guardians of the imperial city. As they walked across the bridge, a sense of reverence filled their hearts. Soon, they arrived before the gates of the imperial city. "Elder, how shall we open this gate?" inquired Lin Shan. "Young master, please. You take the lead in opening the gate," said the elder with white eyebrows. "Very well," the young man replied, nodding, and produced an ancient bronze key from his storage ring. Alongside it, he revealed a palm-sized token, shimmering in gold, intricately engraved with ornate patterns on both sides. Approaching one of the statues beside the gate, the young man felt around its base. "I found it, right here," he exclaimed with excitement. With a click, the statue began to slowly rotate, revealing a recess at its base. The young man placed the token into the recess, and after a few breaths, the gate trembled, and a small door appeared. He stepped before the small door, inserted the key, and turned it slowly. With a click, the door swung open. "It's open. Let us proceed," he announced. The young man took the lead, followed closely by the others. As they passed through the small door, they entered a spacious plaza. At the center stood a colossal statue of the middle-aged man, sword in hand, standing tall with an imposing presence. Before the statue lay a magnificent palace, its grand doors firmly shut, adorned with precious gemstones that sparkled brilliantly. "That is the royal palace of the kingdom of Logu. Let us hurry inside," urged the elder with white eyebrows, his excitement unmistakable. "The secret treasury of the kingdom of Logu now belongs to me," the youth exclaimed excitedly. The group quickened their pace and soon arrived at the grand entrance of the palace. The youth used a key to unlock the palace gates and swiftly rushed inside. They proceeded along the path towards the main hall of the palace. After passing through several grand doors, they finally reached the plaza in front of the hall. In a vast expanse of the plaza stood an array of densely packed stone statues, all clad in armor resembling soldiers. The moment the youth and his companions set foot in the plaza, these statues sprang to life. Their eyes glowed red as they pointed their spears menacingly at the group. "The Imperial Guard is ready. Let us see what you can do," the youth declared. "Yes, young master, do not worry. They are merely lifeless figures. I shall dispose of them post-haste," replied the elder with white eyebrows. In the next instant, the elder charged forward. Another elder followed closely behind, joining the fray against the encroaching stone soldiers. Before the palace hall lay a long staircase, and at the summit stood 3 statues, observing the scene below intently. The elder with white eyebrows moved with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching one of the statues, and with a single strike of his sword, shattered it effortlessly. His movements fluid and graceful. However, it seemed these statues were inexhaustible, continuously emerging from every corner of the plaza. Though each statue possessed only the strength of the out-of-body realm, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Despite their formidable prowess, the 2 elders began to feel the weight of fatigue as their spiritual energy waned. "Young master, there are simply too many of these statues. We may not hold out much longer. You must quickly devise a method to break the formation," the elder with white eyebrows urged anxiously. The youth furrowed his brow, aware of the urgency to find a solution, lest they risk annihilation. He carefully scrutinized the surroundings of the plaza, seeking clues to unravel the formation. Suddenly, he noticed the intricate patterns etched upon the stone pillars encircling the plaza. At first glance, the patterns appeared chaotic, yet upon closer examination, he discerned a connection among them. These patterns must be the key to the formation. "Elder, target those pillars," the youth shouted. Hearing this, the elder immediately directed his sword towards the nearest pillar, shattering it with a surge of sword energy. As the pillar crumbled, the formation surrounding the plaza began to shift. The previously surging spiritual energy calmed, and the movements of the statues grew sluggish. Encouraged by this development, the elder with white eyebrows pressed on, continuing to strike at the remaining pillars. Through their collective efforts, the pillars surrounding the plaza fell one after another. As the last stone pillar collapsed, the statues in the square abruptly ceased their movements, as if drained of all vitality. "We did it!" the youth exclaimed with exhilaration. The elder with white eyebrows and his companions exhaled in relief, their faces adorned with smiles of satisfaction. In that fleeting moment, 3 piercing sounds sliced through the air. The 3 statues, originally perched atop the stone steps, suddenly surged downward, charging towards the elder with white eyebrows. Alarmed, he swiftly summoned his spiritual energy in preparation for the impending confrontation. However, the speed of the 3 statues escalated dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon him. The elder's expression shifted in alarm, and he hastily darted to the side. The three statues approached from different angles, effectively sealing off any chance of escape for the elder. With no other option, he brandished his sword to defend himself. One of the statues, wielding a spear, lunged directly at his chest. Quick-witted, the elder raised his sword to block, but the immense force sent him reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, the other two statues launched their attacks from either side. The elder had no time to spare and could only manage a feeble defense. "Elder 5, come assist me. These statues possess formidable strength," he shouted. Upon hearing the elder's call, Elder 5 rushed towards the statues. With swift strokes of his sword, he unleashed several waves of sword energy, temporarily driving back two of the statues. The elder took this moment to steady his breath and regain his stance. Observing the statues before him, he mused inwardly. These three statues remain unaffected by the disruption of the formation. Their combined assault is indeed formidable. Elder 5 was embroiled in combat with the two statues. A stalemate ensued. Resolving to eliminate the last statue first, the elder concentrated all his spiritual energy, channeling it into his sword, and charged at the statue wielding the spear. Each statue possessed the power of a first-level harmonization realm cultivator. Yet these three had somehow attained the prowess of a third-level harmonization realm. However, now that they were separated, the elder believed he could easily dispatch one. The statue brandished its spear, meeting the elder head-on. The clash ignited sparks, resonating with the sounds of metal striking metal. The elder exerted every ounce of his strength, engaging in a fierce struggle with the statue. Yet, without the assistance of the other two, this statue was no match for him. In no time, the elder cleaved through the statue with a single stroke, following up with a flurry of strikes that shattered it completely. Without pausing for breath, he swiftly charged towards the remaining two statues. Under the combined assault of the elder and Elder 5, the last two statues met the same fate and were similarly obliterated. Suddenly, Qin Tianxiao, concealed nearby, gasped softly, sensing that Qin Mountain had also arrived at the scene. At that moment, Qin Mountain was on the bridge, having inadvertently navigated out of the labyrinthine passage. Qin gazed in awe at the magnificent palace before him. He had not anticipated that such a splendid edifice lay concealed within this underground realm. Gradually, he approached the structure, marveling at how this young man, without a map, had managed to arrive at this place, indicating a fateful connection with the relics of the ancient Luogu kingdom, mused Qin Tianxiao internally. The Luogu kingdom, a civilization that flourished 200,000 years ago, was renowned for its formidable strength, rivaling the three sacred lands. The kingdom's founding emperor, Luo Wuj, was heralded as the most powerful figure in Eastern continent during that era. With remarkable foresight, Luo Wuj foresaw the potential decline and even demise of the Luogu kingdom. Thus, in a bid to provide future generations with a chance for resurgence, he established the Luogu kingdom relics, laden with abundant resources. "Young master, the enemies have been eliminated. Let us proceed," spoke the elder with white eyebrows. "Yes, our next destination is the Huangji Hall, where the entrance to the relic's treasures lies," the youth responded. The group hastened towards the Huangji Hall. Upon pushing open the grand doors, they were met with the sight of a stone statue clad in golden armor, seated upon a dragon throne. The moment they stepped into the hall, the statue's eyes ignited with a fierce crimson glow. "Intruders of the Huangji Hall shall perish," the statue intoned with a human voice. Flanking the hall were two rows of similarly adorned stone statues, wielding spears. At the command, these statues sprang into action, advancing with synchronized precision towards the youth and his companions. Simultaneously, the statue on the throne rose, brandishing a long sword. The elder with white eyebrows and the fifth elder immediately stepped forward, shielding the others. "Young master, be cautious. Each of these statues possesses the strength of a harmonization realm warrior," warned the elder with a furrowed brow. They understood all too well that despite their ancient appearance, these statues were formidable adversaries not to be underestimated. "What? Each one is of harmonization realm strength? The might of these relic guardians is astonishing," the youth exclaimed in surprise. "Young master, quickly retrieve that item, otherwise we shall stand no chance against them," urged the elder with white eyebrows. The youth swiftly produced a golden, circular artifact from his storage pouch, radiating a potent aura of spiritual energy. "Fortunately, we possess the Bagua plate, which can both defend against array attacks and counter these statues," the youth said with relief. Chapter 34. Entrance to the relic's treasures. "Young master, activate it quickly," The elder with white eyebrows urged. The youth nodded, altering his hand seals as the bagua plate levitated into the air, emanating radiant golden light. The golden glow enveloped the statues, slowing their movements. Indeed, it is effective, Elder Third. The rest is up to you, the youth declared with a smile. Qin Tianxiao's gaze fixated on the bagua plate hovering above, his pupils narrowing with astonishment. Incredible treasures, truly remarkable artifacts. I never anticipated that they possessed such a wondrous item. This artifact belongs to me, and I shall bestow it upon Qin Yin and his companions in due course, thought Qin Tianxiao to himself. Very well, Elder 5, proceed. No sooner had he spoken than the elder with the white brows launched the first attack. A sharp clang echoed as the elder's sword struck one of the stone statue's armor, leaving merely a white mark upon its surface. How formidable, he remarked, noting the strength of their defenses. This could pose a significant challenge. The stone statue brandished its spear, sweeping it toward the elder. He swiftly evaded, yet the force of the sweeping spear still left him breathless. To his astonishment, the might of these statues was far beyond his expectations. Meanwhile, Elder 5 had also engaged with the stone statue. His sword danced with precision, parrying each of the statue's strikes flawlessly. Nevertheless, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Young master, this is untenable. It appears that Elder 3 and the others are still struggling, Lin Shan observed. Not yet. The true power of the bagua plate remains unexhibited. Watch closely. With that, the young man began to silently recite a complex incantation. As he chanted, the golden light emanating from the bagua plate intensified. Suddenly, beams of golden light shot forth from the plate, binding the stone statues firmly in place. Seeing this, the elder with white brows and Elder 5 felt a surge of renewed vigor, hastening their assaults. The clang of metal rang out as swords clashed. The elder's sword whirled relentlessly, enveloping the statues in a torrent of blade shadows. With a resounding crash, one of the stone statues finally shattered under the relentless barrage. Bolstered by this success, Elder 5 quickened his strikes, launching a more ferocious assault that ultimately destroyed another statue. Simultaneously, the bound statues began to writhe violently, sensing the threat as they struggled against their golden restraints. The young man smiled faintly at this sight. He continued to chant the incantation, commanding the bagua plate to unleash even more beams of golden light. Suddenly, a radiant display erupted, and thick golden pillars shot forth from the plate, ensnaring the statues even more securely. At that moment, the statue seated upon the dragon throne stirred, drawing a long sword from its sheath. Rising to its feet, it swung the sword forward, unleashing a sharp stream of golden sword energy that sliced toward the golden beams. The sound of breaking resonated as several beams shattered upon impact, causing the golden pillars to tremble violently. Elder 3, hasten your movements. At this rate, the bagua plate cannot sustain its power for much longer, the young man urged. Understood, the elder with white brows replied. As the white-browed elder quickened his pace, he struck the stone statues one after another with his sword, shattering them into fragments. The fifth elder was no exception. His blade danced with increasing speed, dismantling the statues in succession. However, the statue upon the dragon chair appeared impervious to the constraints of the golden light. It unleashed another wave of sword energy, severing the remaining strands of golden radiance. Then, it advanced towards the youth and his companions. Young master, quickly evade, the white-browed elder shouted. Hearing this, the youth hastily maneuvered the bagua plate to dodge. Yet, the statue on the dragon chair moved with astonishing swiftness, swiftly closing the distance. It raised its long sword, descending upon the youth. In this moment of peril, the youth swiftly formed incantations with both hands. Just as the sword was less than half a meter from him, the bagua plate soared forth to intercept the statue's strike. Do not concern yourself with me. You must shatter the other statues, the youth commanded. Sword shadows stretch across the sky. The white-browed elder bellowed. Dozens of sword energies manifested out of thin air, piercing through the surrounding statues. The onslaught of sword energy fell upon the statues like a torrential rain, obliterating them one by one. The fifth elder also unleashed his own formidable techniques, and in an instant, radiant blades erupted, shattering the statues into pieces. Meanwhile, the statue on the dragon chair once again unleashed a wave of sword energy, forcing back the bagua plate. It then took steps forward, continuing its advance towards the youth. Young master, swiftly evade. The white-browed elder urged once more. A glimmer of determination flashed in the youth's eyes. Instead of retreating, he confronted the statue. With the righteousness of heaven and earth, melded with the Bagua, assist me in vanquishing this evil. The youth uttered a soft incantation. In that instant, the Bagua plate radiated a brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire palace. Golden rays of light streaked through the air, converging upon the youth. Empowered by this golden illumination, his aura surged, as if he had become one with the Bagua plate. Go, the youth commanded, pointing at the statue on the dragon chair. A colossal surge of golden energy erupted from his hand, hurtling towards the statue with tremendous force. This energy, imbued with the power of the Bagua plate, was immensely formidable. Boom! The golden sword energy struck the statue, instantly tearing it apart. In the moment of its destruction, a dazzling brilliance erupted from the fragments, illuminating the entire palace. As the radiance faded, an ancient piece of jade materialized in the place where the statue once stood. The surface of the jade was engraved with intricate patterns. Emanating a mystérieux aura. Exquisite white jade. The white-browed elder exclaimed in astonishment. What a treasure! I never anticipated that this statue contained exquisite white jade. He remarked with a smile. The youth gasped for breath, exerting himself to the utmost in that last strike, which had nearly depleted his spiritual energy. After regaining his composure, he retrieved a medicinal pill and consumed it. Crack! A rumble echoed through the air. Before them, the dragon throne began to glide slowly to the side, revealing a dark, enigmatic passage beneath it. The entrance to the hidden relics is here, young master, exclaimed the elder with white brows, his voice brimming with excitement. A flicker of joy crossed the young man's eyes as he heard this. He stowed away the Bagua plate and hurriedly stepped forward, carefully securing the jade stone. With a heart full of exhilaration, he surveyed the entrance. Indeed, this must be the gateway to the hidden relics. The elder chuckled. Let us proceed, the young man declared. He produced a luminous crystal and, with eyes closed, ventured cautiously down the stone steps into the passage. Prepare for action. Prepare for action. Who would have thought that after emerging from training, I would encounter such fortuitous circumstances? Truly, fortune favors me. Qin Tianxiao mused inwardly. Chapter 35. The wolf pack Qin Tianxiao followed closely behind, entering the passage. Meanwhile, Qin Jinshan arrived at the square before the imperial palace, where he beheld shattered statues strewn across the ground. His brow furrowed in concern. Could there be others who have entered? He pondered. Moreover, it appeared they were quite familiar with this place. The doors ahead must have been opened by them. Caught in a moment of hesitation, Qin Jinshan deliberated whether to press onward. After a brief contemplation, he resolved, fortune favors the bold. I shall proceed. He advanced into the imperial palace, gazing at the remnants of shattered statues, knowing he had not erred. Without further hesitation, he swiftly entered the passage. This corridor was exceedingly lengthy, and the group from Qin Yun's sect traversed it for over an hour before finally emerging. Upon exiting the passage, the landscape opened up before them, revealing a vast forest. In the distance, a series of palatial structures could be seen nestled within the trees. This must be the Beastmaster's Garden of the Luogu Kingdom. The hidden relics should lie within the royal palace, the elder with white brows remarked. However, we must exercise utmost caution. This forest is likely teeming with ferocious beasts. Third elder, please lead the way, while fifth elder brings up the rear. Everyone, extend your consciousness and remain vigilant of your surroundings, the young man instructed. Understood, they affirmed. The Beastmaster's Garden? It seems that acquiring the hidden relics of the Luogu Kingdom will not be an easy task. Qin Tianxiao thought to himself in the shadows. The members of Qin Yun's sect plunged into the forest, racing toward the distant palace. Yet, scarcely 10 minutes had passed since their entry when a black wolf suddenly leapt from the underbrush. Everyone be alert. A beast has appeared, the elder with white brows cautioned. At the same time, he swung his sword toward the black wolf. The wolf moved with astonishing speed, deftly dodging the attack. Surprised, the elder noted that this fifth-tier beast had managed to evade his strike. The black wolf howled in response, a chilling sound reverberating through the air. In an instant, the surrounding air resonated with the howls of countless wolves. This is bad. We are surrounded. Everyone be cautious. These black wolves are peculiar, warned the elder with white brows. Upon hearing the words of the Qin Yun sect, Qin Tianxiao pondered, it seems this forest is far from ordinary. These black wolves are likely not mere beasts. He resolved to observe the unfolding situation, curious to see how the Qin sect would respond. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, the members of the Qin sect quickly formed a defensive formation, bracing themselves for the impending assault of the Black Wolves. The pack, sensing the hostility emanating from the group, ceased their howling and began to advance slowly. "Everyone, be vigilant and prepare for battle," the elder shouted, leading the charge towards the pack. The others, weapon in hand, followed suit into the fray. In an instant, a tumult of blades and blood erupted. Although the Black Wolves were swift, they were no match for the combat prowess of the elder and his companions. Their cultivation levels far surpassed those of the wolves, rendering the encounter a one-sided massacre. The elder swiftly dispatched 3 wolves with a single stroke of his sword. Yet, despite this, the relentless tide of Black Wolves continued to surge around them. From his vantage point in a nearby tree, Qin Tianxiao observed with clarity. There were at least 1,000 Black Wolves encircling the Qin sect. The elder and the 5th elder stood at the outermost perimeter, while Lin Shan and the others sheltered the youth within their ranks. The battle raged on for a while longer, until a piercing howl pierced the air. The Black Wolves abruptly halted their assault, but maintained their encirclement. A path opened within the pack, revealing 3 wolves emerging from the shadows. The foremost wolf was entirely snow white, its size 3-fold that of an ordinary black wolf. Behind it trailed 2 others, one a fiery red and the other a deep blue. The swift ice snow wolf. "I can't believe such a creature exists in the beast arena of the kingdom of Ligu," Qin Tianxiao marveled, surprised by the rarity of the swift ice snow wolf. Typically found in frigid tundras, this wolf possessed both wind and ice attributes and exhibited remarkable growth potential, capable of reaching the 10th tier, equivalent to the Tribulation Realm. But this swift ice snow wolf is unique. Its golden eyes suggest it may have undergone evolution or mutation. Moreover, it has attained the 7th tier. This group may find their journey halted here, Qin Tianxiao mused. Meanwhile, the Qin sect members scrutinized the extraordinary wolf. The elder with white brows wore a solemn expression, acutely aware of the formidable strength of this creature. Should they engage in direct confrontation, their chances of escape would be slim. A 7th-tier beast is formidable. 5th elder, quickly escort the young master away. "I will hold them off," the elder declared. Upon hearing this, the 5th elder immediately shielded the youth, retreating. However, the swift ice snow wolf seemed to perceive their intentions, letting out a long, resonating howl. The surrounding pack of black wolves surged forward, launching an attack against them. Simultaneously, the 2 wolves flanking the ice snow wolf charged towards the elder with white brows from either side. "What? 3 7th-tier demonic beasts? This is dire," the elder exclaimed in shock. At that moment, the 5th elder, accompanied by a young man, surged towards the pack of black wolves. The 5th elder's swordplay was exceptionally swift. Dozens of sword energies swiftly carved a path through the black wolf horde. He seized the young man, exerting all his strength to flee, soon creating a considerable distance from the scene. The ice snow wolf, however, remained motionless, its gaze fixed intently on the elder with white brows. It let out a low growl, and the 2 wolves lunged at the elder simultaneously. Unfazed by the imminent danger, the elder danced his long sword, weaving a tapestry of sword energies that intercepted the wolves' attacks. Yet, the strength of these 2 wolves was formidable. Each strike resonated with the fierce sounds of wind and thunder, preventing the elder from wholly neutralizing their onslaught. Meanwhile, the surrounding black wolves joined the fray, relentless in their assault on the elder, plunging him deeper into peril. The elder sighed inwardly, acutely aware of the slim chances of escaping this predicament. He resolved to fight to the bitter end. With a powerful roar, he unleashed his spiritual energy without restraint, transforming his long sword into a flurry of sword lights that surged toward the black wolves. Wherever the sword light passed, the black wolves fell, their flesh scattered. However, the sheer number of black wolves was overwhelming, a relentless tide that could not be stemmed. Moreover, the 2 7th-tier demonic wolves continued to seek opportunities to overpower the elder. The elder understood that if this continued, he would surely exhaust his spiritual energy and meet his demise at the jaws of these black wolves. Thus, he resolved to unleash his ultimate move. Prepare to battle these black wolves to the death. This is it, the 3,000 swords of Qin, the elder bellowed. His target was not the black wolves or the 2 flanking wolves, but rather the ice snow wolf. Upon witnessing this, the ice snow wolf's eyes flickered with surprise. Though it quickly regained its composure, it cast a disdainful glance at the approaching elder, opened its massive maw, and let out a piercing howl before transforming into a bolt of white lightning, charging at the elder. A glimmer of determination flashed in the elder's eyes as his long sword erupted with blinding light, morphing into 3,000 sword shadows that swept toward the ice snow wolf. This was the elder's ultimate technique, not only immensely powerful but also immensely taxing. Once unleashed, it would deplete all his spiritual energy, potentially endangering his life. Yet, in such dire circumstances, he had no choice. Only by risking everything could he hope to grasp a slender chance of survival. The clash of sword shadows and lightning ignited a tempest of energy in the air. The surrounding black wolves were jolted back by this overwhelming force, some of the weaker ones collapsing under the sheer impact. The swift ice snow wolf's eyes glimmered with a hint of surprise, yet it did not retreat. Instead, it charged fiercely towards the elder with white eyebrows. A blue orb of light coalesced in its mouth, emanating a chilling aura, unmistakably its most potent attack. Upon witnessing this, the elder's eyes flashed with determination. He bellowed, and his sword erupted once more into a brilliant radiance, meeting the wolf's orb. Boom! The clash of their assaults unleashed an even more intense tempest of energy. The surrounding pack of black wolves was staggered by this force, some collapsing to the ground, others reduced to mere dust. With a sharp exhalation, the elder was thrown backward, a crimson arc of blood spewing from his mouth. So powerful, he murmured. Suddenly, a streak of white lightning surged towards him. The elder's eyes flickered with resolve. "Let us perish together," he declared, steadying himself to confront the oncoming swift ice snow wolf. The elder contemplated self-detonation, recognizing that he could not possibly escape this encounter alive. The swift ice snow wolf, perceiving the elder's intent, exhibited a moment of trepidation. It halted abruptly, pivoting to evade the impending explosion. "You shall not escape," the elder shouted. At that moment, a colossal aura descended, enveloping the elder and rendering him immobile. His spiritual energy stifled. "What? How is this possible? Who is it?" He gasped in horror. "Should my chosen beast be harmed, it would indeed be unfortunate," came an ancient voice from afar. Swoosh! Simultaneously, a golden beam shot forth, piercing through the elder's forehead. His eyes brimmed with fear as he collapsed, lifeless. The swift ice snow wolf, overwhelmed by the immense aura, was forced to the ground. Qin Tianxiao approached slowly from the distance, arriving before the swift ice snow wolf. Such a rare beast would not escape his grasp. He intended to subdue the ice snow wolf. As he gazed at the creature on the ground, excitement flickered in his eyes. "From this day forth, you shall be my companion, and I shall ensure you become the most formidable entity in this world," he proclaimed to the swift ice snow wolf. The wolf regarded Qin Tianxiao with a complex emotion, aware that its fate was irrevocably altered, yet resigned to accept this new reality. The wolf nodded, indicating its willingness to submit. Qin Tianxiao smiled with satisfaction, reaching out to stroke the wolf's head in acknowledgement. With a grand gesture, he and the swift ice snow wolf vanished from sight. In the forest, the 5 elders hastened towards the palace, now perilously close to their destination. "Rest assured, young master, even if the 3rd elder cannot defeat our foes, he should still be able to escape," one of the followers assured. "For now, our only course of action is to forge ahead." Soon, they traversed the forest and arrived at the majestic palace. The grandeur of the palace was awe-inspiring, evoking a profound sense of reverence among the 5th elder and the others as they gazed upon it. A long stone staircase ascended majestically to the highest point of the structure. As they climbed the steps, their awe deepened with each stride. Upon reaching the pinnacle, the sight before them rendered them speechless. The grand entrance of the palace towered magnificently, flanked by 2 imposing stone columns intricately carved with ancient mythical beasts, exuding an air of solemn sanctity. Above the entrance, a massive golden plaque bore the inscription Wuji Hall in bold characters, radiating an overwhelming presence. "It seems the secret treasures of the Luogu kingdom lie within," remarked the young man. They ascended the stairs and approached the entrance of Wuji Hall. The heavy iron doors stood resolutely closed, guarding the secrets within. The 5th elder stepped forward and pushed open the iron doors, and an ancient aura washed over them. As they entered Wuji Hall, they were struck into silence by the breathtaking sight that greeted them. The interior was resplendent, adorned with priceless treasures. At the center, a towering statue loomed, lifelike and seemingly poised to soar into the sky. This statue resembled the one they had encountered earlier. Haha, splendid. At last, I have found it. The secret treasure of the Luogu kingdom belongs to me, the young man exclaimed with glee. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the hall. The fifth elder unexpectedly turned and lunged at the young man, but a golden barrier materialized before him. Fifth elder, are you attempting to kill me? How dare you betray me? Do you not fear the ancestor? Ha! With the treasure of the Luogu kingdom in my grasp, my power will ascend. And I shall not fear that old relic, he replied with a sinister grin. Young master, fortune truly favors me. The old wolf general by May has been delayed, providing me the perfect opportunity. Now that I have found the treasure, you're no longer needed. The young man's expression shifted to one of anger. Fifth elder, do not forget who bestowed upon you your current status. The fifth elder sneered, and what of it? All that matters is that the treasure is mine. Once I absorb its power, not only the ancestor, but the entire sect shall bow before me. As soon as he finished speaking, the fifth elder brandished his sword, unleashing a surge of energy as he thrust it toward the young man. Reacting swiftly, the young man dodged and recited an incantation, unleashing a spell. Instantly, a powerful gust erupted within the hall, sending treasures flying in all directions. The fifth elder furrowed his brow, deftly wielding his sword to form a protective barrier against the onslaught of energy. The Bagua disc, the young man declared. This artifact poses a significant challenge. The fifth elder remarked, his brow knitted in concern. Chapter 37, The Undying Sect. The young man clutched the Bagua plate, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. As he chanted incantations, the Bagua plate radiated a dazzling light, transforming into countless blades of light that surged towards the fifth elder. The fifth elder's expression shifted, and he hastily wielded his long sword in an attempt to fend off the onslaught. However, the sheer number and astonishing speed of the blades quickly breached his defenses. The fifth elder cried out in agony as several blades struck him, blood spraying forth. How infuriating! I shall see just how much spiritual energy you have left to wield your treasures, he retorted coldly. With a thunderous shout, the fifth elder unleashed an immense aura, revealing his concealed strength. You are at the third level of the fusion realm. You have indeed been hiding your power, the young man exclaimed in astonishment. Naturally. Ever since I learned of the relics of the Luogu kingdom, I have been biding my time, concealing my capabilities for this very moment, the fifth elder laughed. You are treacherous and cunning, but do you truly think you have me at your mercy? The young man countered. I know you possess that old relic for preserving your life, but it cannot kill me, for I am immortal, the fifth elder declared with a sinister chuckle. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the fifth elder lunged at the young man. The young man's expression darkened. He understood he could no longer withhold his full strength. Thus, he channeled all the spiritual energy within him into the Bagua plate. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow as he gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain control of the plate. It trembled violently, emanating an even more resplendent glow. In the blink of an eye, a colossal beam of light shot skyward, piercing the heavens. Boom! The beam collided with the fifth elder, sending him hurtling backward and shattering the walls of the Wuji Hall. The fifth elder spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock. He had not anticipated the young man's strength to surpass his expectations. Yet, he refused to concede. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose, his gaze now ablaze with a bloodthirsty, crimson light. This treasure is truly formidable, but how many times can you employ such a technique? You have genuinely surprised me. However, next, I shall unveil the true extent of my power, the fifth elder sneered. No sooner had he spoken than a dark aura erupted from his being. This malevolent energy seemed to harbor boundless resentment and hatred. This is the undying technique acquired from the undying sect. It grants me formidable strength, yet ensnares me in unending agony. Nevertheless, I am willing to pay any price for greater power, the fifth elder stated coldly. The undying technique. You have indeed joined the undying sect, the young man exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, and I also killed the ninth elder. He was so foolish as to refuse to join the undying sect, leaving me no choice but to eliminate him, the fifth elder remarked. You killed the ninth elder? The young man stared at the fifth elder in shock. How despicable! You traitor of the Qin sect, I shall slay you. To think that you, with your nascent soul strength, believe you can kill me. How utterly naive. Allow me to demonstrate the formidable power of my undying divine technique, the fifth elder sneered. As his words faded, a surge of dark energy emanated from him, even more potent than before. This dark energy swiftly coalesced into massive black dragons, hurtling toward the young man. The youth's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily invoked a spell to defend himself. However, the might of the black dragons exceeded his expectations, effortlessly shattering his spiritual defenses. With a resounding crash, the jade talisman at the youth's chest illuminated, forming a golden barrier around him. The black dragons collided with the shield, but failed to breach it. "Humph, I shall see how long your barrier can withstand," the fifth elder remarked coldly. With that, he once again summoned the dark energy within him, transforming it into gigantic black dragons that relentlessly assaulted the youth's spiritual barrier. Gradually, the barrier began to dim under the dragon's onslaught, threatening to crumble at any moment. The youth's complexion paled. He realized that his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and he could not sustain the barrier for much longer. Would he truly perish here today? A bitter thought crossed his mind. Though he possessed an attack talisman bestowed by his grandmaster, the vast distance and the fifth elder's vigilance rendered a decisive strike impossible. If he could not defeat the fifth elder, he would ultimately face the same fate. Desperate times call for desperate measures, the youth resolved. With no other option, he grasped the talisman tightly, reciting the incantation. As the incantation resonated, the talisman radiated a brilliant light, unleashing a tremendous force. This power was extraordinarily potent, far beyond the fifth elder's expectations. Fear flooded his eyes as he gazed upon the youth. The strength of the Ascendant Realm is indeed formidable, the fifth elder acknowledged. Instead of retreating, he advanced, knowing he could not evade this attack. With a mighty roar, the dark energy surrounding him surged violently, transforming into a colossal black tornado that charged toward the light emitted by the talisman. Boom! The two formidable forces collided, causing the entire Wuji Hall to tremble. Light and darkness intertwined, creating a massive vortex of energy. The power at the center of the vortex was immensely strong, seemingly tearing apart the surrounding space. The fifth elder was flung backward by this force, crashing against the walls of the Wuji Hall. Coughing violently, he spat out a copious amount of blood. A gaping wound marred his chest, blood oozing from it incessantly. Yet, even in such a dire state, the fifth elder remained alive. The flesh around the wound writhed and pulsated, and he pressed his right hand against it, summoning an abundance of dark energy. Remarkably, the wound began to heal at a visible pace. "Haha, I have declared my immortality, and now you find yourself devoid of any trump cards, do you not?" The fifth elder laughed heartily. Upon hearing his laughter, the youth bitterly mused, "It seems this is my fate. I am destined to come to a halt here." "Haha, perish," the fifth elder retorted. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of dark energy erupted from him, more intense than before. This ominous force quickly coalesced, transforming into colossal black dragons that surged towards the young man. The black dragons collided violently with the youth, propelling him through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He coughed up blood, and his bones cracked ominously, clearly indicating fractures. You still live? Then allow me to strike again," the fifth elder declared, preparing for another assault. "Is this how I am to surrender? Am I destined to be a failure, with immortality merely a distant dream? Am I to accept this? No, I cannot yield. I must ascend to immortality," the youth exclaimed, his voice resonating with fervor. Rising from the ground, he emanated a mysterious aura. "I shall not give up. I will become immortal," he asserted, his presence intensifying. "Impossible. You are gravely wounded. How can you wield such terrifying power?" The fifth elder gasped in horror. Chapter 38, The Abyssal Realm. "I will not relent. No one shall stand in my way. I am destined to be powerful," the youth proclaimed, his words imbued with unwavering conviction, as if capable of shaking the very heavens. Concurrently, a formidable force erupted from within him, manifesting as a dazzling light. This brilliance shimmered with golden radiance, akin to the sun itself. Within this light, a golden divine dragon spiraled gracefully, exuding unparalleled majesty. "That is," the fifth elder uttered in terror. "The power of the Dragon Clan. How can this be? How could you possess such strength? You are not human?" Indeed, the power coursing through the youth was the legendary strength of the Dragon Clan, an immensely potent force that only awakens in the face of life or death. Enveloped in golden light, the youth's eyes blazed with golden fire. Astonishingly, two prominent horns sprouted from his forehead. With a mighty roar, the divine dragon above him unleashed a furious cry, and charged at the fifth elder. Instantly, the fifth elder felt an overwhelming pressure, as though the very sky were collapsing. No, he cried out in despair. Yet it was too late. The divine dragon collided fiercely with the fifth elder, completely consuming him. With a resounding crash, the fifth elder vanished without a trace, leaving only an emptiness behind. As the dust settled, the infinite palace returned to a state of tranquility. The youth stood still, the radiance enveloping him gradually fading, revealing a weary visage. He surveyed the surrounding ruins, his eyes betraying a myriad of emotions. At last, it has come to an end, he murmured, and then the youth collapsed. Ah, de heavens favor me. After waiting for countless millennia, I have finally found a suitable vessel, a voice echoed. The golden dragon, celestial body. Who would have thought I could attain the golden dragon, celestial body? This time, I shall undoubtedly ascend to immortality. A golden ethereal form materialized out of thin air. Had the youth awakened, he would have noticed that this apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to the statue he had previously encountered. What a perfect vessel! It scoffed. Humph, east morning, you wretched dog. Await your reckoning. I shall eventually avenge myself. The ethereal form slowly approached the prostrate youth. It is time to seize his corporeal form, it declared as it began to merge with the youth's body, striving to dominate his consciousness. However, just as the spirit was on the verge of complete assimilation, a formidable resistance suddenly emerged, halting its advance. What is this? The spirit gasped. Deep within the youth's heart lay a powerful will, seemingly a remnant from his past life. Safeguarding his soul from external encroachment, the ethereal form endeavored repeatedly to breach this defense, yet each attempt proved futile. A dual soul reincarnation. How delightful! If I can consume his soul, perhaps I shall inherit extraordinary memories and legacies, it mused as it prepared to devour the youth's essence. Though the youth possessed a dual soul, rendering his spirit more robust than that of an ordinary individual, he remained feeble in the face of the formidable soul at the 10th layer of tribulation. As the onslaught of the ethereal form intensified, the youth found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. His consciousness began to blur, as if he were on the brink of being consumed. Yet at that critical moment, a mysterious force erupted from the depths of the youth's soul. This power bore an essence reminiscent of the Dragon Clan, causing the ethereal form to halt its assault. Is this dragon soul power? The spirit exclaimed in astonishment. Humph, what a dragon soul power. Do you presume it can obstruct me? Utterly laughable, it retorted. 9 divine dragons strike. The ethereal form unleashed a mighty attack. 9 divine dragons surging forth from its being, aiming to engulf the youth's soul. This force was immensely powerful, capable of obliterating all in its path. Nevertheless, the mysterious power within the youth refused to yield. His instinct for self-preservation ignited, mobilizing all the dragon soul power to form a robust barrier, successfully repelling the ethereal form's onslaught. What? You dare withstand my strike? How intriguing. Let us see if you can endure this next one, the spirit declared. He did not anticipate that the young man's dragon soul power was formidable enough to withstand his assault. However, this only fueled his determination further. 9 souls dragon explosion. The soul entity bellowed, radiating a brilliant luminescence. 9 divine dragons converged into a colossal dragon, surging towards the young man's soul. This time, the soul entity unleashed its full power, intent on devouring the young man's essence. Bang! The 9 dragons struck the barrier, resulting in a devastating explosion that shattered it. Ha! It seems the power within you has been exhausted. It is time to consume your soul. Umph! Do you think to devour him without consulting me first? A golden light flashed, and Qin Tianxiao materialized before them. Who are you, sir? His master. Umph! I advise you not to meddle. His soul is destined to be consumed by me. Should you dare to obstruct me, I shall annihilate your divine spirit. Such brazen words. Qin Tianxiao scoffed. He slowly raised his right hand, and an immense pressure descended upon the soul entity. A colossal golden hand appeared, reaching out to grasp the soul entity. What? How is this possible? How can you possess such overwhelming pressure? Who are you? No, please no. The soul entity cried in terror. The immense golden hand seized the soul entity, lifting it high. Is this the disciple I have chosen, one you presume to harm? Predecessor, spare me. I realize my error. I was blind and did not recognize your disciple. I know my mistake. Please do not kill me. I possess a secret about the Xianxia continent, and I am willing to submit. Qin Tianxiao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the thrashing soul entity in his grasp. "Oh, you wish to exchange a secret for your life?" Qin Tianxiao remarked coldly. "Yes, venerable one. I am willing to trade a secret for my life," the soul entity hastily responded. "Speak then. If this secret proves valuable enough, I might consider sparing you." Qin Tianxiao replied indifferently. A glimmer of hope sparked in the soul entity's eyes. It knew this was its only chance. Predecessor. The Xianxian continent is not as simple as it appears on the surface. At the abyssal cliff of the Xianxian continent, there exists a far more expansive world, the Dark Realm, known as the Anwu Realm. There, sunlight does not penetrate, yet it is home to countless powerful beings and ancient races. Every million years, the passage between the two worlds opens, the soul entity explained cautiously. Chapter 39, Lin Qiuxian. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianxiao's heart stirred. This information was indeed of considerable value to him. "And how did you come by this knowledge?" Qin Tianxiao inquired with a solemn tone. "Esteemed senior, I have once consumed the soul of an ancient powerful being, and all that I know has been gleaned from its memories. 1,000,000 years ago, the portal between realms was opened, allowing the Dark Abyss to invade the Xianxian continent. This led to a catastrophic war, resulting in countless casualties among the strong of the Xianxian continent." The soul entity responded. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianxiao was taken aback. The revelation of 1,000,000 years ago and the Great War indeed stunned him. "Do you know how that conflict ultimately concluded?" Qin Tianxiao inquired eagerly. "The ancient beings united to repel the invasion of the Dark Abyss. One such ancient being, known as the Array Sage, established a formation between the realms, which brought the war to an end. However, this formation can only endure for 1,000,000 years, as after that time, the dark oblivion energy from the Dark Abyss will reach its zenith, rendering the formation ineffective." Qin Tianxiao's heart sank at this revelation. The notion that the dark oblivion energy would peak in 1,000,000 years, thus neutralizing the formation, implied that the portal would reopen, and the Dark Abyss might once again invade the Xianxian continent. His heart grew heavy. If what the soul entity stated is true, then 1,000,000 years have elapsed since the last conflict. This indicates that the formation will soon fail, allowing the Dark Abyss to invade once more. "Do you know where this formation is located?" Qin Tianxiao inquired hastily, responding to the esteemed senior. "The formation lies within a mountain range in the eastern part of the Xianxian continent, though I am unaware of its precise location," the soul entity replied. Qin Tianxiao nodded, realizing he could not press the soul entity further. After all, the memories of that ancient being could not encompass all knowledge. "Very well, I present you with two options. The first is to be forcibly bound by a servant contract, and the second is to submit willingly. Should you choose to submit, I could assist you in finding a suitable physical vessel in the future," Qin Tianxiao stated. The soul entity gazed at Qin Tianxiao, a flicker of hesitation crossing its eyes. He was awed by Qin Tianxiao's formidable prowess and understood that without the latter's assistance, finding a suitable vessel would be arduous. "Rest assured, esteemed senior, I am willing to submit," the soul entity promptly decided. "A wise choice," Qin Tianxiao smiled, a golden light flashing from his hand and entering the soul entity's form. Instantly, the soul entity felt an inexplicable connection, establishing an invisible contract between it and Qin Tianxiao. This meant that from this moment onward, it must heed Qin Tianxiao's commands, or face the repercussions of the contract. "Excellent. From now on, you shall be my servant." Qin Tianxiao nodded in satisfaction. "At your command, master," the soul entity replied respectfully. Subsequently, Qin Tianxiao placed the soul entity into a special vessel for convenience of transport. He understood that this soul entity might play a significant role in the future. After concluding matters with the soul entity, Qin Tianxiao redirected his focus back to the young man. Qin Tianxiao assessed the youth's condition and found him to be unharmed. In truth, he had arrived at this location some time ago, lingering in the shadows to observe the moment the youth awakened his extraordinary physique. This revelation ignited Qin Tianxiao's admiration for talent, prompting him to desire the youth as his disciple. He produced a pill for the young man to ingest, then imparted a thread of spiritual energy to aid in its absorption. Before long, the youth regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes and beheld Qin Tianxiao, a sense of wariness washed over him. "Senior, who might you be?" the youth inquired. "I am known as Qin Tianxiao. There is no need for you to fear me. Had I intended to harm you, I would have acted while you were unconscious," Qin Tianxiao reassured him. I perceive your exceptional talent and wish to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing to accept me as your master? Senior, already have a master. The youth replied hesitantly. You are unaware of my capabilities. Allow me to demonstrate, and then you may decide, Qin Tianxiao insisted. With that, the robes of Qin Tianxiao stirred as if caught by an unseen wind. With a flick of his right hand, the surrounding scenery transformed dramatically. The once familiar landscape morphed into a night sky ablaze with stars and a vast sea of constellations above them. The youth's expression shifted to one of astonishment. His mouth agape as he struggled to comprehend the spectacle. With another wave of his hand, Qin Tianxiao restored the scene to its original state. You have awakened the golden dragon immortal body. I possess the knowledge to enhance your strength. You may now reconsider your decision, he stated. I, Lin Xiaoxian, am willing to accept you as my master. The youth bowed respectfully. Ah, splendid. As a token of our meeting, I shall bestow upon you a gift, Qin Tianxiao declared. Pointing his finger as a beam of golden light surged into the youth's sea of consciousness. Lin Xiaoxian felt an overwhelming influx of information flooding his mind and promptly settled into a meditative position to assimilate it. This knowledge contained the cultivation methods of the golden dragon immortal body, along with formidable martial techniques. Filled with gratitude, he recognized that he had encountered a true master. Thank you, master. Lin Xiaoxian reverently bowed to Qin Tianxiao. Very well. Take your time to digest this information. I shall wait for you here. Qin Tianxiao said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxian nodded, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. After half an hour, joy illuminated his face as he suddenly opened his eyes. Master, I have completed the assimilation of the information, he announced. Excellent. You may take the treasures from the ruins of the Luogu kingdom, while I will leave the remainder for my future disciples. Is that acceptable? Qin Tianxiao inquired. Certainly, master. The Golden Dragon 9 transformations, the celestial level technique you imparted, is far more precious than the treasures of the Luogu kingdom, Lin Xiaoxian replied. Then, gather the cultivation resources you require, Qin Tianxiao instructed. Understood. Lin Xiaoxian began to collect the resources he needed for his cultivation. The great hall was filled with a plethora of resources, with countless spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and pills stacked high. Lin Xiaoxian carefully selected resources beneficial to himself, leaving the remainder for Qin Jianshan. Within the secret treasures of the ruins of the Luogu kingdom, he swiftly acquired half of the treasures, which were equivalent in value to the resources found in a first-rate powers treasury. Qin Tianxiao entered a chamber within the grand hall, where a jade bed crafted from the 9-spirit jade of warmth lay. This exquisite bed served to nurture the soul, which was also the reason for Luo Wuji's soul body being able to endure for such a long time. Qin Tianxiao took the jade bed and stepped outside. All right, let us depart, he said upon noticing Lin Xiaoxian had finished his preparations. Yes, master, Lin Xiaoxian replied respectfully. The two exited the grand hall, transforming into streaks of light that vanished into the horizon. Chapter 40. Qin Yan's encounter not long after Qin Tianxiao and Lin Xiaoxian had left. Qin Jianshan traversed the forest and arrived at the location. He was exceedingly fortunate, encountering no demonic beasts along his journey. Upon arrival, he was immediately awestruck by the sight before him. I've struck gold. So many resources here. I shall collect them all. This will undoubtedly propel my cultivation to new heights, he exclaimed excitedly. Qin Jianshan began gathering the abundant resources around him. Meanwhile, Qin Tianxiao led Lin Xiaoxian back into the forest. Master, I wish to beseech you for assistance. I would like you to save the elders of my sect, Lin Xiaoxian implored. Alas, it is too late. They have already perished at the hands of the demonic beasts. Qin Tianxiao sighed. There was little he could do, as he had not anticipated taking Lin Xiaoxian as his disciple, which was why he had refrained from rescuing the elder with the white brows earlier. Take this communication jade talisman and this life-preserving jade talisman. You may return to your sect and handle your affairs. Then you can seek me again. Upon hearing Qin Tianxiao's words, Lin Xiaoxian felt a wave of sorrow and disappointment. Yes, master. When the time comes, use the communication talisman to contact me, and I shall guide you on where to find me. Yes, master. I shall return to the Qingyun sect now. Very well, I will escort you out. With a wave of his right hand, the space before them shattered. Famina voit passage. Step in. This passage will lead you directly to the Tianchuan mountain range. Lin Xiaoxian gazed at Qin Tianxiao in astonishment, his eyes suddenly ablaze with fervent desire for power. He felt fortunate to have Qin Tianxiao as his mentor. Master, are you an immortal? Lin Xiaoxian eagerly inquired. Ha! I am invincible beneath the saints, and above the saints, it's a one-for-one exchange. Your master is a saint, Qin Tianxiao proclaimed proudly. A saint? Is a saint more formidable than an immortal? Indeed, an immortal cannot be compared to a saint, Qin Tianxiao affirmed. Now enough talk of saints. Immortals are still far beyond your reach. What you must focus on now is diligent cultivation. Understood, master. As Qin Tianxiao led Lin Xiaoxian into the void passage, they swiftly returned to the Tianchuan mountain range. Master, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead, Lin Xiaoxian replied, departing toward the Qinyan sect. Meanwhile, on Qin Yan's side, after absorbing the Xianyin fire, his cultivation speed experienced a remarkable enhancement. He now found himself beside a lake, engaged in a fierce battle with a towering azure bull. This bull stood 5 meters tall, adorned with a pair of massive horns. It was a second-tier demon beast known as the giant horned azure bull. Qin Yan had recently broken through to the 5th level of foundation establishment. His speed, nothing short of astonishing. As he clashed with the giant horned azure bull, his swordsmanship flowed like water, each strike imbued with potent sword energy. Despite the bull's immense size and strength, it gradually found itself overwhelmed by Qin Yan's swift swordplay. Moreover, Qin Yan's sword was enveloped in flames, each blow carrying a searing effect. The giant horned azure bull began to tire, bellowing in anger as it attempted to retaliate. However, Qin Yan's speed was too great. The beast could not catch a glimpse of his figure. Ultimately, the giant horned azure bull could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground. Qin Yan stepped forward and, with a single stroke, ended its life. Finally dealt with, Qin Yan wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the fallen beast with a sense of profound reflection. After consuming the Xianyin fire, his cultivation speed had surged, and his power had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now he felt sufficiently confident to confront even stronger foes. Just as Qin Yan intended to extract the demon core from the giant horned azure bull, a sudden sound of air being sliced through reached his ears. Instinctively sans signe danger. He swiftly dodged to the side. Whoosh! An arrow whizzed past him. Ha ha ha, Brother Qin, your archery skills are lacking. You couldn't even hit that fellow. One of the youths chuckled. Humph, that brat merely dodged by chance. My next arrow will surely find its mark. Emerging from a nearby grass was a group of 13 individuals, both male and female. The 2 young men who had just spoken wore resplendent golden robes. Behind them stood 2 statuesque beauties, 3 tall, middle-aged men, 3 young guards wielding swords, and 3 elderly men clad in white robes. The 2 leading youths held bows and arrows, speaking as if Qin Yan were not but an insect beneath their feet. Who are you, and why do you ambush me? Qin Yan demanded furiously. Ambush. Ha! You are merely our quarry, akin to those beasts we hunt for amusement, bellowed a plump youth with laughter. Brother Zhao, let us see who can strike him first, suggested the handsome youth beside him. You scoundrels, you go too far, Qin Yan retorted angrily. The handsome youth, however, paid no heed to Qin Yan's fury and merely chuckled, drawing his arrow back to aim once more at Qin Yan. How dare you seek death? Qin Yan exclaimed in anger. He swung his sword to intercept the incoming arrow, the impact forcing him to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated the remarkable strength of this handsome young man. Initially, he had assumed the youth to be nothing more than a frivolous dandy. It was evident that he possessed genuine prowess. Not lacking in strength, I see. To withstand my arrow at the foundation establishment level is quite impressive. It seems you are indeed a talent. Just the opportunity one need for a sword attendant, the handsome youth remarked. Humph, do you think you are worthy? Qin Yan retorted coldly. Very well. You dare speak to me in such a manner? You truly seek death. I shall first render your limbs useless, and then strip you of your cultivation, the handsome young man declared. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Yan's eyes. He understood that there could be no leniency today. The youth raised his bow, aiming at Qin Yan, and loosed an arrow that sped towards him like lightning. Surprised, Qin Yan swiftly swung his sword to parry the attack. However, the force behind the arrow was overwhelming, causing him to recoil several steps, nearly losing his grip on the sword. With a fierce shout, flames enveloped his weapon. He realized he must close the distance, otherwise he would remain at a disadvantage. This time, the handsome youth unleashed 3 arrows simultaneously, each aimed at Qin Yan's vital points. Fire engulfs the prairie, Qin Yan declared. As the arrows hurtled toward him, he felt no fear. With his sword in hand, The flames around him intensified, as if ready to ignite the very heavens. With a mighty roar, he swung his sword, sending a scorching wave of flame slicing toward the three arrows. With a resounding boom, the fiery sword energy collided with the arrows, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered the surrounding trees into a flurry of splinters. The three arrows were reduced to ashes. Yet Qin Yan's onslaught did not wane as he charged toward the handsome youth. Chapter 41. Qin Yan in Danger. Indeed, your strength is commendable. But since you refuse to heed my invitation, allow me to show you what true power is, the handsome youth proclaimed. Brother Qin, are you truly considering engaging him personally? Just indulging him for fun, the youth laughed. Before his words could fade, a tremendous aura erupted from him. Golden core level, Qin Yan gasped in shock. In a single bound, the handsome youth surged toward Qin Yan. Do not think I am bullying you. I shall only use one hand to entertain you. You shall not regret this, he taunted coldly. Qin Yan charged at the youth, his sword poised to strike. The handsome youth deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the blow. Too slow, he mocked. Infuriating, Qin Yan continuously wielded his longsword, yet each strike was effortlessly evaded by the handsome youth. It appears your prowess is rather limited, the youth taunted. Anger surged within Qin Yan, but he recognized that if he did not exert his full strength, he might very well be defeated by this charming adversary. Suddenly, Qin Yan's gaze hardened. He ceased his assault, took a deep breath, and slowly raised his sword. What is this? The handsome youth furrowed his brow, sensing an intense aura emanating from Qin Yan. The longsword in Qin Yan's grasp abruptly unleashed a powerful surge of sword energy, sweeping forth like a tempest towards the youth. Such a feeble attack poses no threat to me, the youth scoffed. However, upon encountering the sword energy, he was startled to discover it harbored a peculiar force that sent a shiver through him. The youth quickly summoned his true energy, forming a protective barrier before him. The clash of the sword energy against the barrier erupted with a resounding boom, forcing the youth to stagger back several steps. How could this be? The handsome youth was taken aback, unable to fathom how Qin Yan could wield such formidable power. Qin Yan regarded the youth coldly and declared, "Now, do you still dare to claim my strength is lacking?" The youth's complexion darkened. He realized he had underestimated his opponent, who was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Very well, it seems I have indeed misjudged your capabilities, he admitted. However, a game is only entertaining when it presents a challenge. You have certainly made this encounter increasingly intriguing. With a hearty laugh, the youth's aura surged once more, an even greater force erupting from within him. Brother Qin, you are taking this far too seriously. Employing such overwhelming strength against a mere foundation establishment cultivator is rather excessive, remarked the plump youth. This fellow is no ordinary adversary, and without showcasing genuine skills, it would be rather dull. Before he could finish, the handsome youth swiftly struck out towards Qin Yan with his right hand. Qin Yan swung his sword in response, but it met only air. The youth moved with remarkable speed, darting to Qin Yan's side and delivering a powerful blow to his arm. A sharp pain coursed through Qin Yan's arm, nearly causing him to drop his sword. Nevertheless, he did not falter. He gritted his teeth against the pain, swiftly adjusted his stance, and aimed his sword at the youth once more. The youth let out a derisive laugh, evading Qin Yan's thrust with ease. Meanwhile, his right fist coiled back, aimed at Qin Yan's chest. Qin Yan's expression sharpened. He understood he could not withstand this blow head-on, so he hastily retreated. However, the youth's speed was astonishing, and Qin Yan could not fully evade the strike. Feeling the force graze his chest, a dull ache blossomed within him, causing his blood to surge, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The handsome youth looked at Qin Yan with a cold smirk, saying, "It seems you are still rather inexperienced." Qin Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He understood that if he did not summon all his strength, he might indeed be defeated by this strikingly handsome youth. Suddenly, Qin Yan's gaze grew resolute. He ceased his onslaught, took a deep breath, and slowly raised the long sword in his hand. What is this? The handsome youth frowned slightly, sensing a formidable aura emanating from Qin Yan. Qin Yan fervently channeled the power of the mysterious Qin fire within him. In an instant, the long sword in his grip ignited in a blazing inferno. The flame spread wide. Qin Yan declared, "Not this move again. I shall not hold back." The handsome youth retorted, invoking his own technique, the triple wave palm. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he unleashed 3 massive palm strikes, each one surging through the air with powerful force towards Qin Yan. With unwavering resolve, Qin Yin brought his sword crashing down, releasing a searing wave of fiery sword energy that collided with the three palm strikes. A thunderous explosion ensued, and the violent gusts of energy swept through the arena, causing both Qin Yin and the handsome youth to stagger back several steps. The youth's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Qin Yin could withstand his attack. How is this possible? You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, possess such immense power? The handsome youth, a golden core stage practitioner, was taken aback by Qin Yin's unexpected strength. Ha ha ha, I see now. You must be concealing a significant secret or perhaps a miraculous treasure, he proclaimed. What a delightful surprise. Everything you possess shall now belong to me. Before he could finish speaking, the handsome youth unleashed his full potential, summoning a precious sword into his hands, intent on incapacitating Qin Yin and extracting the treasure. At that moment, a tremendous sword energy sliced toward him. Do not dare harm him. Lin Xianxia soared in from the distance. Upon seeing the impending sword energy, the handsome youth's expression shifted dramatically. He felt a deadly threat emanating from it. Master, be careful, shouted an elderly man in white robes from the crowd. Before his words could fully resonate, the elder swiftly appeared beside the handsome youth and struck out at the sword energy with a powerful palm. Bang! The sword energy shattered into countless fragments. How bold! You dare to harm my young master? You shall face my wrath, the elder declared, charging toward Lin Xianxia, a nascent soul expert. Lin Xianxia gasped in astonishment. What a nascent soul! I shall fight regardless, Lin Xianxia asserted with conviction. With her long sword, she unleashed a water-blue sword energy toward the elder. The elder scoffed, effortlessly shattering the sword energy with a wave of his hand. You, a mere golden core cultivator, truly do not understand the vastness of the heavens and the earth, daring to challenge a nascent soul. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my realm. To oppose me is to seek death, the elder sneered. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the elder vanished from his spot, only to materialize before Lin Xianxia in the next instant, delivering a powerful punch aimed at her chest. Lin Xianxia's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily channeled her vital energy, erecting a defensive barrier before her. Bang! Chapter 42. The Eruption of Qin Yin. The elder's fist collided with the barrier, instantly shattering it into fragments. Lin Xianxia was propelled backward by the sheer force, blood spilling from her mouth. Sister Lin, Qin Yin exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the scene. He had not anticipated the elder's formidable strength, capable of injuring Lin Xianxia with but a single blow. Qin Yin, are you all right? Lin Xianxia inquired with concern, wiping the blood from her lips. I'm fine, do not worry, Qin Yin replied, shaking his head. Boy, no one can save you now. Prepare to meet your demise, the handsome young man sneered. Without further ado, he raised the sword in his hand and lunged toward Qin Yin. Qin Yin's gaze sharpened. He understood he could not evade the strike and had no choice but to confront it head-on. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his profound Yin fire to its utmost potential and brought his sword down with great force. Boom! The collision of their powerful sword energies erupted in a thunderous roar. A violent gust of wind surged forth, obliterating the surrounding trees. Both Qin Yin and the handsome young man were forced to step back from the onslaught of air. Ha, brother Qin, it seems you're lacking. To be pushed to such extremes by a mere foundation establishment practitioner, the stout young man mocked. The handsome young man's expression darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury. It appears I have underestimated you, but let us see if you can withstand this move. Ocean overturning slash, the handsome young man declared. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword erupted in a brilliant radiance, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy that hurtled toward Qin Yin. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Yin's heart raced. This sword energy was far more potent than the previous one. He knew he could not withstand it directly and had to evade. Thus, he retreated swiftly, employing his martial arts to escape the oncoming attack. However, the speed of the sword energy was astonishing. Equipped with a homing function that allowed it to track Qin Yin's movements with precision no matter how he maneuvered. This is bad, I cannot evade it. I must fight back, Qin Yin shouted. Blazing inferno. Flames surged around him as he conjured countless fiery sword illusions with his blade, charging toward the handsome young man's ocean-overturning slash. Boom! The two formidable techniques clashed, resulting in a deafening explosion. The intense winds uprooted trees all around them. Qin Yin was sent flying, spewing a jet of blood midair before crashing harshly to the ground. Qin Yan, Lin Xianxia cried out in distress. She attempted to rush to Qin Yan's side, but was intercepted by the elder in white robes. Young master, what shall we do with this woman? Should we eliminate her? The elder inquired. Eliminate her? It is a pity to kill such a beautiful woman. She certainly deserves to be cherished. The handsome young man leered. Old Jiang, seize her, and seal her dantian. I wish to indulge myself thoroughly. A rendezvous in this wilderness would surely be exhilarating, he chuckled. Yes, young master. Cough, cough, this is abhorrent. Sister Lin, flee at once. Do not concern yourself with me. Qin Yan exclaimed. Humph, thinking of escape is futile now, the old man in white retorted coldly. In an instant, he appeared before Lin Xianxia, striking out with a palm. Seeing this, Lin Xianxia hurriedly summoned her internal spiritual power to fend off the old man's assault. Bang! She was sent reeling by the force of his blow, her vital energy in turmoil, a trickle of blood escaping from her lips. With such meager strength, do you dare resist? The old man in white sneered. Before his words had fully dissipated, he lunged at Lin Xianxia once more. Despite her desperate attempts to defend herself, the old man's strength was overwhelming, and she quickly found herself at a disadvantage. With a swift motion, the old man closed the distance to Lin Xianxia. She thrust her sword at him, but he struck her arm with such force that the sword slipped from her grasp. With another strike, he sent Lin Xianxia hurtling backwards. The old man advanced, deftly tapping her dantian and various acupoints. Once she lay on the ground, he approached her and completely sealed her dantian. Then, he produced a pill. Ha ha, with this pill, she shall remain unyielding. I need not fear her submission. It will only enhance the young master's enjoyment. He leered. Ha ha, old Jiang. You truly understand my desires. Upon our return, you shall be handsomely rewarded. Thank you, young master. It is an honor for this old servant to serve you. Brother Qin, as the saying goes, those who witness shall partake. Might I also indulge in this exquisite beauty? I have never encountered a maiden so enchanting. The plump young man interjected. Ha ha, of course. After I have had my fill, she shall be yours to enjoy. We are brothers, after all, the handsome young man replied with a grin. Then I thank you, Brother Qin, the plump young man beamed. With that, the handsome young man approached Lin Xianxia, his expression growing increasingly lewd. How despicable! If you dare lay a hand on her, I, Qin Yan, will ensure your demise. Qin Yan seethed, consumed by fury at the scene unfolding before him, yearning to rise and vanquish these scoundrels. Yet, having just endured a fierce clash with a handsome young man, he was gravely injured and utterly powerless to resist. Ha ha! Even if I do touch her, what will you do? I have a far more amusing thought. I shall make you watch as she submits beneath me. Just envisioning it is thrilling. Old Jiang, restrain him. Ensure he keeps his eyes wide open, for before long, this woman will be nothing but a wanton, he cackled. Ha ha! Brother Qin, your cunning is truly admirable. I am left in awe, the plump young man laughed. The elder in white robes seized Qin Yan, compelling him to open his eyes. Sister Lin, I am deeply sorry. I have brought you trouble. Qin Yan lamented internally, overwhelmed by guilt. Ah, I shall kill you. I must kill you. Qin Yan shouted in a fit of rage. At that moment, he was consumed by an unparalleled fury, a fiery tempest raging within him. Bang! A muffled groan resonated from within Qin Yan. Enraged, the primal fire inside him surged with even greater ferocity, its power pouring forth in an unending stream, filling him with an invigorating strength. Qin Yan resembled a furious lion, a force awakening within him. Ah! He bellowed. Suddenly, flames erupted around him, startling the elder, who swiftly retreated. A pillar of fire erupted from Qin Yan, soaring towards the heavens and dispersing the white clouds above. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air as a colossal fire dragon coiled around the flame, unleashing a deafening roar. What is this? How can he possess such power? Chapter 43. Dare to be arrogant? Dragon flame burns the sky. Qin Yan thundered. Young master, be careful. Chen Shampong, the elder exclaimed. In his fury, the primal fire within Qin Yan became even more volatile, akin to a colossal beast awakening, radiating boundless might. The power of the fire surged forth, and Qin Yan felt an overwhelming surge of strength. He ignited in a blaze, resembling a deity of flames. The elder was taken aback by the spectacle and retreated hastily. The pillar of fire ascended skyward, scattering the clouds above. Suddenly, a majestic dragon's roar resounded as the massive fire dragon encircled the pillar. emitting a thunderous roar that astonished all present. They could scarcely believe that Qin Yin could summon such a formidable fire dragon. What is happening? How can he wield such strength? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The elder's palms shimmered with radiant light as a massive palm imprint materialized, advancing towards Qin Yan's fire dragon. Qin Yin commanded the dragon to unleash fierce assaults while the elder remained composed, employing various intricate palm techniques to engage with the fire dragon. Their battle intensified, an awe-inspiring spectacle that left the onlookers trembling with fear. Suddenly, a glint of determination flashed in Qin Yan's eyes as he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. He directed the fire dragon to transform into a colossal pillar of fire, hurtling towards the elder. The strike was immensely powerful, causing the very heavens to change hue, and the surrounding air seemed to ignite into flames. The elder, sensing the impending danger, was alarmed. Realizing he could not withstand such a blow, he swiftly evaded to the left. However, Qin Yan's speed of attack was astonishingly swift. Although the old man in the white robe managed to evade a fatal blow, he was still struck by the residual force of the fire pillar, causing his blood to surge and forcing him to spit out blood. Gasping for breath, Qin Yin inhaled deeply, having exhausted all his spiritual energy with that last maneuver. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. Meanwhile, Lin Xianxia, under the influence of an aphrodisiac, found herself weak and flushed, her body ablaze with heat. The old man in the white robe, panting, rose to his feet, exclaiming, "That was close. I never anticipated this young lad possessed such formidable techniques." His eyes glinted with malice as he plotted, "He undoubtedly harbors numerous secrets. I shall bind him, and then I shall extract the truth at my leisure. But for now, it is time to indulge in this beauty." A handsome young man leered. "How brazen to think of laying a hand on my disciple." Qin Tianxiao snorted disdainfully as he descended from afar. "Who is this old fool? Jiang, dispose of him to avoid dampening my spirits." "Yes, young master. After you have had your enjoyment, might you allow this old servant a moment of pleasure as well?" "Oh, ha! Jiang, you truly are in your prime." "Agreed. Everyone shall have their share. Quickly, eliminate this bothersome old man. I am ready to begin." "As you command." "You are seeking death, old fool. Prepare to meet your end," the white-robed elder declared, unleashing a colossal golden palm strike. "Foolish mortals, you have thoroughly enraged me," Qin Tianxiao retorted, sweeping his right hand to disperse the golden palm strike with a powerful gust of wind. "What?" the white-robed elder gasped in shock, unprepared for the overwhelming strength of Qin Tianxiao. With a firm grip, Qin Tianxiao lifted the elder effortlessly, a golden hand tightening around his neck. The elder's face contorted in agony, his complexion flushing red, eyes wide with terror. With a swift twist, Qin Tianxiao snapped the elder's neck. The spectacle left those surrounding them in stunned silence, unable to fathom Qin Tianxiao's immense power. "Ah, Jiang, this is impossible. How can you be so strong?" The handsome young man stammered in disbelief. "Harming my disciple is a death wish," Qin Tianxiao replied coldly. "It is her fortune that I have set my sights on her. Do not presume that by slaying Jiang, you have become invincible, old fool." "Yes, young master." From the crowd, an elderly man with white hair stepped forward, exuding a formidable aura, indicating he was at the late stages of the out-of-body realm. "Old fool, do you know who I am to dare meddle in my affairs?" "Oh, then enlighten me," Qin Tianxiao mocked. "I am the young master of the Qin family of the Jinwu Empire. My ancestor is a powerful being on the verge of a breakthrough. Even the emperor of the Jinwu Empire dares not act recklessly before me. What say you? Are you frightened? I must inform you that it is too late. Old Qin has dealt with this old fool," the handsome youth declared arrogantly. "Humph, blame yourself for meddling. How dare you interrupt the affairs of my young master?" retorted the white-haired elder. Before he could finish his words, the elder charged toward Qin Tianxiao. "I shall play with you for a while," he said. Observing this, Qin Tianxiao's eyes narrowed, and with a flicker, he vanished from sight. The elder, taken aback and alarmed, halted abruptly, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, Qin Tianxiao appeared behind the elder, unleashing a palm strike aimed directly at the elder's back. The elder reacted swiftly, turning to confront his opponent, and a fierce battle ensued between them. Their exchanges of blows were so intricate and unpredictable that onlookers were left in astonishment. However, as time passed, the elder began to falter, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. Seeing this, The handsome youth grew anxious and shouted, "Old Qin, finish him quickly. Do not waste any more time." Upon hearing this, a glint of malice flashed in the elder's eyes, and his internal energy surged explosively. He shouted, forming hand seals that conjured a massive palm print, launching it toward Qin Tianxiao. Qin Tianxiao remained unfazed, forming his own seals as a beam of sword light shot forth. Colliding with the palm print, a thunderous roar erupted, sending shockwaves through the air and stirring up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, the crowd beheld Qin Tianxiao standing proudly, unscathed, while the elder lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his face as pale as a sheet. The handsome youth's expression darkened considerably at this sight. He glared at Qin Tianxiao, his eyes brimming with resentment. "Is this your alliance? Do you still dare to be arrogant now?" Qin Tianxiao sneered. "You wretched fool! How dare you injure a member of the Qin family? Do you not understand why I have refrained from killing you? It is to compel you to reveal your family name, so I can eliminate you all at once. You dare?" The handsome youth finally showed signs of fear. With a single palm strike, Qin Tianxiao obliterated the youth into a mere paste. The life-saving talisman left to him by his ancestor was rendered utterly useless. Chapter 44. The Intriguing Arena of Combat. "You insolent wretch, do you realize you're courting death? His brother is a direct disciple of the cloud sky, sacred land." "Old fool, you have sealed your own fate," the plump youth exclaimed. "What a cloud sky, sacred land? Who are you really?" Qin Tianxiao inquired. "I am of the royal lineage of the Purple Crystal Empire. Dare you to kill me?" the plump youth boasted. Qin Tianxiao was intrigued to discover the source of their audacity, allowing them to speak their threats in full, intending to eradicate any future troubles. "The royal family of the Purple Crystal Empire holds great power, yet it is of no use to save you," Qin Tianxiao stated. Before his words fell silent, Qin Tianxiao unleashed another palm strike. Bang! In an instant, they were all reduced to mere flesh and bone. Qin Tianxiao swiftly approached Lin Xianxia. Noticing that her current state was exceedingly abnormal, she had unconsciously begun to disrobe and was incessantly murmuring, so hot, I desire it, please give it to me." Qin Tianxiao immediately restrained her and presented a medicinal pill for her to consume, infusing her with his spiritual energy. After several minutes, Lin Xianxia finally returned to her senses. Upon regaining consciousness, she promptly adjusted her attire. "Master, thank you. Otherwise, my virtue would have been compromised." "Well, the poison within you has been neutralized. I must first check on that rascal Qin Yin," Qin Tianxiao replied. In a flash, Qin Tianxiao arrived beside Qin Yin and began to assess his condition. He discovered that Qin Yin's pulse was steady, and within him resided a powerful and searing energy. It seemed that he had fortuitously awakened the Wan, Yin's sacred body to a greater degree. His earlier technique, Dragon Flame Incineration, was likely a martial skill inherited from the Wan, Yin's sacred body. Furthermore, Qin Yin's cultivation had experienced a breakthrough, elevating him to the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. Qin Tianxiao offered him a medicinal pill, and shortly thereafter, Qin Yin awoke. "Master, what brings you here? By the way, you must hurry to save Sister Lin. She is in danger," Qin Yin exclaimed eagerly. "I am fine. Master arrived just in time to neutralize the poison and has eliminated all those assailants," Lin Xianxia replied. "Now that you both are unharmed, we should depart from this place." Qin Tianxiao stated. "Is this truly the end, Master?" "Indeed, I must eradicate the roots of this trouble," he affirmed. "Come, I will lead you to Soar Mountain." Qin Tianxiao guided the two of them as they soared toward the location of the ruins of the Kingdom of Lugu. At that moment, Qin Jin Mountain also emerged from the ruins, having had the fortune to acquire a significant portion of treasures within. "Let us proceed to the Jinwu Empire," Qin Tianxiao declared. The Jinwu Empire was a second-tier power, with its most formidable beings only reaching the divine transformation stage. As they traversed the main thoroughfare of the imperial city, Qin Tianxiao intended to gather intelligence regarding the Qin family's whereabouts before taking action against them. While in an inn, he stumbled upon another intriguing piece of information. To the east of the Jinwu Empire's royal city lay a vast arena for martial competitions, which had garnered considerable renown. Even the 3 great sacred lands dared not offend it. The innkeeper revealed that this arena had influence throughout the eastern continent, with its master being a formidable force from the central continent. Thus, even the 3 sacred lands refrained from antagonizing it. This piqued Qin Tianxiao's interest. There was no need to rush the matter concerning the Qin family. he resolved to visit the martial arena instead. Qin Tianxiao and his companions soon arrived at the arena located to the east of the Jinwu Empire's royal city. At the entrance of the arena stood two cultivators at the out-of-body stage. To enter the arena, one must pay an entrance fee of 500 low-grade spirit stones. One of the out-of-body cultivators spoke up. Qin Tianxiao presented the spirit stones and stepped into the arena. The scale of this arena was grand, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators. An intense competition was underway, with the audience fervently cheering, their voices resounding throughout. Qin Tianxiao and his companions found a vantage point to observe the contests. In the center of the arena were 10 fighting platforms, each occupied by combatants engaged in battle. As Qin Tianxiao surveyed the scene, he noted that most participants were at the Foundation Establishment to Golden Core stages, with only a few reaching the Nascent Soul stage. However, their combat skills and experience were evidently profound, suggesting extensive training and real combat experience. Indeed, this venue might serve as an excellent crucible for their further strengthening. Qin Yan, Jian Shan, Jiang Shui, you three should sign up for the competition, Qin Tianxiao instructed. Master, are we really going to participate in the competition? Qin Yan exclaimed in surprise. Absolutely, this is a splendid opportunity to hone your practical abilities. Remember, in the contest, give it your all and show no mercy, Qin Tianxiao replied sternly. Qin Yan, Lin Xianxia, and Qin Jinshan nodded in understanding. They proceeded to the management office of the arena to register, then awaited the commencement of the matches. Qin Tianxiao settled into the audience section, keenly observing their performance. He recognized this as a formidable challenge for them, yet also a rare opportunity for growth. Attention, attention! We have a newcomer signing up for the life and death arena battle. Please welcome this newcomer to the stage, codenamed None. What? Another life and death battle? Fantastic. This time, I must seize the opportunity to win back all that I've lost. A newcomer dares to participate in a life and death battle? Truly fearless. Well, I didn't expect to witness a life and death battle right upon my arrival. Upon hearing this announcement, Qin Tianxiao felt a stir within him. The life and death battle is an exceedingly brutal competition, where participants either emerge victorious or meet their demise. Such contests demand exceptional strength and unwavering will from the competitors. Without a doubt, he knew it was Qin Jinshan who had signed up. His unparalleled combat physique was designed to be forged through numerous life and death battles to attain greater strength. Nevertheless, Qin Tianxiao did not anticipate the fervor with which Qin Jinshan sought to grow stronger. Sure enough, Qin Jinshan emerged from the passageway, striding confidently to the largest fighting platform at the center. It was well known that once the life and death battle commenced, a contestant must fight through 10 matches without pause. Any violation of this rule would result in death. The elder on the fighting platform spoke coldly. Very well, his first opponent is Chunhu. Everyone may now place your bets. Is it really Chunhu in the first match? I recall he is at the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment and has achieved victory in 6 previous matches. The young man appeared frail and delicate, seemingly incapable of enduring even a single blow from Chunhu. I wager 5,000 low-grade spirit stones on Chunhu. 5,000? You shall wager 10,000. That young man will undoubtedly be slain by Chunhu in the first match. Chapter 45. The Life and Death Arena Battle. Chunhu, as spoken of by them, was a towering figure, robust and brawny. The man stood bare-chested, showcasing his exaggerated muscles. In his right hand, he wielded a massive axe. Youngster, encountering me in the first match is merely a stroke of misfortune for you. My axe will cleave you in two, he scoffed disdainfully. Oh, then I shall see if you possess the prowess to back that claim. Qin Jinshan replied coolly. Are you both prepared? The elder inquired. Ready, they responded in unison. To think that Jinshan has advanced so swiftly to the 6th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, Qin Tianxiao remarked. Then let us commence, the elder announced. The battle officially began. Qin Jinshan charged towards Chunhu, who responded with a derisive laugh. What a fool, seeking his own demise, Chunhu mocked. He too lunged at Qin Jinshan, swinging his massive axe down with ferocity. Unfazed, Qin Jinshan swiftly unleashed his ultimate technique, the sword shadow 1,000 illusions. In an instant, his sword shadow fragmented into countless forms, resembling a dense net that dissipated Chunhu's axe assault into nothingness. Chunhu was taken aback. He had not anticipated the intricacy of Qin Jinshan's swordplay. Yet he was not one to concede defeat easily. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. With a mighty roar, he wielded his axe with even greater ferocity, each swing accompanied by a powerful gust. Interesting, but you are too weak. It is time to end this, Qin Tianxiao declared. As the words left his lips, Qin Tianxiao vanished from sight. What? Chunhu exclaimed in shock. For he could no longer perceive Qin Tianxiao. It is over, came the cold voice of Qin Tianxiao from behind Chunhu. A chill gripped Chunhu's heart. He understood he had nowhere to flee and could only muster a desperate defense. However, it was too late. Qin Tianxiao's sword pierced through his chest, the icy blade penetrating his body. Yu Chunhu's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. He could hardly fathom that he had been defeated by this fledgling youth. Qin Tianxiao withdrew his sword and turned to depart, while Chunhu's body slowly crumpled to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. How is this possible? How could he have triumphed over Chunhu? He won. This novice has indeed emerged victorious. This is outrageous. It must be a conspiracy. How else could a newcomer possibly prevail? With the conclusion of Qin Tianxiao's first battle, Qin Yin and others also began their duels. I declare the victor of the first match is Wu. His next opponent will be Poison Wolf, the elder proclaimed. At that moment, an elderly man emerged from the passageway, his hair white and his visage gaunt, clad in plain garments, yet emanating an aura of profound authority. The gaze of the Poison Wolf fixated upon the stage, a peculiar smirk gracing his lips. You must be Wu, am I correct? He inquired. Enough with the trivialities. Let us commence, replied Qin Tianxiao. Ha ha ha. The youth brims with arrogance. Do not presume that vanquishing the foolish Chun who renders you invincible. I shall impart to you the true essence of suffering, the Poison Wolf retorted. With that, the Poison Wolf brandished a vibrant green sword. Qin Tianxiao chose not to waste words and lunged forward without hesitation. Ha ha, this lad is doomed. He remains oblivious to the true peril of the Poison Wolf's venom and dares to approach him, a bystander mused. It seemed assured that the Poison Wolf would emerge victorious. The young man had no chance. As Qin Tianxiao drew near, the Poison Wolf swiftly unleashed a cloud of purple powder from his left hand. Startled, Qin Tianxiao instinctively held his breath and swung his sword to disperse the powder. However, the Poison Wolf's movements were extraordinarily swift. His right hand thrust the sword menacingly towards Qin Tianxiao. The latter barely managed to parry the blow, the swords clashing with a piercing sound. The Poison Wolf grinned malevolently, casting another cloud of purple powder with his left hand. This time, Qin Tianxiao was prepared and retreated to evade the attack. Yet, to his astonishment, the powder rapidly diffused through the air, enveloping him in a toxic mist. He felt an eerie force invade his body, inducing a dizzying sensation. Realizing he had been poisoned, he understood the urgency of escaping this predicament. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he charged at the Poison Wolf with his sword. The Poison Wolf let out a cold laugh, deftly dodging Qin Tianxiao's assault. Meanwhile, the green sword in his hand glinted ominously as he lunged towards Qin Tianxiao's chest. Alarmed, Qin Tianxiao's inner energy suddenly surged, allowing him to spin away from the impending strike. With a fierce gust, he swung his long sword towards the Poison Wolf. Surprised by the dissolution of his attack, the Poison Wolf quickly readied himself to counter. Their swords clashed in the air, producing a cacophonous sound. Ha! You have already succumbed to my 9 devouring venoms. It won't be long before the poison claims your life. Youth is indeed a folly. You are far too inexperienced. Prepare to perish. The Poison Wolf cackled, his green sword flashing menacingly as he unleashed a flurry of strikes at Qin Tianxiao. With a grave expression, Qin Tianxiao recognized the necessity of formulating a strategy post-haste, or he would surely meet his demise. Suddenly, he recalled the antidote pill he had acquired from the relics of the Luogu kingdom. While fending off the Poison Wolf's relentless attacks, he deftly retrieved the antidote pill. Huh, you think you can cure yourself? I shall not grant you that opportunity. The Poison Wolf sneered, intensifying his assault with the green sword, determined to prevent Qin Tianxiao from consuming the antidote. Fully aware that the antidote was his sole glimmer of hope, Qin Tianxiao resolutely defended against the Poison Wolf's onslaught, hastily bringing the pill to his lips. The detoxification elixir melted upon entering Qin Tianxiao's mouth. A refreshing aura surged through his limbs and bones. He sensed the toxins within him gradually dissipating and his strength slowly returning. Upon witnessing this, the Poison Wolf's smile vanished, replaced by a grotesque grimace. With a furious roar, he unleashed a more intense green light from the emerald sword in his hand, thrusting it towards Qin Tianxiao. Remaining composed, Qin Tianxiao parried the Poison Wolf's assault while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to thrust his long sword toward the wolf's throat. The poison wolf, taken aback, could not evade in time and barely managed to raise his sword in defense. However, it was too late. Qin Tianxiao's sword had already pierced his throat, blood gushing forth. The poison wolf's body swayed momentarily before collapsing, devoid of life. Qin Tianxiao gazed at the fallen foe and exhaled slowly, knowing he had finally triumphed over this formidable adversary. Victory, the elder announced. In half an hour, the third match would commence. Qin Tianxiao watched Qin Tianxiao, who was meditating to recuperate, his eyes filled with pride. Meanwhile, Qin Yin and Lin Xianxia had also encountered powerful adversaries, but ultimately emerged victorious. Chapter 46, Thunderous Fury. In the subsequent battles, Qin Tianxiao emerged victorious each time. Now engaged in his ninth match, his opponent was a man clad in black armor, wielding dual blades. This man exhibited formidable strength, effectively suppressing Qin Tianxiao. His dual blades were wielded with remarkable agility, each swing unleashing a sharp glint. Despite being pressured, Qin Tianxiao maintained his composure, aware that to secure victory, he must discern his opponent's weaknesses. After 9 consecutive battles, both his physical and spiritual energies were severely depleted. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, driven by an intense desire for strength. Observing Qin Tianxiao in a precarious position, Qin Tianxiao smiled faintly, knowing that only through such trials could his supreme combat physique be further awakened. At that moment, Qin Tianxiao found himself in dire straits, feeling utterly exhausted, with his spiritual energy nearly exhausted. Indeed, a moment's inattention allowed the armored man to slash Qin Tianxiao's arm, and with another strike, he aimed for the young man's life. Qin Tianxiao bellowed, refusing to succumb. He yearned to grow stronger. Suddenly, a powerful force surged within him, and he felt as though he possessed an inexhaustible reserve of energy. Instantly invigorated, Qin Tianxiao pressed forward rather than retreating, charging toward the man with dual blades. His gaze was resolute, and his aura radiated like a torrent. The man momentarily paused, clearly unprepared for such a reaction from Qin Tianxiao. However, it was too late for him to withdraw. The dual blades continued their deadly arc toward Qin Tianxiao. A glimmer of determination flashed in Qin Tianxiao's eyes as his body became ethereal, seemingly merging with the wind. He deftly evaded the man's dual blades and seized the opportunity to counterattack. His swordplay accelerated, becoming increasingly fierce, with each strike infused with formidable power. The man could barely defend himself, gradually succumbing to a passive stance. Qin Tianxiao grew more formidable with each engagement, his sword techniques seemingly coming to life, each motion generating gusts of heated wind due to its remarkable swiftness. The man, caught off guard by this sudden shift, found himself retreating incessantly. Ultimately, Qin Tianxiao capitalized on a fleeting moment, plunging his sword into the man's throat. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Qin Tianxiao before collapsing. Qin Tianxiao emerged victorious, having triumphed over a formidable adversary. In a chamber high above the arena, an elderly man clad in a black robe adorned with golden beast patterns scrutinized Qin Tianxiao on the platform below. "What is the current wager?" the elder inquired. "Reporting to you, for the final match, someone has staked 500 million high-grade spirit stones on the newcomer's victory." "What? 500 million high-grade spirit stones? Are you certain?" the elder exclaimed, astonished. Such a staggering amount of wealth could only be wielded by the 3 great sacred lands. Indeed, it has been verified. There are indeed 500 million high-grade spirit stones. Who placed the wager? An elderly man. He arrived alongside the newcomer. Have their identities been uncovered? No. It appears to be their first visit to the Jinwu Empire. 500 million high-grade spirit stones must not allow him to win. For the final match, let it be the thunderstorm. Inform him that if he fails, his wife and children shall await their doom, the elder stated coldly. "Understood," replied a middle-aged man. After leaving, the middle-aged man entered another chamber. "Elder Jin, allow me to take the final match. It has been a while since I last defeated a genius," a scar-faced giant proposed. "Indeed, Elder Jin, which of us shall take the stage for this one?" Most of the individuals in the room gazed expectantly at the middle-aged man. There were over a dozen individuals present, all formidable cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, serving as the arena's ultimate trump cards. At the innermost part of the chamber sat a tall and robust man, his physique reminiscent of a bear, with 2 silver axes resting at his feet. The middle-aged man approached him. "Thunderstorm, you shall take the stage for this match," he whispered. Manager Long instructed that this battle must end in victory. Failure is not an option. Should you fall, your wife and children shall perish alongside you. The man's eyes flickered with resentment and fury upon hearing this. But he quickly regained his composure. Understood, Thunderstorm replied coldly. Thunderstorm rose, hefting the two massive axes as he strode toward the exit. The identity of the last opponent had been, I still have faith in that reckless one. Should he triumph, the rewards would be immense. Listening to the words of those around him, Qin Tianxiao felt a flicker of curiosity towards the man known as Quang Lei. Quang Lei emerged from the passage, gradually ascending the arena. You should not have chosen the life-and-death battle, Quang Lei remarked. I aspire to grow stronger, unafraid of death, Qin Jinshan replied. Very well, let us commence, Qin Jinshan declared. A sigh escaped Quang Lei's lips, his eyes momentarily clouded with doubt before resolutely returning to determination. In an instant, Qin Jinshan lunged forward, launching an attack towards Quang Lei. Not daring to hesitate, Quang Lei raised his dual axes to meet the challenge. The two clashed fiercely, weapons colliding and sparks flying. Quang Lei's axe technique was immensely powerful, each swing capable of cleaving mountains and splitting stones. In contrast, Qin Jinshan's swordplay was light and agile, darting like a dragonfly, skimming the water, navigating effortlessly amidst the flurry of axe strikes. However, it soon became evident to Qin Jinshan that Quang Lei's combat prowess far exceeded his expectations. Despite the finesse of his swordplay, he found himself increasingly hard-pressed against Quang Lei's overwhelming strength. With a thunderous roar, Quang Lei accelerated the tempo of his assault, as if conjuring a tempest of axe blades that ensnared Qin Jinshan within. Though Qin Jinshan fought valiantly to defend himself, fatigue began to take its toll. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, Quang Lei struck down upon Qin Jinshan's sword, sending it flying from his grasp. Taken by surprise, Qin Jinshan hastily retreated, but was nonetheless caught by the sweeping axe wind, resulting in a deep gash across his chest. Coughing up blood, Qin Jinshan's complexion turned pale. He understood that if this continued, he would inevitably succumb to Quang Lei. Yet at that moment, he felt the resurgence of his unparalleled combat body igniting within him. A surge of formidable energy erupted from his core, instantaneously mending his wounds and revitalizing his spirit. Boom! 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 Throughout the battle, Qin Jinshan's cultivation soared, reaching the 9th level of foundation establishment. A glimmer of hope illuminated his eyes. He recognized this as his opportunity to turn the tide. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his stance, preparing for the final confrontation. Not daring to relent, Quang Lei raised his axes once more and charged at Qin Jinshan. This time, his onslaught was even more ferocious, as if he aimed to reduce Qin Jinshan to mere pulp. Unfazed by the impending danger, Qin Jinshan brandished his sword, meeting Quang Lei's tempest of axe blades head-on. The clash of their weapons resounded with a thunderous roar. Chapter 47. The Wrath of the Thunder King Body. Suddenly, with a low shout, Qin Jinshan transformed into a streak of light, weaving through the storm of Quang Lei's axe blades. His sword pierced the center of Quang Lei's chest, channeling a tremendous force that sent the latter hurtling backward. Quang Lei fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock and indignation. I cannot lose. I must not lose. Just as Qin Jinshan advanced upon him, the fallen Quang Lei sprang to his feet, a powerful surge of energy erupting from within him. Crackle, crackle. An arc of electricity unexpectedly materialized around his body. With lightning flashing in his eyes, Quang Lei gripped his colossal axe firmly. In an instant, a multitude of arcs surged around the axe. The thought of his wife and children ignited a tremendous force within him. The rage-thundered diamond body had awakened within him. A remarkable and compelling talent that would be a pity to extinguish, mused Qin Tianxiao. Observing Quang Lei's newfound strength, Qin Jinshan was filled with exhilaration, sensing a formidable pressure emanating from him. With a thunderous shout, he charged directly at Quang Lei. In response, Quang Lei roared, lifting the axe imbued with arcs of electricity and immense power, striking towards Qin Jinshan. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qin Jinshan's eyes as he brandished his sword, conjuring a myriad of sword shadows to meet the oncoming axe. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Both combatants staggered back several paces, regaining their footing. Qin Jinshan regarded Quang Lei with a flicker of astonishment. Enhanced by the rage thunder diamond body, Quang Lei's strength and speed had escalated to a new level. presenting him with immense pressure. Indeed, you are formidable. Let us engage in a thrilling battle, Qin Tianxiao declared with a grin. Quang Lei remained silent, his gaze fixed on Qin Tianxiao, his fighting spirit intensifying. He understood this was a singular opportunity. Failure to defeat Qin Tianxiao would mean he could not protect his family. With that thought, Quang Lei roared once more, raising his axe with renewed vigor and charging toward Qin Tianxiao. Qin Tianxiao's excitement grew as he observed Quang Lei's approach. He wielded his sword, summoning a flurry of sword shadows to confront the giant axe once again. The ensuing collision generated a fierce shockwave, propelling toward the onlookers surrounding the arena. Qin Tianxiao was pushed back a few steps, his arm growing numb from the force. Such overwhelming power. Yet I shall not yield. I must grow stronger, he proclaimed. Once more, a surge of immense energy welled up within Qin Tianxiao. He forcefully propelled himself off the ground, creating two deep impressions on the arena floor. With a resounding thud, he shot towards Quang Lei with the speed of a cannonball. Unhesitatingly, Quang Lei raised his axe to meet Qin Tianxiao's assault. The weapons collided violently, unleashing an even more powerful shockwave. This time, both Qin Tianxiao and Quang Lei were thrown back several dozen steps before barely regaining their balance. Qin Tianxiao's determination intensified as he eyed Quang Lei. With a mighty shout, he unleashed his inner energy, causing his sword to radiate a blinding light. Wind and cloud sword technique, a tempest arises. With rapid movements, Qin Tianxiao's sword danced, conjuring a powerful whirlwind that surged towards Quang Lei. As the furious thunder observed the situation, it raised its colossal axe, unleashing a tremendous force of lightning. The roar of thunder shattered the mountains. The mighty axe in the hands of the furious thunder surged forward, infused with potent electrical power, towards the tempest conjured by Qin Tianxiao. Boom! The storm and the lightning clashed violently, erupting in a blinding radiance. As the light dissipated, both Qin Tianxiao and the furious thunder staggered back several paces, barely managing to regain their footing. With a thunderous shout, Qin Tianxiao summoned the energy within him, causing his sword to radiate an even more dazzling brilliance. The sword technique of wind and cloud, the union of wind and cloud. Qin Tianxiao's sword danced swiftly, conjuring two majestic dragons, one azure and one white, that surged towards the furious thunder. Not to be outdone, the furious thunder raised its axe once more, channeling an even greater force of lightning. The wrath of thunder shattered the mountains and rumbled across the heavens. The colossal axe, imbued with robust electric power, met the dragon's head on. Boom! The dragons and the lightning collided with ferocity, releasing an even more intense glow. Two figures were propelled from the smoke. Both Qin Tianxiao and the furious thunder were thrown back. They crashed heavily to the ground, creating a profound pit on the arena. Spitting blood, both men sustained grievous injuries. Qin Tianxiao bore hundreds of minute wounds and a dozen gaping lacerations, all inflicted by arcs of electricity. He felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, his stamina and spiritual energy nearly depleted. Yet he refused to concede. Cough, cough, cough. The furious thunder was in a similar plight. Both warriors had compelling reasons to continue their battle. Struggling, the furious thunder rose to its feet. Observing this, Qin Tianxiao also fought to stand. But even the slightest movement sent waves of pain throughout his body. Nonetheless, his indomitable spirit compelled him to rise again. I cannot lose. I absolutely must not lose. Perish before me. The furious thunder bellowed in rage. The absolute thunderstorm cleave. It declared, I will not be defeated either. The sword technique of wind and cloud. The sword shakes the 9 continents. Qin Tianxiao retorted. In unison, they unleashed their formidable techniques, their figures flickering across the arena, each collision generating powerful shockwaves. Boom! Their attacks met once more with ferocity, erupting in blinding brilliance. When the light faded, both Qin Tianxiao and the furious thunder staggered back several steps, struggling to maintain their balance. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, bloodied and battered, yet their gazes remained resolute. Qin Tianxiao regarded the furious thunder with a glint of respect. You are formidable, but I shall not yield, he declared. Then let us engage in a battle to the death. The furious thunder replied. Qin Tianxiao nodded, inhaling deeply to suppress his injuries, preparing for one final surge. The furious thunder, likewise, gripped its axe tightly, eyes brimming with determination. With a simultaneous roar, Qin Tianxiao and the furious thunder charged towards one another once more. Boom! The techniques of the two warriors collided once more, unleashing a brilliant radiance. This time, neither retreated. They maintained their combat stances, resolutely gazing at one another. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit, both cognizant that the battle had reached its most critical juncture. With a thunderous roar, Qin Tianxiao and Quanlei unleashed formidable power, their moves clashing violently yet again. A dazzling light flickered, and as the dust on the arena settled, their figures emerged. Quanlei lay bloodied on the ground, while Qin Tianxiao bore even graver injuries, with 2 wounds on his left shoulder and chest, blood staining his robes. Neither had succumbed to unconsciousness, yet both found themselves unable to rise. The elder, overseeing the arena from above, wore a grim expression, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the elder beside the arena narrowed his gaze and revealed 3 slender silver needles in his right hand, so delicate that the spectators could hardly discern them. Chapter 48, Zhao Kitchen. Both Quanlei and Qin Tianxiao struggled to rise, but found themselves devoid of strength. What was happening? It seemed to be a stalemate. The spectators were astonished that a battle between 2 foundational realm cultivators could be so thrilling. Quanlei, get up. Damn it. I've wagered everything on you. Seeing their plight, the elder ascended the arena. Now that both were too weak to continue. Yet this was a life-and-death contest that must yield a victor. I shall tend to your injuries, and once healed, you shall resume the fight. The elder first approached Qin Tianxiao, preparing to insert the silver needles into his body. Prostrate on the ground, Qin Tianxiao felt a sudden jolt of alarm as the elder approached, an intense sense of crisis flooding him. To play underhanded tricks beneath my very eyes is truly audacious, Qin Tianxiao coldly snorted. He had perceived the elder's silver needles and had a fragment of consciousness linked to Qin Tianxiao. Should Qin Tianxiao face mortal peril, Qin Tianxiao would be able to sense it. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Tianxiao's eyes as he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the arena. The elder sensed the sound of breaking air behind him and abruptly halted his actions. Bold one, who are you? Do you intend to disrupt this life-and-death contest? The elder admonished. Enough noise. Qin Tianxiao struck out with his palm, sending a powerful imprint hurtling forth. The strike landed on the elder, who was sent flying, spewing forth a crimson arc of blood, his life extinguished. Cough, cough, ancestor, Qin Tianxiao managed to utter with great difficulty. Tianxiao, you have improved. If you maintain this determination, you will undoubtedly become a formidable warrior. Now, I must clear the arena. Impertinent! Who dares to slay my arena steward? Shouted a figure clad in black robes. Simultaneously, a multitude of spectators in the arena began to encircle Qin Tianxiao. The elder on the high platform's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Truly seeking death, daring to provoke my flying star arena. However, it suits me well, for the 500 million high-grade spirit stones shall belong to me, the elder proclaimed. This elder was Xianxia, the overseer of the flying star arena. Master Overseer, what shall we do now? Should we eliminate this individual immediately? Inquired Steward Jean. Kill him. Proceed, Xianxia commanded. The two descended from the high platform. Master Overseer, this individual is causing trouble and has slain Steward Lin, reported another. I am aware. Anyone who dares to create chaos in my flying star arena has but one fate. Death, Xianxia declared loudly. His actions were intended to demonstrate to all present the consequences of causing a disturbance here. I care not who you are, but if you dare to slay someone from my arena, then you shall meet your demise, Xianxia asserted. Attack. Yes. All the stewards surged towards Qin Tianxiao. Yet, Qin Tianxiao remained unfazed. 19 individuals at the Spirit Division realm. It is no wonder they are a transcendent presence in the Jinwu Empire. However, how dare Mirant challenge me? With a wave of his right hand, a powerful torrent of energy surged towards the stewards. Boom! 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 The bodies of those stewards exploded into fragments. What? How is this possible? Xianxia's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes wide with disbelief. Those stewards were all formidable beings of the Spirit Division realm, yet they were obliterated with a mere gesture. Who exactly are you? Xianxia asked in terror. You are not worthy to know, Qin Tianxiao replied coldly. Master Overseer, this individual possesses immense strength. What should we do? Steward Jean urged anxiously. You are not deserving to know who I am, Qin Tianxiao stated, raising his hand towards Xianxia and the others. An orb of energy materialized in the palm of his right hand. Xianxia sensed a gripping fear of death, as if an overwhelming force were pressing upon him. He attempted to flee, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. You cannot kill me. We are from the Central Continent's Flying Star Platform. If you slay me, the Flying Star Platform will not spare you, he Xiankong implored. The power of the Central Continent, the Flying Star Platform? I have never heard of it. Even if I had, what do I have to fear? Qin Tianxiao replied with a cold snicker. Suddenly, the energy orb in his palm erupted, unleashing a colossal beam of light that surged towards He Xiankong and Steward Jin. Boom! The beam struck the two, instantly reducing them to ashes. Qin Tianxiao then administered a medicinal pill to Qin Jianshan. Channel your energy to heal yourself, Qin Tianxiao instructed. He then approached Quang Lei and similarly presented him with a pill. Take this pill. It will mend your injuries. Quang Lei remained in a state of shock, utterly unprepared for the swift annihilation of the arena's overseer. The onlookers in the audience were equally astonished. Thank you, esteemed senior, Quang Lei expressed his gratitude. What is your name? Qin Tianxiao inquired. Senior, I am Zhao Qichan, your junior. Thunderous response. I beseech you for assistance. Please save my wife and child. Should you agree, I would willingly serve you like a beast of burden. Very well. I accept your plea, but I must inquire if you are willing to take me as your mentor, Qin Tianxiao asked. After all, you have awakened the Thunderbolt Diamond Body. A remarkable talent indeed. Ah, yes, I am willing. Disciple pays homage to the master, and I earnestly request your intervention to rescue my family, Zhao Qichan stated. Since you are my disciple, I shall certainly assist. Where are they located? Qin Tianxiao inquired. They are imprisoned in a manor, where many others are also held captive. The arena uses them to coerce us into servitude. Very well, let's pay a visit there, Qin Tianxiao declared. Ancestor, Master. Qin Yin and Lin Xianxia approached from a distance, while Qin Jianshan, having recuperated for a while, was finally able to stand. Are you aware of this manor's location? Qin Tianxiao asked. Master, I know where it is. I shall take you there immediately, Zhao Qichan replied. Zhao Qichan led Qin Tianxiao and the others to the manor. Outside the manor, several guards were stationed. With a mere wave of his hand, Qin Tianxiao unleashed a formidable force that dispatched the guards. They then entered the manor. Within, numerous individuals were imprisoned, participants of the arena and their families. Qin Tianxiao and his companions located Zhao Qichan's wife and child. Qichan, you have returned. Zhao Qichan's wife exclaimed with excitement upon seeing him. Yes, I have returned. I am here to rescue you. We shall regain our freedom, Zhao Qichan affirmed. Truly? But what of the arena? Fear not. The overseers of the arena have been vanquished. With my master here, we are safe. Let us depart, Zhao Qichan reassured. Subsequently, Qin Tianxiao escorted Zhao Qichan's family back to Fenglin City, where they were welcomed into the Qin household. Of course, before their return, Qin Tianxiao decisively annihilated the Qin family of the Jinwu Empire, reserving plans for another family for a later time. Simultaneously, he collected all treasures from the arena and the Qin family into his spatial ring, atop the Three Immortals Peak in the Tianshan Empire. The air was thick with spiritual energy, drawing many to practice there. Yet now, it was a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn about and rivers of blood flowing. Finally, they were all eliminated. Young master, is the secret realm about to be opened? Yes, we are merely half an hour away. Instruct the Black Demon Guards to eliminate anyone attempting to ascend a mountain, and ensure this place is thoroughly cleansed. The longer the discovery of the secret realm is delayed, the greater our opportunity. This group consisted of the previously elusive figures from the Tianshan Empire. Chapter 49. The Grand Secret Realm opens. Behind them, another cadre donned beast-headed masks, cloaked in black iron armor, wielding dark blades. Half an hour later, the stone tablet atop the Three Immortals Peak illuminated. The runes inscribed upon it began to radiate with a brilliant light. The leading young man, witnessing this phenomenon, felt a surge of joy and excitement. At last, the secret realm has opened, he exclaimed with glee. As he spoke, he produced an ancient bronze token from his possession. Approaching the stone tablet, he aligned the token with it and silently recited an incantation. Moments later, the brightness of the runes intensified until it reached a crescendo. Suddenly, a black vortex manifested above the tablet, evoking a sense of dread akin to that of an abyss. Undeterred, the young man leaped boldly into the swirling darkness. The other warriors, adorned with masks resembling ferocious beasts, followed suit, each diving into the vortex one after another. Once everyone had entered, the vortex gradually dissipated, and the runes upon the stone tablet dimmed, as if nothing had transpired at all. Meanwhile, at the Qin Clan headquarters, Lin Xiaoxian returned to the sect and promptly made his way to this location. Qin Tianxiao was imparting teachings to them at the back mountain. During this time, he also concocted numerous elixirs and crafted jade talismans. While instructing them in cultivation, he simultaneously taught them the arts of alchemy and formations. Whether they could master these skills depended on their innate talents, but imparting such knowledge was undoubtedly beneficial, ensuring they would not remain ignorant in future encounters. Over the course of more than half a month, news arrived from the Shadow Kill Tower. A grand secret realm had emerged on the Three Immortals Peak within the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Secret realms are categorized as small, medium, or large, with the latter housing a plethora of rare materials and treasures, as well as the legacies of formidable beings. Each time a large secret realm opens, it has been known for individuals to attain legacies, with some even acquiring 10th-tier artifacts. Thus, upon the unveiling of such realms, cultivators flocked to them in droves. Moreover, this particular secret realm had just been opened and was not yet claimed by any factions, signifying that all could enter. Once a powerful faction seized control, it would become exceedingly difficult for rogue cultivators to gain access. Consequently, many individuals were hastening towards the secret realm at an astonishing pace. After all, the large secret realm is not far from the Heavenly Mountain Empire. It would be worthwhile to investigate, Qin Tianxiao remarked. Understanding the rarity and opportunities presented by large secret realms, he deemed this an excellent chance to enhance his strength and gather resources. Thus, he set out towards the Three Immortals Peak with Qin Yin and the others in tow. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Qin Tianxiao and his companions beheld a throng of people surging towards the summit. "Master, there are so many," Qin Yin exclaimed. Many of these were rogue cultivators, and they would not let such a lucrative opportunity slip by. "Let us ascend the mountain and see for ourselves," Qin Tianxiao declared. Following the flow of the crowd, they made their way toward the peak. On their journey, they encountered numerous formidable cultivators, including many renowned sects and families. Each individual brimmed with anticipation and longing for the impending secret realm. Soon, Qin Tianxiao and his companions reached the summit. At that moment, the apex of the Three Immortal Peaks was surrounded, teeming with eager onlookers awaiting the opening of the secret realm's gate. "What is the situation? Is it possible that the secret realm has yet to be activated?" inquired Qin Jinshan. "Given the current circumstances, it seems the activation of the secret realm will require some time," replied Qin Tianxiao. "The secret realm should be opening soon. It has been 3 days since the last activation, and today it ought to commence," he added. "This secret realm is unlike any before. It opens every 3 days, which is quite peculiar. Without a major sect controlling it, this is our opportunity. We must enter without delay. Otherwise, it will become difficult once the people from the 3 great sanctuaries arrive. Look, the members of the Flying Sword sect are here, led by the esteemed elder. Over there, the Tianshan Empire has also dispatched individuals, and even the Dongyan Empire has sent representatives. Indeed, the forces of these great powers have arrived. This time, we must gain entry." From the distant horizon, a group of white-clad cultivators approached. The leading elder, with hair and brows as white as snow and a rosy complexion, bore a silver long sword on his back and a purple gold gourd at his waist. Behind him trailed 2 middle-aged men, followed by several young cultivators. On the mountain path, 2 teams were ascending towards the summit, comprised of individuals from the Tianshan Empire and the Dongyan Empire. The Tianshan Empire's contingent was led by a middle-aged man adorned in a golden dragon robe, flanked by several armored guards, each exuding an imposing aura. The Dongyan Empire's group was guided by an elderly man clad in a fiery red robe, similarly accompanied by armored protectors. The crowd cast a glance before resuming their calm vigil for the secret realm's opening. After an hour and a half, the stone tablet finally stirred. The runes inscribed upon it began to shimmer with radiant light, gradually intensifying in brilliance. All present held their breath, anxiously fixated on the stone tablet. Suddenly, a black vortex materialized above the tablet, evoking a sense of dread akin to an abyss. As the sight unfolded, excitement illuminated the faces of the onlookers, for they understood that the secret realm was about to unveil itself. Observing this, Qin Tianxiao promptly instructed Qin Yin and the others to prepare themselves, ready to enter the secret realm at a moment's notice. At his words, Qin Yin and the others tensed, their gazes fixed intently on the vortex. The vortex began to spin, emanating a powerful force of attraction. The secret realm has opened. Let us charge forth, cried a voice from a crowd. Many rushed towards the vortex with haste. Ancestor, shall we also enter? Queried Qin Yan. Let us wait a moment, replied Qin Tianxiao, noting that the members of the Flying Sword sect and the Tianshan Empire had not yet plunged into the secret realm. This is an opportunity for the scattered cultivators to venture forth, allowing them to bear the brunt of any impending dangers. Qin Tianxiao and his companions did not immediately enter the secret realm. Instead, they opted to observe from a distance. They witnessed numerous scattered cultivators rushing eagerly into the vortex, creating a tumultuous scene atop the mountain. However, just as the crowd surged into the vortex, an unforeseen event transpired. A formidable force erupted from within the vortex, violently casting the adventurous cultivators aside. Some were caught off guard, spewing blood and collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, Qin Tianxiao felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that this secret realm was far from the simplicity they had anticipated, undoubtedly harboring immense peril. Ancestor, what shall we do now? Qin Yin inquired. Let us wait a moment longer and observe the situation, Qin Tianxiao replied. Chapter 50. Entering the secret realm thus, they continued to conceal themselves, watching closely. At that juncture, they noticed the members of the Flying Sword sect and the Tianshan Empire beginning to take action. Those powerful cultivators formed orderly teams, entering the vortex with precision. Ancestor, should we not also proceed? Qin Yin asked, his impatience evident. Do not rush, Qin Yin. One must remain composed in such matters, Qin Tianxiao advised. Oh, I understand now. Ancestor, Qin Yin responded. After a brief interval, Qin Tianxiao declared, let us go. It is time for us to enter. Consequently, Qin Tianxiao, Qin Yin, and the others followed the crowd into the vortex. A wave of intense dizziness enveloped them, as if their bodies were spinning rapidly, akin to plummeting into an endless abyss. Before long, this sensation began to dissipate. When Qin Tianxiao opened his eyes, he discovered they had arrived in an entirely new world. The air was rich with spiritual energy, the sky a brilliant blue, and the sunlight radiant, strikingly different from their previous realm. Is this the secret realm? Qin Yin inquired, his curiosity piqued. It must be. We must proceed with caution and not underestimate our surroundings, Qin Tianxiao cautioned. They ventured along a narrow path deeper into the secret realm, encountering an array of exotic flowers and plants, as well as creatures previously unseen. The novelty of it all filled them with wonder. Suddenly, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted ahead. They quickly took cover, observing discreetly. Before them, a group of scattered cultivators was engaged in a fierce struggle against a pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves. These wolves were massive, with sharp fangs and fierce eyes, clearly formidable adversaries. After a moment of scrutiny, Qin Tianxiao noted that the scattered cultivators were gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, their situation becoming dire. All are second-tier demon beasts. Qin Yin, Jin Shan, Qi Chun, you three should assist them, Qin Tianxiao commanded. Yes, Ancestor, Qin Yin responded, and the trio charged towards the demon wolves. Lin Jiangxue and Lin Qiuxian, both at the Golden Core stage, would find the confrontation too simple if they were to intervene. Thus, Qin Yin, Qin Jinshan, and Qi Chun joined the fray, uniting with the scattered cultivators to combat the demon wolves. Qin Yin, possessing formidable strength, swiftly dispatched several demon wolves with precision strikes. Jinshan and Zhao Qiqing, unwilling to be outdone, showcased their skills as they engaged in fierce combat with the demon wolves. The beasts found themselves utterly incapable of mounting a defense. With the assistance of Qin Yin and his companions, the scattered cultivators gradually regained their footing. Their morale soared as they valiantly counterattacked, gradually gaining the upper hand. Before long, the pack of demon wolves was finally repelled. Though the scattered cultivators were breathless from exertion, their faces radiated joy. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Qin Tianxiao and Qin Yin, lauding their remarkable prowess. Thank you. Without your aid, we surely would have perished at the hands of these beasts. It was but a trifling matter, replied one of the elder leaders among the scattered cultivators. May I inquire about the names of our three benefactors? I am Qin Yin. We came to slay the demon beasts solely on the orders of our master. Qin Yin responded, in gratitude for your life-saving assistance. We have significant news to share, the elder stated. Oh, what news? In the depths of a canyon to the east lies a luminous vortex. We are uncertain whether it conceals a hidden treasure. Yet the perimeter of that canyon serves as the den for these demon wolves, and it seems there are even more formidable beasts lurking deeper within. We observed it from a distance and felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and fear before the wolf pack discovered us, the elder elaborated. Understood, Qin Yin acknowledged. He then returned to Qin Tianxiao and the others, conveying the information he had just received. Perhaps there exists a hidden treasure. Let us proceed to investigate, Qin Tianxiao declared. Thus, Qin Tianxiao, Qin Yin, and their companions set forth towards the eastern canyon as directed by the elder. They soon arrived at the site, but before they could approach, the distant demon wolves began to stir restlessly. A colossal wolf howled, causing numerous demon wolves to rise, charging towards Qin Tianxiao and the others. Although these wolves were all of the second tier, their numbers exceeded 1,000. Qin Yin, you five should engage together. The numbers of the pack are quite daunting. So exercise caution, Qin Tianxiao advised. Yes, we understand, they responded. Qin Yin, Qin Jianshan, Zhao Qiqing, Lin Jiangxue, and Lin Xiuxian formed a formation to face the impending tide of demon wolves. Qin Yin, as the primary offensive force, positioned himself at the forefront, while Qin Jianshan and Zhao Qiqing provided support, and Lin Jiangxue and Lin Xiuxian remained behind to offer assistance. As the demon wolves drew closer, the oppressive aura emanating from the pack became palpable. Yet rather than instilling fear, it ignited their fighting spirit. The demon wolves finally charged, and with a mighty roar, Qin Yin unsheathed his sword and surged into the fray. Qin Jianshan and Zhao Qiqing followed closely, while Lin Jiangxue and Lin Xiuxian cast spells to support their frontline comrades. The two sides clashed in an instant, with flashes of sword light and the howls of wolves echoing through the air. Qin Yin, nimble and skilled, felled a demon wolf with each strike of his sword. Qin Jianshan and Qi Chun exhibited a remarkable synergy, repelling the approaching demonic wolves with ease. Qin Yin and his companions grew increasingly valorous in battle, as these wolves proved no match for them. Furthermore, with Lin Xiuxian, a formidable yuanying expert, stationed nearby, Qin Yin and his allies faced no peril. The number of wolves dwindled, and at last, the colossal wolf in the distance could no longer contain its fury. It howled into the depths of the forest, summoning forth a dozen more giant wolves from the hidden caves. Among them was a particularly imposing wolf, adorned with a spiraled black horn atop its head and a coat of black and red fur, with a single streak of golden hair crowning it. Its limbs boasted razor-sharp claws. Upon sighting this wolf, the other giants lowered their heads in deference, clearly recognizing it as the Wolf King. There were 17 additional third-tier giant wolves alongside it. Lin Jiangxue observed with a frown. Xiuxian, stall those dozen third-tier wolves for me. I shall confront the Wolf King alone. Lin Jiangxue declared. Understood, Lin Xiuxian replied. The Wolf King let out an enraged roar before charging toward Qin Yin and his companions, with the other giant wolves following closely behind. Lin Jiangxue, swift as lightning, carved a path through the pack, heading straight for the Wolf King. Upon noticing her approach, the Wolf King roared ferociously and swung its gigantic claws toward her. Lin Jiangxue deftly evaded the attack, while simultaneously striking at the Wolf King's abdomen. The Wolf King howled in rage but failed to land a blow on her. Lin Xiuxian intercepted the other giant wolves, alleviating the pressure on Lin Jiangxue. With his cultivation at the second tier of yuanying, he swiftly dispatched the dozen third-tier wolves. The remaining demonic wolves, witnessing their king under attack, rushed to its aid. Yet, Qin Yin and his companions did not relent, continuously cutting down the demonic wolves. Deep within a canyon, in a hidden cave, a peculiar assembly of humanoid beings congregated. Someone approaches. An ancient voice echoed from the shadows. Rest assured, Lord Longzuan, I shall eliminate them and ensure they do not draw near, came the confident reply. Very well. Proceed. Chapter 51, The Half-Beastman. The wolf pack was decimated by Qin Yin and his companions, leaving them in disarray. The principal confrontation had now shifted to Lin Jiangxue and the Wolf King. Under the tutelage of Qin Tianxiao, Lin Jiangxue had become exceptionally proficient in the luoshui sword technique. Faced with the Wolf King's ferocious assaults, she remained utterly vigilant, executing the sword technique with exquisite finesse. Her movements resembling silver serpents coiling around her as they parried the Wolf King's strikes, seeing its minions reduced to mere remnants by Qin Yin and his companions. The Wolf King's fury ignited, intensifying its onslaught. It bared its gaping maw, revealing menacing fangs, attempting to swallow Lin Jiangxue whole. However, she maintained her composure, agilely leaping and dodging, her sword relentlessly piercing toward the Wolf King. At last, during a fierce exchange, Xianxia seized the opportunity, thrusting her blade deep into the Wolf King's abdomen. The Wolf King let out a mournful and piercing howl, struggling a few moments before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Upon the death of their leader, the wolf pack instantly scattered in all directions. "Let us venture inside. There is indeed something within," Qin Tianxiao declared, for his divine sense had detected a presence concealed deeper within. The individual in question possessed a cultivation level at the late stage of the 10th layer of the Great Ascension, and nearby, the cave was protected by formation. Although Qin Tianxiao refrained from employing his divine powers to investigate further, he discerned that at the very depths there lay an open void passage. Thus, he and his companions proceeded into the gorge. Not far into their journey, a tremendous commotion erupted ahead. They soon beheld a multitude of spiders, each of considerable size. Their bodies were encased in a hard shell, adorned with sharp spines. The swarm of spiders surged towards Qin Tianxiao and company like a tidal wave, consisting of various ranks, first, second, third, and fourth tiers. Yet, the majority were second tier, with several dozen third tier, and only one fourth tier among them. From the depths of the gorge, the sound of birdsong emerged, followed by a massive flock of black eagles soaring in. Each eagle was colossal, several times larger than modern-day eagles, equipped with formidable beaks and razor-sharp talons. "By heavens, why are there so many beasts? Ancestor, what should we do now?" Qin Yin inquired. "What to do? That depends on your own strength. Form a defensive formation to withstand the onslaught of the beasts. This is also an excellent opportunity for you to hone your skills," Qin Tianxiao replied with a smile. "Very well, let us engage in battle," Qin Jianshan bellowed. "Understood, master." Xianxia and Xiaoxian responded in unison. Standing aside with his hands clasped behind him, Qin Tianxiao gazed intently at the approaching tide of beasts and advised the trio. "Remember, regardless of the challenges you encounter, maintain your composure and confront them with courage. Only by conquering the fears within can one truly become a formidable warrior." With their backs against one another, Qin Yin, Xianxia, and Xiaoxian formed a defensive formation, vigilantly observing the surrounding beasts. Qin Yin wielded his long sword, its blade shimmering, while Xianxia danced with her sword, unleashing waves of sword energy. Xiaoxian summoned his flying sword, its light cascading like a waterfall. As the tide of beasts surged forth, the trio immediately engaged in fierce combat. In that moment, the gorge was filled with the clash of sword energies, gleaming blades, and the shadows of claws, amidst a cacophony of carnage. Qin Yin struck with the ferocity of a dragon, every thrust bringing down a beast. Xianxia's swordplay was light and agile, each swing resulting in the demise of another creature. Xiaoxian directed his flying sword with precision, cleaving the beasts as if they were mere paper. Under their relentless assault, the number of beasts dwindled, leaving a heap of their carcasses surrounding them. Though numerous, these creatures posed no real threat to Qin Yin and his companions. Some beasts charged towards Qin Tianxiao, but before they could draw near, they inexplicably detonated in a burst of chaos. "Curse it! It seems I cannot gauge his true strength," remarked the man hidden in the shadows. "My dear, it is time for you to make your entrance." Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, as if something was moving beneath the earth. 3 mounds of soil surged towards Qin Tianxiao. As they approached, thud, 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 3 enormous worms burst forth from the ground, eyeless and equipped with gaping maws filled with razor-sharp teeth. "Ah, 3 7th-tier demonic beasts. Seeking to test my prowess, are we? However, the game is indeed at an end." Before his words faded, Qin Tianxiao vanished from his position, causing the 3 gigantic worms to explode into a spray of crimson mist. "What?" exclaimed the man in shock. "A half-beast? How peculiar! I never imagined I would encounter one," Qin Tianxiao remarked. Hearing the voice from behind, the man's countenance turned pale with terror. There he beheld a creature with the head of a wolf and the body of a man, its upper half cloaked in a thick, gray fur, and its hands transformed into sharp wolf claws. The wolf-headed half-beast swiftly swung its claw, but Qin Tianxiao seized it effortlessly. With a powerful grip, he crushed it. Crack! Ah! The wrist of the wolf-headed half-beast shattered under the force, and Qin Tianxiao struck its chest, sending it hurtling against the cavern wall. Simultaneously, a golden ray of light ensnared it. Who are you? Why do you attack me?" The wolf-headed half-beast stammered. "How, why? You need not know." Qin Tianxiao replied with a cold smirk. Approaching the creature, he employed a soul-searching technique, uncovering all the memories of the wolf-headed half-beast. The blood cauldron world created by the demon immortals, intriguing. I never expected this so-called secret realm to be a trap. Moreover, it harbors a multitude of half-beasts. 8 in total. Qin Tianxiao gazed at the formation outside the cave. With a single hand, he performed a spell, and with a gentle flick, the formation vanished. The cave was dim and devoid of light. Yet Qin Tianxiao's eyes shone like lightning, unaffected in the slightest. Venturing to the innermost depths of the cave, he found 8 figures waiting. All were half-beasts: dragon, wolf, sheep, cow, tiger, leopard, rat, and lion. Who might you be? We bear no grievances. Why do you wish to slay our kin? Inquired the elder among them. The elder's aura was the most profound, his strength having reached the late stage of the 10th layer of the crossing tribulation realm, flanked by 4 others of the same realm and 3 of the great ascension realm. You indeed have no enmity with me, yet in this world, the law of the jungle prevails. The strong dictate the terms. You must have come to realize this, lest your kind would not have been trapped here for over 100,000 years. If you wish to survive, there is but one option. You must choose to submit to me. Very well, we all choose to submit, the elder responded. The venerable elder bore the visage of a dragon, adorned with 2 majestic horns upon his forehead and golden whiskers framing his mouth. From Qin Tianxiao, he sensed a palpable threat of death. In a resolute bid to ensure the survival of his race, the elder chose to submit. Chapter 52. The Submission of the Half-Beasts. Ah, those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Your choice is commendable. That secret realm may be beyond your grasp, yet my disciples might yet attain its treasures. Moreover, since you have pledged your allegiance to me, I can guide you to safety. What? You truly can lead us away from here? The elder inquired, his voice tinged with excitement. I am a man of my word, Qin Tianxiao replied. Very well, we shall be utterly loyal to you, our master, the elder declared, bowing alongside his companions in homage. With a simple gesture, Qin Tianxiao formed a contract with each of them, establishing a mental connection in an instant. Witnessing Qin Tianxiao's prowess, the elder's resolve solidified. I shall bestow upon you new names: Longyu, Quanglong, Tiniu, Jilbeo, Panyang, Shashu, and Nushi. Yes, we are grateful for the names bestowed by our master. They chorused. Bring forth the promising youths of your clan, so that they may enter the secret realm alongside you. Understood. Longyu approached the cavern wall, retrieving a black stone, and began to chant an incantation. A void-like passage materialized before them. Master, would you care to see the condition of my people? Longyu inquired. Very well. I shall take a look, Qin Tianxiao replied. Upon entering the void passage, Qin Tianxiao found himself in a mysterious space, a secluded world disconnected from the outside realm. This small world was quite expansive, and he stood atop a lofty mountain. Gazing down, he beheld a scattering of wooden dwellings and the bustling presence of numerous half-beasts. The environment was exquisite, surrounded by majestic mountains and clear waters. Here, not only did half-beasts thrive, but many mystical creatures coexisted harmoniously with them. Master, below is our dwelling place, Longyu announced. Indeed, let us proceed and meet my kin, Qin Tianxiao responded. At that moment, a birdman soared from the distance, his plumage a deep ebony, with enormous wings and wielding a silver spear. Who approaches? The birdman bellowed. However, upon recognizing Longyu, he was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, Lord Dragon Sovereign, how have you returned? And who is this human? How dare you? Qin Feng, show respect. This is our master, Longyu admonished. Master? How can this be? Lord Dragon Sovereign, why would you allow him to be our master? A human? The birdman protested, agitated. Silence. Do you dismiss my words? Longyu retorted fiercely. I declare him our new master, the sovereign of our half-beast tribe. Have you grasped that? Yes, I understand. Qin Feng pays homage to our master. The birdman acquiesced. Clear breeze. Summon everyone to assemble in the square immediately, Longyu commanded. Yes. With a swift flap of his wings, the birdman descended. Master, let us proceed. Our kin will soon gather, he added. Indeed. Let us go, Qin Tianxiao replied, and the two soared downward to the elevated platform of the square. As they arrived, an increasing number of half-orcs began to congregate. Upon spotting Qin Tianxiao, they expressed astonishment and confusion. Within mere minutes, the square was filled with thousands of individuals. The half-orc population was indeed considerable. I have summoned you for a significant announcement, Long Yu declared. From this moment forth, Master Qin shall be our new sovereign. I have submitted to him. Henceforth, you are all required to obey his commands. Any defiance will not be taken lightly. Moreover, I bring you joyous tidings. Our master shall lead us away from this cursed place, and we shall attain our freedom. What? This human as our new master? Long Zun. Why has he chosen this path? How can a human be our master? I refuse to accept it. One half-orc protested, while another remarked, if even Long Zun chooses to submit, this human must possess extraordinary strength. Can we truly leave this place? Is it really possible? A half-orc inquired excitedly. I assure you, once matters are resolved, I will take you away from here, Qin Tianxiao replied. If you doubt my words, I can demonstrate my abilities right now. Behold, the realm within my palm. As he spoke, a swirling vortex materialized in his hand, spinning with tremendous force and emitting a powerful gravitational pull. Do not resist. Once you enter, you shall naturally come to believe my words, he instructed. The half-orcs offered no resistance to the force, and with a flick of his wrist, the immense suction drew every half-orc from the square into the vortex. In an instant, they found themselves in a vast and boundless miniature world, adorned with rolling mountains, lush green grass, rushing rivers, and a cerulean sky, a breathtaking vista. The half-orcs were awestruck, engaging in animated discussions. Is this the realm Master spoke of? How extraordinary! We have been drawn into a wondrous world. Our master is truly remarkable. The environment is beautiful and the air is fresh, far superior to where we once lived. With another wave of his hand, Qin Tianxiao returned all the half-orcs to the square. They were all left in stunned silence, for his powers were nothing short of miraculous, a testament to his formidable strength. Once the shock wore off, they erupted in joyous shouts, wholeheartedly pledging their allegiance. Long Yu, bring forth the exceptional youths from your clan. The secret realm should soon be opened. Yes. Long Yu began to summon the distinguished juniors of his clan, a total of 5 individuals. Long Fei, Tai Xiao, Ao Lang, Wu Ying, and Fei Yin. These 5 young half-beasts displayed commendable prowess, standing as paragons among their peers. They stood resolutely before Qin Tianxiao, their gazes unwavering and brimming with determination. Qin Tianxiao assessed them with a satisfied nod, saying, indeed, you are all elites of the half-beast clan. Once you enter the secret realm, it is imperative that you support one another in your quest for inheritance. Yes, master. The 5 young half-beasts responded in unison. Prepare your belongings. After they explore the secret realm, I shall bring you all into my domain, he instructed. Understood, they replied collectively. Qin Tianxiao and his companions then returned to the valley, where Qin Yin and others had already arrived. Qin Tianxiao briefly introduced them, ensuring that both parties were acquainted. This secret realm harbored a legacy, one belonging to an immortal. Interestingly, the bloodline of all half-beasts here originated from this immortal. The reason for the existence of this secret realm was that he had been ensnared here by a colossal magical realm. To ensure the survival of his descendants and the continuation of his teachings, he not only established a small world for the half-beasts, but also created this secret realm. As for his demise, it was due to the fact that this large secret realm served as a cauldron, a vessel for refining the life force and spiritual energy of the beings within. Periodically, the secret realm would undergo a blood sacrifice. 1 month after its opening, the passage would close, and most of the cultivators remaining would be reduced to mere bones. However, this would not occur all at once. The blood sacrifice would cease once a certain threshold was reached. Enter the secret realm, and remember to stick together. Support one another. Who earns the inheritance depends solely on your individual capabilities. Understood, Ancestor. You can rest assured, Qin Yin assured him. With that, Qin Yin and the others stepped into the secret realm. In truth, this realm would likely not endure for long, as the immortal who created it had passed away. Lacking the infusion of energy, the realm would inevitably collapse. Upon entering the secret realm, Qin Yin and the others experienced a dizzying whirl before arriving within. Before them stretched an expansive, desolate desert, glaringly illuminated by the scorching sun, with yellow sands swirling in a silent void. Is this the secret realm? Qin Yin furrowed his brow, inquiring. Indeed, this is the inheritance realm of our clan, Long Fei replied. As the strongest among the younger generation of half-beasts and a descendant of Long Yu, Long Fei continued. Do you know where the inheritance site is located? Yes. You must stay close to me. It is easy to get lost in this desert, Long Fei cautioned. Very well, lead the way, Qin Yin urged. Long Fei nodded slightly. Leading the way as Qin Yin and the other half-beasts followed closely behind. As they traversed the desert, they remained ever vigilant of their surroundings to guard against potential dangers. However, the desert appeared unusually tranquil. Apart from the whispers of the wind and the soft rustling of sand, they encountered almost no creatures. After a considerable time had passed, Qin Yin could no longer suppress his curiosity. Long Fei, are you certain the place of inheritance lies in this direction? He inquired. I am certain. According to the map passed down through our clan, the place of inheritance is situated at the heart of the desert, Long Fei affirmed confidently. Very well, let us proceed, Qin Yin replied. The group continued their journey deeper into the desert, time slipping away as they drew ever closer to its center. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble beneath them. In the distance, a cluster of large mounds was advancing towards them. Beware! Everyone, stay alert. These are desert sandworms. Long Fei warned loudly. Qin Yin and his companions swiftly drew their weapons, their eyes fixed warily on the approaching mounds. The mounds moved rapidly, soon revealing their true form. Enormous sandworms, bristling with sharp spines. They resembled colossal worms, but with gaping maws lined with long, menacing spikes. In an instant, the sandworms surrounded Qin Yin and his party. Attack! Qin Yin bellowed, charging toward one of the sandworms with his sword drawn, its blade gleaming with fierce light. The other half-beasts joined the fray, engaging in a fierce battle with the sandworms. The conflict was extraordinarily intense. Although the sandworms were massive, they moved with surprising agility, and their spines were dangerously sharp, causing injury with the slightest misstep. The sandworms burrowed underground, launching surprise attacks from below. Fortunately, most of these creatures were of the second tier, with only 2 of them reaching the third tier. One sandworm emerged from beneath Qin Yin's feet, its jaws wide open, intent on swallowing him whole. Thankfully, Qin Yin reacted swiftly, dodging to the side just in time. Simultaneously, he infused his sword with spiritual energy, which ignited the blade in a blazing inferno. Fire Cloud Sword, Qin Yin declared. With a flourish, he unleashed a torrent of fiery sword chi that hurtled towards the sandworm. Sensing the imminent threat, the sandworm writhed in an attempt to evade. However, the fiery sword chi was incredibly swift, striking the creature's massive body with a thunderous explosion. Boom! The sandworm's enormous form was shattered, flesh and blood scattering in all directions. The other half-beasts, witnessing this display, felt their spirits soar, unleashing their most powerful attacks as they engaged the sandworms in fierce combat. They exhibited greater experience in dealing with the sandworms, launching their strikes the moment the creatures breached the surface. While the battle raged on, a sudden bird call echoed from the distant sky. To their astonishment, swirling clouds of yellow sand began to coalesce into 4 or 5 small sand tornadoes. In the distant sky, a colossal eagle approached. This magnificent creature boasted an impressive wingspan exceeding 10 fathoms and was adorned with resplendent golden feathers, its eyes glinting with piercing brilliance. This is a golden-winged eagle, a formidable foe of the 4th tier. Everyone exercise caution, Dragon Fei warned, his expression shifting with concern. Alongside him, 4 other half-beast warriors, all proficient in the golden elixir realm, stood vigilant. Among them, Dragon Fei was the most powerful, having reached the mid-stage of the 10th level of golden elixir cultivation. Yet, even he knew he could not contend with the golden-winged eagle. As the eagle descended, the sandworms abruptly ceased their assault, instinctively retreating underground to escape their natural predator. Upon witnessing the flight of the sandworms, the golden-winged eagle's gaze shifted toward Qin Yin and his companions. Allow me to handle this 4th-tier beast alone, Lin Qiuxian declared. That is out of the question. How could you possibly face such a powerful foe by yourself? Dragon Fei retorted. Rest assured, I possess absolute confidence in my capabilities. Although Lin Qiuxian's dragon immortal body had yet to fully awaken, the battle at the ruins of the kingdom of Laga had imbued him with a thread of dragon power. With determination, Lin Qiuxian unsheathed his sword with his right hand while brandishing the bagua plate in his left, boldly advancing toward the golden-winged eagle. The eagle, incensed by the audacity of this diminutive human, let forth a sharp cry, spreading its vast wings and lunging toward Lin Qiuxian. The latter swiftly evaded the eagle's onslaught, executing a precise swing of his sword that unleashed a flurry of sword energy directed at the beast. The eagle, momentarily dismissive, soared higher, evading the attack with ease. With a piercing screech, the golden-winged eagle flapped its massive wings, conjuring a tempest of sand that surged toward Lin Xiaoxian. Undeterred, Lin Xiaoxian unleashed a radiant blade of light from his sword, cleaving through the swirling sands. Simultaneously, the bagua plate in his left hand illuminated brilliantly, conjuring a formidable bagua phantom that shielded him securely. The eagle, taken aback, soon transformed its surprise into fury. With a sharp cry, it summoned a barrage of wind blades that cascaded toward Lin Xiaoxian. Unfazed, Lin Xiaoxian continued to wield his sword, shattering the wind blades with precision. Noticing the gravity of the situation, the eagle opened its enormous beak and unleashed a torrent of golden flames aimed directly at Lin Xiaoxian. In response, Lin Xiaoxian quickly activated the bagua plate, its protective aura flaring to safeguard him against the inferno. The golden flame struck fiercely against the illusory bagua, emitting a thunderous explosion. The bagua flickered slightly, its radiance dimming, yet remained steadfast. Observing this, the golden-winged eagle displayed a glint of surprise in its eyes, astonished that this human could withstand its full-force attack. A cold glimmer flashed in its gaze as it vigorously flapped its wings, unleashing a multitude of razor-sharp wind blades that surged towards Lin Xiaoxian. Unperturbed, Lin Xiaoxian wielded his longsword with precision, unleashing a barrage of sword light that shattered the wind blades entirely. The golden-winged eagle's eyes flashed with anger upon witnessing this. With a powerful leap, Lin Xiaoxian soared into the air, striking at the eagle with a single sword stroke. A golden sword energy shot forth, racing swiftly, and in an instant, it reached the golden-winged eagle. Taken by surprise, the eagle could not evade in time, sustaining an injury to its right wing. It let out a pained cry, its form momentarily unsteady due to the wound. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaoxian ascended with great force. To the azure skies, he bellowed, as a formidable aura erupted from him, his sword radiating a dazzling light, transforming into a shooting star aimed directly at the golden-winged eagle. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, the eagle was engulfed by a sense of imminent danger. It flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to evade the impending blow. However, Lin Xiaoxian's speed was unmatched, and his sword swiftly pierced the eagle's body. With a soft gasp, the sword penetrated the golden-winged eagle, crimson blood gushing forth. The eagle let out a piercing wail as its massive form plummeted from the sky. Lin Xiaoxian landed steadily on the ground, his gaze fixed on the fallen beast, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Indeed, formidable. No wonder he dared to confront the golden-winged eagle alone, Long Fei remarked. Of course, Brother Lin is an exceptionally talented genius, Qin Yin added. Now that the beast is vanquished, let us proceed. The site of the inheritance is near, Long Fei stated. Lin Xiaoxian nodded, and together with Long Fei and Qin Yin, they ventured deeper into the mountains. As they progressed, the spiritual energy in the air grew denser, though so too did the swirling sands. We have arrived. Ahead lies the site of the inheritance, Long Fei exclaimed excitedly. In the distance, shrouded in dust, a grand and majestic palace of earthy yellow could be discerned. Lin Xiaoxian and Qin Yin felt elated at the sight, quickening their pace. After traversing the final veil of sand, the trio stood before the imposing palace. Constructed of massive yellow stones, it emanated an air of ancient grandeur. The grand doors were tightly closed, adorned with intricate, mysterious runes. We have arrived. This is the site of the inheritance, Long Fei declared. Long Fei produced a token, which shimmered with an enigmatic glow, harmonizing with the runes on the palace gate. Suddenly, the runes on the gate appeared to be activated, radiating a dazzling light. With a thunderous roar, the grand palace doors slowly opened, revealing a vast plaza. At the far end of the plaza stood a towering structure, soaring 9 stories high, each level emanating a distinct and mysterious luminescence. Lin Xiaoxian and Qin Yin were irresistibly drawn to the spectacle before them, exchanging a glance that conveyed a mutual determination. In the expansive plaza, several hundred wooden dummies were arranged. What purpose do these dummies serve? Qin Yin inquired with curiosity. This is the first challenge. The plaza is imbued with a gravity field. The deeper you venture, the stronger the gravity becomes, and these wooden dummies will rotate and attack. Do not underestimate them. Their strikes can be quite painful, Long Fei elucidated. Are you prepared? If so, let us charge forth swiftly. The faster we move, the better. By the way, spiritual energy cannot be harnessed here. We must rely solely on our physical strength. Ah, I see. Then, Let us proceed. This first challenge will not deter us. Qin Yin declared. He was the first to step into the plaza. The moment he set foot on the ground, he felt a substantial pull of gravity. However, this was of little concern to him. Crack, crack. In the distance, the wooden dummies began to whirl and charge recklessly within the plaza. How amusing. I shall see if you can strike me. Qin Yin chuckled. He sprinted forward, undeterred by the gravitational pressure, maintaining impressive speed. Observing this, Long Fei and the others, unwilling to be outdone, plunged into the plaza as well. As they ventured deeper, the gravity intensified, and the attacks from the wooden dummies grew more relentless. Nevertheless, the trio adeptly evaded the dummy strikes with their keen agility and speed. Lin Xiaoxian swung his sword, cleaving a dummy in two before deftly advancing further. Long Fei, employing his agile movements, darted between the dummies like a specter, occasionally delivering powerful punches that sent them flying. Qin Yin, taking a more direct approach, absorbed the dummies' assaults, shattering them with his fists. Under the combined strain of gravity and the dummies' onslaught, their pace began to falter, yet their resolve remained unshaken, their eyes glinting with determination. Keep going, we are almost at the tower. Long Fei encouraged. Lin Xiaoxian and the others nodded in agreement, pressing onward. At last, they arrived before the towering structure. By this point, the weight of gravity had reached its zenith, each step feeling as though they bore the weight of a mountain. Yet, they did not relent. Gritting their teeth, they trudged forward, step by arduous step, towards the tower. Let's enter, Long Fei proclaimed. As the crowd supported one another, they entered the towering structure. The moment they stepped inside, the gravitational pull that had weighed them down vanished, leaving them with an exhilarating sense of liberation. It appeared that this gravitational array was indeed formidable, yet it could not deter me. The next challenge awaited them. Upon entry, they would be separated, each embarking on their own individual quest. Only those who could conquer the 9th level would be granted the coveted legacy. However, throughout the years, countless prodigies from my clan had attempted the trials, with the highest achievement being the 8th level. I must caution you, every stage here is far from simple. Do not let your guard down, Dragon Fei advised. Yes, we understand. Let us proceed, the group affirmed as they stepped into the tower. Chapter 55, The Blood Demon Divine Art. Upon entering the tower, Qin Yin and the others found themselves in distinct realms. In this expansive, secret domain, amidst towering mountains, stood a grand and magnificent palace. Constructed from colossal crimson stones, it soared into the clouds, seemingly touching the heavens. The palace's roof was adorned with shimmering glazed tiles that sparkled brilliantly under the sun's rays. Intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes embellished the surrounding walls, vividly animated as if they could ascend to the skies at any moment. Deep within the palace, a plaque inscribed with Demon God Hall declared its presence. With the grand entrance ajar, I have obtained the legacy of the Demon God. With the dark flame, heavy eyes, and blood fiend demon hand, who in this world could possibly rival me? I shall dominate the entire realm, and then ascend to immortality. Echoed a voice from within the Demon God Hall. Inside, a young man stood, the heir among the group from the 3 immortal peaks. The hall exuded an eerie aura, steeped in mystery and ancient essence. Surrounding the great hall were towering stone columns, each intricately carved with various depictions of demon gods, vividly lifelike, as if they could spring back to life at any moment. At the very center of the hall lay a vast blood pool, filled with crimson liquid that exuded a nauseating stench. Rising from the pool was a monumental statue of a demon god, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light, watching over everything within the hall. Before this statue stood a massive stone table, adorned with ancient vessels and scrolls. On either side of the table were 2 rows of tall stone chairs, seemingly prepared for participants of a certain ritual. The entire Demon God Hall was suffused with an overwhelming pressure, rendering the atmosphere stifling. At this moment, a young man stood before the statue of the demon god. He bore a pair of dark red heavy eyes and a sinister right hand, which had transformed into razor-sharp claws. With your power, it will not be long before I reign supreme over the world. Though the cultivation of the blood demon divine art would necessitate a fresh start in my cultivation journey, my strength would undergo a 100-fold enhancement. Seizing the remaining time, I shall first refine my abilities using the blood essence found within this blood pool. And it should not be long before I attain the Yuaning realm, the youth declared. Without further ado, he discarded his former cultivation and commenced the practice of the blood demon divine art. Sitting cross-legged beside the blood pool, He pressed his palms together and began to channel the techniques of the art. As the technique unfolded, the blood essence from the pool gradually surged toward him, merging seamlessly within his being. He felt a formidable power coursing through his body, compelling him to release a low growl. His physique commenced a dramatic transformation. Muscles swelled, bones cracked, and his aura continually ascended. As moments passed, the intensity of his presence grew, ultimately shattering a certain barrier and reaching a new pinnacle. With a sudden burst, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with excitement. I have finally broken through to the first layer of the Yuan-Ying realm, the youth exclaimed joyfully. Rising to his feet, he reveled in the surging power within him, his face radiant with exhilaration. Having successfully cultivated the blood demon divine art and gained formidable strength, it is now time to venture forth in search of other treasures. With merely half a month remaining before the secret realm closes again, the devouring blood refining cauldron will refine them all, he mused. In a flash, he departed from the demon god palace and began exploring the secret realm for further opportunities. Meanwhile, within the realm, Qin Yin and others were also engaged in their trials. Qin Yin had only passed the 7th barrier, while the half-orc, Li Longfei, had met the same fate. Lin Xianxia had surpassed the 8th barrier, but could not conquer the 9th. Presently, only Lin Xiaoxian remained, still battling within the tower. On the 9th level of the tower, an immense and empty white space unfolded. Within this vast expanse, 2 figures, both Lin Xiaoxian, were locked in fierce combat. Their forms intertwined, swords flashing in a dazzling display as they clashed vehemently. Suddenly, one Lin Xiaoxian flickered, appearing behind the other, his sword aimed precisely at the opponent's back. With a resounding thud, the sword tip struck. However, the Lin Xiaoxian pierced vanished, revealing merely an afterimage. Lin Xiaoxian's gaze sharpened as he swiftly turned, narrowly evading a surprise attack. Such incredible speed, he marveled inwardly, sensing that his opponent's strength was seemingly on par with his own. The two engaged in another fierce exchange, their blades crackling like lightning as their figures danced through the white space. In this realm, it seemed as though only they existed. The clanging of metal echoed ceaselessly as they exchanged hundreds of strikes, remaining evenly matched. Lin Xiaoxian's resolve solidified. He suddenly leaped into the air, raising his sword high, and a powerful sword intent began to radiate from him. The sword pierced the heavens. With a resounding shout, Lin Xiaoxian brought down his long sword with great force, unleashing a brilliant beam of sword light that surged towards his opponent. In the face of this formidable strike, the adversary did not dare to be careless. Gripping their sword tightly and preparing to counter with all their might, a thunderous clash erupted as their powerful forces collided, causing the entire white space to tremble. As the brilliance faded, Lin Xiaoxian and his opponent stood back to back, each maintaining their stance of attack. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxian coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying as he knelt on one knee. The opponent slowly turned around, a smile gracing their lips. Lin Xiaoxian, you have lost. No, I will never concede. No one can obstruct my path to immortality, Lin Xiaoxian declared fiercely. A triumphant dragon's roar echoed in the air. Lin Xiaoxian rose, a golden dragon coiling around him, elevating his presence to that of a deity. His injuries healed instantaneously, and his aura surged once more. Is this the bloodline of the true dragon? His opponent gasped in astonishment. Indeed, this is my true power, Lin Xiaoxian proclaimed with pride. He formed a seal with his hands, and the golden dragon shot into the sky, transforming into a beam of golden light that infused his being. L'incuction aura swelled dramatically, as if he were on the verge of transcending the limits of this world. Now, allow me to demonstrate my strongest strike, he bellowed, as the long sword in his hand erupted with dazzling radiance. Azure Cloud Sword. At his command, countless sword energies surged forth from within him, manifesting as brilliant beams of sword light that enveloped his opponent. His adversary cried out in agony as their body was shredded by the sword energies, reduced to mere dust. With Lin Xiaoxian's victory, the 9th layer of space gradually dissipated, signifying his successful passage through the 9th trial. Chapter 56. The Mantra of All Beasts. Then the scene shifted. Lin Xiaoxian found himself before a quaint courtyard. Entering the courtyard, he beheld an elderly man seated beneath a large tree. The old man, with flowing white hair, donned a robe adorned with cloud patterns and held a cup of tea in his hands. I never expected to wait for 1,000,000 years. But finally, I have found a successor, he murmured. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Lin Xiaoxian, here to pay my respects, Lin Xiaoxian said respectfully. Lin Xiaoxian, seeking immortality. The elder repeated softly. Come, sit down. I have something to discuss with you, the elder invited. Yes, esteemed elder, Lin Xiaoxian replied, taking a seat opposite him. For millions of years, you're the first to conquer the ninth trial. I have awaited your arrival for far too long. If you wish to inherit my legacy, you must agree to one condition. Do you accept? Esteemed elder, what is the condition? If it is within my ability, I will certainly agree. The elder replied, once you gain strength and become a true powerhouse in the immortal realm, I ask that you assist me in eliminating a foe, a demon immortal. He is a notorious dark sorcerer from the demon realm, and upon arriving in the celestial realm, anyone you ask would undoubtedly recognize him. This individual is the epitome of malevolence, embodying unparalleled cruelty. The dark arts he practices allow him to siphon the life force and spiritual energy of others. He has mercilessly conducted blood sacrifices in a miniature world with a population exceeding 100 billion and has repeatedly targeted the weaker sex of the celestial realm for similar sacrificial rites. The mere mention of his name sends shivers down the spines of celestial beings. His strength is formidable, having already reached the pinnacle of the primordial immortal realm. Even when beset by the three most formidable primordial immortals, he managed to escape unscathed. In the future, should you possess the strength, seek to vanquish him. If not, it will be unwise to court death. Now, it is time for me to bestow upon you my legacy. With that, the elder slowly raised his right hand and gently tapped Lin Xiaoxian's forehead. Instantly, a torrent of immense information surged into Lin Xiaoxian's mind, threatening to burst his skull. Lin Xiaoxian could not suppress a cry of anguish, clutching his head tightly as waves of pain assailed him. Steady your heart. Do not let your will be overwhelmed, the elder intoned solemnly. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxian gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his consciousness, aware that this moment was crucial for receiving the legacy, and he could not afford to relent. As time passed, Lin Xiaoxian gradually acclimated to the influx of information, beginning to absorb and digest it. The elder, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction and intensified the transmission of the legacy. Lin Xiaoxian felt the torrent of information in his mind swell and deepen. After half an hour, the transmission concluded, leaving Lin Xiaoxian drenched in sweat. He spent an additional 2 hours meticulously sorting through the information in his mind. The legacy he acquired was a technique known as the 10,000 Beasts art, which could be practiced alongside other techniques. However, Lin Xiaoxian had no intention of cultivating another technique, since the one he currently practiced had been personally selected for him by Qin Tianxiao, and it was indeed well suited to him. The legacy contained not only the techniques, but also the elder's lifetime of memories regarding the celestial realm. The 10,000 Beasts art involves forming contracts with magical beasts using spiritual energy. This art boasts a higher rank and allows for the enslavement of numerous magical beasts, while simultaneously enhancing one's spiritual strength. The elder had initially expected that the legacy would be inherited by his bloodline descendants, yet he was surprised to find it bestowed upon an outsider. Nevertheless, he acknowledged Lin Xiaoxian's exceptional physique and extraordinary talent and decided to grant him another opportunity. I shall transfer all my remaining celestial energy to you. As soon as the words fell from his lips, the elder's form began to grow translucent. Waves of powerful celestial energy surged from his being, converging toward Lin Xiaoxian. Lin Xiaoxian felt a jolt in his heart as he sensed the immense power contained within that celestial energy. He quickly comprehended that the elder's offer was indeed the complete transfer of his remaining celestial energy. Senior, no, Lin Xiaoxian exclaimed urgently. However, the old man did not pause. He smiled and shook his head, saying, my time has come, and the celestial energy I possess would be squandered if kept. It is better to pass it on to you, aiding you in your journey to become a formidable being in the celestial realm. Lin Xiaoxian felt immense gratitude in his heart, yet he was reluctant to let the old man depart. There is no need for further words. My decision is made. The elder replied solemnly. Lin Xiaoxian, remember your vow. Vanquish the demonic immortals and safeguard the peace of the celestial realm. As his words lingered in the air, the old man's form became entirely transparent, transforming into streams of radiant light that surged into Lin Xiaoxian's body. He felt a powerful surge of energy within him, compelling him to let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. In an instant, his cultivation soared, breaking through to the 10th layer of the transformation of spirit realm. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the newfound power coursing through him, Lin Xiaoxian was profoundly grateful. Nevertheless, the celestial energy still resided within him, as his physical form could not yet bear its full weight, halting his advancement at the 3rd layer of the transformation of spirit realm. Once his physical strength increased, he would be able to gradually refine this celestial energy. Bowing deeply in the direction where the old man had vanished, he declared solemnly, "Senior, rest assured. I shall fulfill your legacy. I will slay the demonic immortals and protect the tranquility of the celestial realm." With that, Lin Xiaoxian rose, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. He understood that his path of cultivation had only just begun, with many challenges awaiting him. Yet, with the celestial energy bestowed upon him by the elder, Lin Xiaoxian was confident he could surmount any obstacle and emerge as a true powerhouse of the celestial realm. As the old man departed, the secret realm began to fracture. In an instant, Lin Xiaoxian and the others were all transported out. "You have emerged, Xiaoxian. You have received the inheritance, correct?" asked Qin Tianxiao. Among all, Lin Xiaoxian had achieved the greatest breakthrough, leaping across a significant boundary. Qin Tianxiao sensed the vast power lingering within him. "Indeed, Master, I have received the inheritance." "Lin Ge, you are incredible. I knew you would surely obtain it." Qin Yin exclaimed with a smile. "Congratulations," added Lin Xianxia. "Master, we should leave this place quickly. In a few hours, the portal to the secret realm will close. To venture out afterward, we would have to wait at least 500 years, and once the portal shuts, the blood sacrifice will commence. Unless we seek refuge within my clan's secret realm, we will be utterly consumed," Dragon Yu urged anxiously. "Fear not. I am eager to witness the methods of these demonic immortals," Qin Tianxiao replied confidently. "All of you, enter my palm world. I shall face the blood sacrifice alone." "Yes," they responded, and Qin Tianxiao ushered them all into his palm world. Chapter 57, Demonic Immortal. A few hours later, the entire large secret realm began to exhibit unusual phenomena. The sky of the secret realm transformed into a deep crimson hue, and then a colossal cauldron appeared in the air. It is indeed the Taotai blood refining cauldron, an artifact of ancient elegance, its surface dark as night and adorned with enigmatic runes. With the manifestation of the Taotai blood refining cauldron, the entire secret realm began to tremble. A suffocating aura of sanguinity permeated the atmosphere. "The Taotai blood refining cauldron is indeed a magnificent gift that I shall graciously accept," declared Qin Tianxiao. The representatives of various factions within the secret realm gazed at the cauldron in bewilderment. However, it was not long before they succumbed to madness. "A treasure of unparalleled worth has emerged. It is rightfully mine," exclaimed one. "Surely it is a divine artifact. Otherwise, it would not possess such formidable power." "No, it is the Taotai blood refining cauldron, that very legendary vessel," uttered an elder of a prominent faction in terror. The Taotai blood refining cauldron, a relic of the ancient Taotai clan, possessed the extraordinary ability to refine all things. When activated, it could transmute the essence of the world into pure energy for consumption. Yet, this treasure had been lost to time, and its sudden appearance in this secret realm was perplexing. As uncertainty enveloped the crowd, the Taotai blood refining cauldron unleashed a powerful gravitational pull. The expressions of the formidable beings shifted drastically as they employed various techniques to resist this force. However, its strength was overwhelming, rendering them incapable of withstanding it, and they were inexorably drawn into the cauldron. In an instant, cries of anguish and despair echoed through the air. The individuals struggled within the vessel, yet escape was futile. The Taotai blood refining cauldron relentlessly consumed their flesh and blood, the runes upon it turning a deep crimson, exuding a potent scent of blood. After an indeterminate period, the wails from within the cauldron gradually subsided. The powerful beings from various factions had been transformed into pure energy, absorbed by the Taotai blood refining cauldron, while their storage rings and artifacts were expelled, evidently under someone else's control. At this moment, only Qin Tianxiao remained within the secret realm. The cauldron's pull proved ineffective against him. Suddenly, the Taotai blood refining cauldron intensified its gravitational force, targeting Qin Tianxiao exclusively. "It is time to claim the cauldron. It belongs to me," he proclaimed. As for why Qin Tianxiao had not intervened sooner, it was because the fate of others was of no concern to him. The Taotai blood refining cauldron realized that no matter how fiercely it pulled, it could not move Qin Tianxiao. It then charged towards him. With a slight smile, Qin Tianxiao raised his hand and exerted a forceful tremor. The Taotai blood refining cauldron halted midair. A mental imprint of the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian realm. Intriguing. No wonder this demon cultivator could create such an expansive secret realm. Moreover, this realm connects to other lower worlds, an insatiable appetite indeed, nurturing itself with beings from the myriad realms. Let us see how I shall handle you. Qin Tianxiao remarked, his gaze piercing as he focused intently on the floating Taotai blood refining cauldron, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Suddenly, a series of enigmatic runes burst forth from his hands, merging into the Taotai blood refining cauldron. The cauldron emitted a tremulous resonance, and the runes inscribed upon its surface began to fade. Perhaps the demonic immortal sensed the plight of the cauldron. Who dares to meddle with my treasure? Are you courting death? A voice filled with authority echoed through the sky. In response, the Taotai blood refining cauldron shimmered with crimson light, beginning to resist. "Oomph! You think you could defy me?" Qin Tianxiao retorted. As Qin Tianxiao's hand gesture shifted, a surge of even greater mental force emanated, firmly suppressing the Taotai blood refining cauldron. "Damn it! I shall not let you escape." The voice in the sky thundered. The cauldron trembled violently, unleashing a powerful force in an attempt to break free from Qin Tianxiao's control. Yet, Qin Tianxiao remained unfazed, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his lips. "A mere remnant soul dares to act insolently before me," he scoffed. With a flick of his hand, a beam of golden light shot forth, transforming into a colossal palm imprint that struck the Taotai blood refining cauldron with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the cauldron was sent hurtling backward, its runes fading even further. The voice in the sky grew increasingly furious, yet appeared somewhat helpless. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Tianxiao's eyes as he summoned his mental power once more, enveloping the cauldron anew. At that moment, a black soul entity materialized. "Umph! To dare disturb my treasure possession, you truly seek your own demise." Saying this, the entity unleashed a massive palm strike towards Qin Tianxiao. Unperturbed, Qin Tianxiao sneered, replicating the gesture with a strike of his own. The two forces collided in the air, erupting with a fierce energy wave that caused the surrounding space to tremble. Qin Tianxiao remained steadfast, while the black soul entity was forced to retreat several steps. "Who are you?" The black entity gasped in astonishment. "I am Qin Tianxiao," he replied nonchalantly. "At last, your soul entity has descended. The demonic immortal truly lives up to their name." Possessing great ambition to refine the living beings of the myriad realms, Qin Tianxiao remarked, "Why have I never heard of your name? Are you not from the immortal realm? I do not recall offending you. So why this hostility? I simply find you displeasing, and besides, demonic cultivators are universally condemned," Qin Tianxiao stated. Before he could finish, he intensified his efforts, determined to refine the Taotai blood refining cauldron first. "You dare seize treasure before my very eyes? You have thoroughly incited my wrath. Ha! I seek to infuriate you. What will you do about it?" Qin Tianxiao laughed maniacally. With a wave of his right hand, golden runes soared from his grasp, merging with the Taotai blood refining cauldron. The cauldron trembled, its runes gradually dimming until they vanished completely. You have destroyed my runes," the demonic immortal exclaimed, fury radiating from their voice. The old man declared coldly, "Not only will I obliterate your runes, but I shall also thoroughly refine your soul." With a swift gesture, a colossal golden orb materialized above his head, imbued with an overwhelming force, embodying Qin Tianxiao's mental power. With a pointed finger, he unleashed a brilliant beam from the golden orb, aimed directly at the soul of the demon immortal. A cry of anguish escaped the demon immortal as the beam struck, shattering his soul instantaneously. Observing this, Qin Tianxiao let out a cold chuckle and once again channeled his mental energy to completely refine the remnants of the demon immortal soul. As the fragments were refined, the acrid aura within the blood refinement cauldron gradually dissipated, restoring its ancient essence. Summoning the cauldron with a flick of his hand, Qin Tianxiao meticulously examined it, a satisfied smile gracing his features. "At last, this treasure is within my grasp," he murmured. After securing the blood refinement cauldron, he vanished from sight in a flash. Moments later, he reappeared outside the secret realm, in a cavern deep within an abyss of the celestial realm. A crimson-haired elder in black robes suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! To think that my hard-earned artifact was snatched away and my soul injured. Qin Tianxiao. I have never heard of this person before. Now, with my soul wounded and the treasure lost, my plan to refine the myriad realms is in ruins. And the path to sainthood seems more distant than ever. I must find a lower realm to recover my injuries through blood refinement. But those 3 quasi-saints have been watching closely. I need a strategy. With a sinister chuckle, he devised a plan. After Qin Tianxiao exited the secret realm, it began to collapse, shattering completely in mere moments. Using a significant teleportation, he returned directly to the Qin family. Upon arriving at the back mountain, he released Qin Yin and the others. The members of the Dragon Clan emerged, brimming with excitement. They had never set foot in the outside world, and their long-held desires had finally come to fruition. With the half-beast tribe comprising a sizable population, Qin Tianxiao designated an area near Wind City for their settlement. Dragon Yu promptly led the half-beast tribe there, and within a day, they established a small town. The sight of them elicited varied reactions among other cultivators. Some were curious, others furious, and some filled with dread, for they had never encountered half-beasts before. However, given their origins from the Qin family, none dared harbor any ill thoughts. After entering the secret realm, both Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan ascended to the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. Lin Xiaoxian and Lin Gongxue took residence on the back mountain. Qin Tianxiao, for the time being, refrained from providing them with special instruction, allowing them to focus on their cultivation. Half a year swiftly passed, during which time Qin Tianxiao's domain remained remarkably tranquil. However, the Lin family was far from tranquil. Over the past 6 months, the Shadow Assassination Tower had mobilized entirely, ruthlessly slaughtering all Lin family members wandering outside. They first subjected their victims to torment, driving them to the brink of madness and overwhelming fear before delivering the final blow. In this span, 113 members of the Lin family met their demise. Meanwhile, a faction sought to flee from Dongzhou entirely. However, they were captured alive en route by the Shadow Assassination Tower and imprisoned in a secret dungeon. Qin Tianxiao ordered severe punishments for them, ensuring their existence in the dungeon was akin to a living hell. On a mountainside, Master, my father has sent a message indicating that the top 10 sects will compete for the quotas to the Union secret realm. I wish to discuss the matter of Lin Xiaoxian with you. Speak your thoughts, Xiaoxian. I propose that Jiang Shui and Qin Yin represent the Qin Yun sect in battle, striving to secure additional quotas for our sect. Go and inquire if they are willing. Should they agree, I shall take them along. Yes, Master, I will ask them immediately. Before long, Lin Xiaoxian returned, stating their willingness to participate. In the competition among the top 10 sects, each sect would dispatch 10 outstanding disciples, with their rankings determining the number of quotas each sect would receive for entry into the secret realm. Lin Xiaoxian, well aware of Qin Yin and his companions' formidable combat prowess, understood their superiority over their peers, which inspired his desire for them to represent the Qin Yin sect. What is the date of the competition? Qin Tianxiao inquired. In 1 month. Master, Lin Xiaoxian replied. And the location? In the capital of the Yunyan Empire. Very well, we shall set off at once and hone our skills along the way. Qin Tianxiao declared. The journey from Fenglin City to the capital of the Yunyan Empire required traversing the desolate mountain range and the Windsea Desert. Qin Tianxiao and his companions set off immediately, heading straight for the desolate mountain range. Along the way, any encounters with demonic beasts were dealt with by Qin Yin and the others. The desolate mountain range was sparsely wooded, dominated by low shrubs and wild grasses. Upon reaching the heart of the range, they encountered others engaged in battle with a demonic beast. In the distance, a group clad in red armor was surrounding a colossal lizard. This beast was a 6th-tier demonic creature known as the wild venomous lizard, capable of emitting a highly corrosive venom. The wild venomous lizard was impressively large, its neck adorned with crimson skin that made it remarkably conspicuous. Its entire body was armored in a tough hide, featuring a row of upward-facing spikes along its back, complemented by a long, formidable tail. Master, those individuals are from the hunting team of the Yunyan Empire. People from the Yunyan Empire? What brings them so far afield for hunting? Qin Tianxiao pondered, intrigued. It is uncertain, but it is likely that they are executing commands. The members of the Cloud Flame Empire number approximately 35. With the weakest among them having reached the 8th level of the nascent soul realm, while the strongest has attained the 3rd level of the transformation realm. Master, Should we lend our assistance? There is no need. We shall observe the unfolding events. Qin Tianxiao decided to refrain from intervening for the moment, wishing first to witness how the hunting team of the Cloud Flame Empire would confront the sixth-tier demon beast. The members of the hunting team demonstrated remarkable coordination, evidently having undergone rigorous training. They adeptly dodged the attacks of the toxic wild lizard while continuously unleashing spells and sword energies in an attempt to inflict damage. However, the defensive capabilities of the toxic wild lizard were formidable, and the team's assaults seemed to yield no substantial impact. As time progressed, exhaustion began to manifest among the hunters, while the toxic wild lizard grew increasingly emboldened. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxian could no longer contain himself and addressed Qin Tianxiao. "Master, are we truly not going to intervene? They may not be able to hold out much longer. Then you shall take action and slay the toxic wild lizard. This will also be your inaugural battle upon entering the transformation realm. Remember to absorb the power within you while you fight," Qin Tianxiao instructed. "Understood," Xiaoxian replied. Lin Xiaoxian soared into the fray, drawing his long sword, and unleashed a fierce sword energy aimed directly at the toxic wild lizard. Sensing the impending danger, the lizard swiftly turned and spat forth a stream of venom, which collided with the sword energy. With a resounding explosion, both the sword energy and the venom erupted, dispersing into countless minute energies within the air. Lin Xiaoxian remained undeterred, his sword dancing in the air, releasing successive sword energies that compelled the toxic wild lizard to retreat in disarray. The members of the hunting team were taken aback, their faces lighting up with astonishment at the unexpected arrival of such a formidable ally in this critical moment. The toxic wild lizard, now cornered by Lin Xiaoxian's onslaught, seethed with fury. With a mighty roar, it leaped high, its massive form barreling towards Lin Xiaoxian. Unfazed, Lin Xiaoxian's true essence surged within him, and the brilliance of his sword intensified. With a thunderous declaration of "one sword shatters myriad laws," he struck down, sending forth a colossal sword light that cleaved through the air, striking the toxic wild lizard. A piercing scream erupted from the lizard as its massive body was split asunder, a torrent of foul blood gushing forth. The members of the hunting team stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the prowess of this unexpectedly powerful young man who had dispatched the sixth-tier demon beast with but a single strike. Chapter 59. The Rampaging Black Giant Ape. The members of the Cloud Flame Empire's hunting team remained in a state of shock until Lin Xiaoxian began to deal with the remains of the demon beast, at which point the team leader, Su Jinshan, finally regained his composure. "Esteemed friend, we are immensely grateful for your timely assistance. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Su Jinshan asked. Lin Xiaoxian came a composed reply. "We are the Golden Hunting Team of the Cloud Flame Empire. We sincerely thank you for your assistance. However, we humbly request the demon core and poison pouch of the wild poison mad lizard. We are willing to offer other items in exchange or purchase them with spirit stones, as we are in dire need of them. We kindly ask for your agreement, Lin Daoist." "Very well, you may provide me with spirit stones at market value." "Thank you, Lin Daoist. This storage ring contains 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, with the surplus being a token of our appreciation." Lin Kaixian accepted the storage ring. "Lin Daoist, at such a young age, you possess remarkable cultivation. May I inquire which sect you hail from?" Su Jingshan asked. "I was originally from the Qingyun sect and am now training with my master," Lin Xiaoxian replied. "Qingyun sect, ha ha ha. Then we are indeed comrades. The Cloud Flame Empire has maintained a harmonious relationship with the Qingyun sect for generations. That is why I offer my assistance." "Lin Daoist, are you headed to the imperial capital for the competition?" "Yes, indeed," came the reply. "As expected, with your prowess, you shall surely outshine the rest. Since you are from the Qingyun sect, I would like to request your help with another matter, which also present an opportunity." "Oh, what opportunity?" 30 miles eastward lies a gorge abundant with mature zhang fruits and lingyuan fruits, as well as many ancient spirit herbs. However, it is also home to numerous ferocious black giant apes, among which one has reached mid-sixth tier, and 2 others are at the initial 6th tier. Additionally, there are over 200 other black giant apes of varying tiers. Hence, we seek your assistance, as we only require 10 zhang fruits and 30 lingyuan fruits. The remainder shall belong entirely to you, Su Jingshan explained. "I shall need to consult my master," Lin Xiaoxian responded. At that moment, Qin Tianxiao, accompanied by Qin Yin and others, descended gracefully. Su Jingshan surveyed Qin Tianxiao and promptly extended his greetings. Lin Xiaoxian relayed the previous discussion to Qin Tianxiao. Very well. Let us proceed together. It will serve as a valuable experience for you, Qin Tianxiao declared. The members of the Cloud Flame Empire's hunting team beamed with joy upon learning that Qin Tianxiao and Lin Xiaoxian were willing to assist them. They meticulously handled the demon core and poison pouch of the wild poison-mad lizard before preparing to venture toward the gorge, filled with both opportunity and peril. During their journey, Lin Xiaoxian and Qin Tianxiao inquired about the ferocious black giant apes from Su Jingshan and the others. These apes are colossal and possess immense strength, their tough hides rendering them formidable adversaries. However, their weakness lies in their poor eyesight. They primarily rely on hearing and scent to hunt their prey. Qin Tianxiao resolved to have Lin Xiaoxian and Qin Yin confront the black giant apes while he observed from the sidelines, ready to lend assistance at a moment's notice. Aware of the task's significance, Lin Xiaoxian and Qin Yin committed themselves wholeheartedly, not daring to be complacent. This was a rare opportunity for training, and they would not let it slip by. Before long, they arrived at the gorge. From a distance, they could already discern the silhouette of the ferocious black giant apes. Before they could draw closer, the sentinel-like black giants had already spotted them. Immediately, several of these savage creatures let out thunderous roars, which summoned forth a multitude of their kind from within the canyon. The black giant apes varied in strength, ranging from the first to the fifth tier, though the higher-ranked beasts were fewer in number. Most were of the first and second tiers, with a moderate presence of third-tier apes. This is bad. They have already detected our presence, Su Jinshan remarked. Fear not. We shall charge straight in, Qin Yin replied confidently. Indeed, let us engage them head-on. Qin Yin, let us see who can slay the most, Qin Jinshan chimed in. Very well, came the enthusiastic response. No sooner had the words left their lips than the two of them surged forward, closely followed by Lin Xiaoxian, Lin Jiangxue, and the others. Su Jinshan, An Petit Zaluten, led their small team of 20, maintaining a defensive formation to minimize casualties as they advanced. As the ferocious black giant apes spotted Qin Yin and his companions, they became increasingly frenzied, roaring as they charged toward them. Unfazed, Qin Yin, Lin Xiaoxian, and the others met them head-on, igniting a fierce battle. Each of them unleashed their respective skills, becoming entwined in combat with the black giants. Despite being outnumbered, the apes lacked significant strength, allowing Qin Yin and Lin Xiaoxian to swiftly gain the upper hand. Su Jinshan and his team defended the flanks, preventing any of the beasts from breaching their line. Through their coordinated efforts, Qin Yin and Lin Xiaoxian successfully dispatched a considerable number of the savage apes. With relentless strikes, both Qin Yin and Qin Jinshan wielded their swords, fiercely cutting down the black giants. Qin Yin's blade, enveloped in flames, felled a second-tier ape with each swing. Qin Jinshan, equally resolute, wielded his sword like a tempest, each strike infused with potent sword energy that cleaved through the foes. Lin Xiaoxian, with each slash, sent dozens of the black giants to their demise, though he refrained from excessive kills, allowing Lin Jiangxue and the others the opportunity to hone their skills. As the numbers of the black giants dwindled, 3 furious roars reverberated from the depths of the canyon. Emerging were 3 formidable black giant apes, 1 at mid-6th tier and 2 at early 6th tier. Sensing the demise of their kin, they charged forth in anger. The leading ape was colossal, standing in impressive tenjong, its muscular form radiating a terrifying aura. At last, they have arrived. Leave these 3 to me, Lin Xiaoxian declared. Before his words could fully settle, he charged ahead. Wait, Lin, those are 3 6th-tier beasts. Su Jinsan et Galim An Li. At that moment, 6 5th-tier and 7 4th-tier black giant apes encircled Su Jinshan and his group. Su Jinshan was unable to provide assistance. The mid-stage 6th-tier berserk black giant ape emitted a thunderous roar as Lin Xiaoxian charged forward. This roar resonated like a clap of thunder, deafening in its intensity. Undeterred, Lin Xiaoxian brandished his sword and advanced towards the formidable mid-stage 6th-tier berserk black giant ape. Towering and immensely powerful, the beast possessed a tough hide that made it exceedingly difficult to subdue. However, Lin Xiaoxian's prowess surpassed that of the creature. His swordsmanship was extraordinarily sharp, capable of severing the fur from the giant ape's body with each strike. Despite the ape's furious roars, its attacks proved utterly ineffective against Lin Xiaoxian. As his swordplay grew increasingly rapid and fierce, he pierced the thick skin of the berserk black giant ape with relentless precision. Chapter 60. A Sword of Wind and Clouds. Utilizing his speed advantage, Lin Xiaoxian deftly maneuvered around the berserk black giant ape, occasionally unleashing a strike. In mere moments, several gashes appeared on the creature's body. At this juncture, 2 additional mid-stage, 6th-tier berserk black giant apes arrived to assist. Together, the 3 6th-tier beasts encircled Lin Xiaoxian. Frowning, Lin Xiaoxian remained vigilant in the face of this trio's assault. In a flash, he vanished from his original position, reappearing behind one of the mid-stage 6th-tier berserk black giant apes. His sword gleamed brilliantly as it aimed for the creature's neck. The berserk black giant ape reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade the strike. Yet, Lin Xiaoxian was faster. His sword sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, inflicting a deep wound on the ape's back. The creature roared in agony, blood gushing forth. The other 2 mid-stage 6th-tier berserk black giant apes, witnessing this, charged at Lin Xiaoxian in a furious frenzy. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Xiaoxian's eyes as he swiftly shifted his form, disappearing once more, this time appearing alongside another mid-stage 6th-tier berserk black giant ape. His sword shimmered with brilliance as it thrust towards the creature's abdomen. However, in that moment, Lin Xiaoxian felt a tremor in his heart, accompanied by a sound slicing through the air from his left. Alarmed, he halted his assault and retreated rapidly. The mid-stage 6th-tier berserk black giant ape's fur bristled, its eyes glowing crimson, its speed doubled from before. Lin Xiaoxian's heart sank. He had not anticipated such a capability from the creature. He quickly adjusted his stance, narrowly evading the ape's onslaught. Nevertheless, the ape's velocity was astonishing, forcing Lin Xiaoxian to only barely dodge a fatal blow, though its claws still grazed his arm. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lin Xiaoxian realized he had no time to tend to his wound. For the other 2 berserk black giant apes were charging at him once again. Resolute, he understood that he must swiftly eliminate these 3 formidable foes, lest he find himself ensnared in a dire predicament. He took a deep breath, channeling all the energy within him, and his figure flickered as he charged toward the mid-stage 6th rank raging black giant ape. His speed surged once more, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the formidable beast, his long sword emanating a sharp aura as it lunged towards the creature's throat. The raging black giant ape, sensing the impending threat, let out a furious roar and swung its colossal fist to intercept the sword. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Xiaoxian's lips as his long sword traced an uncanny arc in the air, deftly evading the giant's fist and aiming for its chest. However, in that instant, the ape's fist trembled violently, unleashing a tremendous wave of force that struck Lin Xiaoxian with overwhelming might. His head buzzed, and he nearly lost consciousness, forcing him to halt his assault. The raging black giant ape seized the opportunity, launching a powerful punch towards Lin Xiaoxian. Reacting swiftly, he raised his sword to block. Bang! Lin Xiaoxian was sent hurtling backward. At that moment, 2 early-stage 6th rank raging black giant apes attacked from behind, simultaneously swinging their fists at him. Alarmed, Lin Xiaoxian realized the gravity of his situation. He understood he could not withstand the onslaught of both creatures at once. He quickly adjusted his stance, summoning all his energy to brace for the impending blows from the 2 raging black giant apes. Their fists struck him simultaneously, and he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet, he refused to yield, gritting his teeth against the agony. He unleashed a brilliant arc of his sword towards one of the raging black giant ape's chest. The beast howled in pain as Lin Xiaoxian's blade found its mark. Undeterred, he swiftly swung his sword again, this time targeting the abdomen of the other raging black giant ape, which also succumbed to his strike, collapsing to the ground in anguish. Lin Xiaoxian adeptly broke free from their encirclement, darting aside. Though utterly exhausted, he was acutely aware that he could not afford to relax. For another mid-stage, 6th rank raging black giant ape loomed nearby, watching him intently. Steeling himself, he once more raised his long sword and lunged at the approaching beast. Rather than retreating, the mid-stage 6th rank raging black giant ape roared defiantly and swung its massive fist to meet Lin Xiaoxian's blade. The muscles in its right arm quivered ominously. Bang! 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 Its fist struck with the force of nails being driven into wood, unleashing a trio of powerful shockwaves. What? Lin Xiaoxian was taken aback, for this particular raging black giant ape exhibited abilities that were quite extraordinary, resembling the martial techniques of humans. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Xiaoxian's eyes flickered with astonishment. He had not anticipated that this frenzied black giant ape could unleash attacks akin to martial techniques. He swiftly adjusted his stance, mobilizing all his inner energy in preparation to withstand the assault of the raging beast. With a resounding crash, Lin Xiaoxian's sword collided with the ape's colossal fist, producing a thunderous sound. The force of the impact sent Lin Xiaoxian hurtling backward, causing him to spit blood once more. The black giant ape, sensing its advantage, displayed a glimmer of pride in its eyes before unleashing another furious roar and charging towards Lin Xiaoxian with its mighty fist raised. Lin Xiaoxian, undeterred, quickly repositioned himself, drawing upon all his inner strength to brace for the impending onslaught. Again, with a deafening clang, his sword met the ape's fist, and once again, Lin Xiaoxian was propelled backward, blood escaping his lips. What overwhelming power! Yet, I refuse to yield, Lin Xiaoxian declared with indignation. Meanwhile, the celestial energy within him was being relentlessly siphoned away, yet he felt a reservoir of strength surging forth. Thus, Lin Xiaoxian resolved to confront the beast head-on. With a determined gleam in his eyes, he inhaled deeply, channeling all his inner energy as he thrust his sword towards the mid-stage, 6th-tier, raging black giant ape. The ape, upon seeing this, scoffed disdainfully, roaring once more as it swung its massive fist to meet Lin Xiaoxian's blade. With another resounding clash, Lin Xiaoxian's sword struck the ape's fist yet again, but this time he remained steadfast, firmly planted on the ground. The black giant ape, surprised by Lin Xiaoxian's resilience, regarded him with astonishment, unable to fathom how he had withstood its attack. A cold smile crept across Lin Xiaoxian's lips at this moment. At that instant, two more beasts charged forth. Lin Xiaoxian harnessed all his spiritual energy, letting out a mighty shout as he executed his ultimate move, Wind and Cloud Sword. In an instant, the sword in his hand erupted with blinding brilliance, rendering the world around them dim. The two mid-stage, 6th-tier, raging black giant apes were momentarily stunned by this sudden brilliance. Forgetting their aggression, seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaoxian leapt into the air, his sword aimed directly at the two beasts. With a swift motion, two beams of sword light sliced through the air, piercing straight through the bodies of the two raging black giant apes. With a wretched cry, their massive forms collapsed to the ground, lifeless and silent. Upon witnessing the demise of its companions, the remaining black giant ape erupted with fury. Its muscular arms began to swell, and its body grew even more massive. How intriguing! You shall serve as my test subject for the 10,000 beast technique, Lin Xiaoxian declared. At that moment, a series of thunderous roars echoed from the distant sky. A colossal black ship gradually approached, its immense length spanning 1,000 meters. On either side of the vessel were a pair of wing-like sails. The ship's hull was as dark as ink, constructed from an unknown yet remarkably sturdy material. Adorned with intricate dragon carvings, the ship was a sight to behold. Upon its deck stood numerous guards clad in black armor, wielding firearms. At the bow of the vessel stood a young man draped in a black robe emblazoned with a roaring dragon motif. Flanking him were two elderly figures, both similarly attired in black cloaks, one with fiery red hair and white eyebrows, the other sporting a long, goat-like beard. Though frail in appearance, their bodies concealed immense power. How intriguing! I never anticipated witnessing such an interesting spectacle here, the young man remarked with a smile. That youth possesses extraordinary talent, having reached the third heaven of the transformation realm at such a tender age. Young master, shall we intervene? Inquired the elder with red hair. Fourth elder, there is no need. An opponent of this caliber presents a true challenge. If they were any weaker, it would lose its allure, the young man replied with a grin. Those individuals below belong to the Yunyan Empire, the elder with the goat beard noted. Ah, then it follows that the young man is associated with the Yunyan Empire. Ha ha! This journey promises to become even more enthralling, the young man exclaimed. Young master, your talent is unparalleled. No one in this realm can match you. In the Eastern continent, there is no one who can rival your strength. This time, the Black Dragon Temple shall establish its renown across the Eastern continent, the goat-bearded elder proclaimed. Third elder, you underestimate the people of this world. While my talent is indeed formidable, there may still be those in the Eastern continent who can contend with me. That individual below possesses commendable strength, the young man countered. The third heaven of the transformation realm is indeed impressive, yet it pales in comparison to your prowess. The elder with the goat beard asserted. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxian intended to first severely wound the mid-stage 6th level berserk black giant ape before employing the beast mastery technique to subdue it. The berserk black giant ape had doubled in size, yet its speed remained undiminished. The battle between Lin Xiaoxian and the creature intensified, his swordsmanship razor-sharp. While the ape's strikes were formidable, they exchanged blows mid-air in a fierce contest, each move becoming increasingly swift and powerful. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxian pierced the abdomen of the berserk black giant ape with his sword, causing a torrent of blood to flow. The ape roared in pain and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Lin Xiaoxian, who deftly evaded the blow. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed through the sky as the black ship hovered above the battlefield. The young man in the black robe, observing the clash below, wore an excited smile. "Young master, shall we make our move?" The elder with red hair asked. "No need. Let the black dragon ship remain stationary. I wish to witness this young man's capabilities further," the young man replied with a smile. "Understood." The colossal ship came to a halt in midair. Lin Xiaoxian unleashed his full power, the brilliance of his sword illuminating the surroundings. The azure clouds transformed into a cascade of 3,000. Lin Xiaoxian bellowed with fervor, and a torrent of sword light cascaded down like a torrential rain, enveloping the frenzied black giant ape. Unyielding, the black giant ape swung its fists, shattering the sword light one by one. However, Lin Xiaoxian's sword techniques were exceedingly swift, leaving the giant ape with no time to defend itself. Ultimately, Lin Xiaoxian's sword pierced the chest of the giant ape, bringing it crashing to the ground. The giant ape struggled to rise, but found itself utterly immobilized. Lin Xiaoxian stepped forward, placing his hand upon the giant ape's head. "Beast control," he intoned quietly, a surge of formidable power emanating from his hand and infiltrating the giant ape's body. The black giant ape thrashed violently, yet no matter its efforts, it could not escape Lin Xiaoxian's grasp. Gradually, its struggles weakened until it ultimately surrendered, devoid of any will to resist. Lin Xiaoxian successfully tamed the black giant ape, transforming it into his pet. Observing the now docile creature before him, a satisfied smile graced Lin Xiaoxian's face. At that moment, he noticed the colossal ship above. His gaze ascended, locking eyes with a young man aboard the ship. In that fleeting glance, both warriors perceived a shared sense of combativeness. "Intriguing. I did not anticipate encountering a rival, such as you here," the young man remarked with a smile. "Let us proceed," he suggested. Lin Xiaoxian regarded the youth, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. He sensed that this young man possessed considerable strength, at least an equal to that of a transformation realm master. A spark of battle intent ignited within Lin Xiaoxian as well. After the colossal ship departed, Su Jingshan and the others swiftly dispatched the remaining black giant apes. "Friend Su, what of this black giant ape?" Lin Xiaoxian inquired. "It has been tamed and is now my demonic pet. Do you recognize the colossal ship?" Lin Xiaoxian asked. "That is the ship of the Black Dragon Divine Palace. They suddenly requested to participate in the top 10 set competition," Su Jingshan replied. "The Black Dragon Divine Palace? Does such a power exist in our eastern continent?" Lin Xiaoxian questioned. "They reside on Black Dragon Island in the Sea of 10,000 Domains," Su Jingshan explained. "Let us hasten to gather the Xiang fruits and Lingyuan fruits," Su Jingshan urged. Lin Xiaoxian nodded, and together they ventured into the gorge. Within the gorge stood over 50 fruit trees, both the Xiang and Lingyuan fruits ripe for harvest. The rich fragrance wafted through the air. Some fruit trees had already been stripped bare, but fortunately, they had arrived early. Otherwise, the fruits would have been entirely consumed. The gorge also teemed with various spiritual herbs. Lin Xiaoxian and his companions began their collection, while Qin Tianxiao's gaze remained fixated on the receding colossal ship. "Possessing celestial roots, are you? Interesting. It seems a confrontation with Xiaoxian is inevitable," Qin Tianxiao remarked coolly. Chapter 62. The imperial city of the Yunnan Empire. Qin Tianxiao's eyes glimmered with a golden light as he effortlessly saw through the young man before him. After Lin Xiaoxian and the others gathered all their belongings, they resumed their journey. The two teams hastened towards the imperial city of the Yunnan Empire. Along the way, they encountered numerous ferocious beasts, yet Lin Xiaoxian and his companions dispatched them with ease. After an arduous trek, They finally arrived at the grand imperial city. The imperial city of the Yunyan Empire loomed magnificently, resembling a colossal golden beast resting upon the horizon. The towering city walls sparkled with embedded gemstones, akin to stars descending upon the earth. At the city gates, two massive stone statues stood sentinel on either side, resembling guardian deities safeguarding this ancient fortress. The lofty walls were teeming with sentinels wielding long spears. Two squads of guards clad in crimson armor manned the gates, subjecting every individual seeking entry to rigorous scrutiny. However, with the assistance of Su Jianshan and others, Qin Tianxiao and his companions effortlessly gained entry into the city. Upon stepping into the imperial city, they were greeted by a vibrant scene. The streets were lined with an array of stalls selling a myriad of rare and exotic items. The sounds of vendors calling out their wares filled the air, while the residents and passers-by, adorned in splendid attire, wore radiant smiles of joy. "Master, let me take you to find my father," Lin Xiaoxian said. Lin Yunran, the esteemed leader of the Qin sect, was his father, and the sect members had already arrived in the city. "Very well, lead the way," Qin Tianxiao replied. Lin Xiaoxian guided the group through the bustling streets until they arrived at a magnificent residence. The estate was exquisitely adorned, with two grand golden lion heads hanging from the vermilion door, exuding an air of grandeur. Lin Xiaoxian approached and knocked on the door, which was soon opened by an elderly man clad in blue robes. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoxian, the old man's face lit up with surprise. "Young master, you have returned," the elder said respectfully. Lin Xiaoxian nodded and gestured towards Qin Tianxiao and the others. "Subo, I have brought my master and his companions. Where's my father? The sect leader is awaiting you in the hall. Please, follow me," Subo replied, bowing graciously as he ushered them into the estate. Lin Xiaoxian led Qin Tianxiao and the others through the courtyard and into the hall. Inside, Lin Yunran was seated in the main position. Upon seeing the group enter, he promptly rose and smiled. "I, Lin Yunran, pay my respects to Elder Qin." Qin Tianxiao discerned that Lin Yunran was at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension realm, his strength immediately apparent. Meanwhile, Lin Yunran scrutinized Qin Tianxiao, aware of the latter's legendary status as an immortal being. Whispers had circulated regarding Qin Tianxiao's ascendance to the mortal-immortal realm. Lin Yunran sensed an unfathomable aura emanating from Qin Tianxiao, rendering his strength inscrutable, and he could not help but feel a deeper admiration for him. Qin Tianxiao offered a slight smile, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, sect leader Lin. Senior Qin, we have prepared accommodations for everyone. Soon, we shall discuss the matters regarding the competition among the 10 great sects," Lin Howren remarked. Lin Yunran arranged for the guests to rest within the estate and prepared a sumptuous banquet for them. During the dinner, Lin Yunran engaged in lively conversation with Qin Tianxiao and others, creating a harmonious atmosphere. "Senior Qin, with the assistance of your esteemed disciples, our Qin sect is certain to achieve commendable results in this competition among the 10 great sects," Lin Yunran stated confidently. Qin Tianxiao smiled and replied, "You flatter me, Sect Master Lin. However, there are always those greater than ourselves. We must proceed with caution and not underestimate our opponents." Lin Yunran nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Your words ring true, Senior Qin. We shall act with prudence. Nevertheless, this situation is somewhat unusual. The Black Dragon Divine Palace has unexpectedly requested to participate in the competition, yet they seek no quota. I wonder what their intentions are," Lin Yunran remarked. "Father, we encountered members of the Black Dragon Divine Palace on our way here. Among them is a formidable figure, one whom even I might struggle to defeat," Lin Xiaoxian added. "That individual possesses an immortal root. Their purpose in participating is likely to undermine the confidence of the younger generation of the 10 great sects," Qin Tianxiao observed calmly. "Immortal root?" Lin Yunran and Lin Xiaoxian exclaimed in surprise. "The immortal root is an exceedingly rare talent. Those who possess it are destined to ascend to immortality, provided they do not fall. The existence of such a person within the Black Dragon Divine Palace is indeed alarming," Lin Yunran thought, his brow furrowed with concern. Qin Tianxiao nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, his strength is formidable, and the cultivation method he practices is quite peculiar." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yunran inquired, "Senior Qin, how should we respond to this?" Qin Tianxiao smiled gently, reassuringly, "Do not worry, we have our means. I believe Xiaoxian will surely triumph over him." Lin Yunran felt a sense of relief upon hearing this, confident that Qin Tianxiao had a plan in place. Once the banquet concluded, Qin Tianxiao and his companions returned to their quarters to rest. The following day, Lin Yunran escorted Qin Tianxiao and others to the royal city square. The square was vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. At this moment, a considerable crowd had already gathered, all eager to participate in the competition among the 10 great sects. Lin Yunran led Qin Tianxiao and others to the Qinyan sect's camp. The disciples of Qinyan sect, upon seeing Lin Xiuxian and the others, eagerly approached to greet them. Lin Xiuxian introduced Qin Tianxiao to the group, and upon learning of his identity, they all displayed expressions of admiration. Qin Tianxiao surveyed the throng in the square, feeling a surge of emotions. He understood that this competition would be fiercely contested, yet he had unwavering faith that his disciples would achieve remarkable results. At that moment, the sound of drums and gongs resonated, capturing everyone's attention. A procession of elegantly dressed individuals entered the square, led by an elderly man of remarkable spirit and extraordinary demeanor. It was the emperor of the Yunyan Empire, Emperor Yunyan. Lin Yunran whispered to Qin Tianxiao. Emperor Yunyan ascended the elevated platform at the center of the square, casting a sweeping gaze around before speaking. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Yunyan Empire to partake in the grand competition of the top 10 sections. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the entire square. The crowd bowed in reverence to Emperor Yunyan. Qin Tianxiao discerned that the positions of the 10 sects were remarkably close together. With a single glance, he comprehended the cultivation levels of all the prodigies from the 10 sections. At the heart of the square stood the representatives of the Black Dragon Divine Palace, positioned ahead of the 10 sections. 12 individuals from the Black Dragon Divine Palace were present, with a young man seated centrally, flanked by 2 elderly figures, one at the first level of the Tribulation Realm and the other at the 4th level. The prowess of these 2 elders surpassed that of the sect leaders from the 10 sections. Furthermore, the other prodigies from the Black Dragon Divine Palace exuded a robust aura, their foundation solid, far superior to those of the 10 sections. Chapter 63. Lin Xiuxian takes the stage. However, this does not imply that the 10 sects lack formidable talents. Among the remaining 9 sects, 3 young men and 1 exceptional young woman caught Qin Tianxiao's discerning eye. The strongest among them was a handsome young man, tall and clad in a flowing white robe, wielding a long sword. His gaze was sharp, brimming with sword intent, emanating a powerful sword aura. Qin Tianxiao immediately recognized that this young man practiced an extraordinary sword technique, having attained a realm of unity between man and sword. Although the other 2 young men and the young woman were slightly weaker, their prowess was still remarkable, all at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, just a step away from the divine transformation realm. Observing these 4 individuals, Qin Tianxiao nodded inwardly, realizing that the 10 sects indeed harbored numerous prodigies. Seated at the principal position of the square, Emperor Yunyan announced the commencement of the competition, instructing all participants to draw lots. Lin Xiuxian and her companions were allocated to the 3rd round, facing the prodigies of the Xianbing Palace and Xiang sect. Each round would feature 10 duels. In the first round, a young man from the Black Dragon Divine Palace, at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm, stepped onto the stage. His opponent was a prodigy from the Lingjian sect, a sword cultivator at the 3rd level of the Golden Core Realm. The confidence radiated from the Black Dragon Divine Palace youth was palpable as he gripped a black long sword, its blade ablaze with black flames. His opponent from the Lingjian sect wielded a silver long sword, shimmering with a silvery light. As soon as they took to the stage, an intense battle erupted. The Black Dragon Divine Palace youth launched fierce attacks with a formidable sword technique, the black flames swirling like a tempest. Initially, he managed to suppress the Lingjian sect prodigy despite the latter's valiant efforts. The Lingjian sect talent, undeterred, executed exquisite swordplay. The silver light flickering as streaks of sword energy shot forth like meteors, colliding with the black flames of the Black Dragon Divine Palace youth. The battle between the 2 was exceedingly fierce, drawing the rapt attention of the spectators. However, the youth from the Black Dragon Divine Palace exhibited a markedly superior prowess. His swordsmanship was increasingly formidable, and the might of the black flames intensified. The genius of the Spirit Sword sect gradually found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, ultimately receiving a piercing blow to the shoulder from the Black Dragon youth, causing blood to spurt forth. With a pained cry, the Spirit Sword genius was sent flying. Is this the extent of your strength? Are the top 10 sects merely composed of such worthless individuals? The black dragon youth sneered. How dare you insult me? I shall kill you. The spirit sword genius retorted angrily. The other members from the top 10 sects furrowed their brows at his words, with some visibly enraged and ready to ascend the stage. What arrogance! If I were to take the stage, I would undoubtedly defeat him in 20 moves. Qin Yan declared confidently. I could vanquish him in 15 moves, Qin Tianxiao asserted. One must never conclude anything before witnessing the final outcome. While your confidence is commendable, the individual from the Black Dragon Palace has yet to unleash his full potential, Qin Tianxiao admonished. Indeed, Ancestor, we understand, Qin Yan and the others responded in unison. At that moment, the battle on the stage reached a critical juncture. Wind Shadow Cloud Sword, the spirit sword genius shouted. A flashy but insubstantial technique. Allow me to demonstrate what true swordsmanship entails, the Black Dragon youth retorted coldly. Black Dragon Annihilation Sword, he bellowed. The black sword in his hand emanated a fierce black radiance, and a powerful sword aura surged into the sky, transforming into a colossal black dragon that lunged toward the spirit sword genius. The expression of the spirit sword genius shifted dramatically. He hurriedly summoned all his internal energy in a desperate attempt to withstand the Black Dragon youth's assault. However, the latter's attack proved overwhelmingly potent, shattering the spirit sword genius's defenses in an instant. The enormous black dragon propelled him away. The spirit sword genius crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise again. The top 10 sects are nothing but this. I see they're merely names without substance, the Black Dragon youth scoffed. Enraged, the spirit sword genius felt a surge of fury and spat out another mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the leaders of the top 10 sects wore grim expressions, each youth among them gritting their teeth in anger. As the second round commenced, another genius from the Black Dragon Divine Palace took the stage, similarly overcoming his opponent with ease. Soon, it was time for the third round. Lin Xiaoxian was the first to take the stage, facing a late-stage nascent soul realm woman from the Xianbing Palace. Despite his own cultivation being at the third level of the God Transformation realm, complemented by the Golden Dragon Immortal Body, he was certain of victory against her. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaoxian remained cautious, pledging to give his all against every opponent. The woman wielded an ice-blue long sword, its blade shimmering and exuding a chilling aura. Her gaze was piercing, and she radiated an icy demeanor, reminiscent of a towering iceberg. Lin Xiaoxian, sword in hand and gaze resolute, regarded the woman before him with no hint of disdain. He was aware that the women of the Xianbing Palace practiced extremely cold techniques and excelled at manipulating ice elements. The young man seated at the apex of the Black Dragon Divine Palace focused his gaze entirely on Lin Xiaoxian, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The woman regarded Lin Xiaoxian with a fleeting glimmer of disdain, her voice cold as she declared, I never expected to find a talent like you among the 10 great sections. Unfortunately for you, today you face me, and I shall demonstrate what true power entails. Lin Xiaoxian offered no response. He simply observed the woman in silence, awaiting the commencement of the duel. The voice of the Cloud Flame Emperor resonated once more. The contest begins. No sooner had the words left his lips than the woman transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtling toward Lin Xiaoxian. Her speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, she stood before him, her ice-blue long sword emanating a fierce chill as it lunged toward his chest. Lin Xiaoxian swiftly evaded her strike, his own speed matching hers. As he dodged, he unleashed a golden sword aura from his longsword, aimed at the woman's neck. With a dismissive huff, she flicked her sword, summoning an ice wall that intercepted Lin Xiaoxian's attack. The sword aura collided with the ice wall, producing a resounding crash, and the barrier shattered in response. Yet, at that moment, the woman's figure vanished again, reappearing behind Lin Xiaoxian, her ice-blue long sword thrusting forward once more. Sensing the chill at his back, Lin Xiaoxian quickly pivoted, raising his long sword to block her assault. The woman, undeterred by the obstruction, continued her relentless barrage. Her speed escalated, and her ice-blue long sword struck like a tempest, relentlessly assaulting Lin Xiaoxian. As he defended against her onslaught, Lin Xiaoxian sought an opportunity to counterattack. He understood that while her strikes were fierce, they also drained her energy considerably. By remaining on the defensive, he aimed to discern the limits of his own capabilities and gauge the woman's true strength. Indeed, after several dozen strikes, The woman's pace began to wane, and the ferocity of her attacks diminished. Seizing this moment, Lin Xiaoxian thrust his long sword with sudden ferocity, aiming directly for her throat. Taken aback by the swiftness of his counter, the woman scarcely had time to evade, barely lifting her ice-blue longsword to shield her throat. The clash between their swords produced a crisp sound, and her ice-blue weapon shattered under the force, leaving her vulnerable to Lin Xiaoxian's strike, which sent her hurtling back. She quickly regained her balance in midair, precariously positioning herself at the edge of the arena. "It appears I underestimated you," she remarked, "but now, prepare to experience the might of the cold spirit ice body." With a fierce cry, an overwhelming aura of cold energy erupted from her. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a frigid expanse of ice and snow. The arena became encased in ice, releasing an overwhelming chill. The woman's eyebrows turned white, and her hair followed suit, becoming entirely silver. "Exploding ice lotus technique," she declared, as white ice lotus flowers began to crystallize, forming hundreds and thousands in the blink of an eye. The leaves of these ice lotuses resembled razor-sharp blades. With a powerful shout, the woman unleashed the ice lotuses, which erupted like a torrential ice storm, cascading towards Lin Xiaoxian. Lin Xiaoxian's countenance grew grave. He recognized this as the most formidable strike of the cold spirit ice body and understood the need for utmost caution. He swiftly retreated, wielding his sword to conjure beams of light in an effort to fend off the ice lotus assault. However, the sheer number of ice lotuses was overwhelming. While he managed to deflect some with his sword light, several still pierced through his defenses, striking his body. The moment the ice lotuses made contact, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him, slowing his movements. Seeing this, the woman's eyes glinted with triumph. With another fierce shout, she conjured even more ice lotuses, continuing her relentless assault on Lin Xiaoxian. Realizing he could no longer afford to be on the defensive, he took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. He thrust his sword forward with renewed vigor, unleashing a torrent of sword light that sliced through the air, meeting the ice lotuses head-on. This time, his strikes were more ferocious, each beam imbued with immense power, shattering the ice lotuses one by one. Yet, the sheer volume of the woman's ice lotuses was staggering. Despite destroying some, countless others surged toward him. Understanding he needed to devise a strategy, Lin Xiaoxian's mind raced with possibilities. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He inhaled deeply and thrust his sword once more. This time, his sword light converged into a singular point, manifesting a formidable blade of energy. The blade cleaved through the air, directly shattering the core of the ice lotuses, obliterating them entirely. The woman's expression shifted in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Lin Xiaoxian could dismantle her exploding ice lotus technique. However, she refused to concede, shouting once more as she summoned the cold spirit ice body, attempting to unleash an even stronger attack. "Shadow of the floating body," Lin Xiaoxian exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. The woman, taken aback, had no time to react before Lin Xiaoxian materialized before her. He thrust his sword again, targeting her throat directly. The woman was taken aback. She had not expected Lin Xiaoxian to be so swift, leaving her no opportunity to evade. The tip of his sword pressed against her throat. "I concede," she uttered. Meanwhile, Qin Yin and the others soon entered the fray, having triumphed over their opponents. Finally, when the 15th round arrived, Qin Yin faced an opponent from the Black Dragon Divine Palace. "Are you confident?" Qin Tianxiao inquired. "Absolutely," Qin Yin replied with conviction. "Remember the teachings of your elder. Regardless of the adversary you face, you must exert your utmost effort." "Yes, Ancestor," Qin Yin has always kept this in mind. As Qin Yin ascended the platform, another Peak Foundation establishment youth from the Black Dragon Temple also stepped onto the arena. Upon seeing Qin Yin's cultivation at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, he immediately began to mock him. "Is this the caliber of the top 10 sects? Perhaps you should consider disbanding. And you, worthless one, would do well to surrender voluntarily, lest I show no mercy." "Heh, I hope your prowess exceeds your brazen words. Enough of the banter. Let us commence our battle," Qin Yin retorted with a cold smile. "Humph, you know not the peril you invite," the youth from the Black Dragon Temple scoffed. As the match commenced with a command, both Qin Yin and his opponents surged forward, charging at one another. The youth from the Black Dragon Temple, named Huatai, was renowned for his formidable physique and ferocious strength. His fists struck like hammers, each blow accompanied by a sound that seemed to rend the very air, instilling fear in all who beheld it. In contrast, Qin Yan was celebrated for his agility. His figure flickered across the arena like a wraith. His swordplay was extraordinarily unique, each stroke seemingly imbued with an enigmatic power that eluded comprehension. Upon their encounter, it was as though a comet had collided with the earth. The intensity of their clash unparalleled. Huatai roared with fury. His fists unleashed a tempestuous wind that appeared capable of tearing the atmosphere itself. Yet, Qin Yan, ever astute, deftly evaded the onslaught at the critical moment, leaving Huatai to strike air. The audience watched in rapt attention. The contest unfolded like a psychological duel between masters, each dodge and strike sending ripples of suspense through the crowd. The tip of Qin Yan's sword glimmered with a chilling light, his gaze calm and resolute. He understood that engaging a powerhouse like Huatai head-on would be folly. He needed to uncover his opponent's vulnerability. At last, during an exchange, Qin Yan discerned a flaw in Huatai's defense. As Huatai's right arm swung forward to deliver a punch, his left side momentarily lay exposed. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yan darted to Huatai's left, appearing like a specter. His sword struck with the swiftness of a viper, aiming directly at Huatai's waist. Huatai, taken aback, hastily pivoted, attempting to block the incoming blade with his left arm. However, Qin Yan's speed proved too great. Huatai's reaction fell just short. A soft sound echoed as Qin Yan's sword sliced through Huatai's garment, leaving behind a shallow crimson line. Huatai gasped in pain, staggering back. Disbelief etched upon his face. He had not anticipated being harmed by one at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Damn it, it seems I underestimated you. But next, I shall show you what true power looks like. Huatai bellowed, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy from within. His body began to swell, veins protruding beneath his skin, muscles hardening like steel. Black Dragon Technique, Berserk State. Huatai shouted. The Black Dragon Divine Skill is the supreme technique of the Black Dragon Palace, capable of awakening latent potential within the body, thereby exponentially increasing strength. In a state of fury, Huatai's power and speed received tremendous enhancements. Chapter 65. Qin Yan's Victory. Observing the unfolding spectacle, Qin Yan's expression turned grave. He comprehended that the current Huatai was far more perilous, and he could not afford to be complacent. Huatai's figure flickered, suddenly materializing before Qin Yan. His fist, imbued with the force of a torrential storm, hurtled toward him. Qin Yan dared not confront it head-on, and could only retreat repeatedly. Huatai's fist struck the competition platform, producing a deafening roar. Astonished, Qin Yan realized that this approach was untenable. He had to devise a counterattack. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his spiritual energy at the tip of his sword. His long sword emitted a blinding radiance, seemingly ablaze. Flamme-sword technique, infernal ascending. Qin Yan bellowed. A fiery sword aura surged skyward, aimed directly at Huatai. With a cold smirk, Huatai remained undeterred, unleashing his fist in response. A tremendous explosion resonated as the fiery sword aura collided with Huatai's fist. The sword aura was shattered into innumerable sparks, while Huatai's fist bore only a faint burn mark. Qin Yan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Huatai's formidable strength, which rendered even his fiery sword aura ineffective. Huatai sneered, launching another assault. His fist descended like raindrops, forcing Qin Yan into a desperate evasion. However, Huatai's speed escalated, leaving Qin Yan with diminishing space to maneuver. Eventually, a punch from Huatai struck Qin Yan, sending him hurtling backward. Qin Yan swiftly stabilized himself, coming to a steady halt. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes sharpening with resolve. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, he immediately summoned the power of the profound Yin fire within him. His long sword erupted into fierce flames. I must concede, you are indeed formidable. It seems I must take this seriously, Qin Yan remarked. Such arrogance. Witness my iron fist as it crushes you. Huatai retorted with a disdainful snort. A subtle smile curled at the corner of Qin Yan's lips, akin to a rare bloom flourishing in the shadows of night. He gracefully twirled his long sword, the flames at its tip dancing like mischievous sprites. Oh, let us see whether your iron fist is mightier or my flame sword sharper, Qin Yan provocatively declared, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. Huatai frowned slightly, evidently displeased by Qin Yan's demeanor. His fists clenched tightly, muscles taut, poised to unleash astounding power at any moment. Their gazes clashed in the air, sparks flying. The audience held their breath, anxiously observing this duel of masters. Suddenly, Qin Yan's figure shimmered, transforming into a streak of fire as he charged toward Huatai. His swordplay was enigmatic and unpredictable, with flames swirling around the tip, crafting a mesmerizing tapestry of brilliance. Huatai, unwilling to concede, unleashed his fist with the ferocity of a pile driver, striking heavily towards Qin Yan. Each blow sliced through the air with a thunderous sound, displaying incredible power. The two engaged in a fierce duel on the arena, exchanging blows in a relentless contest. Although Qin Yan's fiery sword technique was resplendent, it seemed to fall just short against Huatai's iron fists. Nevertheless, Qin Yan remained undeterred, a glint of cunning sparking in his eyes. He knew he still had an ace up his sleeve. It appeared that the moment had come for you to witness my ultimate technique, he mused. At that instant, Qin Yan executed a wondrous maneuver, transforming into a mere phantom that appeared behind Huatai. Startled, Huatai turned swiftly, but it was too late. Qin Yan's sword, resembling a darting fire serpent, lunged towards Huatai's vital points. Xianxia fire sword, Qin Yan exclaimed. The flames at the sword's tip surged dramatically, morphing into a colossal fire dragon that engulfed Huatai entirely. A scream escaped Huatai as he found himself trapped within the fiery embrace. With no escape from the searing flames, gasps rippled through the audience. They were astonished by Qin Yan's formidable technique. While Dragon Black Violent Fist, Huatai declared. Within the fire dragon, he unleashed a devastating strike, channeling a powerful surge of black energy from his fist that dispersed the flames. Yet, Qin Yan's onslaught was far from over. Seizing the moment when Huatai was drained of strength, he launched another attack. His sword darted forth like lightning, aimed directly at Huatai's heart. Huatai's pupils constricted as he realized he could not evade this strike. Nevertheless, he refused to surrender. With a mighty roar, he tensed every muscle, concentrating all his power into his fist. A dazzling radiance erupted from his fist as it surged towards Qin Yan's sword. A thunderous clash ensued when the two forces collided, sending both combatants hurtling backward. Qin Yan tumbled through the air before landing gracefully on the ground. Though his sword lay shattered in two, a trickle of blood staining his lips. Huatai, too, was in dire straits. A deep gash marred his fist, revealing bone beneath. Blood pouring forth, he swayed unsteadily before finally kneeling, struggling to maintain his balance. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yan gathered his spiritual energy at the hilt of his sword. The broken blade shimmered with a brilliant light. His body swayed momentarily before he ultimately collapsed to the ground. Qin Yan's victory brought immense satisfaction to the members of the 10 prominent sects, as the individuals from the Black Dragon Divine Palace had been excessively arrogant. Next, it was the turn of Qin Tianxiao and his companions. Although their cultivation levels were not particularly high, their strength was formidable. One by one, they triumphed over their adversaries. Except for Huatai, all members of the Black Dragon Divine Palace achieved victory. As their numbers dwindled, Qin Tianxiao and his companions encountered the members of the Black Dragon Divine Palace. Qin Tianxiao's opponent was a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Golden Core Realm. Despite Qin Tianxiao's prowess exceeding that of his peers, his opponent's strength and cultivation level were notably superior. After a fierce battle, Qin Tianxiao was ultimately defeated. Soon after, Qin Yan, too, fell from the competition. However, both secured positions within the top 30. Xianxia, having broken through to the Golden Core Realm and bolstered by his Thunderbolt Diamond Body, managed to withstand longer than the others. Xianxia's opponent in this round was a formidable cultivator at the 4th level of the Golden Core Realm from one of the 10 sections. As the competition commenced, Xianxia poured all his energy into his dual axes, which crackled with lightning as he struck towards his foe. However, his opponent was no ordinary adversary. With a swift movement, he deftly evaded Xianxia's onslaught. At the same time, he unleashed a fierce sword chi from his long sword, aimed directly at Xianxia's throat. Realizing the danger, Xianxia quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blade, which grazed his shoulder and left a trail of blood. Alarmed, Xianxia understood that he could not afford to be careless. He inhaled deeply, channeling his inner energy into his axes, causing the lightning to blaze even brighter. With a mighty shout, he launched another attack. This time, his strikes were more ferocious, each imbued with a potent killing intent. His opponent, refusing to yield, countered with a flurry of sword movements, creating a web of blades that deflected Xianxia's assaults. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither side gaining the upper hand. Xianxia pondered to himself, this cannot continue. He must uncover his opponent's weaknesses. While battling fiercely, he sought any openings. His opponent was equally skilled, resulting in a balanced confrontation. Ultimately, Zhao Qichen narrowly triumphed using the martial techniques imparted by Qin Tianxiao. However, in the subsequent match, he faced defeat. As the rounds progressed, the strength of the opponents only intensified. Lin Xianxia, leveraging her cultivation at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm and the guidance of Qin Tianxiao in the luoshui sword technique, had mastered the art. Furthermore, Lin Xianxia's swordsmanship had reached great heights, with only a step remaining to achieve the unity of man and sword. In this round, Lin Xianxia confronted one of the 4 strongest contenders among the 10 sects, the young lord of the Feiyu Ling Mountain sect, Qian, whose cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 10th level of the Golden Core realm. As they stepped onto the stage, with a signal given, both rushed towards their opponent. As Lin Xianxia commenced her attack, she unleashed the flowing grace of the luoshui sword technique. The sword's energy surged forth like an unending stream, effortlessly dispelling her opponent's onslaught. Observing this, Qian, unwilling to be complacent, brandished his long sword with a flourish, executing a series of fierce sword maneuvers. His blade's energy intertwining as it clashed with Lin Xianxia's luoshui style. For a moment, neither combatant gained the upper hand. With a steely gaze, Qian thrust his sword with lightning speed, sending forth a formidable wave of energy. Lin Xianxia, undeterred by the impending threat, countered with a swift motion of her sword, unleashing her own torrent of energy that collided with his. A thunderous roar ensued, reverberating through the air as both warriors were forced to retreat a few steps from the force of the clash. Lin Xianxia pondered to herself, "This stalemate cannot continue. I must uncover his weaknesses." While engaged in their fierce battle, she diligently searched for any flaw in Qian technique. His swordsmanship was exquisite, a perfect balance of offense and defense, making it difficult for her to find an opening. Not wishing to waste energy against a superior opponent, she realized that if this continued, defeat could be imminent. Thus, she resolved to employ her ultimate move, the 3rd stance of the luoshui sword technique, luoshui Xingtian. With a powerful shout, Lin Xianxia channeled her vital energy into her long sword, which radiated a blinding brilliance. She swung her sword with great speed, releasing waves of sword energy akin to a deluge, surging toward Qian. His expression shifted, caught off guard by the intensity of her attack. Hastily, he summoned the pinnacle technique of the Feiyu Ling Mountain sect, the Feiyu sword technique, transforming his sword energy into a flurry of soaring feathers that met Lin Xianxia's assault. A resounding crash echoed as the energies collided, sending shockwaves through the arena. Qian was sent flying, landing hard outside the competition platform, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he gazed at Lin Xianxia in disbelief, unable to comprehend his defeat. Lin Xianxia had secured her place among the top 10. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxian prepared for his next match against a formidable opponent from the Black Dragon Divine Palace, a cultivator at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. After the drawing of lots, a tall young man seated not far from the main position rose. "Young master, allow me to test his strength," he asserted. "I hope he does not disappoint me," the young man replied calmly. This imposing figure was named Su Jin. Lin Xiaoxian ascended the competition platform first, while Su Jin propelled himself forward with a powerful leap. Bang! He landed on the platform like a cannonball, his robust legs creating 2 deep craters upon impact. "Your strength is commendable. I shall now unleash my full power against you," Su Jin declared, invoking the might of the 10,000 beasts totem, channeling the power of the raging bear. A tremendous roar erupted as a colossal bear's phantom appeared behind him, its roar shaking the ground. With a powerful stomp, Su Jin charged at Lin Xiaoxian like a cannonball, ready for the clash ahead. Lin Xiaoxian approached with his sword drawn. The phantom of a giant bear shadowed Su Jin. As Su Jin unleashed a powerful punch, the bear's apparition mirrored the movement, striking out with a massive paw. Lin Xiaoxian swept his sword horizontally, releasing a stream of golden sword energy. The collision between the golden sword energy and the bear's paw produced a deafening roar. While the sword energy dissipated and the bear's paw shattered, Su Jin remained unfazed, intensifying his assault. He stepped forward, causing the ground to crack beneath him. And in a flash, he appeared before Lin Xiaoxian, delivering a punch imbued with the ferocity of a dragon. Lin Xiaoxian's gaze sharpened as he swung his sword, sending forth another wave of golden sword energy to clash with Su Jin's fist. The impact resonated through the air, Yet Su Jin's momentum persisted, driving his fist straight into Lin Xiaoxian's chest. Lin Xiaoxian let out a muffled groan as he was propelled backward. Frowning, he swiftly wielded his sword again. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jin closed the distance, launching a relentless barrage of punches. The sound of metal striking metal rang out as Su Jin's fist proved as unyielding as steel. Lin Xiaoxian was taken aback, astonished by the hardness of his opponent's strikes. He quickly adjusted his stance, transforming his sword into a flurry of sword energy aimed at Su Jin. With a cold snort, Su Jin deflected all of Lin Xiaoxian's attacks, his own onslaught growing increasingly ferocious, each punch imbued with the potential to shatter everything in its path. Is that all your strength? You can't even wound me. Su Jin taunted with a sneer. Oh, is that so? Then prepare to experience the pain of injury, Lin Xiaoxian replied. Until this moment, Lin Xiaoxian had merely been testing the waters, holding back his full power. Now that he had discerned Su Jin's combat style, he resolved to unleash his complete strength to decisively defeat his opponent. Having grasped Su Jin's attack patterns, Lin Xiaoxian took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing. He unleashed a torrent of sword energy like a tempest, neutralizing Su Jin's relentless assault one by one. Su Jin's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Lin Xiaoxian's formidable swordsmanship. Urgently, he channeled his vital energy, a surge of power erupting from within, enveloping him entirely and amplifying his ferocity. Ha! Su Jin Bao Lao! His fists moving like a tempest as he charged towards Lin Xiaoxian. Unflinching, Lin Xiaoxian trembled his sword, sending forth a golden sword energy to meet Su Jin's fist. The ensuing clash echoed as Su Jin was surprisingly forced back several steps. It is time to conclude this battle, Lin Xiaoxian declared. Oomph. Do not think this will be enough to defeat me, Su Jin retorted. 10,000 Beasts Totem Technique, Blazing Tiger, Power of the Tiger. First form. The fierce tiger descends the mountain. Su Jin Xiaote, a colossal phantom of a tiger, engulfed in raging flames, materialized before them. With an ear-splitting roar, it unleashed its ferocity. Su Jinhua transformed into a fierce tiger, charging at Lin Xiaoxian with astonishing speed. Cloud Concealment, Dragon Roar Sword. Lin Xiaoxian bellowed. A brilliant stream of golden sword energy erupted from the long sword in his grasp, soaring skyward. This golden energy coalesced in midair into a magnificent golden dragon, which, with a thunderous cry, surged towards Su Jinhua's tiger form. Unfazed, the tiger engaged in a fierce battle with the golden dragon. The tiger's razor-sharp claws clashed with the dragon's talons, producing a deafening cacophony. Though the golden dragon repelled Su Jinhua's tiger, he did not relent and launched another assault on Lin Xiaoxian. The golden dragon opened its enormous maw and devoured Su Jinhua whole. The spectators could only witness a flash of golden sword light. Lin Xiaoxian's long sword had pierced Su Jinhua's chest. As the brilliance faded, Su Jinhua looked down in shock at the wound on his chest, unable to fathom his swift defeat. With darkness enveloping his vision, he collapsed. Lin Xiaoxian slowly sheathed his sword and, without a backward glance, leaped off the competition stage. Next, it was Lin Xianxia against Ling Haoyan from the Sacred Sword sect, whose cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Coupled with his mastery of the sword, Lin Xianxia quickly succumbed to defeat. The following match featured Lin Xiaoxian facing the young master of the Black Dragon Divine Palace, Yi Wuxian. Only 3 contenders remained: Lin Xiaoxian, Ling Haoyan, and Yi Wuxian. Upon hearing he would duel Lin Xiaoxian, Yi Wuxian smirked slightly, eager for a true challenge. I hope you do not disappoint me, he mused as he sprung onto the competition stage. Xiaoxian, be cautious. This opponent is formidable, Qin Tianxiao cautioned. Understood. Lin Xiaoxian nodded in acknowledgement before soaring onto the stage. Locking eyes with Yi Wuxian, both opponents were imbued with a fierce combat spirit. It was Lin Xiaoxian's first encounter with such a powerful adversary, and he felt a palpable pressure emanating from Yi Wuxian. He unsheathed a golden long sword, crafted personally by Qin Tianxiao, a weapon of the 6th tier. Ye Wuxian, noticing this, smiled slightly and unveiled his own weapon, a blood-red long sword, its hilt adorned with a fearsome dragon's head, intricate patterns etched along the blade. I hope you will allow me to unleash my full strength, Yi Wuxian remarked with a subtle smile. The representatives of the 10 major sects furrowed their brows upon seeing Yi Wuxian's sword, for it was a demon's sword, one they had all encountered before. With a command, The competition officially commenced. The two individuals vanished instantaneously from their original positions. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously, a testament to the countless exchanges they had engaged in. Their swordplay was executed with such breathtaking speed that onlookers could merely perceive a flurry of shimmering blade silhouettes. Suddenly, a thunderous collision resonated through the air, sending both combatants hurtling backward. Ha ha ha! Your prowess is indeed commendable. Now I shall begin to take this seriously, Knight Wuxian proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Before his words could fade, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. The blood-red sword in his grasp shimmered with a sinister glow. In the blink of an eye, Knight Wuxian materialized before Lin Qiuxian. Lin Qiuxian's pupils constricted sharply, and he swiftly raised his sword in defense, while simultaneously channeling his internal spiritual energy. Clang! Crackle! The two long swords clashed once more. Boom! A tremendous shockwave surged outward, compelling those nearby to brace themselves. Nonetheless, Lin Qiuxian was still forced back several steps by the force. Steadying himself, he thought, what formidable power! Is this the strength that comes from possessing a celestial root? Knight Wuxian let out a cold chuckle, swinging his blood-red sword once again. The crimson sword energy surged towards Lin Qiuxian like a tempest. With no room for complacency, Lin Qiuxian summoned his internal spiritual energy anew, causing his golden sword to radiate a brilliant golden light. As he fought, he continuously absorbed celestial energy from within, enhancing his power at an unprecedented rate, exponentially quicker than in ordinary circumstances. Knight Wuxian, sensing this shift, felt a subtle change in his expression, though it quickly returned to its usual demeanor. A wicked smile crept upon his lips as he remarked, "How intriguing! You have not disappointed me." No sooner had he spoken than his aura surged once more, transforming him into a fearsome beast, exuding an unsettling presence. Feeling the change in Knight Wuxian, Lin Qiuxian's heart raced, and he hurriedly channeled his celestial energy, causing his golden sword to emit a dazzling light that formed a colossal sword energy barrier before him. Knight Wuxian's blood-red sword traced an eerie arc through the air, effortlessly piercing through Lin Qiuxian's barrier and aiming directly for his chest. Alarmed, Lin Qiuxian quickly positioned his golden sword horizontally across his chest to intercept the attack. Bang! A resounding impact reverberated as Lin Qiuxian was sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A flicker of disappointment crossed Knight Wuxian's eyes. He had anticipated that Lin Qiuxian would provide him with greater surprises, yet he was left wanting. Your strength is indeed impressive, but to defeat me, you still fall short, Knight Wuxian remarked, shaking his head. Lin Qiuxian slowly rose, wiping the blood from his lips, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes as he declared, "I will not concede easily. Come again." With a decisive stance, Lin Qiuxian grasped his sword, channeling his celestial energy with fervor, transforming himself into a blade unsheathed, exuding an aura of formidable intensity. Knight Wuxian's eyes glimmered with admiration. Lin Qiuxian's performance had exceeded his expectations, heightening his anticipation for what was to come. "Very well. Let me witness the surprises you have in store," Knight Wuxian said with a smile. The two resumed their clash, and this time, Lin Qiuxian exhibited a marked caution, no longer engaging in reckless assaults, but rather focusing on defense and seeking out Knight Wuxian's vulnerabilities. With a sixth-tier mastery of the transformation realm, coupled with the celestial energy from his celestial root, it would be quite a challenge for Qiuxian to overcome him, commented Qin Tianxiao from the sidelines. "Master, are the individuals from the Black Dragon Divine Palace truly this formidable? Is it possible that Brother Lin cannot prevail?" inquired Qin Yan. To triumph over him, Qiuxian must uncover the limits of his own potential, revealing how much power he can harness from his golden dragon celestial body and his internal celestial energy, Qin Tianxiao replied. Lin Qiuxian's golden dragon celestial body had not yet fully awakened. Although it had previously manifested once in a protective burst, it still fell short of true awakening. Perhaps this battle would serve as a pivotal opportunity. Qin Tianxiao's words stirred something within Qin Yan, and he turned his gaze towards Lin Qiuxian on the arena, a sense of anticipation blossoming in his heart. On the stage, the battle between Lin Qiuxian and Knight Wuxian intensified. The crimson longsword in Knight Wuxian's grasp danced through the air like a blood-hued dragon, relentlessly assaulting Lin Qiuxian. Lin Qiuxian, relying on the strength of his golden dragon celestial body, continually thwarted Knight Wuxian's advances. The duel escalated into a fervent clash, with swords clashing and golden light flashing, as if the arena itself were on the verge of being engulfed. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their weapons colliding resonated like thunder. Knight Wuxian grew increasingly emboldened, the sanguine glow emanating from his sword intensifying. Though Lin Xiaoxian found himself at a disadvantage, he refused to concede. As he faced this adversity, his internal celestial energy was being fervently absorbed. Bang! A deep, resonant sound echoed from within Lin Xiaoxian. He had broken through, leveraging the celestial energy to ascend to the fourth tier of the transformation realm. His aura surged dramatically, and the speed of his swordplay quickened. What? He actually achieved a breakthrough during combat. Knight Wuxian was momentarily taken aback. However, the next instant, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha, this is intriguing. It is opponents like you who make it worthwhile. Before his words faded, Knight Wuxian launched into an even fiercer offensive. In the face of Knight Wuxian's relentless onslaught, Lin Xiaoxian maintained his composure, harnessing the power gained from his breakthrough to maximize the strength of his golden dragon celestial body. Despite the ferocity of Knight Wuxian's attacks, Lin Xiaoxian, fortified by the robust defense of his golden dragon celestial body, steadfastly endured the barrage. As the battle progressed, Lin Xiaoxian discerned a transformation in Yi Wuxian's attacking style. It was no longer as ferocious as before, but rather evolved into a more composed and precise approach. A chill ran through Lin Xiaoxian's heart, for he understood that Yi Wuxian was gradually acclimating to his combat techniques, adopting a more effective method of attack. Clearly, this could not continue. Lin Xiaoxian resolved to take the initiative, no longer content to passively withstand Yi Wuxian's onslaught. The golden long sword in his hand radiated an intense brilliance, and he appeared before Yi Wuxian like a bolt of golden lightning. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Wuxian's eyes, yet he remained unperturbed, swiftly meeting the charge with his blood-red longsword. The clash of their weapons resonated with a deafening roar. Utilizing the force of impact, Lin Xiaoxian executed a roll in midair, landing behind Yi Wuxian. He arced his golden longsword through the air, aiming for Yi Wuxian's back. A slight smirk played at the corners of Yi Wuxian's mouth, revealing a hint of devilish charm, as he deftly flicked his blood-red longsword backward, perfectly intercepting Lin Xiaoxian's strike. A commendable response, Yi Wuxian remarked with a smile. Lin Xiaoxian remained silent, once again unleashing a flurry of golden sword energies, which surged forth like a tidal wave toward Yi Wuxian. In turn, Yi Wuxian's blood-red longsword traced enigmatic arcs in the air, deflecting each of the golden sword energies with finesse. The battle between the two escalated to a fevered intensity, filling the arena with a dazzling display of sword energies and golden light. Both Lin Xiaoxian and Yi Wuxian possessed formidable prowess at the transformation stage, leaving the surrounding spectators in awe. These two were undeniably powerful. The young master of the Black Dragon Temple, Yi Wuxian, and Lin Xiaoxian of the Qin sect were both at the pinnacle of their realms. Indeed, particularly Lin Xiaoxian, who managed to contend evenly with Yi Wuxian. It seemed this championship battle would unfold as a fierce clash of titans. Amidst the ongoing spectacle, the intensity of the confrontation between Lin Xiaoxian and Yi Wuxian intensified. Both exhibited astonishing strength and skill. Harnessing the might of the golden dragon immortal body, Lin Xiaoxian relentlessly pushed beyond his limits. Upon sensing Lin Xiaoxian's gradual ascendancy in strength, a smile graced Yi Wuxian's lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Instantly, his gaze sharpened. The unfettered dragon's shadow sword, Yi Wuxian declared. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted, momentarily disorienting Lin Xiaoxian, though he quickly regained his composure. Yet, in a duel of masters, even a fleeting moment could yield unimaginable consequences. In an instant, Yi Wuxian's blood-red longsword transformed into a crimson dragon, swirling through the air and lunging toward Lin Xiaoxian. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Xiaoxian immediately elevated the power of his golden dragon immortal body to its zenith. The golden longsword in his hand danced gracefully, weaving an intricate net of golden blades to counter the onslaught of Yi Wuxian. The clash between the blood-colored dragon and the resplendent sword net erupted in a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Bang! Lin Xiaoxian was forcefully propelled backward by the immense force. Regaining his composure mid-air, he steadied himself, only to find Yi Wuxian closing in, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning aimed directly at him. Startled, Lin Xiaoxian swiftly positioned his golden long sword across his chest, bracing for the impending strike. However, Yi Wuxian's speed was unparalleled, like a flash of blood-red lightning. He approached in an instant. Lin Xiaoxian felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, sending him crashing to the ground with great impact. Observing Lin Xiaoxian sprawled on the ground, Yi Wuxian's lips curled into a subtle, malevolent smile. You have performed admirably, yet regrettably, you fall woefully short in comparison to me. You are too weak. I have yet to exert my full strength, and you have already succumbed. It appears you are no different from those worthless beings of the past. A waste is a waste, unworthy of compelling me to unleash my full potential, he taunted coldly. Struggling to rise, Lin Xiaoxian, though blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, harbored an indomitable spirit reflected in his fiery gaze. I shall not concede so easily. Yi Wuxian furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback by Lin Xiaoxian's tenacity. He sneered, then let me see what further abilities you possess. Before his words had fully dissipated, Yi Wuxian swung his blood-red long sword once more, unleashing a tempest of crimson sword energy upon Lin Xiaoxian. A flicker of determination ignited in Lin Xiaoxian's eyes as he inhaled deeply, channeling the utmost power of his golden dragon immortal body. The golden dragon silhouette spiraled around him, enveloping him in a radiant glow. In the face of Yi Wuxian's relentless assault, Lin Xiaoxian wielded his golden longsword with increasing speed. As torrents of golden sword energy surged forth to collide with Yi Wuxian's crimson onslaught, the resounding echoes of their clashes filled the air, reverberating through the entire arena. Despite being at a disadvantage, Lin Xiaoxian refused to yield. Instead, he fought with growing fervor. Yi Wuxian's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated Lin Xiaoxian's endurance against such a fierce barrage. Yet, he showed no mercy. On the contrary, the excitement in his gaze intensified, and his smile widened. Excellent. You pique my interest further, he remarked with a grin, as he accelerated the assault of his blood-colored sword, unleashing a tempest of sword energy upon Lin Xiaoxian once more. Though Lin Xiaoxian found himself in a precarious position, his resolve only grew stronger. Within him, spiritual energy surged furiously, continuously absorbing the celestial power coursing through his veins. This divine energy nurtured Lin Xiaoxian's body, expanding his dantian and meridians, enhancing both his strength and speed. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding clash of sword energies echoed incessantly, causing the entire arena to tremble. Although Lin Xiaoxian found himself at a disadvantage, he refused to concede, growing increasingly valiant in the face of adversity. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Wuxian's eyes. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiaoxian could endure such relentless assaults for so long. Since you are so tenacious, allow me to showcase my true prowess, Yi Wuxian declared, as an overwhelming aura surged forth from his being. A powerful crimson energy enveloped him, amplifying his presence dramatically. Blood Shadow Sword Technique. Yi Wuxian Beluit. His scarlet longsword transforming into a streak of blood, cleaving toward Lin Xiaoxian. Lin Xiaoxian's pupils contracted, and he hastily summoned his strength to its zenith. Cloud-concealing dragon roar sword, he cried out. In an instant, his golden longsword erupted with a brilliant golden radiance, its sword energy resonating like a dragon-esque roar that echoed through the heavens. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yi Wuxian's eyes, yet his offensive momentum did not waver. The Blood Shadow Sword Technique, renowned for its swiftness, manifested as a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Lin Xiaoxian. With a deft flick of his golden longsword, Lin Xiaoxian transformed it into a flash of golden lightning, meeting the Blood Shadow in a fierce confrontation. The two bolts of energy collided mid-air, producing a thunderous roar. The arena's stone floor shattered under the tremendous force, clouds of dust swirling around them. Yi Wuxian, taken aback, had not expected Lin Xiaoxian's strength to reach such heights. His Blood Shadow Sword Technique was famed for its speed, yet Lin Xiaoxian's golden longsword kept pace, leaving him utterly astonished. Though in a precarious position, Lin Xiaoxian's resolve intensified. He understood that perseverance was his only hope of vanquishing Yi Wuxian. It seems I have truly overestimated you, Yi Wuxian scoffed, accelerating the movements of his scarlet longsword. Lin Xiaoxian inhaled deeply, feeling his spiritual and celestial energies surge wildly within him. Cloud-concealing dragon roar sword, break, he shouted, and his golden longsword radiated an even more formidable golden light as it sliced toward Yi Wuxian. The two sword energies clashed once more, unleashing a deafening roar. The entire arena quaked, dust billowing into the air. Lin Xiaoxian and Yi Wuxian vanished into the haze, leaving only their sword energies to duel in the ether. This was a true contest of swordsmanship, the energies colliding with resounding force. The arena trembled as dust enveloped the scene. Amidst the cloud of debris, a crimson light flashed. Bang! Lin Xiaoxian's anguished cry pierced through the dust. Qin Tianxiao's brow furrowed deeply, his expression shifting with concern. As the dust settled, the onlookers regained clarity of the duel's outcome. There lay Lin Xiaoxian, sprawled on the ground, while Yi Wuxian stood triumphantly, one foot pressing down upon his face. Exerting relentless pressure, blood streaming from the side of Lin Xiaoxian's visage. Disappointing, Knight Wuxian sneered, "I never imagined you would lack even the qualifications to unleash your full potential." With that, he forcefully pressed Lin Xiaoxian's left cheek into the ground. His right hand brandished a sword, poised dangerously near Lin Xiaoxian's lower back. In the spectators' area, Lin Haoran and Qin Yin could no longer contain themselves. "Master, Lin brother he." Qin Yin began. "Do you concede?" Knight Wuxian taunted. "If you refuse to surrender, I shall pierce your spine with my sword and render you utterly incapacitated." "I will never concede," Lin Xiaoxian responded with great difficulty. "Oof. A fool who does not know their own limits. Then I shall thoroughly incapacitate you." With these words, Knight Wuxian's sword plunged into Lin Xiaoxian's lower back. Lin Haoran could no longer remain seated. He rose to intervene. "Do not move," Qin Tianxiao commanded. "Senior Qin, Xiaoxian. Do not worry. Xiaoxian possesses an extraordinary constitution. This is his moment of transformation," Qin Tianxiao said calmly. Reluctantly, Lin Haoran returned to his seat, forced to watch Lin Xiaoxian endure the torment. Lin Xiaoxian screamed in agony. "Do you concede?" "I will never concede. I must win." "Humph, you lack the strength to do so." With a sickening sound, Lin Xiaoxian spat out a mouthful of blood as Knight Wuxian's sword pierced his spine. He twisted the blade, eliciting further cries of anguish from Lin Xiaoxian. "To truly awaken the golden dragon immortal body, you must channel the immortal power within you," Qin Tianxiao communicated telepathically. "Master," Lin Xiaoxian gasped. He promptly complied, unleashing a surge of formidable immortal energy from within, causing a radiant golden glow to envelop him. Knight Wuxian, taken aback, quickly regained his composure and sneered, "Humph, a desperate struggle. Let's see how long you can endure." As the immortal energy poured forth, the pain etched on Lin Xiaoxian's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of determination and resolve. He gritted his teeth, withstanding the overwhelming surge of power. Qin Tianxiao observed this transformation with a slight nod. He recognized that Lin Xiaoxian had begun to awaken the golden dragon immortal body. If he could persevere, he would undoubtedly gain immense strength. Knight Wuxian, noticing Lin Xiaoxian's changes, felt a twinge of unease but did not relent in his assault. Instead, he intensified his attacks. The golden light surrounding Lin Xiaoxian grew ever more brilliant, and his expression hardened with resolve. He understood that he must endure, for himself, for his master, and for both Qin Yin and Qin Tianxiao. Finally, with a resounding roar, Lin Xiaoxian's immortal energy peaked. His body began to transform. Golden scales emerged upon his skin, and his eyes turned to gold, rendering him akin to a golden dragon. Knight Wuxian's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Lin Xiaoxian's continuous ascent in strength. "Interesting," he remarked with a smile. "Let us see just how strong you can become." Bang! A tremendous aura erupted from Lin Xiaoxian. A dazzling golden light radiated from him, and golden glimmers sparkled in his eyes. "Is this the immense power of the golden dragon immortal body? My strength now surpasses what it once was by at least tenfold," Lin Xiaoxian exclaimed with exhilaration. He could feel an overwhelming force surging within him, as if it were boundless, continuously flowing forth from his being. Chapter 70, Victory. Bang! Lin Xiaoxian ceased to engage in idle chatter. All he desired was a swift and exhilarating battle. "You have courage," Knight Wuxian remarked. Before his words had faded, Knight Wuxian charged forward with his sword. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal echoed. Within a single breath, the two had exchanged dozens of strikes. Sensing the power behind each of Lin Xiaoxian's swords, an expression of excitement appeared on Knight Wuxian's face. "Haha! Indeed, this is the kind of battle that is truly thrilling." You are the first to compel me to exert my full strength. Knight Wuxian laughed with enthusiasm. Humph, I hope you can still laugh later, Lin Xiaoxian retorted coldly, simultaneously intensifying the force of his longsword. Clang! Bang! A tremendous shockwave was unleashed. With a heavy strike, Lin Xiaoxian's sword cleaved against Knight Wuxian's blade, sending him flying backward. Knight Wuxian quickly regained his balance in midair and skidded several meters upon landing on the arena, eventually coming to a steady stop at its edge. How about we settle this with one decisive strike? Do you dare? Knight Wuxian inquired, gazing at Lin Xiaoxian. What is there to fear? Bring it on, Lin Xiaoxian replied. Ha ha ha, splendid, such decisiveness, Knight Wuxian declared. Blood Flame Judgment Sword. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted from the longsword in Knight Wuxian's hand, the very air around the blade seeming to warp under its power. At that moment, his aura reached its zenith, enveloping the entire arena in his sword intent. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiaoxian's expression turned serious. He understood that Knight Wuxian's move was formidable, yet he was not one to be underestimated. He inhaled deeply, channeling his celestial energy to its utmost limit, the sword energy on his blade sharpening even further. Sky-splitting sword, Lin Xiaoxian called out, pointing his sword tip toward Knight Wuxian. An invisible sword energy surged skyward, as if intent on tearing the heavens apart. The forces of the two clashed in the air. The atmosphere above the arena felt as though it had solidified, all sounds fading away, leaving only the flickering brilliance of their sword tips. At last, Knight Wuxian struck first, his figure darting forward like a wraith, appearing before Lin Xiaoxian in an instant, the blood flame judgment sword thrusting toward him with devastating power. Lin Xiaoxian advanced rather than retreating, his sword moving like a bolt of lightning traversing time and space, meeting Knight Wuxian's assault head-on. As their swords collided, the heavens and earth seemed to change hue. A thunderous roar erupted from the arena. In a flash of their blades, the two figures crossed paths, each standing at the position where the other had been. The arena fell into a profound silence. After a brief moment, Yi Wuxian slowly turned around, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes betrayed an undeniable shock. You have won, he uttered softly, his voice tinged with reluctance and respect. Lin Xiaoxian remained silent, merely nodding slightly, as a drop of blood slowly dripped from the tip of his sword. With a thud, Yi Wuxian collapsed to his knees. The onlookers from the Black Dragon Temple erupted in chaos. Two elders from the temple rushed onto the stage. The third elder swiftly appeared at Yi Wuxian's side, examining his injuries. Upon discovering that Yi Wuxian was not in mortal danger, the elder sighed in relief. Meanwhile, the fourth elder, filled with rage, charged towards Lin Xiaoxian. How dare you harm our young master? You shall pay with your life, he thundered. Fourth elder, stand down. Ye Yashan commanded Lude. Taken aback, the fourth elder could not comprehend why he should refrain from killing him. Despite Yi Wuxian's current cultivation being at the transformation realm, the fourth elder recognized that Yi Wuxian possessed the roots of immortality, destined to ascend. Thus, he halted his advance. Facing the once threatening fourth elder, Lin Xiaoxian felt no fear, for he knew his master was present, rendering any attempt on his life futile. Fourth elder, retreat, Yi Wuxian admonished sternly. Yes, young master, the fourth elder replied. Consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, I would ensure that you all meet your demise here, Qin Tianxiao remarked coldly. Had the fourth elder made a move, Qin Tianxiao would have annihilated the entire entourage from the Black Dragon Temple. Yi Wuxian turned to Lin Xiaoxian and declared, Wait for me, young master. Next time, I shall claim victory. You will not have that opportunity. You will never be my opponent again, Lin Xiaoxian replied confidently. Haha, bold words. However, the future is not set in stone. When we ascend to immortality, we shall surely battle once more, and I will emerge victorious, soaring to the heavens. I shall await that day. Let us depart, Yi Wuxian said, turning to lead the people of the Black Dragon Temple away. The final match was set to take place the following day. With no suspense lingering, it became clear that although Ling Haoyan was formidable, he was no match for Lin Xiaoxian, whose current strength overshadowed him. With the conclusion of the last match, the top 10 had finally been determined. After deliberation, the allocation of the 10 slots among the major sects was finalized. The Qinyan sect secured a total of 21 slots, second only to the number granted to the Yunyan Empire itself. In gratitude, the sect leader, Lin Yunran, generously offered a slot each to Qin Yin and the others. His actions, beyond mere gratitude, carried deeper implications. After all, with the formidable strength of Qin Yin and his companions, their presence in the Yunyan secret realm would undoubtedly ensure the safety of the disciples from the Qinyan sect. Once the quotas were allocated, disciples from various factions hastened towards the Yunyan Empire's secret realm. Qin Tianxiao and Lin Yunran were invited to a chamber where the leaders of the 10 great sects and the emperor of the Yunyan Empire had gathered. Within this room, a colossal mirror allowed them to observe the happenings within the secret realm. The assembly convened to witness the unfolding events in the realm. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxian led his group into the secret domain. Upon entry, he instructed the weaker members to form teams, while the stronger ones could explore freely. Each individual possessed unique opportunities and secrets within the realm. Thus, forcing them to act in unison could be detrimental. Subsequently, Lin Xiaoxian began his own exploration of the secret realm, while Qin Yin and his companions ventured solo. Due to the singular nature of the mirror, simultaneous observation of all individuals was impossible. Qin Tianxiao held no concerns for Lin Xiaoxian and the others. Their fortitude and destiny were robust enough to ensure their safety within the Yunyan secret realm. The realm's opening was brief, lasting only a day, after which they would be automatically transported out. By nightfall, everyone had been transported back. Chapter 71. The Extreme Flame Desert. Qin Yin and Qin Jinshan rushed to greet Qin Tianxiao, eager to share the tremendous gains they had amassed, which included a plethora of precious treasures. Upon their emergence, Qin Tianxiao led them away from the imperial city of the Yunyan Empire. Ancestor, please take a look at these treasures. We are uncertain of their purposes, Qin Yin said, presenting a storage ring alongside Qin Jinshan. Qin Tianxiao briefly examined their contents and explained their uses. Master, where shall we head next? Lin Xiaoxian inquired. I have just received word that there exists a rare fire within the extreme flame desert of the Yunyan Empire. We shall seize this opportunity, Qin Tianxiao replied. Rare fire? The others exclaimed in astonishment. Ha, rare fire, how splendid. Ancestor, let us depart at once. Qin Yin chuckled, his excitement palpable. Very well, let us set forth. Qin Yan's eyes sparkled with eagerness, revealing his impatience. For practitioners, rare fire is an exceedingly precious asset, capable of significantly enhancing their prowess and even forging legendary weapons. However, despite its value, the conditions within the extreme flame desert are notoriously harsh, necessitating thorough preparations. Lin Xiaoxian cautioned. Brother Lin, worry not, no matter how severe the environment. We shall not falter, Qin Yin reassured with a grin. The extreme flame desert is teeming with ferocious beasts, and the conditions are indeed perilous. Utmost caution is imperative. As the preparations commenced, each individual assessed their belongings to ensure they were adequately equipped. Very well, Ancestor, Qin Yin and Qin Jinshan promptly began to inspect their storage rings, confirming the completeness of their supplies, including elixirs, spirit stones, and talismans. Lin Xiaoxian silently examined his sword, ensuring its blade was flawless and its energy abundant. Once adequately prepared, they embarked on their journey to the blazing Inferno Desert. The blazing Inferno Desert lies at the western fringe of the Yunyan Empire, an expansive and desolate expanse characterized by relentless heat and fierce sandstorms, rendering the environment exceedingly harsh. After 7 days of arduous travel, Qin Tianxiao and his companions finally reached the outskirts of the blazing Inferno Desert. Master, the city ahead is Blazing Inferno City. We must enter to procure the blazing double-humped camels. Otherwise, we risk losing our way within the desert, Lin Xiaoxian stated. Qin Tianxiao nodded in agreement, aware that the desert's complex terrain posed significant challenges. Without a knowledgeable guide and mounts suited for the arid conditions, even those of profound mastery would find it difficult to venture deep within. Upon entering Blazing Inferno City, the bustling atmosphere starkly contrasted with the desolation beyond its walls. The streets were lined with an array of desert specialties, yet the most captivating sights were the camels tailored for desert explorers. Qin Yin and Qin Jinshan soon discovered a reputable camel merchant and selected several robust, blazing double-humped camels, perfectly adapted to the extreme desert environment, capable of navigating the sands with stability. Ancestor, these camels appear exceptional. Let us purchase them, Qin Yin exclaimed with enthusiasm. Qin Tianxiao nodded, signaling them to proceed with the transaction. After some haggling, they acquired the necessary camels at a reasonable price. Subsequently, they replenished their supplies within the city. acquiring vital necessities such as fresh water, provisions, and tents, ensuring they could sustain themselves in the desert. With all preparations complete, Qin Tianxiao led the group out of Blazing Inferno City, embarking on their expedition into the heart of the Blazing Inferno Desert. The scorching sun blazed down upon the parched earth, and swirling sands obscured their vision. Riding cautiously on their camels, they navigated the desert, remaining vigilant against potential dangers while searching for traces of the elusive exotic fire. Ancestor, where might this exotic fire be found? Qin inquired curiously. I'm not entirely certain, the elder replied. However, this exotic fire is a spiritual entity of the world, often manifesting in places rich with spiritual energy or within unique geographical formations. Despite the harsh conditions of the Blazing Inferno Desert, there exist areas abundant in spiritual energy. We need only to search diligently. Qin Tianxiao was aware of the exotic fire's emergence within the desert, but lacked precise knowledge of its location. Thus, the group could only embark on a gradual search through the vast expanse of the Blazing Inferno Desert. The elder's words instilled a sense of urgency, yet fortified their resolve. They understood that the pursuit of otherworldly flames was no simple endeavor. However, for the sake of enhancing their strength and securing the future of the Qin family, they were prepared to pay any price. Ancestor, which direction should we take now? Inquired Qin Jianshan. Qin Tianxiao closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of spiritual energy around him. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and pointed towards the northwest. Over there, I sense an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy. We shall proceed in that direction. The group immediately adjusted their course, heading northwest. The undulating dunes of the extreme flame desert stretched endlessly, each step sinking into the soft sands, the sound of camel hooves resonating distinctly in the stillness of the desert. As they ventured deeper, the temperature rose and the winds grew fiercer. Qin Tianxiao and his companions had to envelop themselves in true energy to withstand the harsh external conditions. Suddenly, the group halted in their tracks. Beware, there are demonic beasts. We are surrounded, Lin Xiaoxian warned loudly. Before he could finish, Qin Tianxiao and the camel he rode leapt into the air. He had sensed the presence of the beasts long before, choosing to keep it to himself. They would have to rely on their own abilities. The surrounding yellow sands began to swirl chaotically, revealing approximately 30 demonic beasts encircling Qin Yan. Quick, disperse, Lin Xiaoxian shouted, swiftly drawing his sword in preparation. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a deep pit opened beneath Qin Yan and Qin Jinshan's feet as a pair of enormous pincers clamped down towards them. Reacting swiftly, both evaded the lethal strike with agile movements. They understood that against such beasts, brute force was futile. They had to rely on their speed and agility. Brother Lin, what kind of demonic beast is this? Qin Yan asked while dodging the beast attacks. Lin Xiaoxian's eyes glimmered with insight as he replied somberly. These are sand scorpions from the desert. Their exoskeletons are incredibly hard, and their venom is potent. We must tread carefully. As he spoke, Lin Xiaoxian, Lin Xianxia, and Zhao Kitchen soared into the air. Bang! 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 3 more sand scorpions suddenly emerged from the ground, their massive pincers cleaving an extreme flame Bactrian camel in two. Subsequently, they opened their jaws wide and devoured the camel whole. Chapter 72. The Swarm of Sand Scorpions. This was Qin Tianxiao's first encounter with sand scorpions. He beheld their colossal forms, the smallest measuring several feet long, while the largest stretched over 10 feet in length, towering 3 stories high when reared. Their bodies were encased in an armor as hard as iron, with 2 massive pincers resembling sharp broadswords, each swing stirring up clouds of dust. Their eyes glowed like burning coals, radiating a fierce light. Sand scorpions were among the most common demonic beasts in the extreme flame desert, living in colonies and typically moving as a united group. Some large groups number in the thousands, a vast quantity that would surely perplex even a powerful being of the Void Realm. 2 mid-level 6th grade creatures, 5 5th grade, 13 4th grade, and 8 3rd grade. Dealing with them should prove quite challenging, Qin Tianxiao murmured. Nevertheless, he harbored no intentions of intervening, for it is precisely such difficulty that would aid Qin Yan and the others. Unconditional assistance from Qin Tianxiao would only hinder their growth, as they must learn to resolve their own predicaments. Bang! 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 All the sand scorpions emerged from the earth, surrounding Qin Yan and the others. Leave the 6th grade ones to me. You handle the others, Lin Xiaoxian declared. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward with his sword. Lin Xiaoxian's swordsmanship was akin to a specter gliding through the desert, light yet lethal. In the flickering light of his blade, he engaged fiercely with two mid-level 6th-grade sand scorpions. Despite the ferocity of the scorpions' massive pincers and venom, they gradually succumbed to Lin Xiaoxian's exquisite technique. Meanwhile, Qin Yin and Qin Tianxiao were not idle. Each of the four confronted the 5th and 4th-grade sand scorpions, maintaining their composure and focus amidst the onslaught. Qin Yan's palm strikes were powerful, each motion summoning gusts of wind that disrupted the scorpions' assaults. Qin Tianxiao's swordplay was even more incisive, his blade dancing through the air like a butterfly, each thrust finding its mark on the scorpion's vulnerabilities. Alone, Lin Xiaoxian battled two 6th-grade sand scorpions, dominating the engagement. Within mere minutes, the scorpions bore numerous wounds. Their once proud armor proved utterly ineffective against Lin Xiaoxian's keen swordsmanship. It would not be long before he dispatched them both. However, just as Lin Xiaoxian was about to deliver the final blow to one of the scorpions, it swiftly flicked its tail sting, not directly at him, but plunging it into the yellow sand. Bang! Bang! An extraordinary event unfolded as the scorpion's tail sting suddenly erupted from beneath Lin Xiaoxian, striking toward him with breathtaking speed. What? Lin Xiaoxian exclaimed in shock. He had never witnessed such a maneuver from a sand scorpion before, leaving him momentarily astonished. He quickly raised his sword to defend himself. The clash of blade and tail sting produced a sharp metallic sound. With extraordinary reflexes, Lin Xiaoxian successfully parried the unexpected strike. A glint of seriousness flickered in his eyes. Evidently, the cunning and strength of the scorpion surpassed his expectations. It seemed he could no longer afford to be careless, he thought, adopting a more cautious approach in his sword technique. Each strike was now imbued with greater spiritual power, amplifying the ferocity of his assault. Although Lin Xiaoxian avoided the scorpion's lethal attack, it did not relent. The tail sting, almost sentient, maneuvered through the sand, seeking to launch assaults upon Lin Xiaoxian from every conceivable angle. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the other sand scorpions swiftly adopted the same tactics. Now, all the 3rd-tier sand scorpions had been vanquished, leaving only those of the 4th tier and above. Qin Yin had no choice but to draw his longsword in preparation. Qin Tianxiao, come closer. Let us first eliminate one together, Qin Yin shouted. Understood, Qin Tianxiao responded. They swiftly approached, their seamless coordination enhancing the fluidity and potency of their swordsmanship. Their blades wove together into a lethal net, ensnaring a 4th-tier sand scorpion. Though the creature possessed immense strength, its assaults became increasingly disordered under the combined might of the two masters, rendering it unable to strike effectively. Blazing flame sword strike, Qin Yin declared. His blade surged with an intense heat, the air around him seemingly igniting in response. As the sword tip sliced through the air, it left trails of burning flames aimed directly at the scorpion's carapace. Qin Tianxiao was equally relentless. His swordplay flowed like a continuous stream, each thrust precisely targeting the creature's vulnerabilities. Under the cover of Qin Yan's fiery assault, his blade struck with the swiftness of a serpent, catching the scorpion off guard with every strike. As the two warriors pressed their assault, the scorpion's defenses began to crumble. Its tough exoskeleton developed fissures under the onslaught of the blazing flame sword strike, while Qin Tianxiao's blade found its mark, targeting critical points with pinpoint accuracy. Ultimately, with a piercing shriek, the 4th-tier sand scorpion succumbed, falling prey to the combined prowess of Qin Yin and Qin Tianxiao. The echoes of battle still reverberated in the air, but the duo did not relent. They immediately turned their attention to the remaining sand scorpions. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, atop a hillside, a group of individuals clad in yellow armor sat astride bizarre beasts resembling sharks, half buried in the yellow sands, creating an illusion reminiscent of the ocean. The foremost shark sniffed the air, then turned its head to its rider, letting out a series of calls. Brothers, we got life ahead. There's a scent of blood not far off. Charge with me, shouted the one-eyed man atop the shark. Charge! Charge! Ha ha ha, slaughter! The crowd erupted with excitement, brandishing their weapons. The one-eyed man patted his shark, which immediately understood, surging forth towards Qin Yin and his companions. From a distant dune, Qin Tianxiao observed the battlefield with keen eyes. He noted the group riding the sharks. 3 in the spirit-severing realm, 5 in the out-of-body realm, 9 in the nascent soul realm, and 11 in the golden core realm. This force is formidable. Quite intriguing. Their arrival seems less than benevolent, but it's fortuitous. They present an excellent opportunity for honing skills. Qin Tianxiao mused. He recognized that these newcomers could pose greater challenges for Qin Yin and the others. Yet he also understood that this encounter would serve as a valuable trial for them. At the command of the one-eyed man, the sharks darted forward like arrows, carving deep tracks in the sand as they rushed towards the battlefield. Xian, new foes are swiftly approaching. You must swiftly eliminate this horde of beasts, Qin Tianxiao urged. Chapter 73. New enemies. Upon hearing Qin Tianxiao's warning, Lin Xian immediately grasped the urgency of the situation. He hastened his assault on the sand scorpions, each sword strike growing more fierce and precise. Under his relentless onslaught, the scorpions' resistance waned, their exoskeletons fracturing increasingly. Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan, too, took heed of Qin Tianxiao's alert. Their gazes hardened, their swordsmanship became more resolute. They understood that it was imperative to conclude the battle swiftly to confront the impending adversaries. A tremendous aura erupted from Lin Xian as he summoned the celestial power within him. His presence surged like a tempest, and, at that moment, his swordsmanship reached its zenith. The blades glimmered like meteors streaking across the night sky, each swing imbued with the force of thunder. The scorpion's exoskeletons were effortlessly torn asunder beneath his blade. Gathering his strength, Lin Xian unleashed a colossal golden sword energy, cleaving one of the 6th-tier sand scorpions in two. As its shell shattered, its vitality swiftly ebbed away, collapsing onto the sandy ground. This strike was akin to the dawn's first light illuminating the battlefield, reflecting the unwavering resolve deep within Lin Xian's heart. Without pausing, he swiftly appeared before another sand scorpion, his sword aimed directly at its vital point. In a mere breath, he unleashed a flurry of over 1,000 strikes, rendering the scorpion utterly incapable of resistance. With a resounding crash, the last 6th-tier sand scorpion fell to Lin Xian's blade. Meanwhile, Lin Xianxia had also become serious. Her sword danced in her hands, transforming into a flurry of frost-like brilliance. Her technique was not only fierce, but also imbued with an icy chill that seemed to lower the surrounding temperature. Her gaze as cold as ice, fixed upon the sand scorpions. Each strike precisely targeted their weaknesses, slowing their movements to a near standstill. Then, she thrust her sword directly into the head of a 5th-tier sand scorpion, instantly freezing its body, which then crashed to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Lin Xianxia's swordplay was not only rapid, but each strike contained unfathomable power, as if capable of freezing everything in its path. 3 minutes later, Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan simultaneously struck at the final sand scorpion. Qin Yan's sword blazed like fierce fire, hot and fierce, while Qin Jianshan's sword was as steady and powerful as a mountain. The two worked in perfect harmony, one advancing and the other retreating, one to the left and the other to the right, encircling the scorpion. The scorpion emitted a hoarse roar, but its cries gradually transformed into feeble whimpers beneath the relentless assault of Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan's blades. Although its carapace was formidable, cracks began to surface under the relentless onslaught of the two attackers. Qin Yan's sword blazed like a wildfire, each swing unleashing a wave of searing heat that warped the scorpion's shell under the intense temperature. Meanwhile, Qin Jianshan wielded his sword like an indomitable fortress, each strike delivering a weighty blow directly to the scorpion's vital points. Ultimately, in a synchronized assault, both swords struck the same wound on the scorpion. The tremendous force shattered its shell completely, and the creature's body was torn asunder by the force of the sword energy, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground. With the last scorpion's fall, the swirling dust began to settle, and the cacophony of battle gradually faded away. Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan exchanged a glance, fatigue evident in their eyes, yet overshadowed by a sense of relief and satisfaction at having completed their task. Quickly, meditate to restore your spiritual energy. A more arduous battle awaits you, as that group is not far off, Qin Tianxiao cautioned. Indeed, Qin Yin and the others replied in unison. Lin Xian and the others swiftly followed Qin Tianxiao's guidance, each locating a relatively flat spot to sit cross-legged, channeling their inner spiritual energy to regain their strength as swiftly as possible. Though their faces bore signs of exhaustion, their eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, for they understood that the forthcoming battle would be even more grueling. Qin Yin and Qin Tianxiao concentrated intently on regulating their breathing. Their formidable swordplay had taken a significant toll on their stamina. They were acutely aware that the next adversaries might be even more powerful, necessitating them to be in peak condition to face the challenge ahead. Time ticked by, and Lin Xiaoxian and the others gradually restored their spiritual energy, their conditions steadily improving. Their coming, Lin Xiaoxian suddenly opened his eyes wide. His consciousness had detected the approaching group. He rose, gripping his sword tightly in readiness. Qin Yin and the others also stood. Lin, how formidable are the enemies? Qin Yin inquired. Very strong. Be cautious. There are 3 at the spirit separation realm, and the leader is at least at the late stage of that realm, surpassing me, Lin warned. Excellent. I hadn't had my fill of battle yet. I hope they do not disappoint, Qin Yin replied with enthusiasm. A few kilometers away, the group was closing in rapidly. Brothers, pay attention. The prize lies ahead. Let us quicken our pace and ensure they don't escape, declared the one-eyed leader. Rest assured, 6th Master, in this scorching desert, none can outrun the red flame shark, replied one of his companions. They are not fleeing. It appears they intend to engage us, remarked another. Ha ha ha, Hua Tao, you've saved us the trouble of pursuing them. And we can also collect dozens of scorpion demon cores along the way. A delightful bonus, exclaimed the 6th Master. Charge, brothers, for the ladies and fine wine. We cannot allow them to escape. At these words, the others were filled with excitement, quickening their pace. Soon, the 2 parties met. The one-eyed leader scrutinized Qin Tianxiao with vigilance, for among them, only Qin Tianxiao's cultivation was inscrutable to him. His instincts warned him that this elder before him was extraordinary, causing him to furrow his brow. This group surrounded Lin Xiaoxian and the others, their sharks appearing menacing, fixated on Lin Xiaoxian as if ready to pounce at any moment. Qin Tianxiao discerned the leader's apprehension, realizing he was wary of him. He subtly cloaked his true cultivation, projecting an aura of the spirit division realm. However, the one-eyed man was no fool. He was acutely aware that this situation was precarious. Friend, may I inquire about your origins and your purpose for visiting the extreme flame desert? The one-eyed man inquired. Simultaneously, he silently shattered a jade talisman behind him. Qin Tianxiao observed all of this with keen eyes. Kill, Qin Tianxiao uttered coldly. There was no need for politeness with enemies, prompting him to instruct Lin Xiaoxian and the others to engage. Chapter 74. The Shark Gang. Friend, you're courting death. Truly believing that our shark gang is easy to bully? Men, charge forth and slay them, the one-eyed leader commanded. Haha, let us demonstrate the might of the shark gang. Charge, kill them. Members of the shark gang surged towards Lin Xiaoxian and his companions in an instant. Lin Xiaoxian's expression hardened. He understood that the impending battle would be a life-and-death struggle. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his inner spiritual energy to its zenith, bracing himself for the onslaught of foes. Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan also prepared for combat, their sword auras blazing with fervor and steadiness, resembling 2 unyielding mountains ready to confront the shark gang as challenge. As the shark gang members surged forward, the battle was poised to erupt. Lin Xiaoxian and his allies immediately engaged, their sword techniques clashing violently against the shark gang as ferocious assault. Lin Xiaoxian's long sword traced golden arcs in the air, each swing imbued with the weight of thunder, his swordsmanship advancing further in the heat of battle, each strike impeccably precise. Qin Yin unleashed the full extent of his fiery sword techniques, his blade resembling a fire dragon, compelling enemies to evade its path. Qin Jianshan's swordplay was characterized by its unwavering solidity, each strike akin to a mountain pressing down, rendering foes nearly defenseless. Lin Xiangshui's swordsmanship was reminiscent of a winter's chill, sharp and piercing. Her blade carved ice-blue trajectories across the battlefield, with each precise thrust claiming the life of a shark gang member. Her technique was not only swift but also carried unfathomable power, as if capable of freezing everything in its wake. In an instant, the combatants clashed together, with Lin Xiaoxian single-handedly suppressing 2 members of the shark gang in the spirit division realm. In their first encounter, the spirit division 3rd layer members of the shark gang sustained significant injuries. Though they were numerous, their strength paled in comparison. Qin Yin and Qin Jianshan are formidable in their own right, each capable of contending with 4 or 5 Golden Core Realm practitioners. Even when confronted by early-stage nascent soul experts, they can hold their ground. As the battle escalates, The members of the Shark Gang gradually find themselves at a disadvantage under the overwhelming onslaught from Lin Xiaoxian and his allies. The one-eyed leader, observing this shift in momentum, grows increasingly grim. He realizes that if he does not intervene soon, the Shark Gang may suffer devastating losses. Brothers, unleash your full strength, hold nothing back. The one-eyed man roars, joining the fray, his weapon emanating a brilliant light in an attempt to reverse the tide of battle. He plans to eliminate Lin Xiaoxian swiftly. Once Lin Xiaoxian is dealt with, his side will gain a significant advantage, even if Qin Tianxiao intervenes later. He believes he can stall him, while the other two spirit-severing realm members handle the remaining foes. The one-eyed man charges at Lin Xiaoxian, while his steed, the crimson flame shark, vanishes into the sands. Nevertheless, the swirling yellow sands testify to the creature's advance towards Lin Xiaoxian. This crimson flame shark is no ordinary beast. Its strength is comparable to that of a spirit-severing realm practitioner, significantly increasing Lin Xiaoxian's burden. Faced with the dual assault from the one-eyed man and the crimson flame shark, Lin Xiaoxian remains composed, having mentally prepared for this confrontation. He understands that the crux of this battle lies in swiftly neutralizing the one-eyed leader to shatter the morale of the Shark Gang. As the one-eyed man thrusts his sword towards Lin Xiaoxian, the crimson flame shark emerges from the ground with incredible speed, its massive form leaping into the air. Jaws wide open, ready to strike. "Come at me," Lin Xiaoxian exclaims, exhilaration coursing through him. With a powerful shout, an overwhelming aura erupts from him. This time, he draws upon his full strength, channeling his celestial energy into his sword. With a sweeping motion, Lin Xiaoxian unleashes a colossal golden sword chi, startling the two Shark Gang members engaged with him. They hastily combine their efforts to counter the oncoming attack. Bang! The two are sent hurtling backward, spitting blood mid-air. What? How can he be this strong? The one-eyed man exclaims in disbelief. Before him stands a figure with only the cultivation of the 5th layer of spirit-severing realm. Yet the power he has unleashed rivals that of the late stage in the same realm. Damn it, we've encountered a tough opponent this time. The one-eyed man mutters to himself. Lin Xiaoxian's awakening of the golden dragon celestial body has facilitated his breakthrough to the 5th layer. Yet, the one-eyed man does not relent. He accelerates his attack towards Lin Xiaoxian. Despite the immense pressure from the dual onslaught of the one-eyed leader and the crimson flame shark, Lin Xiaoxian's eyes glisten with unwavering resolve. He knows he cannot falter. Any sign of weakness could endanger not only himself, but also Qin Yin, Qin Jianshan, and Lin Xianxia, plunging them all into peril. As the blade of the one-eyed man drew near, Lin Xiaoxian's internal celestial energy surged forth like a roaring river. The sword in his hand transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, poised to meet the deadly strike. The clash of golden sword energy against the tip of the one-eyed man's sword resounded with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves through the air and scattering sand and stones in all directions. In that moment, the gaping maw of the crimson flame shark lunged towards Lin Xiaoxian. Yet he deftly evaded, appearing like a wraith at the beast's flank. With the might of thunder, his long sword pierced into the creature's side. The shark let out a piercing shriek, its body twisting in mid-air as it struggled to shake off Lin Xiaoxian's assault. The one-eyed man, witnessing this, felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiaoxian possessed not only exceptional strength, but also remarkable combat experience. Recognizing that he could no longer hold back, he resolved to exert every ounce of his power for a slim chance of survival. Thus, the one-eyed man unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, his swordplay becoming increasingly ferocious, each strike imbued with the capacity to obliterate all in its path. To his astonishment, the one-eyed man found himself increasingly alarmed. Despite his cultivation at the 9th level of the Spirit Division realm, he struggled against Lin Xiaoxian, who was merely at the 5th level. Not only was he unable to gain the upper hand, but he was also being relentlessly pressured. Cursed be this anomaly. How could he possess such strength? If this continues, defeat is inevitable. Hua Tu, Wu Tao, come to my aid and execute the combined lethal strike. The one-eyed man shouted. His voice echoed across the battlefield, prompting his two subordinates, Hua Tu and Wu Tao, to rally alongside him in an effort to turn the tide. The trio charged towards Lin Xiaoxian, their monstrous companions, the crimson flame sharks, converging alongside them. Facing this onslaught, Lin Xiaoxian remained composed. His swordsmanship grew ever more formidable. each swing summoning gusts of wind that whipped up the sandy battlefield, forming a web of sword energy intended to thwart the enemy's advances. However, as the three assailants struck simultaneously, his webs were swiftly shattered. 3,000 slashes of the frenzied shark. The one-eyed man bellowed. The three formed a triangular formation, swiftly reciting incantations while their swords mirrored the motions. With the incantation's conclusion, a powerful gust erupted from them, their swords radiating with concentrated spiritual energy. Meanwhile, their crimson flame shark spun rapidly upon the sandy ground, generating a swirling vortex of sand. Lin Xiaoxian, confronted with this sudden transformation, furrowed his brow, aware that the trio's combined technique was formidable indeed. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, they brimmed with fierce determination. Come fort. Let me witness the true strength of your combined assault. Lin Xiaoxian roared. Suddenly, a far more potent aura erupted around him, as his celestial energy surged within, manifesting as an invisible tempest. The aura of Lin Xiaoxian surged with the ferocity of a tempest, his long hair and garments swirling chaotically in the gusts. Resembling a war deity poised for battle, his eyes sparkled with a golden light, akin to two celestial bodies shimmering in the night sky, revealing an indomitable will and unwavering conviction. The one-eyed man and his subordinates felt a tightening in their hearts upon witnessing Lin Xiaoxian's transformation. They realized that this young man was not merely an ordinary fifth-tier cultivator of the spirit division, but a true powerhouse, a formidable entity capable of surmounting levels. No matter how strong you are, our combined forces will not be easily overcome, the one-eyed man scoffed, attempting to suppress Lin Xiaoxian's momentum with his words. However, Lin Xiaoxian remained unfazed by the provocation, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the one-eyed man, much like a hunter stalking his prey. 3,000 slashes of the wild shark. Break for me, the one-eyed man shouted once more, as all three, along with their monstrous companions, unleashed their might. A whirlwind of yellow sand intertwined with powerful sword energy, forming a terrifying wave of attack that surged towards Lin Xiaoxian. Within the yellow sand vortex, three crimson flame sharks soared into the air, spiraling within the tempest. As they twisted and turned, they expelled flames that wove into fiery nets, animated by the vortex's force, frantically sweeping towards Lin Xiaoxian. A smirk of triumph flickered across the faces of the one-eyed man and his subordinates. They believed that under such a combined assault, Lin Xiaoxian stood no chance of survival. Yet, as the overwhelming fire nets approached, Lin Xiaoxian maintained his composure, his expression unwavering, filled only with determination and calm. Drawing a deep breath, the celestial power within him surged like a tidal wave. His sword tip quivered lightly, and golden runes emerged from the blade, encircling him. Golden dragon breaking the heavens. Lin Xiaoxian intoned with authority, his longsword slicing through the air, unleashing a resplendent beam of golden light that soared towards the heavens. The golden light transformed into a dragon in flight, fierce and majestic, advancing toward the encroaching fire nets with unparalleled might. Upon collision, the golden dragon and the fire nets erupted in a blinding radiance, illuminating the entire world. The dragon weaved through the flames, each passage igniting explosions, tearing apart the nets and extinguishing the fires, its power undiminished as it charged toward the one-eyed man and his companions. The trio was taken aback. Stunned by the ferocity of Lin Xiaoxian's counterattack, they hastily summoned their spiritual energy, striving to withstand the sudden offensive. However, the force of the golden dragon exceeded their wildest expectations, rendering their combined defenses as fragile as parchment. A thunderous roar erupted as the power of the golden dragon bar, yet Lin Xiaoxian did not cease his assault, seizing the opportunity. He brandished his long sword and charged towards the trio of the one-eyed man. The radiance of Lin Xiaoxian's sword gleamed like a shooting star traversing the night sky, imbued with an indomitable momentum, heading straight for the three adversaries. Despite their grievous wounds, the trio gritted their teeth, compelled to unite once more to establish their final line of defense. Hua Tu, Wu Tao, deploy the three talismans of protection, the one-eyed man commanded hoarsely. Upon hearing this, Hua Tu and Wu Tao swiftly gathered their remaining spiritual energy, encircling the one-eyed man to form a triangular shield. The shield shimmered with runes, radiating a soft glow, striving to withstand Lin Xiaoxian's sword chi. However, Lin Xiaoxian's sword light pierced through the edges of the shield like an arrow traversing time and space, inexorably threatening the trio's vital points. The one-eyed man, in despair, shut his eyes. He realized that today they would face utter defeat. In that moment of impending doom, a clear and resonant sound of a sword echoed, as a beam of sword light materialized with astonishing speed to intercept Lin Xiaoxian's strike. The two sword lights collided, unleashing a thunderous roar, sending the dust of the battlefield swirling into the air, obscuring the sun. Lin Xiaoxian furrowed his brow, sensing the extraordinary power of the incoming sword. It was evidently wielded by a master. He swiftly retracted his sword light, stepping back cautiously while surveying his surroundings. Arrogant youth, daring to oppose our shark gang. This is a path to self-destruction, a distant voice intoned, aged and resonant. From afar, an elder clad in a scarlet robe raced towards them with remarkable speed. This is bad. Reinforcements have arrived, Lin Xiaoxian thought, realizing the man's unfathomable strength, suggesting he was at least a practitioner of the integration stage. Ha ha ha, boy. Your fate is sealed. Third brother, this young man possesses considerable strength. He must have numerous treasures, the one-eyed man chuckled. Sixth brother, your actions this time were reckless. Had I not been nearby, you might have perished beneath this young man's sword, the elder interjected. Indeed, I was rash. I did not anticipate his formidable prowess, the one-eyed man admitted. The elder swiftly appeared beside him, his gaze sharp as lightning, surveying the one-eyed man and his companions, noting their tattered garments and pallid complexions, indicative of severe internal injuries. The elder's brow slightly knitted. Then he turned his attention to Lin Xiaoxian, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. What the integration stage? Today you Shar gang have gone too far. I, Lin Xiaoxian, shall not stand idly by, Lin Xiaoxian retorted coldly, the tip of his sword quivering, poised for action. The elder laughed heartily. Well said, Lin Xiaoxian, you possess courage, but mere bravery is insufficient. Do you comprehend the formidable forces backing our shark gang? Lin Xiaoxian remained unmoved, declaring, I care not for the powers that support you. I shall not retreat from today's events. A fleeting glint of murderous intent shone in the old man's eyes as he gestured for the one-eyed man and his companions to withdraw. He then stepped forward slowly, his presence radiating like a volcanic eruption, causing the very air around him to tremble. In that case, I shall personally witness your prowess today, the elder declared in a deep voice. Chapter 76, The 9 Styles of Heaven's Incineration. With that, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, a crimson imprint surging forth with a catastrophic force capable of annihilating the heavens, aimed directly at Lin Xiaoxian. Lin Xiaoxian's gaze was resolute, confronted by the elder's formidable assault. He showed no sign of retreat. His sword was once again brandished, this time with even greater steadiness and vigor, as a more resplendent sword light coalesced at the tip. Golden Dragon breaks the sky. Lin Xiaoxian executed this strike once more, a technique inherited from his awakened Golden Dragon celestial body. This move possessed immense power, representing Lin Xiaoxian's strongest technique at present. The clash of sword light and palm print ignited a dazzling explosion in the air, as if the entire world had frozen in that moment. Lin Xiaoxian's sword light resembled a colossal golden dragon, bearing unparalleled might as it pierced through the crimson palm's obstruction, striking directly at the elder. The elder's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiaoxian could counter his attack so fiercely. Hastily, he channeled all his spiritual energy to forge a more robust defensive barrier, hoping to withstand Lin Xiaoxian's sword strike. However, Lin Xiaoxian's sword light was as unstoppable as the dawn's sunlight, slicing through everything in its path with devastating precision. The elder's protective barrier was torn apart as easily as if it were made of paper, the sword light surging onward with unrelenting force towards him. In a moment of alarm, the elder realized that should he attempt to absorb this strike, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries, if not face death itself. He swayed his form, attempting to evade this lethal blow, but Lin Xiaoxian's sword light tracked him like a homing missile. At this critical juncture, a massive crimson flame shark suddenly erupted from beneath the ground. This formidable creature, enveloped in flame-like scales, opened its enormous jaws and unleashed a torrent of scorching flames, striving to intercept Lin Xiaoxian's sword light. Lin Xiaoxian raised an eyebrow, sensing the considerable strength of this crimson flame shark, evidently the elder's final trump card. The collision of sword light and flame sent sparks flying and waves of heat surging. Undeterred, Lin Xiaoxian's sword light navigated through the inferno, maintaining its astonishing velocity and power, relentlessly advancing towards the elder. Seeing this, the elder's expression grew grave. He recognized that he had no path of retreat and could only muster all his strength for a final struggle. Chanting incantations, his hands swiftly formed seals, and his aura surged once more, unleashing an even more terrifying force from within. Furious shark of the stormy sea, the elder bellowed. Suddenly, the ground around him fractured, and countless grains of sand and stone were lifted by the overwhelming power, forming a colossal sandstorm that swept towards Lin Xiaoxian. Simultaneously, the elder's monstrous pet, the crimson flame shark, swiftly burrowed into the swirling yellow sands. It advanced swiftly beneath the yellow sands, and as it approached Lin Xiaoxian, it suddenly leapt from the dunes. Soaring high into the air, its gaping maw aimed at Lin Xiaoxian. A thunderous collision echoed, followed by an immense wave of battle energy. Amidst this turmoil, Lin Xiaoxian stood resolute, his sword light slicing through the sandstorm, seeking the old man's vulnerabilities. Although the crimson flame shark's assault was ferocious, it still appeared somewhat feeble in the face of Lin Xiaoxian's brilliance. How could this be? This youth is terrifyingly powerful. No, I must exert all my strength. The old man, filled with urgency, realized there was no retreat. He could only fight with all his might. He formed seals with his hands once more, chanting a complex incantation as spiritual energy surged violently towards him, enveloping him in a radiant glow. Crimson flame, incinerate the heavens. The old man's voice resonated with determination and power. As his chant concluded, the crimson flame shark erupted in an even more intense blaze, turning the entire sandstorm vivid crimson. The flames surged like ocean waves toward Lin Xiaoxian, consuming everything in their path. Facing this formidable inferno, Lin Xiaoxian's eyes flickered with solemnity. He understood that if he met this strike head-on, even he would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Thus, he took a deep breath, concentrating all his spiritual energy at the tip of his sword, preparing for this final challenge. Break, Lin Xiaoxian intoned, as the tip of his sword erupted in a dazzling radiance, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, soaring skyward. The sword light collided with the flames in midair, unleashing an even more brilliant display. At that moment, the world seemed to freeze, followed by an earth-shattering roar. Light and fire intertwined in the air, creating a magnificent spectacle. When the brilliance and flames subsided, Lin Xiaoxian was seen half kneeling in the sands, looking disheveled, while a golden barrier appeared before him. Qin Tianxiao had intervened, knowing that Lin Xiaoxian could not withstand such an attack alone. What? He cannot be killed. And who is this person? Where did he come from? The old man murmured, his brow furrowing in dismay. Are you all right? Can you stand? Qin Tianxiao inquired. Master, I am fine, Lin Xiaoxian replied. Good. Watch closely. I shall teach you another move. Yes, master. Might I ask who you are? The old man probed. Seeing that Qin Tianxiao ignored him and instead drew a long sword, the old man's brow furrowed even further. Are you intending to interfere in our Crimson Shark Gang's affairs? You have offended the Xianxia gang. You shall find it difficult to escape this scorching desert, the elder threatened ominously. Xiaoxian, behold this sword technique, known as the Fiery Heaven's 9 Styles. It is a profound skill I acquired from a reclusive master during my youthful travels. As Qin Tianxiao spoke, he gradually raised his long sword above his head, its tip aimed at the heavens, as if to compete for brilliance with the cosmos. Lin Xiaoxian watched intently, aware that every move his master executed was imbued with intricate martial philosophies, each lesson a rare opportunity for enlightenment. As the technique was unleashed, the heavens shifted hue, and the winds stirred in response. Qin Tianxiao's voice resonated with gravitas, and the air around them seemed to quiver with his words. The elder's expression grew grave. He sensed the unusual aura emanating from Qin Tianxiao and realized that this opponent was no ordinary foe. He contemplated deeply, knowing that if the other truly engaged, he might struggle to withstand the onslaught. Master, I am prepared, Lin Xiaoxian declared, fists clenched, his eyes shimmering with eagerness for martial mastery and unwavering trust in his mentor. Chapter 77, related to the sacred land of Yuntian. Qin Tianxiao nodded, and suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from his form. With a flourish of his long sword, Waves of sword energy surged forth like flames, ascending towards the sky. Within the sword move lay the power to incinerate all malevolence, as if seeking to purify the very fabric of existence. The elder, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastily summoned all his strength to prepare for the unexpected assault. He understood that this battle not only concerned the reputation of the Xianxia gang, but also his very survival. The sword light blazed like fire, illuminating the entire wasteland, with the confrontation between Qin Tianxiao and the elder on the verge of eruption. Lin Xiaoxian stood by, eyes fixed on his master's every motion, his heart resolute. He vowed to master the fiery heaven's 9 styles, striving to meet his mentor's expectations. As Qin Tianxiao wielded his sword, the sword energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, fierce and blazing, soaring into the sky. The elder's countenance darkened as he felt unprecedented pressure. This was an adversary unlike any he had ever faced. Daring not to show any signs of negligence, he channeled all his inner energy, forming protective barriers to withstand Qin Tianxiao's assault. Boom! The clash of sword energy and defensive barriers erupted in a deafening explosion, causing the entire scorching desert to tremble. Dust and sand billowed, obscuring the sun, plunging the world into chaos. Lin Xiaoxian stood by, witnessing the unparalleled swordsmanship of his master. A wave of admiration and aspiration swelling within him. He recognized the vast distance separating him from such mastery, yet he firmly believed that with relentless dedication to his practice, he would one day reach the heights of his mentor. Fiery heaven's 9 styles. First style, fire cloud collapse. With a thunderous roar, Qin Tianxiao transformed his sword's momentum, the flames at its tip morphing into a torrent of fire clouds, surging forth like tumultuous waves, overwhelming the elder. Within the fire clouds, the sword energy crisscrossed, each strand seemingly embodying the might to rend heaven and earth asunder. The old man, witnessing the unfolding scene, was struck with astonishment. He had never anticipated that Qin Tianxiao's swordsmanship would be so terrifying. In haste, he mobilized all his spiritual energy to forge a more formidable defensive barrier, attempting to withstand the ferocious onslaught. Yet, Qin Tianxiao's swordplay seemed to transcend mere ferocity, with each strike imbued with profound transformations and enigmatic intentions. Boom! The collision of the fiery clouds and the barrier erupted into a cataclysmic explosion, fiercer than before. The entire extreme flame desert appeared to boil at that moment, flames and dust intertwining to create an apocalyptic tableau. Cracks began to form in the old man's defensive shield under the relentless assault, and he was horrified to discover that his once proud defenses were so feeble in the face of Qin Tianxiao's sword techniques. A wave of helplessness surged within him. Yet years of experience in the martial world admonished him that retreat was not an option. Burning heaven's 9 styles. Second style, flame dragon's roar. Qin Tianxiao's voice resounded once more, and his sword intent shifted again, the flames at the tip coalescing into a flame dragon, clawing and snapping as it lunged towards the old man. Wherever the flame dragon passed, the air warped and twisted, emitting a chorus of anguished roars. Burning heaven's 9 styles. Third style, sea of flame submersion. Qin Tianxiao's sword intent intensified, the flames at the tip surging forth like a tsunami, sweeping towards the old man. Within the sea of fire, countless sword energies rained down like arrows, dense and inescapable. The old man turned pale with dread. He had not anticipated the sheer might of Qin Tianxiao's sword techniques. He could no longer hold back. If he did not reveal his trump card now, he would surely meet his end here. Swiftly, the old man retrieved a black jade talisman from his storage ring and shattered it. In the instant the talisman broke, a powerful aura erupted from him, surrounding his body with a layer of dark shield, adorned with strange runes that seemed capable of devouring all light. Dark Guardian. The old man intoned, his figure becoming indistinct amidst the sea of flames, seemingly merging with the surrounding darkness. Although Qin Tianxiao's sea of flame submersion was formidable, it appeared to be greatly suppressed by the old man's Dark Guardian. The flames, under the encroachment of darkness, began to lose their brilliance, while the sword energies grew feeble. Observing the sudden emergence of the black shield that thwarted his sword technique, Qin Tianxiao felt no discontent. Instead, a smile graced his lips. Initially, he had intended to demonstrate only 3 styles, sufficient to keep Lin Xiaoxian occupied for a time. But given the circumstances, he resolved to unleash yet another sword technique. Burning Heaven's 9 styles. 4th style, Raging Flames, Burn Heaven. Qin Tianxiao bellowed, and the tip of his sword erupted with dazzling brilliance once more. This time, the flames transformed from a mere crimson to a resplendent golden hue, akin to the sun, brimming with destructive power. The golden flames collided with the dark shield, producing a deafening explosion. The interplay of fire and darkness in the air painted a breathtakingly stunning spectacle. The elder's complexion turned increasingly pale, as he had not anticipated that Qin Tianxiao possessed such formidable power. Under the onslaught of the golden flames, the dark shield began to crack, ultimately shattering with a resounding bang. The elder was instantaneously engulfed by the flames, leaving no time for a single cry of despair as he was reduced to ashes. Third brother, the one-eyed man exclaimed in shock. Qin Tianxiao turned his gaze towards them. He had been pondering a question since the onset of this confrontation. Why, with the astounding strength of the Shark Gang, did they remain in the extreme flame desert? There must be a hidden secret behind their presence. The elder, possessing a cultivation level at the 5th stage of the fusion realm, had strength sufficient to conquer the Cloud Flame Empire, yet they had not pursued such an endeavor. This curiosity piqued Qin Tianxiao's interest. He began to glide slowly towards the one-eyed man and his companions, while the remaining members of the Shark Gang, upon witnessing the demise of the elder, scattered in terror. The one-eyed man, seeing Qin Tianxiao approach, was immediately struck with dread, his face paling in horror. He attempted to retreat, only to find his body utterly immobilized. "No, please don't kill me. Senior, spare me, he pleaded. Yet, Qin Tianxiao remained unmoved, drawing ever closer. "You cannot kill me. My brother is the leader of the Shark Gang. If you slay me, he will not let you escape the extreme flame desert." The one-eyed man threatened. Qin Tianxiao stood before him, his fingers curling like claws as he seized the man's head, intent on employing the soul-searching technique to extract all of his memories. "No, please, don't kill me. The power behind our Shark Gang is one of the 3 holy lands, Cloud Sky Holy Land. If you kill me, you will have fully provoked them. Spare me, and I shall ensure my elder brother compensates you for today's events." Cloud Sky Holy Land? How intriguing. Fate truly has a way of bringing adversaries together. Qin Tianxiao replied with a cold sneer. The one-eyed man's complexion changed drastically at this revelation, dread consuming his thoughts. He screamed in agony as Qin Tianxiao began to invoke the soul-searching technique. Chapter 78, The Oasis in the Desert. Qin Tianxiao's fingertips trembled slightly as an invisible force permeated the one-eyed man's sea of consciousness. The man's pupils dilated in terror, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Sweat mingling with tears cascading down his cheeks. He realized there was no escape. Once Qin Tianxiao initiated the soul-searching technique, all his secrets would be laid bare. "You cannot do this." The one-eyed man's voice became hoarse as he felt his consciousness being gradually torn apart. The deeply buried secrets unfolding like pages in a book before Qin Tianxiao. Qin Tianxiao furrowed his brow, noticing a powerful restriction within the one-eyed man's memories. Evidently, a safeguard established by the Shark Gang to protect their internal secrets. However, such restrictions were not insurmountable for Qin Tianxiao. He intensified the soul-searching technique, rendering the barriers before him as fragile as mere parchment. As the constraints shattered, the memories of the one-eyed man surged forth like a deluge. Qin Tianxiao's brow unfurled. He finally comprehended why the Shark Gang remained in the extreme flame desert. It was not by mere happenstance that they chose to linger here. They had uncovered an ancient relic, imbued with astonishing treasures and formidable power. Meanwhile, the Cloud Heaven's sacred land coveted the might of this relic, thus covertly supporting the Shark Gang in consolidating their influence, facilitating future access to the relic. Intriguingly, this relic could serve as a trial for Lin Xiaoxian and the others. Qin Tianxiao resolved to thwart the Cloud Heaven Sacred Land's plans and seize the treasures within the relic. From the memories of the one-eyed man, he gleaned that there remained a year until the relic's activation. 1 year hence, the Cloud Heaven Sacred Land would dispatch individuals to explore the relic. This year could be judiciously employed to seek out exotic flames and enhance the strength of Lin Xiaoxian and his companions. Subsequently, Qin Tianxiao instructed them to secure the storage rings of the Shark Gang members before resuming their quest for the exotic flames. After Qin Tianxiao and his party departed, over 1,000 kilometers away in a valley, a colossal mountain city had been constructed. This was the stronghold of the Shark Shock Gang, Shark City. Suddenly, several figures appeared outside Shark City. These were fleeing members of the Shark Shock Gang, desperately returning to relay news to their leader. Within the main hall of Shark City, a robust, bare-chested middle-aged man was engaged in deliberation with 4 others. Bad news, leader, a grave situation has arisen. A hurried member of the Shark Shock Gang burst into the hall. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed, his gaze piercing like lightning directed at the intruder as he demanded in a deep voice, "What chaos is this? Speak, what has transpired?" The member, panting heavily from his frantic return, swallowed hard to steady his nerves and recounted the events that had just unfolded to the leader of the Shark Shock Gang. Upon hearing the report, the leader, Hualongshan, was instantly enveloped in a dark countenance. He slammed his palm against the table, bellowing, "What? My brother and the third have been slain? Despicable! Who has the audacity to murder my brother?" The 4 experts who had been conferring with the leader wore grave expressions. They were acutely aware of the third's prowess, a 5th-level integration realm cultivator, among the most formidable within the Shark Shock Gang, who had been so easily slain. A refined young man among them inquired, "Do you have any knowledge of the assailant's identity? And do you remember where they were killed?" In response to the strategist, "We do not recognize the assailant. The 3rd and 6th were both slain by an elder. I remember the location, and I can guide you there," replied the member. Upon hearing the words, the leader of the Shark Gang, Hualongshan, exhibited a glint of ruthless determination in his eyes. Rising to his feet, an overwhelming aura erupted from him like a tempest, causing the very air in the grand hall to feel as though it had solidified. "Very well. It seems someone dares to wreak havoc on my territory. They must be tired of living," Hualongshan declared, his voice deep and resonant, each word seemingly extracted through clenched teeth. "Advisor, summon all our skilled fighters immediately. I shall personally lead the charge to apprehend that elder and make him aware of the consequences of offending the Shark Gang." His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across everyone present. The cultured youth nodded, a flicker of cold resolve appearing in his eyes. "Rest assured, leader, I will make the necessary arrangements at once. However, we must proceed with caution. That elder possesses the strength to easily eliminate our 3rd and 6th commanders. His prowess should not be underestimated." Hualongshan sneered. "No matter how formidable he may be, this is the extreme flame desert, our domain. Whoever he is, if he dares to come here, he shall not leave alive." Following his command, the entire Shark Gang sprang into action, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the skies above Shark City. Meanwhile, Qin Tianxiao and his companions remained blissfully unaware, continuing their search for traces of the strange fire in the vast desert. Before long, Hualongshan and his men arrived at the site of the previous conflict. Upon seeing his brother standing vacantly, grinning foolishly, he swiftly closed the distance to his side. The Shark Gang members stationed nearby, witnessing this, approached to pay their respects. These individuals had accompanied the 3rd commander but were delayed due to their slower pace. Their tardiness had spared the one-eyed man from being devoured by other beasts. Hualongshan gazed upon his once mighty brother, now reduced to a mere shell of a man, and his heart burned with fury. Grasping his brother's shoulders, he attempted to rouse his consciousness, yet the one-eyed man merely continued to smile blankly, unresponsive to his calls. "Leader, it appears the 3rd commander's mind has been utterly destroyed by that elder," one subordinate cautiously remarked. Hualongshan's countenance darkened further. He turned his gaze to the surroundings, noting remnants of the struggle on the ground, alongside scattered fragments of magical artifacts. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here. "Advisor, come examine these traces. Can we discern the elder's origins from them?" Hualongshan inquired gravely. The cultured youth stepped forward, scrutinizing the evidence before shaking his head. "Leader, the traces are too chaotic to accurately determine the elder's specific cultivation level and background. However, it is clear that he is no ordinary individual." Hualongshan nodded, acknowledging the advisor's keen insight. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he declared, "Regardless of who that elder may be, since he has harmed my brother, I shall not let him escape unpunished. Advisor, dispatch someone to investigate. We must uncover the elder's whereabouts." "Yes, leader," came the prompt reply. The strategist responded and promptly turned to arrange for personnel. Hualongshan then addressed his subordinates. "You few, escort the 3rd master back to the city and seek the finest physician for his treatment. Furthermore, reinforce the city defenses. Every entry and exit must be rigorously scrutinized, and we cannot allow that old man to infiltrate." "Understood," the group replied in unison, before each busied themselves with their tasks. Hualongshan remained rooted in place, his gaze sharp as a blade, surveying the desolate surroundings. His heart brimmed with fury and hatred, yet more so with vigilance towards the enigmatic elder. He understood that this old man was no ordinary adversary. The shark gang had encountered an unprecedented foe. Meanwhile, Qin Tianxiao and his companions continued their journey through the arid expanse, oblivious to the fact that the shark gang had discovered their whereabouts and was diligently searching for them. Qin Tianxiao's thoughts were entirely consumed by the pursuit of rare flames and the enhancement of Lin Qiuxian and the others' abilities, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. The desert winds howled mercilessly, and the sun scorched the earth, yet none of this could impede their progress. After traversing the desert for several days, they finally beheld a continuous range of mountains ahead, with an oasis nestled at the foot of the hills. To their astonishment, within this oasis lay a bustling town. Chapter 79. The Xuanwu Sword and Shield Formation. Ancestor, is the rare flame ahead? Why are there so many people? Could they all be here for the rare flame? Da Yan Inkurith. Uncertain, it is possible, as the news of the rare flame is not exclusive to us. Let us enter and investigate, and perhaps indulge in some food. It has been ages since I savored wine and meat, Qin Tianxiao replied. Although the group had already abstained from grains, their appetites remained intact. Upon their arrival in the town, the townsfolk greeted Qin Tianxiao and his companions with sinister smiles, their eyes gleaming with excitement, as though they had spotted their prey. As they entered the town, the group chose a seemingly fine tavern and promptly ordered an extravagant feast. As the fine wine and dishes were served, Qin Tianxiao eagerly took a sip of the exquisite wine. However, as it coursed down his throat, he furrowed his brow. Just as Qin Yin reached for a dish, Qin Tianxiao swiftly halted him. Wait, before you eat, take a pill, he instructed. Qin Yin and Qin Jinshan's expressions sharpened at his words. Ancestor, is it? Qin Yin asked. Indeed, Qin Tianxiao affirmed with a nod. Lin Xiuxian and the others, somewhat puzzled, had yet to voice their thoughts when Qin Tianxiao relayed his intentions telepathically. Upon understanding the situation, they consumed the pills. The group then indulged in a sumptuous feast. In the tavern's kitchen, a band of menacing-looking individuals wielding curved blades sat together. How about it? Did that group of newcomers consume their meals? One asked. Rest assured, I witnessed them eat, though I wonder what treasures they possess. If they have a few valuable items, we could enjoy a better life ourselves. There must be some treasures among them, especially since one of them has reached the realm of divination at such a tender age. Surely, he possesses numerous valuable items. What if they belong to a powerful faction? If we were to eliminate them, would it lead to trouble? Should we inform Master Wu first? No need. Such trivial matters do not require reporting. Master Wu would find it tiresome. Moreover, we have Prince Mo supporting us. Who do we fear aside from the three great sacred lands? Indeed, prepare yourselves. Once we eliminate them, I shall visit the Zue Xiang Lu to find Xiao Cui. However, that elder possesses formidable strength, at least a harmonization realm expert. And what of a harmonization realm expert? As long as he drinks the wine laced with dispersing spirit powder, he too will lose his cultivation. I have yet to slay a harmonization realm expert. Ha. We await the evening's arrival. As night fell, the lights of the town gradually illuminated, and the bustling sounds within the tavern began to diminish. Qin Tianxiao and his companions had already retired to their rooms to rest. Act now, commanded a leading middle-aged man in the shadows. In an instant, a multitude swiftly surrounded Qin Tianxiao and his companions. These individuals were none other than the ruthless thugs from the tavern's kitchen, wielding curved blades. Their eyes gleaming with greed and cunning as they stealthily approached the room where Qin Tianxiao resided. Inside, as Qin Tianxiao sat in meditation, he suddenly opened his eyes. They've come, how audacious to covet my belongings. He conveyed a message to Lin Qiuxian and the others, instructing them to deal with the intruders outside. Bang! The group outside forcefully kicked open Lin Qiuxian's door, and the foremost two rushed in. At that moment, a flash of sword light flickered. The two men instantly clutched their throats in agony, their eyes filled with terror and shock. How is this possible? You, how can you still wield spiritual power? The lead man, with a square face, exclaimed in disbelief. Daring to covet our possessions. You are courting death. Boy, do not be too arrogant. Even if you're not poisoned, I can still kill you, another one retorted. This is bad. We must notify Master Wu. The square-faced leader frowned, swiftly shattering a jade talisman. In a room within a courtyard deep in the town, a middle-aged man dressed in exotic attire was meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, Encountering a harmonization realm expert? Interesting. I hope this person possesses the treasures I desire. Guangdao, Ling Feng, we have a guest. Let us go greet him properly. The middle-aged man called out to those in the courtyard. Bang! Bang! The doors of the adjacent two rooms swung open simultaneously, and two figures emerged. One was a burly man wielding a silver great knife, while the other, with a refined appearance, bore two long swords on his back. Oh, a sixth-layer harmonization realm expert. Rare indeed. It has been too long since we encountered such a big fish, remarked the elegant youth. Laughter erupted as the robust man exclaimed. Ah, splendid. It has been far too long since I encountered a worthy adversary. My blade has been yearning for action. Ling Feng, let us proceed. In an instant, the two surged forth towards Qin Tianxiao. Meanwhile, the clash of battle raged fiercely around them. The town resembled a den of bandits, with combatants wielding weapons, encircling and attacking Lin Xiaoxian and his companions from every direction. Qin Tianxiao stood poised atop a rooftop, hands clasped behind his back. Anyone daring to approach him was met with a crushing force, their lives extinguished by his overwhelming aura, rendering them too intimidated to advance. In contrast, Lin Xiaoxian and his allies formed a defensive formation, alleviating their burdens and fortifying their resistance against the onslaught. Otherwise, facing a dozen spirit transformation experts, scores of out-of-body practitioners, and hundreds of nascent soul warriors, they surely would not withstand the siege for long. With the aid of Qin Tianxiao's Xuanwu sword and shield formation, which offered both offensive and defensive capabilities, they found renewed hope. Lin Xiaoxian, the most powerful among them, became the core of the formation, channeling the collective spiritual energy of Qin Yin and the others. As the formation solidified, a colossal Xuanwu phantom manifested, exuding an imposing pressure akin to a mountain, instilling a sense of dread in their attackers. Lin Xiaoxian wielded his sword with fervor, reciting intricate incantations. In a fleeting moment, countless sword energies emerged from within the Xuanwu phantom. Under his command, these energies shot forth like arrows, relentlessly piercing through the ranks of foes, who were caught unawares and fell lifeless to the ground, stripped of their combat capabilities. Lin Xiaoxian's sword energies harvested the lives of their enemies with the merciless precision of the Grim Reaper. Infuriating. It appears you indeed hail from a formidable faction. Such a powerful formation is not easily conjured otherwise, growled the middle-aged leader of the spirit transformation experts. Seething with rage as he observed Lin Xiaoxian and his companions shielded by the seemingly impregnable Xuanwu formation, he brandished his curved blade, summoning a formidable wave of spiritual energy that rippled around him. Brothers, charge forth. No matter how potent their formation may be, it cannot withstand our overwhelming numbers, he bellowed, rallying the spirits of his comrades. The remaining spirit transformation experts echoed his fervor, fully aware that dismantling this formation was their only chance to seize the treasures possessed by their adversaries. They brandished their weapons, unleashing an array of spiritual techniques that intertwined in a dazzling display against the night sky. In an instant, a multitude of spiritual techniques surged towards Lin Xiaoxian and his allies. Sword and shield, defend, Lin Xiaoxian commanded, positioning his sword horizontally before his chest. The surrounding sword energies swiftly converged upon the surface of the massive Xuanwu phantom, coalescing into a formidable shield designed to withstand the impending assault. The defensive prowess of the Xuanwu sword and shield formation is indeed extraordinary. The spiritual techniques that struck against the shield dissipated into nothingness, akin to a stone sinking into the sea, failing to stir even the slightest tremor.